You're listening to the Cool Audio Podcast, your escape into the world of stories, sounds, and imagination. Whether you're driving, chilling at home, or just need a moment to unplug, we've got a story just for you. So sit back, relax, and let the journey begin. After 3 seconds of silence, Rick nodded. I do. Then you should know what to do. You may seem indifferent, but you're not heartless. I know you know what to do, and as your friend, I really don't want you to let that girl through your fingers. After all, she loves you very much. Remember this. Not all passionate emotions can be reciprocated, and not all affections can be requited. After saying all this, Chloe turned around to leave without saying goodbye. Rick, on the other hand, looked gratefully as she walked away, as if he suddenly realized something. He muttered to himself, Chloe, thank you. When she walked back into the mansion, the others were all staring at her with a smile. This weirded her out. What are you guys smiling about? What's going on? First, tell us how you did as a mediator. Did you convince Rick? Max smiled, mysteriously. Oh, I don't know, actually. Rick's a little slow when it comes to relationships. He might be able to understand what I'm trying to say, but I have no idea what he'll end up doing. Damn, I thought you were going to automatically succeed. I'm not omnipotent like God, okay? Chloe retorted, rolling her eyes at Max. How's your impending marriage going, young Master Cruz? Brenton laughed. Forget about it. I'm never going to marry that woman. Ha ha. When can we expect a wedding invitation? Brenton joked. In your wildest dreams. Hey, that's not too far away from now. I'll see you tonight then. The 1-month birthday party wasn't too grand. It was exactly what Chloe wanted. The twins finished their milk and fell into deep sleep, giving Chloe the chance to say goodbye to her friends. After walking back into the mansion, Justin said gently, You must be exhausted today. I'm fine. Chloe smiled. You should get some rest. Once they wake up, you'll be super busy again. Pudding's always looking for you and cries, Holy hell, whenever you're not around. Pudding's smarter. She's 1 month old but already knows who's her mommy. Bean is easier to take care of. She only eats and sleeps. Chloe's expression filled with content as she talked about her twin daughters. Get some rest, them. I'm going to head over to the company. Okay. Chloe nodded. After a few steps towards the door, Justin suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said, Don't worry. I already got my people to follow Andrew in case he puts some evil plan into the works. As soon as he detects something, we'll know as well. If Jack's really alive and he finds out, so will we. Don't worry, I'm going to help you find him. Justin cared about Chloe too much, so he constantly paid attention to her expressions. Today, she seemed happy, but was still a little out of it. Justin felt like Andrew's words lit up a hint of hope within Chloe, so he immediately got his people to investigate. Justin, you really don't have to do this. You've done enough for me. I'll never be able to pay you back in this life. I don't need you to. I know, but I still feel bad. I owe you too much. I can't shoulder that weight. Yes, you can, because you're Chloe, Justin said. Then he turned around and left the mansion, leaving Chloe alone and worried. Cooper Estate. After walking upstairs, Grandpa Cooper called Chloe into his study. She smiled. Grandpa Cooper, did you want to play chess with me? Grandpa Cooper's hands were behind his back as he stared at Chloe in all seriousness. Then he asked, Word for word, Chloe, if I win, can you marry Justin? Upon hearing this, Chloe froze. Chloe didn't expect Grandpa Cooper to suddenly say something like this, so she was completely flabbergasted. Grandpa Cooper, you don't have to answer me right now. Let's play first. Then, Grandpa Cooper sat down and began organizing the pieces. Chloe sat down and did the same thing, but she felt distracted by all the thoughts in her mind. Grandpa Cooper slowly moved a chess piece and said, Chloe, what I'm about to say is completely my own point of view. Justin's parents would never let me say these things. They don't want you to think of me as a nosy old man who can't mind his own business. I'll never think that, Grandpa Cooper. Justin is my only grandson, but we never spoiled him. We had a set of rules in place when he was growing up, and then he joined the army for several years. There, he endured countless hardships to become the man he is today. Back then, when he was discharged, he told us he wanted to open up an entertainment company. We didn't agree, so I told him that the Cooper Financial Bank wasn't going to give him anything and that he had to figure everything out himself. Guess what he did? Grandpa Cooper looked up at Chloe with a smile. He found an investor? Chloe asked. You can say that. He's pretty smart, actually. He found some land on the outskirts of the city and bought a piece of it using all the red pocket money we've given him over the years. After 6 months, the government issued a notice to take back and develop that land, giving him a couple million in reimbursement. He took that money and threw it all into the stock market, making more than $10 million in less than 2 months. That's how Imperial Star began. It was only then that he took out a loan with our family bank to expand into the market, and less than 5 years later, Imperial Star became the head of its industry, and Justin was worth billions. From Grandpa Cooper's proud depiction, Chloe could tell how much he loved his grandson. Justin's a smart guy. Chloe nodded, agreeing completely. I rarely ask him about his relationships. After all, it's his personal business. I didn't blame him for involving himself in scandals and spending nights with models because he was still young and didn't know any better. I wanted to wait until he grew up, but then, you appeared in his life, Grandpa Cooper said slowly as he moved another chess piece. Then, he looked at Chloe, with a deeper meaning in his expression. Chloe, on the other hand, looked down to counter Grandpa Cooper's attacks, all while wondering why he was telling her all this. Your appearance completely changed him. Grandpa Cooper, the truth is, I'm extremely sorry. I never wanted to change him. I was just treating others like I always did. Chloe explained patiently. That's why he fell for you. You disregarded who he was, and you never sucked up to him. Moreover, you didn't try to get his attention because you wanted something from him. He was attracted by how real you are. Grandpa Cooper, I'm really not as good as you say, nor am I as good as Justin thinks I am. I have countless flaws. I cry a lot, have an awful temper, and often act like Mary Sue when something I don't like happens to other people. When I'm stressed, I take my anger out on others. He doesn't like you because of all your strengths. It's because he likes you that all your flaws become your strengths as well. Chloe fell silent. She didn't know how to respond to what Grandpa Cooper just said. Chloe, I know you're married, and I know about your husband's accident. Tell me the truth. If your husband is really not coming back, can you give Justin a chance? Grandpa Cooper asked in all seriousness, his expression filled with anticipation and sincerity. After a long pause, Chloe slowly replied, I'm sorry, Grandpa Cooper. My answer is going to disappoint you. The truth is, I believe that my husband is still alive and that he'll come back. I'm going to wait for him. Even if he is not coming back, I'm still going to live out the rest of my life alone, with the twins. I don't plan on remarrying. Jack is the first man I ever loved. He's the first and the only love of my life, and I don't want to taint our relationship. I know I won't forget him. So, if I marry Justin out of gratefulness, not only will I be doing myself wrong, I'll also be doing Justin wrong. He's such a good man, and he deserves a woman who loves him with all of her heart, not a woman who's in love with someone else. Grandpa Cooper, Justin is great to me, and I'll always remember how well your family treated me. If you guys need me, I'm willing to walk through fire for any one of you. However, I can't repay you by marrying Justin. I'm really sorry. After her speech, Chloe slowly moved her chess piece. Grandpa Cooper sighed. I lost again. You're too good. I'll never beat you. Thank you for telling me what you really think today, and thank you for being so honest. Grandpa Cooper, don't say that. You never have to thank me. Okay, I understand what you want. I guess I'll have to take time and talk to my idiot grandson and snap him out of his trance, Grandpa Cooper said as he got up. Grandpa Cooper, Chloe wanted to say something else, but Grandpa Cooper interrupted her. You don't have to say anything else. Just live here like nothing happened, and we'll treat you like we always do. You're a good kid. God will shine his light on you. I know your husband will come back. Grandpa Cooper looked at Chloe with a warm smile. His words left Chloe feeling extremely touched. Thank you, Grandpa Cooper. Thank you. Chloe went back into her room, feeling as if somebody had thrown a rock on her heart. Everyone in the Cooper family treated her with nothing but kindness. This made her wonder if she were a little too heartless. Chloe, you don't look good. Are you all right? Sandra asked. I'm fine, Mom. Let's get some rest. The twins are asleep. You should go to bed early today. Chloe changed into her nightgown. Then, she walked up to the bassinets and glanced down at the twins, sleeping ever so soundly. Her heart filled with happy content. Dina, Delcy, tell Daddy to come back soon, okay? I really, really miss him. The next morning, Justin had just walked out of the morning meeting when Anne walked up and handed him his cell phone. President Cooper, Mrs. Cooper called with something urgent. Justin nodded, immediately dialing back. Mom, you called? The morning meeting just ended. Justin, come home. Chloe. What happened to Chloe? Justin's nerves immediately tensed up upon hearing Chloe's name. Chloe's moving out. She packed up all her stuff and is determined to leave, no matter what I say. Come home and talk to her, okay? Mrs. Cooper ranted on anxiously. I'll be right back, Justin said. Then, he immediately put on his jacket, ran downstairs, and sped home. By the time he walked in through the front door, Chloe had brought her luggage downstairs to the living room. The young master's here. The maid called out, and Mrs. Cooper immediately walked up to Justin, dragging him by the arm right up to Chloe. Son, hurry and try to talk to Chloe. You're moving out? Justin looked at Chloe, his tone as gentle as it always was when he was talking to her. Chloe nodded. Can I give you a ride? Justin! Mrs. Cooper exclaimed, dumbfounded by the fact that her son stood on Chloe's side. Mom, let her go. We've talked about this already. It's not like she can live her for the rest of her life, Justin said, smiling bitterly. Then, he picked up Chloe's luggage and proceeded to walk out the front door. Hey, what am I supposed to tell your grandpa? Mrs. Cooper asked, feeling bad. Grandpa Cooper loved Chloe and the twins. Ever since she had them, he came home more often than he used to, and he picked up the twins as soon as he took off his shoes. Grandpa Cooper spoiled the twins like they were his own granddaughters. I'll talk to Grandpa, Justin replied. Mrs. Cooper, don't be sad. I'll be back to see you guys. I'm just moving half an hour away. Chloe consoled Mrs. Cooper. The maids and I are going with you then. There's too much stuff for you to organize. In the end, Chloe had no choice but to move back to South Hill Manor, followed by Mrs. Cooper, a group of maids, and a dozen cars. It had been a year since Chloe had been back, and South Hill Manor looked exactly the same. On her way home, Chloe didn't utter a single word and quietly stared outside the window. Uncle George was beyond surprised to see Chloe. He exclaimed, his voice shaking. Young madam, you're back. Chloe nodded with a smile. Yeah, I brought a pair of twins with me as well, Chloe said, pointing at the kids who were sleeping in the arms of two maids. Twins? Uncle George exclaimed, extremely emotional. So many things have happened over the past year. Ever since Chloe and Jack left, South Hill Manor had been without owners for an entire year. The good news was, Chloe called Uncle George beforehand, telling him that the workers' salaries will be paid as usual. As soon as the owner moved back, South Hill Manor bubbled with life. It took them a while to unpack and organize. Then, Chloe asked the kitchen to prepare a hearty dinner for everyone. Before leaving, Justin pulled Chloe off to the side. What's your plan? I asked the U.S. headquarters to transfer me the management rights to GK. I will start work next week. That's so soon. I can't stay at home forever. I feel so useless. Although business isn't my field of expertise, my father-in-law spent his entire life on GK. I have to protect it to the best of my abilities. Sounds good, but I have one request. What request? Chloe froze slightly. Let him be your assistant so he can protect you. It's okay. I have bodyguards. Don't refuse, all right? I've made arrangements for bodyguards as well. Think of it as a kind gesture. Anyways, you still need to be careful when going about town. In the end, Chloe couldn't bring herself to refuse Justin's gesture. Okay then, thank you. I'm going to leave now. Call me if you need me. I will. Justin left South Hill Manor feeling depressed. He really didn't want her to move out but understood how she felt. Therefore, he decided to suck up his own pain to fulfill her wish. My silly son, you must be heartbroken, Mrs. Cooper said. I'm happy as long as she's happy, Justin replied quietly. 3 years flew by in the blink of an eye. Mommy, Dina stole my bunny. Come see. A cute baby voice sounded from downstairs. Chloe walked down the stairs, smiling at one of the twins, her expression filled with adoration. Pudding, are you bullying your little sister again? Only because she's an idiot, so much dumber than I am. She lost a bet to me, so she has to play by the rules, Pudding said proudly, holding a deck of cards in her hand. No! A while ago, we got our IQ test and mine was higher than yours. Grandma said I'm the smarter one. Little Bean pouted, unwilling to admit defeat. Grandma was consoling you, okay? How do you not get that? Gosh, please stop bickering. My head hurts. Pudding, give the bunny back to your sister, Chloe intervened. She lost to me in cards, Pudding argued. Mommy, I didn't lose. She cheated and switched the cards up. I bet Handsome Cooper taught her how to do it. I'm going to make him pay next time I see him. Why won't he teach me how to cheat as well? He's so biased. It's not like I'm uglier than Pudding or something. He should have taught me that trick too. Chloe was left speechless by Little Bean's rant. Pudding started calling Justin Handsome Cooper as soon as she learned how to talk, and she was also someone that was really fixated on looks. In the beginning, Justin wasn't used to this nickname, but he quickly got used to it. The twins often bickered over who Handsome Cooper liked more, but it seemed like Little Bean always lost in that battle. Of Chloe's twins, Pudding had higher IQ and EQ. She was proud, indifferent, and filled with ideas. All in all, she was an exact smaller replica of Jack. Little Bean, on the other hand, was smart as well. However, unlike Chloe, she talked way too much. For some reason, she was like her uncle, Thomas. Little Bean was the comedian of the family, often saying things that would make the entire family burst into rabid laughter. Beauty isn't the most important thing, okay? Handsome Cooper is deeper than that, or else he wouldn't have fallen for Mommy. Dina, what do you mean by that? Chloe demanded, her arms crossed in front of her chest. Mommy, I was just telling the truth. You're not crazy gorgeous. At most, you're pretty. But Handsome Cooper still liked you enough to move you over to his house. Tsk, tsk. Even the gods can prove his devotion towards you, Pudding said in all seriousness. Chloe felt speechless. But don't be nervous. I know it doesn't matter how much Handsome Cooper likes you. You only like Daddy, right? You're only 3 years old, sweetie. Relationships aren't as simple as you think it is. Can't you play like normal children? But I'm not normal, okay? I'm the daughter of 2 big geniuses, Jack Dawson and Chloe Green, Pudding said proudly. Chloe was speechless. Mommy told us to be low-key. You shouldn't show off like that, Little Bean reminded. Suddenly, Chloe's phone rang. Hello? President Green, we have that video conference with the HQ in an hour. Okay, I'll be right there. Then, Chloe turned back to the twins. I'm going to work now. Be good and listen to Grandma, all right? Don't run around the house and prank Uncle George and the others, got it? If we get bored, can we ask Handsome Cooper to come to play with us? Little Bean asked innocently. No. Uncle Cooper is busy too, all right? Chloe stared at the twins. Fine, just go. We'll be good. The twins were used to their mommy being busy. Pudding, don't bully your sister while I'm gone, or else... Chloe didn't forget to nag. I got it, Pudding replied, acting like an adult. Chloe smiled as she walked out of South Hill Manor. 3 years ago, when Chloe moved home, she requested the U.S. headquarters to give her GK's management rights. Originally, she thought it would be a tedious procedure, but her application was quickly approved. Since then, Chloe became the official vice president of GK. Over the past few years, the company developed rapidly. Chloe gave up GK Film and Television out of gratefulness for Justin's help, but the other departments were leaders of their industries. In the real estate industry, for example, the Green Corporation couldn't even compare to GK. Over the last few years, Chloe often bumped into Andrew. However, they rarely spoke, and they never entered into business partnerships. Although Andrew and his men repeatedly tried to kidnap her and the kids, they never succeeded. It was then that Chloe realized why Justin was so determined to have Anne protect her when she moved out of the Cooper family. Anne was incredibly skilled in combat. He could easily defeat a dozen people by himself. Moreover, his shooting skills were frighteningly accurate, and he was extremely careful and diligent. With him by Chloe's side, Andrew never stood a chance. One time, Andrew and his people stopped Chloe's car on her way home. After intense, head-on combat, Anne left with only a tiny scratch on his arm, while Andrew sustained 4 knife wounds in his stomach area, forcing him to stay on bed rest for an entire month. Since then, he stopped being so impulsive. The twins were now 3 years old, but they were not in kindergarten since Chloe was worried that they might be unsafe. In the end, she hired teachers to homeschool them. They knew 7 languages and could already perfectly recite the 4 books and 5 classics. They even aced middle school learning material. An IQ expert assessed them. The twins may only be 3 years old, but their minds were equivalent to that of 12-year-olds. They were geniuses, completely different from normal children of the same age. Back in high school, Chloe's IQ of 130 shocked everyone around her. However, the twins' IQ of 145 left her friends all speechless. Sarah said it was because they were the children of Jack and Chloe, set out to conquer the world. Victoria and Brenton's son was a few months older than the twins, but he wasn't as smart. Therefore, the couple had been trying their best to boost his intellectual development. When Chloe walked out the door, Anne was already waiting on the driver's seat of her Audi R8. The truth was, an Audi R8 wasn't that expensive. It cost less than $2 million and wasn't as attention-grabbing as the other luxury cars. However, this was Chloe's favorite car because it was the first car Jack bought her. She missed Jack every second of every day. It had been 3 years, and Chloe still didn't have any news on Jack. Yet, her thoughts for him didn't diminish, not even a little bit. "President Green, you look tired. Have you been sleeping well recently?" Anne asked. "I'm probably just exhausted," Chloe said, massaging her temples. "The ginseng President Cooper sent over is apparently relaxing and good for the eyes. You should make some." Maybe tonight." Anne had been with Chloe for 3 years. In the beginning, they rarely talked, but now they were good friends, and saved Chloe countless times. And she also knew that he was much more than just an assistant. He was an incredibly trustworthy bodyguard, but no one knew how good he was except for Chloe and Justin. As soon as she arrived at GK, she headed to the executive conference room to attend the video conference with HQ. She didn't come out of it until 3 p.m. "President Green, you have a business dinner with President of the HE Corporation tonight at 8:30 p.m. Do you want to go, or should I ask other Director Thomas to attend instead?" Stella asked, as she walked up to Chloe with a stack of files in her hands. Stella became Chloe's main assistant, while Mark, who used to be Jack's assistant, was now administrative manager. He was in charge of various company matters, both big and small, and held a lot of power. 3 years' time had changed so much, including a lot of Chloe's living habits. She transformed from an excellent doctor to an outstanding female CEO, attending conferences big and small and a variety of occasions, winning a lot of prestigious prizes. Without letting Chloe answer, Thomas walked over. "Sis, how about I attend tonight's dinner in your place? You go home early and get some rest. Thomas was wearing a black suit and no longer had the look of naivety on his face. He was starting to look like a real professional. Thomas returned from abroad after graduating a year ago and had been helping Chloe at GK since then. He was working in the most tiring and complicated marketing department and was only a low-level manager because Chloe wanted him to start from the bottom. "No, it's fine. This president is hard to deal with. I'm worried that you can't handle it. I'll go myself." Afterward, Chloe started walking back to the office. "Sis, my little nieces are turning 3 in 3 days. Do you have everything ready?" "Yes." "So, have you looked at the invitation list?" "Not yet. Justin's taking care of everything." "Oh, then, I will have to talk to Justin. I have several business partners who insisted on coming after hearing about it. They've asked me multiple times and want invitations. So I wanted to use this opportunity to network a little." Thomas smiled. "Go talk to Justin. He's in charge of all of this." It was the two little princesses' 3-year-old birthday. Chloe originally wanted a low-key celebration, but the Cooper family insisted otherwise. Justin's grandpa, Justin's parents, and even Justin wanted to throw a giant party. Since it was 4 against 1, Chloe gave in. Justin decided to put the $100 million luxurious cruise liner that he bought the twins when they were both born into use. He wanted to give the twins an unforgettable birthday, as if the entire world was celebrating with them. In the end, Chloe couldn't help but agree. But because there was too much to take care of with the company, Justin took care of everything with his PR team at Imperial Star, and she didn't ask much. The party was only 3 days away now. How time flew. Headquarters of Imperial Star. Entertainment. Justin was sitting in his office, reviewing the invitation list for the cruise dinner. The twins' birthday party would be even fancier than Imperial Star's anniversary celebration. People like Grandpa Cooper were attending, which would definitely make it an exclusive party for the famous and wealthy. Invitation letters couldn't be had even with thousands in cash. Lots of entrepreneurs who wanted to fawn over Chloe and Justin spent large amounts of money just for the chance to get onto the boat. "President Cooper, the stuff you ordered arrived. Bring it in." Justin waved his hands. 4 well-dressed staff from the jewelry shop entered carefully. The woman who was leading the team wore a pair of white gloves. She was holding a small, square, black velvet box in her hand. "President Cooper, the ring you ordered, Angel's Smile, has arrived." Justin took over the box and opened it slowly. Inside the box rested a shiny diamond ring. It was a 122-carat pink diamond, which was uncovered near South Africa. It was the most well-preserved pink diamond in the world. Justin bought it from an auction last year with over $6 billion. After he auctioned it, he secretly took it to a well-known ring designer and spent about a year to make this unique diamond ring, Angel's Smile. The pattern of the ring was an angel with wings and a warm smile. The pink diamond was the skirt of the angel. It was extremely adorable. The craftsmanship was complicated and extremely difficult to forge. He was planning to present it to Chloe during the party in 3 days. "President Cooper, are you satisfied with the ring?" asked the staff carefully. Justin looked at the ring and didn't say a word for a long time. "Yes, I'm satisfied." Justin nodded as he suppressed the excitement in his heart. After the staff left, Justin held the ring in his hand and couldn't let go of it. 3 years ago, Max unintentionally suggested a crazy idea, which unexpectedly caught Justin's attention. Over the past 3 years, he took care of Chloe and her 2 daughters carefully and maintained an appropriate but not awkward distance. 3 years passed by in the blink of an eye, and his love for Chloe only increased. Everyone in the Cooper family understood his feelings, and no one forced him into dates or marriage. They quietly watched as he took care of Chloe and the twins, enjoying peaceful and happy times. After 3 days, it would be the twins' 3-year-old birthday party. He wanted to tell everyone that he loved Chloe and ask her to marry him, so he could spend the rest of his life with her. Over the past 3 years, he had people tracking Andrew's followers, but he didn't find anything. Justin thought that maybe Jack was really no longer in this world. Otherwise, why would he not even show up once in the past 3 years? If this were the case, he should propose to the girl he loved, like a real man should. Even if Chloe refused, he wouldn't have any regrets. At least he gave it a shot, right? Justin had never been so nervous. As he was holding the ring, he felt like his heart was going to beat out of his chest. GK headquarters. President Green. I heard that Andrew also got an invitation. Although we didn't invite him, he seemed to have made up his mind to come anyway. What should we do? Should we ask security to stop him? Asked Stella worriedly. No, it's fine. Just let him come. But President Green, Stella was really worried that something would go wrong. The reason why I want to let him come is that I want to see the look on his face when he realizes that even with so many tricks and plots, he still can't do anything to me. He will be on our turf, so why worry that he might cause trouble? Chloe laughed coldly. When Chloe first moved out from the Cooper family, Andrew was really excited. He was thinking that without the Cooper family's protection, Chloe would collapse after the first blow. But what he didn't consider was that Chloe was too smart that she matched wits with him for 3 years. Not only did he not have a chance to hurt Chloe, but he also lost to her in the business power struggle. Now, the Green Corporation wasn't as popular as Imperial Star in the entertainment industry, nor was their reputation as good as GK Corporation in the real estate and jewelry industries. Being stuck in between Chloe and Justin, Andrew was really angry. He tried to take action several times but failed every single time. Of course, a lot of the credit had to go to Anne. He was a top-level bodyguard. Chloe was thankful that Justin sent such an excellent person to stay by her side. Okay, I will do as you say. Bella, have you heard anything from our headquarters in the U.S.? Are they sending people over? I'm not sure. I heard they are still waiting for Mr. Nick, the CEO, to make a decision. But I don't think we have much hope, so maybe you shouldn't put hope on them either, President Green. I know. I've prepared everything. If they come, I will warmly welcome them. But if not, I'm fine with it too. Chloe smiled. 3 days passed by in a flash. After 3 days, on October 26th, at 6 p.m., the cruise ship named Princess was ablaze with lights, with all of the most recognized people in the city on board. It was not a business conference, nor a celebrity concert. It was merely a birthday party for 2 3-year-olds. Imperial Star even bought the internet live streaming rights, and it was broadcasting live on only one platform. After only 5 minutes, the number of people watching live was already over 8 million. It was an unprecedentedly grand celebration. Wow, I think I saw Cody. Look, is he the one on the red carpet? Some fans typed on the screen of the live feed. Yes, it is. Cody, I love you. I don't like Cody, he's too young. I only like Justin. I heard that he planned this party. He's not only handsome and rich, but also romantic. He's the ideal husband. I want to see Chloe. It's been 3 years and now she's a woman with exceptional talent and ability. She's so inspiring. Where are the twins? I want to see them. Little Bean and Pudding, I'm your superfan. Ha 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 ha. I heard that these 2 little ones are geniuses. Inside a luxurious changing room on board the cruise. President Green, are you ready? It's almost going to be your turn to go out. The moment Stella opened the door, Chloe stood up and smiled. Even as a woman, Stella was surprised and shocked by Chloe's beauty. President Green. Chloe was wearing a long, light blue off-shoulder sheath dress, which showed off her figure really well. On top of the dress was a light blue veil, with the dress looming underneath. After 3 years, her shoulder-length hair had grown longer. She braided her hair and put it on her left shoulder, and it looked quite sexy. What was most unexpected was that Chloe, who usually wear light makeup, had put on really heavy makeup. It was really delicate, beautiful, and gorgeous. She was also wearing a pair of light blue cosmetic contact lenses. Bella thought that she had seen this whole look somewhere before. President Green, You are... Little Bean and Pudding really love Princess Elsa from Frozen, so I was trying to cosplay her. Do I look really ugly? Laughed Chloe. No. You're really pretty tonight. Oh my God. No wonder. I thought the look was familiar. You are actually cosplaying Princess Elsa. I've never seen you dress up like this. You look gorgeous. Stella was always even-keeled. She would never exaggerate, nor intentionally flatter. So, the compliments that came out of her mouth were definitely sincere. Chloe flashed a small smile and walked over slowly. Stella held her arm and walked her out carefully. Chloe walked the red carpet holding the twins' hands with one on each side. Both princesses were wearing white princess dresses, with tiaras on their heads and magic wands in their hands. They looked really pretty. Pudding and Little Bean both gorgeously resembled their dad, because Chloe herself wasn't that outstandingly pretty. "Mommy, you are beautiful today," complimented Little Bean with a smile. "Mommy is always this beautiful, okay?" Pudding was still bossy as usual. Chloe carefully held their hands with a smile and walked down the red carpet, with endless cameras flashing at them for pictures. At this moment, they were the center of the world's attention. Justin, who was standing in the middle of the stage, in a white suit, saw Chloe and the twins walking down the carpet. He felt his heart beating fast. Netizens who were watching the live stream were amazed, too. It was the first time in 3 years that Chloe and the twins appeared so publicly. Andrew looked at her from afar, and the look in his eyes also became more tender than ever. "She's still so gorgeous. In my heart, she's always this gorgeous," said Andrew gently as he held a glass of champagne. When Chloe walked to the center of the stage, Stella handed over the microphone. Chloe took the microphone and looked around. "Thank you for coming to my daughter's 3-year-old birthday party. I hope you will enjoy yourselves tonight." Rather than rambling on and saying touchy-feely things, Chloe spoke from her heart. Soon, the celebrities began performing. All the top stars from Imperial Star were here. The performance started with Cody's robot dance with really loud music. The audience was on fire, and there were over 1,000 guests sitting around watching the performances. Chloe, together with the twins and the Cooper family as well as her mom, sat at the main table. Sarah, Victoria, and Max were sitting at the table next to Chloe's. The twins huddled around Grandpa Cooper and kept making cute faces, which made the old man really happy. Because of Grandpa Cooper's presence, the security was top level. There were special forces and also undercover soldiers everywhere to ensure his safety. Justin is so considerate. It's just a birthday party for little kids, and he made it so grand. Sandra chatted with Mrs. Cooper. "He's always this high profile, ever since he was young," Mrs. Cooper answered with a smile. Max, who was sitting next to Justin, leaned in secretively and whispered, "Is everything ready?" "Yes." Justin nodded, feeling a bit nervous. "Let me tell you, later, after the twins finish their song and performance, just go up to propose. I don't think Chloe will reject you in front of all those people, so your chances of success are higher. Chloe's too smart to embarrass you in front of so many people." Max patted Justin on the shoulder with encouragement. Justin bit down on his lip and didn't say a word. To be honest, he thought that he had a high chance of success as well. 3 years had passed, so Chloe should have already put everything from before behind her. After all, Jack was now only a man of the past. Over the past 3 years, almost no one ever mentioned Jack to Chloe anymore. To be honest, I don't want to force her into anything. If she doesn't reject me just so I don't feel embarrassed, then I will actually feel disappointed. Please, young Master Cooper, don't be so sentimental. In the current situation, as long as Chloe says yes to your proposal, you're good. Why care about the reason behind it? Don't think too much. Besides, love will come in the time. I think after you two get married, she will fall in love with you sooner or later. I feel like the twins are already treating you as their dad." After hearing this, Justin felt happiness rise to his heart. The twins did have a good relationship with him, and he actually treated them like his own. What Max said was right. Even if he did this selfishly and took advantage of the fact that Chloe didn't want to reject him in front of everyone, then maybe she would say yes to his proposal. After the twins' birthday party was over, they could move on to preparing their wedding. Justin never thought that happiness could be this close to him one day. Everyone but Chloe knew about his proposal. Sarah and Victoria were also cheering Justin on. "Young Master Cooper, don't be nervous. You'll be fine," Sarah smiled. "Yes, we will all witness this blessed moment together," said Victoria as she held Kenneth in her arms. "Mommy, what are you talking about? What blessed moment?" The little boy looked up and asked Victoria. "You will see later. Your Uncle Cooper is going to do something unbelievable tonight," said Victoria with a smile as she gently pinched her son's face. Chloe was sitting next to Sandra. While watching the performance in the center of the stage, she felt her mind wander. For some reason, her left eyelid had been twitching like crazy ever since she woke up this morning. She started feeling uncomfortable and thought that something big was going to happen. She hasn't felt like this in a long time. "What's wrong, Chloe?" Her mom noticed that something was off with Chloe. "Maybe I'm feeling a little seasick. Let me go out for some fresh air. Mom, take care of little Bean and Pudding for a while." "Sure, go get some rest." After that, Chloe stood up and walked towards the door. "President Green, are you okay?" Stella caught up to Chloe and held her carefully by the arm. Chloe nodded her head. "President Green, the U.S. headquarters just sent a notice saying that Mr. Nick has arrived." "Has arrived?" Chloe was a little shocked. "Yes, he boarded the cruise already." "Seriously? What the hell? Why didn't they tell us ahead of time? How can a big CEO from the HQ be so spontaneous yet low-key?" Chloe felt speechless. Mr. Nick was the newly appointed CEO of GK headquarters in the U.S. He mentioned a couple of times that he wanted to inspect the branch in the country, but never came. Why in the world was he here now, on the day of the twins' birthday? He boarded the boat without even telling anyone. Who would do that? So where is he now? I already arranged for him to stay at the VIP lounge for the time being. You can go and greet him there. Let's go. Chloe massaged her temples and still felt a little dizzy. She walked all the way to the VIP area with Stella, only to find the room completely empty. "Where's he?" "Oh, Mr. Nick went to the ballroom. He said he wanted to watch some performances." "What the?" Chloe immediately felt irritated. "I'm sorry, President Green. It was my fault. I will go and look for him." "No need. If he wants to watch performances, let him. I'm a little dizzy. I'm going to the deck for some fresh air, and he will be back in a bit." Chloe then waved her hand and sent Bella away. She grabbed a glass of wine and walked onto the deck slowly. At this time, everyone was watching performances, and it was unexpectedly quiet here. She watched the distant sea, hearing the waves and feeling the ocean breeze. Then she took a little sip of wine. Her heart started to beat faster and faster. She felt like it was going to jump out of her body. Chloe lifted her hand and pressed on her left chest. "What's going on? What's wrong with me?" she murmured to herself. The wine glass slipped out of her hand and fell towards the ground. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind her. A pair of white hands with long, slender fingers gracefully caught the falling wine glass. "Long time no see, honey." The familiar voice that she had been waiting for forever sounded in her ears. Chloe immediately raised her head. After seeing that familiar face, she felt all the blood in her body freeze. Chloe didn't even blink and stared at the man in front of her, and she actually couldn't believe if all of this was real. She felt like a century had passed as she stared at the familiar face and the gentle smile of the man standing in front of her. "Chloe, it's really me. You're not dreaming." Jack opened his mouth once again. His voice was just as magnetic as it used to be, and as quiet as a whisper. It seemed like he was afraid to scare Chloe. Suddenly, Chloe ran up to him with all her might, burying herself in Jack's embrace. She didn't say anything, and she could already feel the tears stream quietly down her face. She hugged him as tight as she could and grabbed his black shirt as if she was afraid that he would disappear into thin air in that next second. Jack seemed to understand how Chloe felt. Without another word, he reached out and hugged her back, slowly melting her with his gentleness. No one knew how long Chloe had been waiting for him to come back. She had imagined this scene countless times, but the reality was more soul-stirring than ever. Compared to the class reunion so many years ago, their reunion was a lot more nervous and exciting this time around. In the end, Jack couldn't help but hold up Chloe's beautiful face. Looking at her gently, he said, "Chloe, I'm sorry that I made you wait." Then, he kissed her. When their lips touched, Chloe felt her entire world spin. She greedily took in his unique and familiar scent, reveling in his slightly icy lips. Even so, Chloe never once let him go. She kissed him back, lovingly and passionately. The kiss began gently, then turning into a wave of desire and domination, before, finally, slowing down, once again. Inside the ballroom, "Where's Chloe?" Sarah glanced around the room, curious that Chloe had disappeared. "She was just here. Maybe she went out," Noah said, putting his arm around Sarah. Sarah had their son, Ethan Ace, in April, and he was 7 months old right now. They were going to bring him onto the boat today, but because Ethan napped way too much, Sarah ended up sending him to his grandma's house. "The twins' performance is over, Justin. Bring Chloe back. After all, she's the main character today," Max reminded. "Okay, I'll bring her over." Justin couldn't suppress the excitement and anxiety bubbling in his heart. Last night, he barely slept, feeling as if something big was about to happen. He walked outside and onto the deck. Upon seeing Chloe's back, he was just about to call out when he suddenly froze. It was because she saw her tightly holding onto a man. Who was he? After recognizing who it was, Justin stumbled back a few steps, afraid to disturb them. It was Jack. It had been almost 4 years since Chloe became pregnant and Jack disappeared. But today, he quietly returned, just when Justin was about to propose to her. Justin felt like something had stabbed his head. He instinctively reached into his suit pocket and took out the brocade box, feeling the irony as he looked down at it. "I'm glad I didn't say anything, or else Chloe's not going to be the only one feeling awkward." Justin smiled bitterly as he lowered his head and caressed the box. He saw how passionately they were kissing each other on the deck and felt like his entire world was crumbling around him. So, it was fate. Chloe was not destined to be his. Justin walked back into the ballroom with an ugly expression on his face and sat down quietly. "Justin, what's wrong? You didn't find her?" Brenton looked at him and asked. "I'll go and look for her for you, or maybe you should use the speakers on the ship, haha. I'm sure Chloe's not far away." Max laughed. "Justin, did something happen?" Victoria immediately noticed the odd expression on Justin's face. He looked up. With a pale face, he said, "He's back." "Who's back?" The group was more confused than ever. "Jack's back." Justin mustered up all the strength in his body to say these words. Then he felt all of his energy left his body. His 4 simple words left the entire group in shock. Sarah and Noah looked flabbergasted, and Brenton and Victoria's expressions filled with bewilderment. Cody and Violet didn't say anything, shocked as well as they stared at each other. Max, on the other hand, dropped his wine glass. Flabbergasted, he thought Justin was just playing a prank on them. "Justin, are you kidding me? Stop messing around. You guys will see him soon. If Jack's back, then what does that make you?" For the first time, Brenton felt bad for his friend. In the past, no matter what Max said, he never said anything. But this time he couldn't stay silent. Why didn't he come back a day earlier or later? Why did he choose to come back on the day Justin was supposed to propose? Was Jack messing with him? For the first time in his life, Brenton felt sorry for Justin, a man who wasn't afraid of anything. If Justin missed this chance, he would never get Chloe. There was not going to be a second chance. "I was by her side for the last 3 years. but all she really wanted was a warm hug from Jack. I lose. I may have lost, but I retired after winning merit, and am still honorable, although defeated. It seems like I was bound to lose to Jack from the very beginning. Justin looked up and smiled awkwardly. His forced smile sent a stab into everyone's heart. Justin, she's not worth it. It's been 3 years. Even a dog would have developed feelings for you by now, let alone a living human. Is Chloe an idiot? Didn't she see what you've done for her? Now that her husband is back, is she going back to her lovey-dovey life? What are you going to do then? What does that make you, huh? No, I can't take it. I have to get an answer from Chloe. What is she trying to do to you? Is she only going to stop after toying you to death? Max, a straightforward person with a hot temper, was furious by what happened to Justin. Therefore, he stood up to leave. Justin grabbed the corner of his shirt. Come back! Justin! I said sit down! Justin roared angrily, prompting everyone in the room to glance his way. The twins were still singing Frozen's Let It Go with 7 languages. Their perfect pitch left everyone in awe. After pulling Max back into his seat, Justin glanced around the room. Fish bones cut my throat, but I still like eating fish. I was bitten by a dog and scratched by a cat, but I still like animals. I had a million cavities growing up, but I still loved sweets. Yes, Chloe pushed me away time and again, but I'm still willing to move words to see her. I'm willing, because I like her. Justin. Victoria wanted to console him, but Justin reached out his hand, cutting her off. The group fell silent, waiting for Justin to finish what he wanted to say. I know what you want to say. You don't have to say it. The truth is, I'm grateful that Jack came back at this time. Or else I might be even angrier if he came back after I succeeded. I would be mad that he stole away someone that was mine. Haha. Now I feel like I'm returning what was originally his back to him. Moreover, you guys have to remember that Chloe did nothing wrong. She never accepted me, nor did she give me any hope. We were never more than friends. It was all just in my head. So, please, don't blame her or pressure her. Thanks for everything, guys, but I need some time alone. Enjoy the rest of your night. Then, Justin put on his white jacket, got up, and left, leaving nothing but a thick gust of sadness. It was a good thing that Jack was back, but the group felt extremely sympathetic towards Justin. What he said just now stuffed a sock in their mouths, leaving them at a loss for words. As she watched Justin leave alone, Sarah felt tears suddenly well up to her eyes. Honey, we should be happy that Mr. Dawson is back, but why am I so sad? Noah didn't say anything, but he hugged Sarah tightly. Kenneth looked up from Victoria's embrace and asked curiously, Mommy, what's wrong with Uncle Cooper? He's a little upset. Let me go check up on him. Max stood up to leave, but was stopped by Brenton. Let him be by himself for a while. Don't go bothering him. Upon hearing this, Max fell silent. On the deck, Chloe and Jack didn't let go of each other until they ran out of oxygen. As soon as the latter regained his composure, Chloe raised her hand and slapped his face, without even a hint of mercy. Jack wasn't surprised at all. He stood there unmoving. Hit me more. I deserve it. Then, he grabbed her hand and placed it back onto his face, slapping himself again and again. Chloe, however, didn't have the heart to keep slapping him. You made me wait for 4 years? Do you know how much pain I was in? I'm sorry, Jack apologized gently. Chloe choked on her voice as she looked at Jack. I'm not interested in an apology. I just want an explanation. Don't tell me you developed amnesia because I won't believe such a shitty answer. Jack smiled as he reached out to sweep away the rouge hair on her forehead. I didn't develop amnesia. I've closely watched you guys over the last 4 years. Then why didn't you come back? Did you do it on purpose? Or did you fall in love with someone else? Chloe demanded, and her tone was filled with jealousy. Right now, she wasn't that calm and logical genius. She was just a domineering and cute little girl who was throwing a fit in front of the man she loved. That's not it either. I didn't come back because of two reasons. One, I've been investigating Andrew's foreign forces. The waters are really deep. I'll explain things to you in detail later. What about the second reason? Chloe pouted, feeling both love and hatred towards the man in front of her. The second reason is, when my plane crashed, I injured my kneecap. You're a doctor, so you know how sensitive the kneecap is. The chances of a full recovery are next to nothing. I tried all the advanced technology in the States. In the beginning, I could only walk with a cane. Even after almost 4 years of physical therapy and treatment, I still haven't made a full recovery. So, I'm basically useless. I wasn't going to come back until I got better because I didn't want you to worry, but the days are too long and I thought I would go crazy because I missed you too much. So, Chloe, do you still want the imperfect man standing in front of you? After hearing what Jack said, Chloe stood unmoving, completely flabbergasted. She never thought that something like this caused her and Jack to separate for 4 whole years. Looking up at him, Chloe asked, "What if I don't?" "Then just pretend I never came back and continue living on with your life." Jack's tone was still gentler than ever. Chloe's expression changed upon hearing this. "Jack, where's your heart? How can you say that at a time like this?" In the end, Chloe couldn't take it anymore, and she completely broke down. She wailed out, punching Jack's chest at the same time. Soon, both her makeup and nose were running. It was okay, though, because she knew she didn't have to hide her emotions in front of him. All she had to do was be herself. When they were together, she wasn't a good daughter, a caring sister, or a thoughtful mother, nor was she the omnipotent President Green or the genius Dr. Green. When she was with Jack, she only needed to be Chloe. Jack hugged Chloe tightly and gently pecked her forehead. He was heartbroken. He knew all the pain she endured, and she knew all the pain he endured. "Honey, please don't leave again. I don't care if you become handicapped. Please, stay with me. Okay?" Chloe hugged Jack's waist tightly as she said, a little coyishly, "I'll never leave again. Nothing will be able to separate us until we die." Chloe looked up and said to Jack in all seriousness, "No dying, too. Okay? If you make these decisions by yourself again, then I'm going to die with you and leave your poor children alone on this earth." At the mention of her twin daughters, Jack's expression filled with warmth. "Thank you for giving birth to the 2 princesses for me. Are you kidding me? How can you be sure that the twins aren't Justin's?" Chloe said on purpose as she pushed him. To her surprise, however, Mr. Dawson replied proudly, "Justin isn't that good-looking. He'll never have children as beautiful as ours." Upon hearing this, Chloe felt angry and amused at the same time. That arrogant and proud man was back in her life again. He was 4 years late, but at that moment, she didn't care. All she wanted was to treasure the time she had with Jack. "President Green, the princesses finished performing. It's time for you to make a speech." And then, Stella walked up to the deck. However, when she saw who Chloe was standing with, she immediately froze in silence. President Dawson. My God! Stella was usually a calm person, but this time she completely lost her cool. Jack nodded with a smile. "President Dawson, is that really you?" Stella reconfirmed. She couldn't believe her eyes. "It is." "Oh my God, this is huge news! President Dawson is back!" Stella exclaimed in excitement. Chloe held Jack's hand and smiled. "So, can you give the speech with me, Mr. Dawson?" "Sure, but is it okay for you to hold your boss's hand like that?" Jack smiled. "My boss? What do you mean?" Chloe froze to a second before quickly coming to her senses. With a surprised expression on her face, she said, "Don't tell me you're Nick. Looks like you are not that dumb. I thought your IQ would dip to an all-time low after giving birth to the twins." Jack lovingly reached out a finger to playfully flick Chloe on the forehead. Stella was petrified by what she had. Nick, the president of GK headquarters that got elected just a year ago in the United States, was Jack himself? Holy crap, this was too unbelievable. What's going on through? How can you be Nick? Chloe asked, completely bewildered. Never in her right mind did she think that the big boss from HQ, the man who annoyed her, was her own husband. What kind of TV drama was this? Jack was the president of GK headquarters. My uncle used to be one of the shareholders there, so we had stocks of GK headquarters. Avery's an executive there as well. After what happened, I sent my parents to Hawaii for treatment, and me, my uncle, and Avery stayed behind to work at GK. The last president, Mr. Smith, got sick last year. He resigned, but a new president was never appointed. Therefore, after a few rounds of elections, the board of directors made me the new president. Jack said all of this nonchalantly, but Chloe knew how hard it must have been. She admired his capabilities. Mr. Dawson, you haven't lost your touch at all. Hey, I'm nothing compared to you. Within 3 years, you went from doctor to president and brought GK to glory. Or else I wouldn't have come all the way from HQ to see you. Gosh, you suck. Chloe purposely pushed Jack, but the latter faltered and almost fell off the stairs next to them. Chloe immediately rushed up to help him. She instinctively glanced down at his leg. Indeed, his movements weren't as swift as they used to be. Jack must have been injured pretty badly for him to hide away for 4 whole years. Does it still hurt? Chloe looked down at his leg, feeling heartbroken. No, it hasn't hurt in a long time. When the plane crashed, Upon hearing this, Chloe reached out to place a finger onto Jack's lips. Let's talk about all this when we get home. Right now, come up with me to the stage, so Pudding and Little Bean can meet their daddy. Then, before Jack could say anything, Chloe grabbed his hand and the two of them slowly made their way into the ballroom. She had never felt so emotional. She could feel the dozens of eyes staring at them. Her man was home. He was finally home. Jack wasn't dead. Countless thoughts went through her brain. She wanted to announce Jack's return to the entire world and was so immersed in happiness that she completely forgot to think in Justin's shoes. The two of them walked into the room in such a flashy way, and as expected, Jack's appearance caused a roar amongst the audience. Hey, look at who that man beside President Green is. He looks so familiar. Is that President Green's boyfriend? I thought she was dating President Cooper. Is he President Green's ex-husband? He looks so familiar. It can't be. Didn't her husband die years ago? What in the world is going on? Mom, is that man my brother-in-law? Thomas, who was sitting beside Sandra, was dumbfounded upon seeing Jack. The latter opened her eyes wide, her expression changing immediately. Is that Jack? She couldn't believe her eyes. Grandpa Cooper, Mrs. Cooper, and Mr. Cooper's faces turned pale upon hearing young Meirong say, Jack. They had only ever seen photos of him and never saw him in person before. Grandpa Cooper narrowed his eyes, looking the man up and down through the dim lights. He was wearing a black shirt, black pants, and his profile was near perfect. The light of a conqueror shone above him as he made his way through the crowd. Indeed, he was a pressuring presence to Justin. Mr. Cooper didn't say anything. He just watched as Chloe and Jack walked up to them. Mrs. Cooper was beyond surprised. Is that really Chloe's husband? Then, she instinctively turned around to the second table, noticing that Justin had already left. Mrs. Cooper immediately trembled with heartache for her son. Mrs. Cooper sighed. It seemed like her son was going to sink into depression again. The second table went crazy when Jack walked up. Noah stood up, trying hard to suppress the excitement in his head. He really wanted to shout out Jack's name in front of everyone here. He exclaimed, almost not knowing how to articulate his words. Oh God, it really is him. My bro's finally home safe. It really is Mr. Dawson. He's really back, Sarah muttered to herself as she sat unmoving on her chair. Victoria's expression filled with relief. Chloe didn't wait for nothing. The truth was, she was happy for Chloe. Although she felt bad for Justin, Victoria also knew that Chloe's life over the last 4 years wasn't good at all. She was just good at pretending. For the last few years, Chloe lived only for her daughters. She was like a living corpse without Jack. No one knew how sad she was under her mask, and no one knew that she was no more than an empty casket of a woman. President Dawson's really back. Chloe can finally be happy again. Cody smiled. Jack and Chloe walked past the long red carpet right up to the middle of the stage. The twins, who hadn't finished their song yet, were equally shocked by what they saw. "Sis, is that person our daddy?" Little Bean asked. I think he is. He looks just like us." "Oh, wait, that's not right. We look just like him." "Was this a birthday surprise?" Why else would their mommy show up with their daddy on their birthday? "Pudding, Little Bean, this is Daddy." Chloe walked up to the twins and led them to Jack. "Wow, Daddy, you're so handsome, much more so than your photos." Little Bean, the ass-kisser of the family, immediately rushed up to Jack and hugged his leg. Jack felt his heart melting as he looked at the cute toddlers in front of him. Then, he picked Little Bean up, gently kissing her on the cheek. "Pudding, you too," Chloe reminded. To her surprise, however, Pudding calmly looked at Chloe and asked, with no apparent expression on her face, "Mommy, now that Daddy's back, what's going to happen to handsome Cooper?" Pudding's question left Chloe speechless. She glanced down at table 2 and noticed that Justin wasn't there anymore. Did he already found out that Jack was back? After Jack kissed Little Bean, he gently set her down and smiled at Pudding. "Come here. Let Daddy hug you." He heard that his older daughter was smart and prideful, while his younger daughter was a cute foodie. They were both unique in their own ways. He had countless albums of them, and Chloe in his bedroom, while he lived in the States. Pudding, a little shy, slowly walked up to Jack as she stared into his eyes. Her movements still exuded a little hint of arrogance. When she neared him, Jack picked her up. "The song you guys sang just now was really good. You're a good singer, Pudding. What about me, Daddy?" Little Bean looked up and asked, unwilling to settle. "You were great, too. You both were." "Of course we were. We're the daughters of Jack Dawson and Chloe Green," Pudding said proudly. After a few more kisses, Jack unwillingly put Pudding down. By this time, the crowd had gone completely wild. Chloe took the microphone Bella handed her and gently opened her mouth. "Allow me to introduce to you all the persons standing beside me." Almost immediately, the room became completely silent. "This is my husband, Jack Dawson." Chloe placed her hand around Jack's arm and announced to the world. As soon as she said this, the crowd broke into thunderous applause. Not far from them, in an undetectable corner, the wine glass in Andrew's hand broke into 1,000,000 pieces, fresh blood spewing out of the wound. "Sir, your hand—" Andrew's men were immediately freaked out by the blood. "Get the hell out my face. You useless garbage. The guy's already back, yet you couldn't find anything. What's the use of keeping you all?" Andrew spat angrily through clenched teeth. Because of this man, Andrew spent the last 4 years completely restless. Now, he was here before him, without any warning. If Justin was saddened by Jack's return, then Andrew was filled with pure annoyance. His hand continued to drip blood from the glass shards, but he didn't feel the pain at all. Compared to these external wounds, Chloe's smile when she was next to Jack hurt him even more. Her smile was so big and genuine that it was hurting his eyes. After Chloe spoke, she handed the microphone to Jack, gesturing for him to say something. The latter looked around the room and slowly said, with his deep and sexy voice, "Thank you all for attending my daughter's birthday party. Thank you." All Jack said was one simple sentence, but the crowd went wild. Chloe waved her hand and dinner began to serve, while the family of 4 made their way down from the stage. It was such a picturesque scene to see. Sandra almost broke into tears upon seeing her daughter's family finally whole again. Thomas stood up and ran up to Jack, hugging him tightly. "Brother-in-law, Thomas, thank you for taking care of your sister when I couldn't," Jack said slowly. "Don't say that. We're family. I'm just glad you're back." Everyone in the Cooper family was dumbfounded. Perhaps they thought that Jack would never come back, since it had already been 4 years since he disappeared. If that was the case, then Justin would still have a chance. But now that he was back, Justin, Grandpa Cooper, Mrs. Cooper, Mr. Cooper, thank you for taking Chloe and my daughters in back then. I really don't know how to thank you. If you ever need our family's help in any way, please just say the word, Jack said. Then he bowed down 3 times at the 3 of them. No, it's okay. Stand up. Grandpa Cooper immediately helped Jack up. He knew this man was his grandson's love rival, but he still didn't have the heart to just sit there. Don't say that. We treat Chloe, Pudding, and Little Bean like our own. We were happy to have them stay with us. Grandpa Cooper, I will visit you at your estate another day and express my gratitude. Jack's expression shone with sincerity. He really meant what he said. He was truly grateful to the Cooper family. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. Jack turned around and looked at Sandra, who was quietly shedding tears. The latter emotionally held her hand up. I'm so happy you're back. Your family's whole now. Sandra, this is a good thing. Don't cry, okay? Mrs. Cooper said as she handed Sandra a tissue. In the face of Jack's sudden return, everyone had different emotions. Then, Jack and Chloe walked to table 2, where Victoria, Sarah, and the others were. Jack and Noah stared at each other for 3 seconds. Then, they hugged. Even someone as manly as Noah couldn't help but shed a few tears. I really thought, you really scared the crap out of us, he said, choking on his words. I'm back now. Jack smiled. Sarah grabbed Chloe's hand and whispered, Chloe, go check on Justin. What's wrong? Chloe asked, a little surprised. He was originally going to propose to you after the twins' performance, and he even bought a ring. I bet he's devastated right now, even if you don't like him. But over the last few years, Chloe interrupted Sarah before the latter could finish. I get it. I'll go find him right now, stay with Jack and the twins. Chloe was truly surprised to hear from Sarah that Justin was going to propose. No one mentioned it to her. No wonder she couldn't see Justin anywhere. He was probably trying to recover from the emotional roller coaster. He prepared so long for this celebration and the proposal, but everything vaporized along with Jack's return. The truth was, Chloe felt bad. She hated hurting him, and that was why she never gave him a chance or slim hope over the last 4 years. But, Chloe whispered into Jack's ear, I'll be right back. Take care of the twins. Jack immediately understood what Chloe was going to go. Max was infuriated, so he stood up and left when he saw Jack walk up to them. Breton, however, was calm enough to chat with the others as he stayed beside Victoria. Jack's demeanor was exactly the same as it used to be, with an added hint of sentiment. Perhaps the fact that he was a father now changed him. Chloe, holding the hem of her sapphire-colored gown, walked out of the ballroom. Worried, Stella followed her. President Green, where are you going? I'll go with you. Have you seen President Cooper? Oh. I saw him walking back to the stern alone. You don't have to follow me. I'll be fine. Take care of the party. Call me if anything happens. Then, Chloe headed towards the stern of the ship. Upon seeing Chloe leaving by herself, Andrew turned around to follow her. However, before he could reach the door, Anne stopped him. President Green, please stay in your room. What do you mean? I'm an invited guest. Don't I have the freedom to come and go as I wish? Andrew sneered. Of course you do. But the stern of the ship is restricted to President Green and President Cooper. No one else can go there. Oh, I see it's where they flirt behind her husband's back, isn't it? Andrew spat viciously. What are you bullshitting about? Do you think the entire world is like you? If you defame President Cooper again, I'm going to make you pay for it. Don't think I can't do anything to you just because you're the president of the Green Corporation. Don't you remember your knife wounds from last time? And glared angrily at Andrew. Anne and Andrew once engaged in direct combat because of Chloe. In the beginning, the latter didn't care much about Justin's little assistant. Mostly because he didn't even lose to Justin when the two fought. To Andrew's surprise, however, he almost died that time. If he didn't run away in time, Anne would have punctured his heart or lung. Since that incident, Andrew became more careful. He didn't even have a chance to kidnap Chloe and the twins. "Good job. I'll make you pay for what you said today," Andrew threatened. "I'll be waiting for you," Anne replied, with his jaw clenched. After Justin went to the stern, Anne blocked the way and didn't let anyone but Chloe through. Anne had been by Chloe's side for 3 whole years, and he knew she wasn't one to burn her bridges. The only problem was that she really didn't love Justin and understood what Chloe was going through, but he also empathized with President Cooper's love for her. When Chloe saw Justin, he was sitting alone with something in his hand, staring out into the vast sea with a grim expression on his face. The sea winds had messed up his perfect hair. "Justin!" She called out his name as she slowly walked up to him. Justin immediately hid the brocade box behind him and stood up. "Why are you here? Did you like Pudding and Little Bean singing?" I did." "Who's better, Pudding or Little Bean?" Chloe asked with a smile. "They're both good." "Ayo, what a diplomatic answer." "I have to be diplomatic. I'm not about to piss one of them off," Justin chuckled and responded. He had been by the twins' side for 3 years and knew their tempers well. Ever since they began talking, the one question he kept hearing was, "Handsome Cooper, which one of us is prettier?" If Justin said they were both pretty, they would refuse his answer and force him to make a pick. If he picked one over the other one would get mad. But Justin wasn't one to anger Chloe's darling children. As smart as he was, Justin thought of a way. If he was asked the who's prettier question again, he would just directly answer, "I think Chloe's prettier." That would probably keep those little kids quiet. "Justin, thank you for the party tonight." "Thanks for taking the time to get everything ready." Chloe thanked him with all her heart. "Don't say that. I've heard you thank me so many times over the years that my ears are starting to hurt." "What are you hiding behind you?" Chloe tilted her head and asked. "Nothing." Justin panicked and clenched onto the box, but Chloe walked up to him, snatching it away from him. "Chloe!" Justin wanted to stop her from opening the brocade box, but it was too late. She smiled. "Wow, what a beautiful diamond ring. Look at the size of it." "Gosh, Mr. Moneybags." Justin smiled awkwardly, but he didn't say anything. "It's really pretty. One day, the ring will find its owner." "Chloe?" Justin wanted to say something, but Chloe cut him off. "Justin, I can't even begin to express my gratitude towards the Cooper family. I witnessed with my own eyes how you treated me, Pudding, and Little Bean over the past few years. And I'm not one to burn bridges. I can't accept your kindness without returning it. But I hope you can understand one thing. Even if Jack hadn't come back, we still won't end up together. Some things are determined before they even start, Justin. I don't want to lie to you, and I don't want to choose you out of gratefulness and empathy, because that's hurtful and irresponsible. You deserve a better woman, really. You're a strong man, and you don't need a woman to be with you out of pity. Others might think that I will kick you aside as soon as Jack comes back, but I want to say that I'll never kick you aside. Our relationship won't change just because he's back. I won't say things like I'll treat you like my brother and good friend, because to me, you're family. You're someone I can't live without. I need to say something to you that might hurt you, but I really love Jack. He's the only man I ever loved, and will ever love." "I know," Justin smiled bitterly. "You're a very important man in my life. You can call us friends or family, but remember I will never cast you aside, nor will I force you to date someone else just so I can leave without guilt. You're a good man who deserves better, and you deserve a woman who loves you wholeheartedly. Although she hadn't appeared, one day she will. Keep this ring. I hope it'll come to use one day," Chloe said as she handed the ring back to Justin. "Chloe, if Jack didn't come back today and if I proposed in front of everyone, would you have said yes? It had been 3 years. Don't you like me, even a little bit?" Justin was unwilling to give up. He didn't get a chance to propose, so he didn't even get to know the answer. He knew Chloe would never lie to him, so he really wanted to hear it from her. After hearing Justin's question, Chloe fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, she said slowly, "Although the truth is harsh, but it's better than a lie, right? I'm sorry, Justin. I never liked you, not even a little bit. Even if Jack never came back, I still won't marry anyone else. It's not because you're not good enough for me. It's only because Jack filled my heart years ago, and there's no room in it for you." Chloe knew that Justin would feel hurt by her words, but at a time like this, she had no other choice. Or else, he might feel a glimmer of hope. "Okay then, I understand," Justin responded, controlling his emotions and trying hard to keep his tears from rolling out. Then, he quietly put the brocade box into the pocket of his suit. "Thank you for never lying to me, Chloe. Thank you for the truth." Then, he turned around to leave. "Justin, Chloe didn't get to finish her sentence when Justin turned around and smiled, tears welling up in his eyes. Nothing will change between us, just because Justin's back. Upon hearing this, Chloe smiled in relief. She didn't want her relationship with Justin to change just because Jack was back. To her, Justin saved her life and she treated him like family. She loved him like family and she couldn't throw that away. After saying all this to him, Chloe felt bad and heartbroken for Justin. But there was no room in love for empathy and pity. Justin was a prideful man like an emperor. He didn't want Chloe to choose him because she felt bad for him. Chloe really wanted Justin to find someone better. After all, he was such a great man who deserved much more than her. Therefore, she decided to rip off his Band-Aid. Chloe hoped that he might be able to think things through and finally let her go. After Chloe went back into the ballroom, she sat down beside Jack and enjoyed dinner with family and friends. Justin, on the other hand, went back to his room and locked the door. What Chloe said right now truly cut his heart like knives. He knew he was being greedy. After all, she had rejected his feelings for her from the very beginning and never gave him hope. It was Justin who kept fantasizing that he might have a chance. It turned out that Chloe never really liked him, not even a little bit. At this thought, Justin smiled bitterly. He took out a cigarette and lit it up. Then he sat down on the leather couch and stared into the ocean. Inside the ballroom, Pudding jumped down from Chloe's lap. "Mommy, I need to go somewhere." "Where?" Chloe asked in surprise. "It's a secret," Pudding said, then running out of the room. "Wait!" Pudding disappeared before Chloe could say anything else. At this time, Little Bean put down the tiramisu in her hand and jumped down from Jack's lap. She whined, "Daddy, I'm sorry, I'll be right back as well. The truth was, Jack wasn't used to how grown-up the twins sounded. They were only 3 years old, okay? "Where are you going, Little Bean?" Jack gently asked his daughter. "Pudding's doing something behind my back. I need to keep an eye on her." "Bye," Little Bean said, turning around to run out the door. "Little Bean!" Chloe shouted. "President Green, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them." And suddenly appeared behind Chloe and said, his gaze sweeping past Jack's face and landing on Chloe. "Okay then, make sure they don't cause any trouble." With Anne there, Chloe wasn't worried about their safety. However, she was worried that the twins would cause some trouble. "Mommy, where did Pudding and Little Bean go?" Kenneth asked Victoria, who answered, "They probably went out to play. Do you want to follow him?" "No," Kenneth immediately refused. "Why not?" "I thought they were good friends of yours," Chloe said, on purpose. "Those two are just too terrifying. They're always asking me who I think is prettier. I can't say they both are, and if I say one is prettier, the other one would hit me." Kenneth complained as he pouted. His remarks left everyone in laughter. Children were sure cute and honest. Pudding and Little Bean circled around the ship. The latter took out a lollipop and licked it as she said, "Sis, you're looking for Handsome Cooper, right?" "Of course I am. Isn't it obvious?" "Everyone on Earth knows, okay?" Pudding said arrogantly. "Then you should ask Uncle On." Why are you going in circles? What a hassle to be looking by yourself. What do you know? Looking for handsome Cooper myself makes the gesture more sincere. Pudding rolled her eyes at Little Bean, refusing to further her conversation with the foodie. Finally, the twins arrived outside Justin's room door. I'm telling you, we need to go in one by one, not together, or else handsome Cooper won't know who to listen to first. I'll go in first, and you go in after I'm done, Pudding warned. Little Bean licked her lollipop, unsatisfied. Why do you get to go first? Because I'm older. So what? Handsome Cooper isn't going to like you just because you're older. Shut up! One more word, and I'm going to throw you into the ocean to feed the sharks. I don't even get why you are following me. You should have just stayed with Daddy, Pudding said helplessly. Daddy and Handsome Cooper aren't the same. When we grow up, we're marrying Handsome Cooper, not Daddy, Little Bean said in all seriousness. Anne, standing next to the twins, was already completely dumbfounded by what he heard. Was this really a conversation that 2 3-year-old children were supposed to have? How terrifying. In the end, Pudding won, and she got to enter Justin's room first. Before going in, Pudding adjusted her hair and dress, knocking gently before walking in. Leave me alone. Don't come in, Justin said icily. Handsome Cooper. It's me. Pudding put away her arrogance and said in her baby voice. Upon hearing her voice, Justin turned around. His gaze softened when he saw it was Pudding. Why are you here, Pudding? I was waiting for you in the ballroom, but you didn't come to eat. I was worried, Pudding said as she walked up to Justin, climbing up to the couch and sitting beside him. Worried that the cigarette smoke might be bad for Pudding's lungs, Justin immediately smeared it into the ashtray. To his surprise, however, Pudding said in all seriousness, I know you're in a bad mood. I won't mind if you smoke. Justin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted her hand. I won't. I don't want my little princess to inhale secondhand smoke. Where's Little Bean? Why are you here alone? She's waiting outside. I wanted to talk to you alone. Alone? Justin was speechless, and he tried hard not to laugh. Was she really 3 years old? She sure didn't seem like it. Yeah. Are you going to say no? Pudding looked cutely at Justin, instantly melting his heart. Over the past 3 years, he really treated and loved the twins like his own daughters. Of course not. It's my honor to chat with Miss Pudding, Justin smiled. Then I'm going to start now. Sure, Justin nodded gently. First, I have to warn you that you might not want to hear what I have to say. You know that my daddy's back, right? Pudding asked. Yes, I do. It's been 3 years, and this is my first time meeting him. It feels complicated. I can't comment much on him, but I've never seen Mommy so happy. She's a really calm person who never shows much emotion about anything. But today, I saw her excitement and surprise. She was so happy today. I think she really loves Daddy. Upon hearing what Pudding said, Justin was a little sad. However, he nodded in agreement. You're right. You Mommy really loves your daddy. I know how much you love Mommy, Handsome Cooper. I also know how sad you must be now that my daddy's back. But I want to say that you still have people who love you. I'll love you like I used to, and I'll love Daddy as well. Thank you, Pudding. Justin looked down and kissed Pudding's slightly curly hair. When this prideful little princess acted cute, it really melted his heart. Let me finish. What I mean is, I love Daddy like a daughter loves her dad. But my love for you is different, Pudding said in all seriousness. What's the difference? Justin asked with a smile. When I grow up, I want to marry you, Handsome Cooper, Pudding answered word for word. Upon hearing this, Justin almost choked on his own saliva. What's with the weird expression on your face? Pudding crossed her arms in front of her chest, unhappy by Justin's reaction. Pudding, do you even know what marriage is? Of course I do. Don't underestimate my IQ. I'm not. I just think you're still a kid. How can you understand the relationship between men and women? That's my problem. Your problem is to either say yes or no to marrying me, Pudding said domineeringly. Pudding. When you grow up, even when you are just 20, your Uncle Cooper will be 50. That's too big of an age difference. Okay then, I guess it's too much for you to handle right now. I'll take it slow, don't worry, Pudding sighed, leaving Justin completely flabbergasted. Anyways, just don't be sad. Mommy doesn't know how great you are, but I do. Be a good boy, okay? Don't think too much. Then, Pudding stood up on the couch, put her arms around Justin's neck, and gently pecked his cheek. Before leaving, she reminded him, "Don't listen to Bean when she comes in. She's too unorganized, so she's not going to be suitable for you." I... Justin was so shocked that he didn't know what to say, and he watched as Pudding walked out proudly, with her nose up in the air. "It's your turn, but I don't... You think you have much hope? You should just give up. Handsome Cooper will never fall for someone who eats as much as you do. He likes calm and smart women like Mommy, and that's me, not you. Pfft, don't think too highly of yourself. Who knows which one Handsome Cooper will pick?" Little Bean said as she stormed into the room. As soon as she entered, she ran straight into Justin's arms. "Handsome Cooper, where were you? We all missed you so much." Little Bean was best at playing cute and tricking the tiger into letting down its defenses. Justin loved her just as much as he loved Pudding. He picked her up and kissed her forehead. "Little Bean, be a good girl." "I'm fine, I was just a little tired, so I came back to rest for a bit." "You're in a bad mood, right, Handsome Cooper? Because of my daddy's sudden return?" Bean put her hands on Justin's face and asked in all seriousness. Justin really felt incredibly awkward. What in the world is happening? No, don't think too much, Little Bean," Justin said. "Liar. Of course it's why you're sad. Don't be embarrassed." "I get you," Little Bean consoled Justin by patting him on the shoulder, acting like a little grown-up. Justin was speechless. Handsome Cooper. Who's prettier, Pudding or me? Justin was speechless. He would get a headache whenever he hears that question. The twins have asked it more than 100 times since they learned how to speak. Did he really have to answer her? "What? Is it hard to answer?" Little Bean demanded. "No, Little Bean, you guys are both pretty. You're twins. You look the same." "No, we don't. Don't you think my temperament is a little better than Pudding's?" Justin burst out in laughter. Little Bean was adorable. Did she even know what the word temperament meant? "Are you laughing at me?" Little Bean pouted. No, you're right, Little Bean. Your temperament is slightly better." "Really?" Little Bean exclaimed happily. "Really? Handsome Cooper, you're the best. Don't be sad anymore, okay? Here, you can have my candy." Then, before Justin could refuse, Pudding took the lollipop out of her mouth and stuck it right into Justin's. The latter was immediately petrified. The lollipop was just in another person's mouth. "But, does it taste good?" Little Bean asked cutely. "It does. Justin didn't have the guts to say it didn't, or else this little girl would chop him up into pieces. Be a good boy, okay? Mommy said no matter how sad I am, just have a piece of candy. It will remind you how sweet life is." Did your mom say that, or did you? Justin asked, unconvinced. Does it matter? It's the same. Justin felt speechless. Fine, Little Bean, you have a really good point. I have nothing to say. Then can we go back to the party? It's ending soon. I don't want you to miss the end, Little Bean said, with a baby voice as she held Justin's hand. Justin arranged for fireworks to be lit at the end of the twins' birthday party. He custom-ordered all sorts of Disney character-shaped fireworks, which the twins loved. Lighting them up on the boat would be a spectacular sight to see. Although Justin wasn't in a good mood, he couldn't help but be persuaded by Little Bean and walked out of his room with her. Upon seeing this, Pudding immediately rushed up and grabbed Justin's other hand, and the three of them headed up to the deck, with Justin held the two by their chubby hands. He looked up at the fireworks. Everything felt like a dream. Wow, it's beautiful. It really is handsome, Cooper. You're so romantic. The twins seemed to really like this present, and they kept exclaiming in happiness. After the fireworks show, the guests slowly began to disembark the ship. As soon as Justin got onto his black Lamborghini, he saw Anne open his passenger seat and get in. "President Cooper, I'm leaving with you." "Anne? Why are you here?" Justin asked in confusion. "President Green's husband is back. It's not my place to protect her anymore." "Of course it is. As long as Andrew's still alive, Chloe will forever be in danger. Just protect her until she tells you to stop, all right?" Justin said with determination. "If I go back to protect President Green, then what about you? What will happen to you?" Anne asked, feeling bad for his boss. "I'm fine. Andrew's not trying to kidnap me. You don't have to worry about me." "Okay then." Although Anne didn't want to leave, he still listened to Justin and went back to protecting Chloe and her family. Jack's return transformed Chloe from an iron woman to a shy teenager. On their way home, in the spacious Mercedes, Chloe held Jack's arm as tight as she could, worried that he might disappear again if she let go. "Mommy, Daddy's not going anywhere. You don't have to hold on to him so tightly." Little Bean couldn't take it anymore and complained as she munched on some chips. Jack pinched Little Bean's face with a smile. "Mommy just really missed Daddy. What about you, Daddy? Did you miss Mommy and us?" "Of course I did." "Then why did you wait so long to come home?" Little Bean's words sent Jack into silence. Pudding, on the other hand, glanced at her dad. "Daddy, you came back at a good time, or else handsome Cooper would have snatched Mommy away from you." "Ahem. What are you talking about, Pudding?" Chloe coughed. She truly wondered if she was the one who gave birth to these brats. How could they be this scary sometimes? "She wouldn't have been snatched away. Daddy knows that your Mommy only loves Daddy." "So, Daddy, you're really confident and prideful? I'm just like you in that aspect," Pudding said proudly. Little Bean immediately butted in. "Daddy, my IQ's really like yours. Can you guys be quiet for a while? Can you please let us enjoy some alone time?" Chloe finally couldn't take it anymore. It took more than an hour for them to drive back to South Hill Manor, and it was already 10 p.m. when they arrived. The mansion was completely lit. Ever since Chloe and the kids moved back, this place felt like home again. Thomas and Sandra were worried that Chloe might feel lonely, so they moved in as well. Jack looked at the mansion, feeling something warm well up in his eyes. Uncle George cried out in happiness when he saw Jack. "Young master, you..." "Uncle George, I'm home," Jack smiled. "This is amazing. This is amazing. The family is whole again." Uncle George couldn't help his tears from falling. He was obviously emotional. "Have you had dinner yet, young master?" "I have. I'm fine. It's late. You guys should get some rest. Mom, can you get the kids up to bed?" "I need to talk to Jack alone," Chloe said to her mother, who nodded and held the twins by their hands. "Come, go upstairs to bed with Grammy, all right?" Pudding looked at Chloe and Jack with an unknowable expression on her face. "So, are you guys casting us aside to enjoy alone time?" Little Bean immediately added, "Are we going to have a young brother soon?" The words from the twins left the couple completely speechless. "Ahem, go to bed, you two. It's not the time for nonsense. I really need to talk to your teacher tomorrow. What is she teaching you guys?" Chloe said, completely helpless. The good thing was they were all family here. Or else, she might feel incredibly awkward by the twins' remarks. How desperate did they think she was? As soon as Chloe and Jack walked into their bedroom, the latter pulled her down onto the bed. Upon thinking about what the twins just said, Chloe's face immediately lit up with embarrassment. Sandra took the twins upstairs to rest, and Thomas went back to his room as well, knowing that his sister and brother-in-law must have a lot to talk about. Jack and Chloe slowly headed upstairs together. As soon as they walked into the main bedroom, and before Chloe could react, Jack pushed her down onto their bed and kissed her passionately. His kisses and touch fell onto her like a rainstorm, showering her entire body. She wasn't even prepared for this. It wasn't until both of them felt weak that Jack let her go. He held her face in his hand and looked at her up close. Everything felt so unreal, as if he was living in a dream. His hand glided from her hair all the way down to her soft lips. He didn't want to let her go, ever, and he couldn't move his eyes away from her. "Chloe, it's been 4 years, more than 1,460 days and nights. I missed you every single second." "So did I." Chloe looked at Jack, her gaze as gentle as the spring wind. If she could, Chloe really wanted time to pause, right then and there. "I'm sorry for all you've been through over the last 4 years. It's all my fault," Jack apologized sincerely. "No, it's not your fault. I was the one who asked Rick to make you board that plane. You have no idea how terrified I was to hear that the plane had crashed. I blamed myself so much. I selfishly thought what I did was for your good. But if I didn't, this tragedy wouldn't have happened. I never hated you. I only hated myself," Chloe said, tears falling down her face like a waterfall. Jack raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears on her face. "Don't cry, Chloe. I'm home now. Although we've been apart for so long, God's been great to me. I'm so glad I can come back to see you guys in one piece." "Chloe, I was actually really scared." "Of what?" Chloe gently asked. "I was scared that no matter how much I apologized and no matter how many memories we had together, it wasn't going to matter in the face of Justin. He took care of you for 4 years, and I had no confidence in myself. I wasn't even with you when you were going through your worst when you were pregnant and giving birth. I thought, you might have forgotten me." "Really? Did you have that little faith in me?" Chloe smiled bitterly. If she was really going to fall for Justin, would she have waited for 4 years? If she did, she wouldn't be Chloe, the woman that Jack fell in love with in his youth, and the woman that Justin could never forget. It wasn't that I didn't have faith in you. I didn't have faith in myself. I'm not perfect anymore. My leg may never recover, and I might never be able to carry you again." Jack looked down, his expression filled with doubt. He really wanted to come back after he found a better treatment plan and made a full recovery. However, he couldn't take it anymore. In the last year, he barely slept at night, and would constantly dream of Chloe and the twins. He felt like he was possessed. Therefore, although he knew it wasn't the best time to come back, he still did. If he came back to see Chloe with Justin, then he was going to leave without another word. All he wanted was to look at her, even for a little while. If she was still waiting for him, then could they go back to the way they were? He knew this was a selfish thought, but people were always selfish in front of the people they loved, right? Chloe slowly stood up, kneeled onto the floor, and gently pulled up Jack's pants. "Chloe, don't." Jack wanted to stop her, but Chloe ignored him and pulled them up anyways. "Let me see your leg." As soon as she saw the giant wound on and around his knee, Chloe's tears began falling uncontrollably, like a broken tap. Around Jack's right knee was a giant scar of an injury. No wonder he seemed to walk slower than usual. She could imagine how severely he was injured. Chloe cried as she reached out and gently touched his wound. Her voice was raspy as she asked, "How many surgeries did you undergo for the scar to be like this?" "I only underwent 4 surgeries, but they weren't curative. There are 7 nails in it, and because the kneecap doesn't regenerate, I had no choice but to try all the technology there was in the States. Even so, my knee still couldn't fully recover. Because there wasn't a lot of similar cases, I was basically a lab rat," Jack said as he smiled nonchalantly. He didn't go into specific details because he didn't want Chloe to worry too much, but Chloe's heart throbbed. As a doctor herself, she knew that no matter how easy Jack made the process sound, it must have felt like hell. He underwent 4 reconstructive surgeries that all failed, all because kneecaps could not regenerate. Not everyone had that degree of determination. Most importantly, Jack's surgeries didn't affect his ability to walk at all. She really couldn't tell, aside from the fact that he walked slower than usual. What kind of dark and painful era did he go through to get to where he was today? Chloe, don't cry. My heart will ache. Jack couldn't bear to see Chloe cry. In the past, whenever she did something bad, he would wave his white flag as soon as she cried, whether or not she was faking it. It must have really hurt. Chloe gently grazed his knee, her voice cracking up. It's okay. It's all in the past now. You got this injury during the plane crash? Chloe looked up. Yeah. I'm going to gut Andrew. At that moment, Chloe felt a fury rushed over her and she immediately got up to run away. Jack, however, grabbed her and hugged her, as tight as he could. Don't be rash, Chloe. I'm going to kill him. How can he still be alive after all he's done in the past? Why is God so unfair? Why do bad people get good endings? Chloe wailed. Jack whispered gently in her ear. I'll deal with Andrew, I promise. You'll never have to shoulder anything for me again, Chloe. You've been through so much over the last few years. In the future, no matter what happens, just stand behind me, okay? Honey? Chloe looked up at Jack, who smiled. I'm really fine, dummy. Stop crying and don't worry about me. Honey, I'm going to cure your leg. I'm going to make sure you're completely cured, Chloe said with determination. And he nodded. I believe you. After all, my wife is a genius doctor, right? Upon hearing this, a laugh broke out from the tears. After they showered and got into bed, Chloe rested her head on Jack's chest, quietly listening to the sound of his heartbeat. She hadn't felt this content and safe in years. Tell me what happened on the day of the plane crash. What really happened that day? She gently said. That day, Rick made me board the plane at around midnight. Lino arranged for the plane and the crew on board was his as well. In the beginning, I didn't suspect a thing. But after the plane took off, one of the bodyguards handed me a glass of water. The water looked fine, but you know how medical practitioners like us are sensitive to scents, right? I smelled a faint perfume scent in the water and felt like something was wrong, so I only pretended to drink the water and act like I had passed out. Then, I heard two of them talk to each other and found out that Andrew had bought them off. They were going to hijack the plane and kill me, but I found out before they could do anything. While I tried to fight them off, we broke one of the parts on the plane, and when it began crashing, I grabbed a parachute and jumped, but below me was the sea. I floated for a really long time before I finally reached the shore. During this process, my right kneecap got stuck on a coral reef and I was severely injured. I ended up staying at a fisherman's home, and because they didn't have advanced medical equipment, there was a delay in treatment. I left after 3 days in that fishing village. Back then, a lot of people were looking for me, so I couldn't contact you. Andrew wasn't about to let me go without killing me first. In the end, I went to Seattle to hide from his people. So aside from your knee injury, the other reason you didn't come back was that you were investigating Andrew's foreign powers? Yes. Did you find anything? Chloe asked curiously. I did. I found a lot of important information. Andrew was arrogant for a reason. But the good news is, I figured things out, and the best way to defeat your enemy is to get to know them, right? From now on, I'll never let him hurt anyone in our family. Andrew isn't the big gun anyways, and he's not the person I am worried about. Who are you worried about then? Legend? Who's Legend? Chloe asked, confused. It's interesting, actually. You and Legend kind of go way back, Jack said as glanced at Chloe. We do? Chloe had no idea what Jack was talking about. It has to do with your real family, Jack said, gently caressing Chloe's beautiful hair. 4 years ago, when I was arrested by the police, I wanted to tell you about your real family, but had no idea that we would be separated for 4 whole years. It's fine, now's not too late. I've been waiting to hear it from you, Chloe responded, tightly grabbing onto Jack's hand and coyishly leaning against his chest. Chloe, your father is Professor Finley Wagner. Finley Wagner, don't tell me he's... Chloe looked up in complete shock, and Jack seemed to know what she was going to say. Yes, that's him. The chemistry genius, the old man who refused to accept a Nobel Prize in chemistry. Apparently the best chemist the world had seen in a century. That guy? He's my dad? Although Chloe had never studied abroad, her passion for chemistry had led her to read countless papers and textbooks published by Professor Wagner. Therefore, she was familiar with this name and always considered him to be a god-like existence. He was supposed to be unreachable, but according to Jack, this man was her father. Holy crap! If Jack wasn't the one who told her this, she would be in complete disbelief. However, he never lied to her, and moreover, he would never joke about something of this magnitude. Honey, if Professor Wagner is my father, then Dr. Linya... she's your birth mother. My God, I'm going crazy here. Chloe had never fangirled over idols or movie stars, nor did she obsess over world leaders and political figures. When she was studying medicine, however, the one person that she worshipped was Dr. Lin, a renowned doctor who was the ultimate medical pride. Dr. Lin developed various anaphylactic disease-countering drugs and contributed greatly to the world of medicine. Rumor had it that Dr. Lin disappeared 16 years ago. No one knew where she was, and no one knew if she was still alive. To Chloe, Dr. Lin and Professor Wagner were both legends and enigmas. Therefore, Chloe found it hard to believe that these people were her parents and that she was related to them by blood. It was as if he had just told her that she was some Middle Eastern princess. Then, aside from them, "Do I have any other family members?" Chloe asked. "Yeah, you also have a younger sister." "I do?" "Do you remember how a couple of years ago you received a jade calabash on New Year's?" "Yeah, it was a gift from her." "She knows about me?" Chloe asked with excitement. Of course, not only does she know about you, she also cares about you and snuck into the city to see you. One time, she even stole your employee ID. Chloe froze for a second. Then, she suddenly remembered that once, while she worked at Southside, her ID disappeared. For some reason. It turned out that her sister stole it from her. "I have a little sister? Oh my God, I have a little sister." Chloe became emotional when told that she had a sibling. Her name is Fiona Wagner, and she's only 21 years old. She's pretty and really vicious. Vicious? Chloe asked. She's the leader of a world-famous mercenary group. Her code name is Second Young Madam. A mercenary group? She's a mercenary? Jack looked at Chloe and explained, Fiona was born in California, and she began living in Hong Kong at the age of 3. Because of her talents, at the age of 15, she was accepted by West Point, and she graduated after 3 years. She and some outstanding classmates formed a mercenary group and accepted jobs from all over the world. She's worth a couple billion and spends more money than you can ever imagine. Her shooting skills are immaculate, and she's like an invisible killer. "You're saying that my sister's a killer?" Chloe asked, unwilling to believe that it was the truth. "Or you can say that she's used to being chased down and was forced into that lifestyle." You probably don't know, but Professor Wagner's in a really awkward situation. Because he was framed by some bad guys, the National Security Bureau suspected him of treason, and the FBI is investigating him as well. He's also the target of a few terrorist groups, as they want him to develop bioweapons for them to threaten the rest of the world. That's why your father and sister have been living such a tumultuous life. Being chased by others is normal for them. "That's why they haven't come looking for me?" Chloe asked, finally understanding the situation. Jack nodded. "Your father probably doesn't want you to live the life he did, so he would rather not bother you and watch you live a quiet and peaceful life." "How are they right now? Where's my mother?" Fiona didn't tell me about Dr. Lin, and I didn't get to meet Professor Wagner, so I'm not sure. "You're saying that you met my sister?" Chloe asked. "Yeah, I did. 3 years ago, your sister's friend was shot, and she came looking for me in Seattle because the operation was really difficult, and she needed my help. I went to Russia and performed surgery on her friend. That's when I met her in Moscow." "What does she look like?" Like a curious little girl, Chloe asked, barely able to contain her excitement. She's really outgoing, arrogant, and domineering. She missed you. A lot. Upon hearing this, Chloe felt a rush of complicated emotions. She still had blood-related family on this earth. They had been there all along and they know her existence. What an amazing feeling that was. Chloe. Chloe looked up at Jack. I'll help you reunite with Fiona and Professor Wagner one day, but now's not a good time. What I'm about to tell you right now is how Andrew managed to blackmail me into divorcing you 4 years ago. Okay. Chloe nodded. She knew Jack's words always had a reason. Legend is the head of the terrorist organization iOS, the most powerful terrorist organization in the world. He's extremely violent and kills people without blinking. Moreover, he's ambitious and has been causing havoc for years, making billions and billions from suffering countries. He's been wanting to kidnap Professor Wagner because the latter had developed a bioweapon that's incredibly powerful. With Professor Wagner's weapon, Legend would be able to conquer an entire country without even deploying troops. Over the last few years, he's been hunting your father. Your sister learned to protect herself at a young age, and she often travels the world alone. She's been hiding from Ian as well. Legend's family's really powerful. And his younger brother, Nalo, is the godfather of Germany's most powerful mafia, who's capable of doing anything. The reason Andrew knows so much about you because during his 6 years in Germany, he was close with Nalo, and often came across Legend. You're saying that Andrew knows that psychotic terrorist? Chloe asked, surprised by what she heard. Not only does he know him, he's actually in his inner circle. That's how he found out about your real family. The truth is, I kind of want to thank him. Thank him? Upon hearing those words, Chloe was totally confused. Yeah, I need to thank him. If he didn't keep your identity a secret, you would have been exposed years ago. You should know that Legend's been searching for you for years. Searching for me? He knows about my existence? Chloe was dumbfounded. What in the world was going on here? He knows that Professor Wagner has another daughter, but he never found you. Andrew must have done something, or else a person like Legend wouldn't leave you unscathed for so long. Doesn't Legend suspect Andrew for not finding me? That's why he's good at what he does. His relationship with Legend and his men is complicated. Anyways, Professor Wagner and Fiona didn't come looking for you because they didn't want people to find out where they were, which will cause your identity to be revealed. You're not used to running for your life like Fiona, who basically lives her life on the edge at all times. Once Legend finds out who you are, you'll be in grave danger. So that was why I finally understand now. Jack answered all the questions in Chloe's mind. When Andrew threatened him with her identity, he knew that if revealed, Legend will immediately come looking for her, leaving Chloe with no exit strategy. No wonder Jack was so scared. But don't worry. Once I take care of Andrew, I'll think of a way to defeat Legend. Remember, I'll never let anyone on this earth hurt or threaten you, and I'll make sure you reunite with your family. I will fulfill your wish, Jack said in all seriousness. Chloe teared up. Jack was the only person who truly thought in her shoes, and he paid attention to what she wanted like it was his own. Ever since she had known him, he had tried his best to realize all of her greatest wishes in life. When she was young, she wanted to be a doctor. Therefore, Jack studied medicine in the U.S. for 7 years. She said she wanted to find her family, and Jack tried his best to help her find the truth, even losing a few of his best men. She said that she wanted to keep their marriage a secret, so he did. After getting married, she said she wanted to keep working at Southside, so he asked Rick to secretly protect her. As long as Chloe wanted it, Jack would be doing it. Mr. Dawson wasn't incredibly articulate, but he always proved how much he loved Chloe through his actions. That was Jack, the man Chloe had loved for many years. He was calm, collected, kept his temperament under wraps, and was extremely decisive. As for Professor Wagner, Honey, let's not talk about them. I'm not worried as long as I know they're not in danger. You just got home. Get some rest. I don't want you to tire yourself out. Are you sending me some kind of signal, honey? Jack glanced gently at her. Upon hearing this, Chloe's face turned into a red apple. Honey, your face is so red. What are you thinking about? Nothing. I'm not like you. Just because you have a dirty mind doesn't mean I do. Chloe refuted angrily upon realizing that Jack saw right through her thoughts. Then she straddled and tickled him. Jack grabbed both of her hands and flipped over, putting her body beneath his. She stared silently into his eyes. Their faces were so close together that their eyelashes touched. Chloe felt her heart beating so fast that it seemed as if they had just gotten married. Although I really want to gobble you up, right now I'd rather hug you to sleep, Jack said, gently pecking Chloe on the forehead. Good night, Chloe. Good night, honey, Chloe replied, her heart as warm as a toasted marshmallow. Just like that, she snuggled into Jack's embrace and fell asleep happily, all while holding his hand. Midnight. Thirsty, Chloe wanted to get up and get some water, but she freaked out upon opening her eyes. Jack was sitting right beside her, quietly staring at her face. Why aren't you asleep? I didn't see you enough yet. Dummy, you'll get to stare at me every day. Go to bed, all right? Chloe pulled Jack down and pushed him onto the bed. She then tried to get up, but Jack tightly held onto her hand. I wanted to go and get some water. I'll go and get it for you, Jack said, getting up and handing Chloe a glass of water from the coffee table, and he watched as Chloe drank the entire glass. Then he pulled out a tissue paper and wiped off the corner of her lips. I'm going back to bed now. I can't keep my eyes open, Chloe said, half asleep. Go back to sleep. So she did. That night, she dreamt that she had Jack were back in school and of their sweet memories. The corner of her lips curled instinctively. Chloe, you have no idea how much I missed you. 11 years have passed. That's how long we weren't in each other's lives. I was supposed to be by your side all these years, Jack murmured to himself as he stared gently at Chloe. He didn't want to close his eyes, no matter how tired they were. He just sat by her side all night, quietly watching over her. In the neighboring room, on a king-sized pink princess bed. After the twins tricked their grandma into leaving, Little Bean tilted her head at her sister. What did you say to Handsome Cooper behind my back today? She interrogated. Stop being so naive. Do you really think I would tell you? Pudding responded scornfully. You suck. There are so many men in this world. Why do you have to fight over Handsome Cooper with me? Gosh, we're sisters, Little Bean pouted unhappily. Pudding tilted her head at Little Bean. You got to be kidding me, Delcy. I'm supposed to be the one saying that. I clearly met Handsome Cooper before you did. No, you didn't. We're twins born at the same time, which means we met Handsome Cooper at the same time, Little Bean emphasized. Come on, use that pig brain of yours. I'm older than you by a few seconds, okay? Little Bean. So what if you were born a few seconds before me? Who knows which one of us Handsome Cooper will like? Seriously, though, let's stop bickering. I think... Daddy's return was a really big blow to him. Pudding looked down, extremely concerned. Yeah. Why would Daddy come back at a time like this? It's like he did it on purpose to piss Handsome Cooper off. If Daddy didn't come back today, I think Handsome Cooper was going to propose to Mommy. So, we almost had to call him Daddy? Oh my God, I can't do it. Petrified, Little Bean threw the bag of candy in her hand onto the floor. But he didn't. So, Daddy's return is a good thing for us, Pudding analyzed, and Little Bean nodded in agreement. You're right. At least Handsome Cooper will stop obsessing over Mommy. He's going to be in a really bad mood for the next few days. I didn't see him cry, but I know how heartbroken he must be, Pudding mumbled, feeling blue. Don't worry, I'll take him out to eat a burger and he'll feel much better. If one burger doesn't make him feel better, he can have 2, Little Bean said eagerly. Do you know anything else aside from food? God. Can't I eat and like handsome Cooper at the same time? The two don't conflict, haha. I have nothing else to say to you. Don't tell other people that you're from the Dawson family. It's not good for our family reputation. In Pudding's mind, Little Bean was so much stupider than herself, Mommy, and Daddy. She lowered the average IQ of the entire family. It's not like I have anything to say to you either. I can't live longer talking to you. Little Bean rolled her eyes at Pudding, marking the end of their conversation. After Brenton and his family arrived at home, he didn't feel sleepy at all. Looking at Kenneth, he said, "Kenneth, go back to your room first. I need to talk to your mom. Are you guys going to Papapa?" Brenton. Victoria. Who taught you this word? My God. Brenton had never felt so shocked. Little Bean told me about it. She said children like us are born after adults Papapa irresponsibly. Stay away from Little Bean in the future, Brenton warned. I can't do that, my mom said. Little Bean's going to be my wife. No, it's okay. She's too smart to be our daughter-in-law. Son, just take care of yourself. Victoria and Brenton were completely shocked, speechless by their son's remarks. After finally putting their son to sleep, Brenton glanced over at Victoria. Honey, I'm going to check up on Justin. I might be home late. Sure, drive slowly, all right? Brenton nodded. When he arrived outside Justin's mansion, he noticed that Max's car was there, as well. Seems like they were all here to hang out with Justin. After walking in, Brenton glanced around the room. Surprised, he asked Max, "Where's Justin?" Max didn't respond. All he did was to point at the bedroom upstairs. Brenton slowly made his way up to the master bedroom on the second floor. The door was open, and Justin was lying on the rug on the floor. His white shirt was completely unbuttoned, showing his entire upper body. In one hand was a tightly clenched black brocade box, and in the other hand was a glass of wine. The red wine spilled all over the floor. Brenton felt bad upon seeing his friend like that. Justin, You don't have to say anything. I get everything there is to get, but I'm still really sad, Justin said, his voice raspy. As soon as he got back to the mansion, he had been drinking nonstop to subdue his heartache. He wanted to get drunk, but he felt more lucid than ever. He knew he was a little selfish. Although he claimed not to expect anything from Chloe, he still couldn't help but want her for himself. If Jack didn't come back, he really thought Chloe would say yes to his proposal. Then, she and the twins would move in with him, and the four of them would live happily ever after. Justin would definitely spoil the three of them to no end. However, he forgot that Chloe and the twins were never his to begin with. They were Jack's. He was just too obsessed. He thought he didn't want anything from her, but he did. In the end, he was wrong about everything. What the hell is wrong with Jack? Why didn't he come back earlier? It's been 4 years. When Chloe was pregnant, Justin was the one with her. When she had the twins, Justin was the one with her. But now, he's back to enjoy what Justin has sown. He can't do that. I'm going to demand an answer from Jack. Justin isn't a clown he can play with. Max defended Justin with his hot temper. After a slur of curses, he stood up to leave, but was stopped by Brenton. Stop right there. Brenton, don't stop me. I need to seek justice for Justin. Can you stop causing trouble for all of us? You're just spitting nonsense, all right? You're Justin's friend, so of course you can only see what he's done for her. But do you know what Jack's been through and why he didn't come back for 4 years, nor ask about his wife and children? Do you really think Chloe doesn't know what kind of person Jack is? Relationships and love aren't fair. It's a matter of whether or not a person wants to give. No matter how sad Justin is, we can't place blame on Chloe and Jack, okay? First, she never gave Justin any hope and never said she would be with him. She told him more than once that even if Jack was dead, she wasn't going to remarry. Even Grandpa Cooper can prove her words. Plus, did I ever blame you for this awful idea? You shouldn't have urged him to propose. If she said yes, everyone would be happy. But do you have any idea how awkward it would be if she said no? I was just trying to help Justin. He doesn't need our help. We won't hesitate to help with everything, but not his love life. If he doesn't give up on her, he'll always be in pain because Chloe isn't destined to love him. Unwilling to let it go, Max snorted, "What is wrong with Chloe anyways? Why can't she forget Jack? I know so many people who change men more frequently than they change clothes. But why does she have to live and die with him? The hell? Why can't she just give Justin a chance? I feel bad for our Justin. He basically jumped into a bottomless pit. People are all different. Justin wouldn't like Chloe so much if her values and character weren't so upright rare. If Chloe was really someone who changed her mind like flipping the pages of a book, do you really think our Justin would have fallen for her?" You seem to have a point," Max muttered to himself. "So, chill out, okay? Stop bothering the couple. It must not have been easy for Jack and Chloe to be apart from each other for 4 whole years. We're outsiders. They're the real victims here. We can't undermine Jack's love for Chloe just because we're biased towards Justin. That's not what gentlemen are supposed to do." "I was never a gentleman," Max mumbled. "Go boil some hot water and make Justin some tea. If he keeps drinking, he's going to get alcohol poisoning." "Oh, okay." After a good talking to from Brenton, Max seemed to have come to his senses and immediately ran to the kitchen to make Justin tea. Brenton, on the other hand, walked into Justin's room, helping him up from the floor and onto his giant bed. "Justin, you can't fight fate. I get it. I'm out. I'm glad you do because life has to go on. You can't lose hope in life just because of what happened between you and Chloe." "I know," Justin replied. His head hurt like hell, but he wasn't drunk at all. Brenton let out a long sigh but didn't say anything else. Justin took out his phone, his blurred gaze lingering on the photo of Chloe on his screensaver. Then, he opened up his Snap friend circle and wrote, "I've listened to countless lectures on life, but my life is still a mess." Justin had thousands of friends of Snap, consisting of female celebrities, company executives, clients, and second-generation heirs in his social circle. Therefore, his message created a stir within his page. "What's wrong, young Master Cooper? Did you break up with someone? Don't worry, President Cooper. You'll survive anything." "What happened, President Cooper? You seem to be in a bad mood, young Master Cooper. Do you want to come out for a drink?" Justin didn't reply to any of his commenters. South Hill Manor the next morning. Jack barely slept the night before, and he woke up bright and early to make Chloe and the twins breakfast. When Pudding and Little Bean came down, the dining table was filled with delicious dishes. "Whoa! There's so much food! What's the occasion?" Little Bean licked her lips while swallowing. Today, the twins were wearing white, long-sleeved sweaters paired with red checkered skirts. They looked incredibly cute in their red Mickey Mouse headbands. Chloe bought countless matching outfits for them, along with accessories and shoes. She surely treated them like princesses. Indeed, Chloe loved her daughters dearly. Even when they made mistakes, Chloe never hit them and would only lecture them. Pudding glanced arrogantly at Little Bean. "Did you wake up with your brain intact? It's obvious that this is the first breakfast we are having with our daddy, okay? That's why there are so many dishes. Can you guys not bicker so early in the morning? At least pretend you guys get along, all right?" Chloe smiled. "I can't. But yeah, for Daddy, I'll tolerate her for today," Pudding said, walking up to Jack and sitting down beside him. Then she blinked her eyes and, with a baby voice, said to Jack, "Good morning, Daddy." "Good morning, my Pudding." Jack's expression filled with fatherly love. Little Bean sat down on Jack's other side and asked curiously, "Daddy, how did you know that she's Pudding and not Little Bean?" "Because the legend has it that Pudding's cold and prideful, and Little Bean's ditzy and cute." Jack laughed. Do you like cold and prideful or ditzy and cute? Pudding asked. I like both. That answer's too diplomatic, I don't like it. You have to choose one, Pudding said, throwing a fastball down Jack's lane. Upon hearing the question, Jack was immediately at a loss for words. He looked up at Chloe for help, but the latter replied helplessly, They've been like that since they began to talk, always making me choose between the two. Answering both is not an option. Can I choose not to answer this question? Why not? Pudding asked curiously. Because if I pick one, the other will be sad. You're both my daughter, and I want both of you to be happy. I really can't choose one or the other. Fine. If you put it that way, then I'll let you off the hook for now. To Chloe's surprise, Jack managed to get Pudding to leave him alone. What a miracle. Daddy, you made all this yourself, didn't you? Pudding asked, taking a bite out of a sausage link. How did you know, Pudding? Jack asked with surprise. Because when the chefs make sausages, they always sprinkle a lot of black pepper, which I don't like. But the sausages today are perfectly seasoned. Mommy doesn't like sausages, so she never makes us any. So, it must have been you. Jack and Chloe glanced at each other, their expressions filled with disbelief. How could a 3-year-old's reasoning ability be so good? You're absolutely right, I made everything myself. Do you like it? Jack picked up a piece of napkin and wiped the oil off the corner of Pudding's mouth, his expression filled with adoration. Daddy, me too. Little Bean picked up a glass of milk and took a sip, purposely leaving milk on the corner of her lips. Then, she stuck out her tongue, waiting for Jack to wipe her mouth. Jack smiled as he tilted his head, patiently wiping Little Bean's mouth. Chloe had only dreamed of the scene in front of her. At that moment, she really thought she was going to die of happiness. Honey, do you want to come to the company with me after breakfast? Nope. Jack refused almost immediately. Why not? Because I want to stay home with the girls. You're the president of HQ. Is it okay for you not to drop by your branch company when you're already in town? Nothing's as important as spending time with my daughters. You should go to work, honey. I'll take care of the kids, do laundry, and wipe the floors. I just want to be a stay-at-home dad. Ha ha. Chloe couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pudding immediately reminded, Mommy, can you laugh like a lady? You're going to scare Daddy away. He doesn't have the gut to... If he runs away again, I'm going to... You're going to what? Jack laughed, purposely teasing her. If you run away from me again, I'm going to marry Justin and take Pudding and Little Bean with me. Mommy, you can't make our handsome Cooper take the blame for your fight with Daddy. Little Bean immediately took Justin's side, and so did Pudding. She's right, Mommy. Don't shoot poor handsome Cooper in the foot, and inflict him with you and Daddy's flirting. Chloe, see? Remember what the girls said, Jack said proudly. Chloe smiled. I feel like the twins' eyes have betrayed me. They're in enemy grounds already, aren't they? Green Corporation. Andrew didn't sleep at all the night before, and he felt extremely restless. He had just vented his anger out during the morning meeting and was now sitting inside his office with a grim expression on his face. Sir, what should we do now that... Jack's back? His subordinate carefully asked. What should we do? Deal with old debt with new grudges together. Sir, should we make the first move and take the offensive? Andrew raised his hand. No. I'm interested to see how much he's improved over the past 4 years, hiding away in the States like a timid turtle. I defeated him back then. I can do it again now. Yes, sir. Whatever you say. Over the last 4 years, Andrew continued to put on a mask and pretend to be the good guy, becoming a renowned entrepreneur of the city. Although Chloe and Justin often bullied him in the industry, he didn't seem to care. Like he said, his dream wasn't to be super rich and powerful. All he wanted was Chloe. However, he failed to realize that dream when Jack wasn't around. The truth was, Andrew wanted to kill Justin, the obstacle in his way, countless times over. However, his family background was too special, and he, unlike Jack, wasn't just an ordinary businessman. The Cooper family protected Justin too much. If something were to happen to him, the entire political circle would react. Even someone like Legend wasn't about to provoke a powerful nation. Therefore, Justin was actually a bigger headache to Andrew than Jack was. President Green, Miss Fisher is here. You can leave now. Andrew glanced at his subordinate upon hearing what his assistant said. Yes, sir? Hey, Andrew. Ruoxi had been chasing after Andrew for the last 3 years with an undying passion. She even gave up the chance to go abroad and stayed in the city to open a ceramic art museum. Mayor Fisher wanted to stop her, but he couldn't do much, and in the end, had no choice but to tacitly agree to her daughter's choice of man. He also thought that if Andrew could marry Ruoxi, it would help him stabilize his mayoral status. Andrew was a smart guy. Over the last few years, he had been treating her neither indifferently nor passionately. He never admitted to outsiders that they were dating, nor had he ever touched her. This actually led Ruoxi to believe that Andrew wanted to marry her and therefore respected her chastity. Ruoxi, what's up? Are you free at lunch? My bestie opened a Sichuan restaurant near Sea Road. You like spicy foods, right? Yeah. Andrew smiled. Do you want to go together? I made reservations already. Sure. Andrew never rejected Ruoxi's kind gestures. Just like that, the two of them drove off to the Sichuan restaurant on Sea Road. Coincidentally, Jack brought the twins here to have lunch as well. Pudding and Little Bean liked spicy foods, so Jack asked around and found out that this newly opened restaurant was quite authentic. Therefore, he and the twins came here for lunch. He was driving his silver Audi R8. Like Chloe, Jack was also a fan of Audi. Therefore, though they could afford cars worth hundreds of millions, they only drove the model they liked. Pudding and Little Bean sat together in the back seat, with seatbelts around them. In the beginning, Sandra wanted the bodyguards to go with them to be safe, but Jack politely refused. He was okay with taking the twins out because he wasn't scared. Over the past 4 years, Jack had been through so much. Now, he was capable of protecting his wife and children, providing them with safety and security. Andrew and Ruoxi walked in to see Jack and the twins in the reception area. The former was always fervent around Pudding and Little Bean. Hey, you little princesses, give Uncle Green a hug. To be honest, when Chloe was pregnant with the twins, he tried to make her have a miscarriage more than once because he didn't want her to give birth to children that weren't his. However, for some ineffable reason, after the twins were born, he fell in love with them as soon as he saw their faces. Although he rarely got to see the twins over the last 3 years, Andrew always treated them with adoration, whenever he did. He looked at the twins as if they were his own children. Little Bean was a little scared to see Andrew. She retreated to hide behind Jack, who placed his hand tightly around hers. Pudding, on the other hand, glanced icily at Andrew. Mr. Green, you must be mistaken. We only have 2 uncles, Thomas and Cody. Who do you think you are? Hey, why are you speaking like that? Haven't your parents taught you how to be polite? Ruoxi immediately stepped in to defend Andrew's honor. I'm talking to Mr. Green, not you. As an outsider, you really shouldn't interfere. Haven't your parents taught you not to cut others off when they're speaking? Pudding refuted calmly. Jack gave Pudding a thumbs up in his head. She was the perfect combination of Jack's proudness and Chloe's articulateness. She was their daughter, all right. Ruoxi was just about to argue when Andrew stopped her. He smiled. Ruoxi, don't be mad at a child. Pudding, I think you have misunderstandings against me. I actually really like you and Pudding and buy the 2 of you presents every year. We're not interested in your presents. Mommy said that you're just a wolf wearing the skin of a sheep. Little Bean stuck her tongue out to make a face at Andrew while hiding behind Jack. Andrew wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry. Is that how your mommy talks about me? So please, stop pretending to be close with us. Although my sister and I never agree on anything, we agree on this one thing, and that's the fact that we really don't like you. Daddy, let's go. I suddenly lost my appetite. Pudding turned her head around pridefully and headed out the door. Jack, holding Little Bean by the hand, immediately followed. When walking past Andrew, the latter smiled deviously. "Welcome back. Let our battle continue. Remember to buy yourself a coffin. I'm not going to let you off easily," Jack replied icily before leaving with his daughters. Andrew sneered at his comments, not taking it to heart at all. Ruoxi intimately put her arm around Andrew. "Andrew, your sister's daughters are really impolite. I bet your sister's the same." "Ruoxi, that's my family's matters." Then Andrew took his arm back, gently pushing Ruoxi away. That was when the latter realized that she might have said the wrong thing. It was weird, though. It seemed like Andrew got mad whenever she mentioned Chloe. Did he have different feelings for her? Inside the Audi R8, Pudding, "If you and Little Bean want to eat there, we can eat there." "It's all right," Jack consoled them. "I don't have to appetite to eat when that bad guy is there. Let's eat somewhere else, Daddy. Anywhere else." "Pudding, can you tell Daddy who told you that Andrew was a bad guy?" Jack asked curiously. He didn't think Chloe was someone who would inject hatred into her own children. "No one told us anything, and Mommy also never talks about these things with us. I overheard Mommy, Auntie Sarah, and Auntie Victoria talk over Snap that one time a long time ago. And I also know that he's the reason you didn't come back for so long," Pudding explained. Little Bean immediately nodded. Yeah, Daddy. That man even looks sly and evil. I really don't like him. Mommy always sells the presents he's given us over the years and then donates the money to charity. I'm sure she dislikes him for a reason. That's why we decided to co-resist him." Co-resist? His daughters were really geniuses, Jack thought. "Daddy, I'm hungry. Can you take us to Ajin's ramen?" Little Bean said, rubbing her empty belly. "You guys go to Ajin's a lot?" Jack was surprised. "Of course. Mommy goes once a month, no matter what, so we're used to it. Seriously though, the noodles there are just okay. But we don't want to disappoint Mommy. Mommy doesn't go there because she likes their noodles. It's the sentiments that matter, so stop complaining, all right?" Pudding glanced at Little Bean, marking the beginning of another sister-sister bickering session. Jack ended up driving the twins to Anshin's ramen. The owner was surprised to see Jack. He froze for a second before greeting him with a smile. "Mr. Dawson, you're back." "Yeah," Jack nodded. "So many things have changed over the years. I watched you and your wife graduate from high school, go to university, and get married. What a great family. Look how big your kids are. Thanks, Ashin. 3 bowls of noodles, please, with extra beef." Jack and the twins sat down by the table he and Chloe always sat at when eating here. He looked around at the unchanged surroundings and his heart filled with warmth. He knew that Chloe only came here because she missed him. It seemed like his wife was just as obsessed over him as he was over her. Suddenly, Little Bean mumbled, "I don't think Mommy comes here for sentiment. It's because it's free to eat here. I heard you deposited a large amount of money. Enough for the 4 of us to eat here for a few decades. Right, Daddy?" "Mommy's going to be shocked speechless by what you just said." Pudding glanced helplessly at her younger sister. "Look at you guys, full of weird thoughts." Jack looked lovingly at his daughters as he took out 2 napkins and wrapped them around with it, worried that their pretty clothes might get dirty. After a few moments of silence, Pudding looked up at Jack. "Daddy, I have a serious question to ask you." "Sure. Wait, I need to interrupt, Daddy. You need to be careful." Pudding's questions are really hard to answer. You should be prepared, Little Bean warned Jack with a serious expression on her face. "Okay. Thanks, Little Bean. Daddy's ready." Jack smiled warmly. "Are you and Mommy going to give birth to another baby?" Pudding asked in all seriousness. As expected, Pudding's question was extremely hard to answer. "Pudding, why the sudden question?" Jack didn't answer immediately, realizing that he couldn't treat Pudding like a toddler since she was way too smart. "I've been thinking about this for a while. Mommy wasn't going to have a baby with someone else when you were away. So I never asked her. But now that you're back, it seems like it's going to happen really soon. So, by asking, First, I can prepare myself mentally. Sis, you're thinking too much. Aren't you worried about nothing? Little Bean said with noodles in her mouth. What do you know? It's called prepping before the storm. If I'm like you and don't prepare myself until things happen, life's going to suck. If you're in an Imperial Harem TV show, Little Bean, you're going to die after the first episode. I won't. I'll at least live until halfway through the show. Little Bean refuted, unwilling to admit defeat. Jack was completely speechless. What in the world was this? Pudding? Would it be okay if Mommy and I had another child? Jack probed. After some thought, Pudding slowly answered, I don't really care. It's not like I'm a single child right now anyways, so it's not going to make much of a difference. She's right, Daddy. We won't care if there's an extra sheep in the herd. But, Daddy, if we're okay with you having another kid, can you be okay with us bullying that kid? Little Bean asked. Once again, Jack was at a loss for words. His daughters were really something else. They magnanimously said that it was okay for them to have another child, but they had to be okay with them bullying that child. What kind of godlike logic was that? Daddy, why aren't you saying anything? Is my question that hard to answer? Little Bean asked. No, I was thinking. I can't be the only one who wants a third kid. Your mommy has to agree, too. Plus, having kids isn't easy. Fate plays a really important role as well. It took Mommy a long time to become pregnant with the two of you, so it's too early to say, Jack explained patiently. But Daddy, you didn't answer my question yet, Pudding added. Pudding, truth be told, Daddy wants more children. I love your mom too much and would have an entire soccer team if I could. But that's not up to me to decide, right? If Mommy's conditions don't allow her to have another kid, then I wouldn't want to put her through that pain again, right? Fine. You pass. But if you end up having another kid, you can't be biased against them, okay? Yeah, Daddy. If you're biased against the youngest one, we'll be sad. Then, the consequences are going to be dire. Jack wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at Little Bean's threat. But we should be fine. My IQ is not going to lose to our younger siblings. Pudding was confident in herself, and she didn't think her parents would ignore her even if they had more children. Does IQ matter? You've got to be kidding me. Being amiable is more important, no? I'm so cute and ditzy, I'm the one everyone likes, Little Bean refuted, extremely sure of her own charms. Kids, finish up your noodles, or else they're going to go cold, Jack reminded gently. Taking care of kids was sure hard. He thought the twins would be easy to woo, and things would be fine as long as he took them out to eat and play. However, Pudding and Little Bean shocked him with everything they said, especially Pudding, who often asked hard questions, to which Jack always answered nervously. He didn't want to anger his daughter. The truth was, although Jack felt guilty towards Chloe for not coming home for 4 years, he knew she understood him, and that their relationship would slowly go back to normal. The twins, however, didn't know him as well as Chloe did. Therefore, he wanted to connect with them, which now seemed incredibly hard. Daddy, is there something on your mind? Pudding asked, glancing at him. Nope. Liar. Your face says I'm worrying about something. Daddy, tell us what you're unhappy about. Maybe it'll lighten up our moods, Little Bean added. Daddy, don't listen to Little Bean. She's messing with you. Tell me what you're thinking about. I can help you. Pudding, you're still a kid. There's a lot of things you don't understand yet. For example? Pudding asked slowly, looked up at Jack. I just came home, so there's a lot of things I need to take care of. When I think of these things, I become cautious. Daddy, you're worried that we like Handsome Cooper more than you because you haven't been by our side for the past few years, aren't you? Pudding's question was extremely to the point. Jack's eyes widened as he looked at his 3-year-old daughter, completely speechless. How did she know? So, Pudding and Little Bean, do you like Daddy more? Or Uncle Cooper more? Jack wasn't one to ask such a childish question, but perhaps he was infected by his daughters and couldn't help but give them a choice to make. At the same time, he was incredibly worried. Worried that they might like Justin more, or answer in such a diplomatic way that he might feel a little disappointed. "Oh, if that's what you're worried about, don't worry. Daddy, our feelings towards you and Handsome Cooper are different. It's not comparable," Little Bean said as she guzzled down soup. "How so?" Jack rubbed Little Bean's head lovingly. "Pudding, you tell Daddy. I want to finish my soup first." Little Bean threw the question at her sister. Pudding thought about it in all seriousness before finally saying, "Daddy, you can't get mad if I tell you. I won't. I'll never be mad at you guys." His guilt towards Chloe and his children led him to make the decision that he would never be mad at the twins, not even if they burned down their mansion. His new mission in life was to spoil his wife and children so much that no one else could endure them, because that way, they would be his forever. Mr. Dawson was a quiet introvert, but he was also possessive. "We love Daddy a lot. Although you weren't with us when we were infants, ever since we were in Mommy's belly, she's been telling us about you. We've heard so much about you and Mommy's love story that we can practically recite it. We also know that you and Mommy love each other a lot, and know that you love us a lot. Daddy, you were forced away from us, but you're just as important to us as Mommy is, and we love you guys. A lot." Upon hearing Pudding's response, Jack felt his heart well up with something warm. He didn't think the cool and prideful Pudding would say something so touching. Little Bean nodded furiously on the side, seemingly in agreement with her sister. "But we love Handsome Cooper a lot as well. He was with us from the moment we were born and bought us whatever we wanted. He's willing to pluck the stars from the sky, as long as we say the word. Sometimes Mommy gets annoyed with us because we're constantly getting in trouble. But Handsome Cooper's never showed us a hint of annoyance and treated us like his own. I don't think any man in this world is capable of treating someone else's children like their own, but he did it. Of course, people say that Handsome Cooper is doing this for a reason, and it was because he wants to be with Mommy. But so what? Even if he has ulterior motives, it still must have been hard for him to persist for 3 years. Even cats and dogs can have emotions after being together for very long, not to mention humans. Therefore, we love Handsome Cooper as well. Your return was a giant blow to Handsome Cooper. Mommy, Little Bean, and I are all reveling in the happiness of your return, but he literally lost everything and had to face the cruel reality. Speaking of this, Pudding began to choke on her words, and her eyes were filled with tears. Upon seeing her sister about to burst into tears, Little Bean put down her spoon. Handsome Cooper's been living in a fantasy over the past 3 years. He probably thought that you weren't coming back, and thought Mommy and us were all his. It wasn't until that you came back that he realized that he lost everything. I think he might be a little selfish to want what's not his, but he's taken such great care of us over the last few years. Daddy, we know you and Handsome Cooper are rivals, but I hope you guys don't fight, because it will make it difficult for us and Mommy. We also hope Daddy won't interfere with our relationship with Handsome Cooper in the future. This might sound selfish and even a little cruel to you, but it's what my sister and I want. I can hope you can do this for us." Jack was deeply shaken by what the twins said. They were basically saying that they loved Daddy, and also Handsome Cooper. Pudding, Little Bean. Daddy's obviously a reasonable person. I'm grateful for all Justin's done for you guys over the years, and I understand that you love him and won't get jealous. I know how much I hurt Justin by coming back. You guys are right. I won't interfere with you guys, nor will I interfere with your Mommy and Justin's friendship. Humans need to be grateful. If the Cooper family didn't step in, Daddy wouldn't be so happy today. That's great. We knew you would understand, Daddy. Little Bean smiled sweetly. Thank you, Daddy. Pudding smiled in relief, but her reaction wasn't as big as Little Bean's. She was more like Jack. Just then, Jack's phone rang. He glanced down. Daddy needs to pick this up. While Jack was answering the phone, Little Bean shuffled up to Pudding and asked in a low voice, "Sis, is this all we're going to tell Daddy today? Shouldn't we tell him that we want to marry handsome Cooper when we grow up?" "Daddy's stressed out enough. Let's not give him so much information at once. Slow and steady wins the race," Pudding responded calmly. You're right. One more thing. I'm the one who's going to marry handsome Cooper, not you," Pudding added. "No, I want to marry him. I don't care. I can give you anything, but not handsome Cooper," Little Bean said, a little emotional. "Come on, can't you talk quieter?" "Don't let Daddy hear you," Pudding said, glancing at Little Bean's face. GK headquarters. "President Green, I have a favor to ask of you." After the morning meeting, An followed Chloe back into her office. Chloe looked up at him. "Sure. Can you go see President Cooper?" Chloe didn't respond. "Ever since your husband came back, President Cooper hasn't been in a good mood. He hasn't been in the office for days. I think he was just too shocked. He treated you and the twins like his family over the past few years, and now you guys all left him. I'm just afraid that he can't handle it all and won't be able to recover. I'll take care of this. Don't worry. I won't leave him hanging." Even if Anne didn't say anything, Chloe wouldn't ignore Justin, even though she had set things straight the other day. However, Chloe knew he understood the reason, just like everyone else. But it wasn't easy to let his feelings go like they never happened. Anne had been by Chloe's side the last 3 years, and he had built a very firm and deep relationship with her. However, he still cared about his past employer. Normally, Anne wouldn't say much, but this time he personally begged Chloe to go see Justin. It was a rather rare occasion. "Thank you, President Green." "You don't need to thank me, Anne. All these years, you've been by my side supporting me. It means a lot to me." "No worries at all. I'm just fulfilling my duties. You've been by me and my daughter's side, protecting and helping us. I'm really grateful for all you've done. But I don't think I can hold you guys down. Initially, I thought I'd deal with this after finishing all the work I have now. But since you mentioned it today, I'll explain to you my thoughts. I hope you can return to Justin's side so you can protect and be with him. For him, you aren't just an ordinary bodyguard and assistant. You're like his friend. What about you?" And furrowed his brows a bit. "I have Stella. In terms of bodyguards, I'll figure something out. I think Justin needs someone by his side right now. Then, you should tell President Cooper yourself because he won't agree to this otherwise." When Anne said he wanted to return to Justin's side, Justin didn't allow it because he was scared Andrew would harm Chloe. "Okay, I'll talk to Justin alone later." "Okay, I'll let you get back to work then, President Green." "Thanks." Chloe nodded. After Anne left the room, Chloe picked up her phone. She opened her Snap Moments and saw Justin's post from last night. "I've listened to countless lectures on life, but my life is still a mess." When Chloe saw his post, she felt very bitter inside. Justin wasn't usually this negative. He was always an optimistic, confident, and high-profile person. He could get whatever he wanted, whether it was money, power, status. Not only did he have money and power, he was also good-looking. Still, he was expressing that his life was not fulfilled. Such words would arouse anger from ordinary people. Chloe let out a sigh. She really needed to find a good time to check up on Justin. She couldn't just let him wither. Right then, her phone rang, and it was Jack video calling her. Jack kept his old number. It had been a while since Chloe saw the number, and it made her reminisce about the past, which made her heart warm and fuzzy. "Honey?" Chloe immediately sounded like a young girl in love when she saw Jack. "Darling, have you had lunch yet?" "Not yet." "The meeting went over a bit. Are you tired?" "No, I'm used to this already. What are you guys doing?" Pudding, Little Bean, and I were at Ajin's Ramen for lunch. You guys went to Ajin's Ramen without me. I'm sad. Chloe now was actually jealous of her own daughters and pouted cutely. "Oh my God, I've never seen Mommy like that. She's creepy." Little Bean was shocked speechless by her mom's expression as she watched from the side. There's nothing strange about it. Every woman is like this in front of the man they love. Even though Mommy is usually a rational person, in the end, she is still a woman. Pudding took a sip of her soda and said calmly, "Okay. So Mommy can be cute as well," Little Bean exclaimed. "We'll come together again as a family of 4 when you have time," Jack smiled dotingly. "Did you miss me today?" Jack didn't have time to respond because Pudding barged in. "Mommy, it hasn't even been 4 hours since you guys last saw each other. Do you really think it's a good idea to ask such a question? Mommy's so cute and stupid when she's in love. Haha. I've seen something incredible today," Little Bean added. "You two, keep your mouths shut. Don't disturb me when I'm talking with your daddy." Pudding and Little Bean were both left speechless by Chloe's remark. Then, Pudding said, "She easily gets fussy these days." Little Bean said, "Do you think she's experiencing early signs of menopause?" Pudding responded, "Probably not. After all, she's only 28. Little Bean said, "Then it's probably because her husband came back and is spoiling her too much." Pudding said, "I think that's good rationality. We should probably stay away from her then." Little Bean said, "Should we just tell her that we're going to stay at Handsome Cooper's place for a few days?" Pudding said, "Yeah, that's a great idea. Why don't you tell her?" Little Bean said, "Why me? You do it." Pudding said, "Because you're good at sucking up." Little Bean said, "You're acting as if you don't do it. Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me." Chloe said, "Enough, Dina. Delcy." Pudding said, "Mommy, calm down." Little Bean said, "You should be more gentle in front of Daddy. Men don't like women who are furious like tigers. You can blame others if you aren't pretty, but if you aren't gentle, then you can only blame yourself." Chloe was utterly speechless. Jack watched by the side and almost couldn't contain his laughter. He hadn't experienced such joy in a long time. He had thought Chloe was good with her words, but now he discovered that their daughters have surpassed their mother. The saying that the pupil outdoes the master was true. The twins easily drove their mother crazy. "I think I need to send you two to kindergarten instead of letting you stay at home," Chloe said, looking serious. She was ashamed of losing to her daughters in a squabble. "Kindergarten's not for us. We have a generation gap with those kids and have nothing in common with them," Pudding said in a condescending tone. "I don't want to go either. It's just a waste of time. Why don't you just let us write the elementary school graduation exam so we can go directly to middle school?" Little Bean suggested. "You guys are only 3 years old." 3 years old, Chloe emphasized. "I know we're just 3 years old. That's why we suggested going to middle school. When we're older, we should probably go directly into high school." "There's probably more cute guys there," Little Bean said, pridefully. Chloe was utterly speechless at this point and had no idea how to react. "Honey, why don't we just send them off to some other family and have another child?" "Ha, darling, we can't do that. They're my beloved daughters." Jack was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. After becoming a father, Jack felt a lot different than before and laughed a lot more than he used to. His life seemed fulfilled because of his daughters. "Mommy, we might think about it if you give us to Handsome Cooper, but if you're giving us to someone else, we'll pass. Normal people can't afford to raise us because we cost too much." Little Bean began daydreaming about Justin again. "Honey, look at them. They're always squabbling with me. They're only 3 and they're like that already. I can't imagine what they'd become when they grow up. Mr. Dawson, you really should keep your daughters at bay," Chloe complained like a little girl. Jack turned around and looked at his 2 daughters. Little Bean continued to talk in a cute voice. "Daddy, Mommy is just being irrational. You can't be irrational like her. Just look at our names and you will understand how much she loves you. I know you won't be able to blame us on anything. Dina, Delcy. Our names symbolize the eternal love between Dawson and Green. If love were forever, then it would not only last day and night. You can tell Mommy really missed Daddy. We already have to carry that immense love on our shoulders, so you can't blame us," Pudding said, looking deeply wronged. "Honey, Daddy understands, and Daddy loves you two very much. Of course I won't blame you. Jack couldn't argue with them. Honey, this is betrayal. How are you on their side? Where are your principles? Chloe said, looking as if she was wronged. Darling, they're your daughters too. Be good and let them win, all right? Jack said in a gentle voice. Chloe, fine, just wait and see. I'll deal with you guys once I get home after work. In the end, Jack took his daughter's side, leaving Chloe to fight on her own, ultimately losing with a huff and hanging up. Oh? Is Mommy mad? Little Bean asked, sounding a bit worried. It's okay. She's just being a bit childish in front of Daddy. She just wants Daddy to spoil her a bit more. Women all have their ways. Okay, I'll learn this technique so I can use it on Handsome Cooper. Little Bean laughed evilly. After a long and busy day, Chloe couldn't stay put when it was almost time to get off work. She just kept looking down at her watch. President Green, is something wrong? Do you have somewhere to be tonight? Stella asked. Do I have any plans for tonight? You have dinner with a client, but it's nothing special. Okay, then have Thomas go for me, Chloe said slowly. Okay. Stella, I actually want to leave early, Chloe said hesitantly. Stella looked blankly at her. You're the president, so you can leave whenever you want. You don't need to phrase it that way. Haha, Stella laughed. She thought that President Green was becoming more and more like a cute young girl. After all, this is my job, so leaving early isn't that good, Chloe said, sounding guilty. It's okay. Leave things to me. President Green, we understand your circumstances. President Dawson just came back, so it's only natural that you want to spend more time with him. Stella giggled. Then, can you keep an eye out for me? If there's anything emergent, don't hesitate to call me. Okay. Thanks to Stella, Chloe rushed downstairs without any worry and headed home as quickly as she could. On her drive back, she got a call from Victoria. Chloe, are you still at work? No, I just left and am on my way home. Oh, can you come to First Hospital now? What's the matter, Victoria? When Chloe heard the words, First Hospital, she had a bad feeling. Chloe, did you know that Justin's sick? He's sick? Since when? Chloe was a bit shocked. She was holding onto the steering wheel and she paused her movements for a few seconds. He was just hospitalized. Brenton called and told me that he, Max, and Mrs. Cooper are all heading over. Victoria, what's wrong with Justin? Is it something serious? Chloe asked worriedly. She was just thinking about how to make Justin feel better, and now he was sick. Only then did she realize that even someone as strong as him could also be weak and fragile at times. He has a high fever, and we're still not sure of the cause. They still need to do some tests for a proper diagnosis. Okay, I got it. I'll go home first, and then head to the hospital with Jack and the girls. You guys are coming together? Victoria was a bit shocked by Chloe's response. Pudding and Little Bean are close with Justin. If they knew he was sick, they would probably throw a tantrum. I don't think I should see Justin alone right now. The more I see him, the more pain he'd feel, so I might as well bring Jack with me to test out the waters, and hopefully he'll be able to let go soon. Okay, I understand. I'll take my son with me too. I'll see you in a bit. Okay. Chloe drove directly back to South Hill Manor after hanging up. Mommy, how was work? I love you, Little Bean said in a cute baby voice as she rushed over to greet Chloe. Pudding was holding hands with Jack. She looked at Chloe and Little Bean from behind without showing any emotional fluctuations. Daddy, look at Little Bean. I told you that she was a kiss ass. She's very good with people. She's probably scared that your mom would sort things out with you two about this morning. Mommy won't. Her words are tough, but her heart's soft, Pudding analyzed. Jack looked at Pudding lovingly as he thought his older daughter was so much like him that she was definitely his child. She was always calm and collected, no matter what happened. Honey, you're just in time. We're about to have dinner. We'll have to put that off. First, we need to go to the First Hospital, Chloe said. She didn't even change her shoes. What's the matter? Justin's hospitalized. Apparently, he has a high fever that won't go down. Victoria gave me a call. The Cooper family's all there already. I think we should go over as well." "Okay, let's go." Jack nodded as he agreed with Chloe's opinion. He led Pudding over, holding her hand. Pudding and Little Bean were both rather anxious and worried when they heard that Justin was hospitalized. "Oh my God, Handsome Cooper is sick?" Little Bean shrieked. "Mommy, we gotta go now. Otherwise we'd be stuck in traffic during rush hour." You could see the anxiety on Pudding's face. The family of 4 immediately left. Since there was only a limited number of seats in a sports car, Jack drove his Maybach so that everyone could fit, and they headed straight to the first hospital. Outside the VIP patient room. "Chloe, you guys came?" Mrs. Cooper looked very pale. "Grandma Cooper, don't be sad. Handsome Cooper is going to be fine," Pudding comforted. "Grandma Cooper, I've missed you. I want a hug." Little Bean immediately started to use her people-pleaser tactics and tried to get as much love as possible. Mrs. Cooper loved the twins, so she immediately bent down, showering them with kisses and hugs. She really did love them from the bottom of her heart. "Mrs. Cooper, how's Justin?" Chloe said worriedly. "We're still waiting for the results. He has got me really worried this time. I always thought his body was incredibly healthy, so I'm not sure why this happened." Max and Brenton were downstairs buying water. When they returned, they saw Chloe and Jack, which pissed Max off. "Dr. Green, I don't think Justin would want to see your big happy family right now. You really shouldn't stimulate him like this. After all, he only has one life." Max sounded rather sarcastic. Brenton gave him a nudge to remind him not to be too mean. Ever since Jack came back and Chloe's family became whole again, Max had been filled with anger. Even though Brenton tried again and again to calm him down, Max still continued to say mean things to Chloe because he had a very direct personality. "Max, don't say that. Chloe and her family are here to see Justin, and I'm sure he's going to be happy to see them," Mrs. Cooper corrected him. "Auntie," Max was still not satisfied. Just then, Justin's doctor walked out of the patient room. "Doctor, how's my son?" Mrs. Cooper immediately asked. "Young Master Cooper has stabilized. He should be fine. It's just that he hasn't been eating and resting properly, so his immune system was weakened. I've given him the right needles, and he's getting his nutrition fluids now. Feel free to go in to see him." "Thank you, doctor." Then, Mrs. Cooper led everyone into the patient's room. Justin was slowly regaining consciousness. If Max hadn't come looking for him and noticed that he was in bed all this time, no one would have discovered that he was burning up, and his fever was so high that he was no longer lucid. "You guys all came. It's really nothing serious to have you all come." Justin tried to squeeze out a smile. "Handsome Cooper, I'm really worried about you." Little Bean couldn't help but start crying. Then she ran over to Justin's bedside. "Don't cry, Little Bean. Uncle Cooper is fine," Justin gently spoke to the little girl. Pudding slowly went over. She was less extroverted compared to Little Bean and didn't like to show her emotions. Still, although she didn't cry out loud as Little Bean did, tears still circled her eyes. "Handsome Cooper, you need to get well soon. You promised me that you'd teach me how to drive." "Shh! You have to be more secretive about it. If your mom finds out, she'd skin me." Justin looked rather scared. If Chloe knew that Justin was going to teach Pudding how to drive, she would probably go berserk. "It's okay. Mommy has Daddy now, so she doesn't have time for the two of us," Pudding said in a low voice. Justin couldn't help but laugh and lovingly pat Pudding on the head. There were a lot of people there that day, so it wasn't a good time to chat. Therefore, Jack and Chloe just stayed for a bit and left. Pudding and Little Bean stayed because they didn't want to leave, so Justin arranged for Anne to drive them home later. When they drove home, Jack didn't say a word. "Honey, what are you thinking about?" "I'm just wondering why our daughters seem so worried about Justin." "Ha ha ha. Did you just realize?" Chloe laughed at Jack's slow reaction. "Have they always been like this?" "They've been like this ever since they learned how to talk. Kids are rather simple-minded, you see. They love whoever treats them well, and Justin has been really good to the twins. He'd give them whatever they wanted, so it's only normal for the sisters to love him. What's the matter? Are you jealous? No, I'm just worried about something now. What is it? Chloe asked. She was a bit shocked by how serious Jack was being. When they grow up, would they view this reliance as love? Jack sounded rather worried. He initially thought that Pudding and Little Bean were just joking. But now he realized that the twins were really serious about Justin. That was why Jack started to really seriously consider this as a potential problem. Haha, you're so funny. I'm dying. When Chloe heard Jack's concern, she laughed hysterically. Honey, can you not laugh so hysterically? Jack looked at her, completely speechless. I'm surprised you would have such a thought. Haven't you realized what a strong reaction Little Bean and Pudding have towards Justin? Yeah, but they were always like that. It's nothing big. They often tell me that they want to marry Justin when they grow up and get into fights with each other about who likes Justin more. They're still just kids. I think that's how kids think. When they grow up, they will realize what love really is, and they will forget about this thought. They would realize that there is a giant age gap between them. Right now, they just don't understand their feelings toward Justin. Then what feeling do you think that is? Jack turned to Chloe with a serious face. I think it's a rather special feeling. It's just a little less intense than that of fatherly love. But their bond is strong. I think they rely on each other and love each other. But at the end of the day, it's still just how elders love the kids. Okay, I just hope you're right. I just don't want my kids to marry an old man in the future. What would be worse would be that by then, we would have known this old man for decades. Chloe couldn't control her laughter again. What are you laughing at? Do you want to be Justin's mother-in-law? Honey, the 4 years you were away changed you. How so? Jack asked. You're more childish and your IQ is plummeting. Haha. Chloe giggled happily. Jack, on the other hand, was a bit dumbfounded and didn't know how to react. Since they didn't have the 2 little buns with them, Chloe suggested they eat before going home. Therefore, they strolled the streets hand in hand, looking for a nice restaurant to eat at, just like they did back in the day. After dinner, they went to Rainbow Square to see the nightscape. It had been a while since they did that. It was 7 p.m. and the sky was pitch dark. The northern wind was blowing, bristling through the air. The cold weather did not hinder the people of the city from enjoying themselves under the streetlights at the park. Middle-aged women danced in the square, and children were skateboarding. Elderly men and women put out stalls to sell accessories, like nail clips and hairpins. Chloe was wearing a beige cashmere coat, with a light green silk scarf around her neck. She held onto Jack's hand tightly. She suddenly realized that, this year, winter didn't feel as cold as it did before. Jack was wearing a casual black jacket, and you couldn't tell he was already in his early 30s. He was still very good-looking. When walking on the streets, many girls would turn around to stare at him. Every time this happened, Chloe would feel a great sense of superiority. After all, this handsome Jack belonged to her, and only her. She was proud, and this kind of pride was her greatest affirmation towards herself and Jack. Honey? Are you cold? Jack held Chloe's hand. I'm not cold. Let's keep walking for a bit longer. Okay. Jack nodded. They slowly walked on the paths of the square, holding each other's hands. Honey? Yes? The past 4 years must have been hard for you, right? Chloe asked softly. No. It was all worth it for you and the girls. Chloe felt a clump in her throat when she heard Jack say these words. Even though Jack never elaborated about his days in Seattle, he did mention some of those terrifying operations that he had been through. Chloe could almost feel the pain he had been through. Every time Chloe thought about the fact that Jack was forced to leave her and suffer those inhumane pains, she felt like stabbing Andrew. What do you plan to do now? Chloe took a deep breath and changed the topic because she didn't want Jack to feel bad again. Which aspect are you talking about? What are you going to do about Andrew? Chloe asked in a low voice. Yeah, I've thought about it, and I have plans that are in execution. Jack gave a faint smile, the smile that was filled with his usual confidence. Chloe looked up, looking a bit surprised. Before Chloe could say anything, Jack leaned down and kissed her cold lips. He gently sucked them, leading onto a kiss that expressed his immense love for her. Chloe couldn't remember the last time she had a romantic date night Jack, and she almost forgot how happy she felt during those times. Such a loving kiss reminded her of her days when she was only a teenage girl. Chloe was now 28 years old, and her twins were already 3 years old. Therefore, she stopped categorizing herself as young a long time ago. Jack, however, was still the only one capable of making her heart beat fast and turn her into one of those hopelessly in love girls. She was certain that no one in this world but Jack would make her feel that way. Jack and Chloe kissing in public were supposed to be normal, as plenty of couples displayed PDA on the streets. Yet, what made the entire situation abnormal was that someone had been following them this entire time. Andrew never had the chance to approach Chloe personally over the past few years, but his determination to own her had only intensified. He watched over Chloe's every move and owned an entire shelf of Chloe's photos. In the past 3 years, no matter where Chloe was, whether it was at meetings, events, conferences, or just a private night out, Andrew always had his men follow her, and they would take millions of pictures for him. In the Green residence, Andrew looked very unpleasant when he saw such pictures. "Boss, do you want us to take action tonight? Are you stupid? If Jack wasn't well prepared, you think he'd come back? He's back, which means he's always on alert. If you take action tonight, do you know how many men we would lose?" Andrew was a cautious man. "Yes, boss, you're right." Andrew's hands were shaking when he saw these pictures. He couldn't believe how daring Jack was to kiss Chloe in public. It was as if Jack was stomping on his heart. Justin's pain was unbearable, but he could still show it. Andrew, however, had to hold his pain inside. He never showered any signs of pain. "Boss, Miss Emery is here." Andrew immediately put away the pictures into his desk drawer. Then, he stood up straight. Emery came in wearing a sleeveless midi dress and a gray leather jacket. She looked elegant as usual. Emery has been on to Andrew all these years, but Andrew didn't even touch her now. Aside from the occasional hookup session with Zion, she also made some street friends. Although they were all from rich families, they were also notorious people. They weren't anything compared to Justin and Max. Emery was a female artist still under Andrew's company, but Andrew no longer spent any resources on her. It seemed like he was already disappointed enough in her. "Andrew, you don't look that well. How are you feeling?" Emery walked over with a smile. "What are you doing here?" "I missed you. We've known each other for so long, probably longer than some couples out there. You know my feelings for you never changed, right? Ha. Do you hear how ridiculous you sound? Haha. I'm just here to see you out of the goodness of my heart. Andrew, you can't shove me away like that. You know you're going to be in big trouble since Jack is back. Someone like him isn't going to let you off the hook easily." "So what? Do you think I'm afraid of him? He's just Jack. If I can make him hide away 4 years ago, I can do it again." "What if Jack and Justin work together?" Emery asked with a devious smile. "You think that's even on the table? Jack is an arrogant person, and you think he would work together with Justin to take on me?" Andrew sneered. He knew Jack very well. In the past, Jack always preferred fighting alone, so it would be almost impossible for Jack and Justin to team up. "Are you sure? Times have changed. Do you know what I heard?" Emery then paused intentionally. "What have you heard?" "I heard that Chloe's 2 brats get along very well with Justin. If the kids can mediate Justin and Jack's relationship and they end up teaming up with each other, then I'm just afraid you would have difficulty dealing with them." "Am I scared of the 2 little kids?" "Emery, how much drugs did you do? You're speaking nonsense." Andrew had much less patience when it came to Emery, especially compared to when they first met. Andrew much preferred that innocent girl with a shy smile instead of this cunning and manipulative batch. Emery was like a goddess to her fans, but to Andrew, she was a fallen whore. He couldn't care less about what Emery said, as she was not convincing at all. "You'll regret it later. If I were you, I'll kidnap those two brats. Then everyone, Jack, Justin, and Chloe, will give in to you. We're done talking. I'm tired. Walk Ms. Emery out." Andrew thought Emery was getting out of hand. If it were that easy to kidnap the twins, he wouldn't be so frustrated. If it were that easy, Chloe would be his now. Were the twins that easy to kidnap? Emery basically said things without using her brain. "I'm just saying this because I care about you. You're in your 30s and still stubborn as hell. Haha, I'm just scared that you won't even have a kid of your own to carry on your legacy." "That will be sad." Emery mocked him. If it were a few years ago, Andrew would probably have gone up and slapped her in the face. Now, though, he didn't even bother to say another word to this crazy woman. When he heard Emery's sarcastic words, Andrew just stopped in his footsteps and said, "You better live a more low-key life these days and not cause any trouble. Don't blame me if you get into my way," he warned without turning around. Emery bumped into Ruoxy on her way out, and she flashed a fake smile at the latter as she lit up a cigarette. "Oh, isn't this young Madame Fisher?" "Oh, Ms. Emery. What a coincidence." Ruoxy and Emery didn't know each other well. Ruoxy only knew that Emery was one of Andrew's exes, so she treated her with animosity. "I missed Andrew, so I came over." "Oh, Miss Fisher. Andrew is very healthy and can last very long. You better eat a lot more to be able to serve him well. Otherwise, he might not be happy." "Ha." Then Emery laughed her way out. Her voice echoed in the room. Ruoxy turned pale. "Andrew." Ruoxy called out Andrew's name outside his bedroom, like a spoiled little kid. "Why are you here? I missed you. There's a new Marvel movie called Doctor Something. Apparently, it's really good. Can you go with me? I have 2 tickets to the premiere. I don't have time. I have a video conference soon. It's okay. We can go tomorrow or when you have time." Ruoxy smiled as she walked into his room. She sat on the sofa and looked at Andrew with love. "Ruoxy." "Yes?" "I'm not the right guy for you," Andrew said as he looked Ruoxy in the eye. In the past, Andrew would have considered taking advantage of this brainless woman like he did with Bella, but now he didn't even want to spend time and effort on them. He, however, felt a strong sense of danger, because not only did he fail to defeat Justin, but Jack had also returned. Emery was right. He was indeed in a tough situation. The only thing he cared about right now was taking Chloe for himself. Nothing else mattered. No 2 people in the world are made for each other. They all slowly get to know each other. I've been so happy with you over the last 3 years. But I'm not happy, though. I don't like you a single bit. Don't waste your time. You're still young. Andrew waved his hand as if he wanted to get rid of Ruoxy. "So, are you trying to tell me that there's another woman in your heart, and her name is Chloe?" Ruoxy asked with a smile. "Who I like is none of your business. Don't try to be smart. I hate women who try to be smart but are stupid at the core. I'm not trying to be smart. I know about your feelings. But, Andrew, you need to know that Chloe doesn't love you. Even Mr. Cooper, who was by her side for 4 years and taking care of her, failed to get her to fall for him. Who do you think you are to capture her affection?" "Ruoxy, my family business is none of your business. You should leave." Andrew loosened his tie and turned away, leaving Ruoxy standing alone in his bedroom. Inside the VIP patient room in the first hospital. "Handsome Cooper, do you want water?" Pudding asked. Justin shook his head. "Thanks, Pudding, but I'm not thirsty." "Handsome Cooper, do you want soft candy then?" "It's orange-flavored." Little Bean carefully took out a piece of candy from her dress pocket. "I'm okay, but thanks, Little Bean." Justin looked at the twins dotingly. Max couldn't bear the sight. He was chewing gum and started scolding. "Can you 2 stop fooling around here? I know you're smart, so why don't you tell your mom to stop playing with Justin's feelings? He's already been through a lot. He's had bad luck ever since he met your mother." "What are you talking about?" Justin glared at Max. Am I not telling the truth? The truth is, she's been treating you like a backup. When her husband wasn't back yet, she was right by your side, holding you up. Then, when her husband came back, she immediately kicked you away. Justin, aren't you tired of that? I'm already tired for you. Max was really mad. When he said that, there were only Justin, the twins, and Brenton left in the patient room. Fortunately, Mrs. Cooper wasn't there. Otherwise, the situation would have become even more tense. Little Bean looked down, as she thought to herself how she could retaliate Max's words. Pudding, on the other hand, turned her head around, looked at Max, and asked calmly, Uncle Max, can you mind your own business? I know there's a saying from ancient, the emperor is not worried, but why is his eunuch worried to death? Have you heard of it? What? You little brat? What do you mean by this? Max was angry, but he suppressed his urge to laugh. My sister's intentions are obvious. We're saying that Handsome Cooper is the emperor, and you are the eunuch. Little Bean explained patiently. Max was speechless. Pudding, no one will like you if you speak like that. It's okay. There are a lot of people that don't like us already. You're just another one of them, Little Bean added. My God, I really don't know what to do with you two kids. Uncle Max, you're old and should spend more time taking care of your kidney rather than worrying about other people's business. Handsome Cooper and Mommy's business is not your problem. Even if Mommy owes Handsome Cooper and has done him wrong, then it's still their problem. They took it upon themselves, and Handsome Cooper is happy with it. Max was speechless. See? The twins beat you. They've saved you the time and energy to go and confront Chloe. Brenton laughed. Hey, Brenton! You better watch out for such terrifying daughters-in-law. Max couldn't help but burst out laughing. Problem is, though, even if my son wants to marry them, they might not want to marry my son. Brenton continued to joke around. Pudding glanced over at Max and then turned to look back at Justin. She asked, Handsome Cooper, do you think Mommy really treated you like her backup and played you? Tell us the truth? Otherwise, others might continue to use those words to attack Mommy and take advantage of her kindness. Of course not. I'm your Handsome Cooper, no? Am I not always smart and brave? How would I allow someone to treat me like their backup? That's just ridiculous, Justin responded without hesitation. Of course Justin's not going to admit it, because he's protecting your mommy. Max was obviously not satisfied with the answer. Uncle Blake, what do you think? Pudding turned around and looked at Brenton. Huh? Brenton didn't expect to be dragged into this. Little Bean immediately ran over and held on to Brenton's hand. Yes, Uncle Blake, you are not involved in it. You can probably offer a convincing argument. I think, your mommy isn't treating Justin like her backup. After all, he can't even count as a backup. Damn it, Brenton. Are you just trying to belittle me now? Justin sat up looking angry. Ha. See, you aren't even her backup. Max laughed hysterically. I mean, it's something good in that you're not or even her backup. Backups aren't worth anything. Only when your tires break would you need to switch them up with backup tires. Chloe only has one husband. We really shouldn't be talking about this, Brenton said out of fairness. Uncle Blake's words sound very neutral and convincing. Of the 5 people in this room, it's 4 against 1. Max was speechless. So, Uncle Max, please don't say bad things about our mother again. If we hear you say bad things about her behind her back again, Pudding said slowly. Max crossed his arms and laughed. What are you going to do to me? We have a lot of methods to deal with you. Don't test us. Don't try crossing my older sister's bottom line. She's really terrifying, Little Bean said, sending everyone into rabid laughter. Just then, Mrs. Cooper and the nurse came in to change Justin's fluids. Little Bean, Pudding, are you too hungry yet? Grandma Cooper can take you out for dinner. Mrs. Cooper really spoiled the twins. Grandma Cooper. We're good. We should head back now since Handsome Cooper is all right. So, soon? I haven't spent enough time with you. Mrs. Cooper looked reluctant to part. Little Bean ran over and hugged Mrs. Cooper's leg. She was once again playing her cuteness. Grandma Cooper, don't be sad. We'll go to visit you soon. We can visit Grandpa Cooper and Great-Grandpa too. Can you make your famous osmanthus fragrant grape cake for us? Of course. I'll make you guys anything you want. Mrs. Cooper's heart was already melted by the cuteness. Grandma Cooper, is Uncle An outside? Pudding asked calmly. Yes, I'll have him send you two home. Okay. Pudding nodded. Then, Pudding turned around, looked at Justin, and said, Handsome Cooper, take care of yourself and get well soon. Yeah, I'm fine. You two don't need to worry about me. You don't need to come to see me, it's too dangerous, Justin said worriedly. Handsome Cooper, remember to tell me what you want to eat. I'll have our maid make it and bring it to you, Little Bean added. You don't need to use Handsome Cooper as an excuse to eat. Pudding glanced helplessly at her younger sister. Come on. I really do care about Handsome Cooper. Okay, you two. Don't argue. Hurry and go home. Call me when you arrive home safely, Justin reminded them. Okay, we'll leave now, but you have to be good. Little Bean looked at Justin as if she didn't want to leave. I'll be good. Justin smiled. Good, and don't flirt with nurses, Pudding said as she walked out of the room with her head held up high before everyone else could react to what she just said. Pudding's words shocked everyone. The patient room became much quieter after the twins left. Oh my God, they finally left. Max let out a long sigh of relief. Don't get on the twins' bad side. They're very crafty. Even Chloe doesn't know how to deal with them. Brenton laughed. Really, though? I'm almost 30, and never have I seen such children. Are they even children? I feel like they're going to become masters of some kind. That can't be helped. They have good genes from their parents. You could view it like genetic mutation. What do you think, Justin? Brenton chuckled as he looked at Justin. Little Bean and Pudding are still kids, and no matter how mature they seem, they're still incredibly innocent. Kids can only see good and evil. Only adults calculate benefits and costs. I really like them, and sometimes I greedily wish they were my daughters. How great would that be? Ha. When Justin finished his sentence, he gave out a bitter smile. Okay, let's not daydream. She's not even your wife, so how can they be your children? Justin, you should either find a girl from a good family, get married, and live the rest of your life peacefully with her, or you can just play around as much as you want, like how you used to. There are plenty of female artists under your company. If you keep chasing after Chloe, you'll die a painful death. Max tried persuading Justin again. I don't think this path is difficult, though. Ever since Chloe moved into my family mansion 4 years ago, I've been the happiest I could ever be. I think that I'm too greedy sometimes. Compared to Jack, I'm much happier. Even though he met Chloe in their teenage years, they were separated many times because of all sorts of misunderstandings. Up until now, they have been apart for as long as 11 years. Jack deeply loves Chloe. And that sort of separation to him is unspeakable pain. He just doesn't show it. Why are you speaking for your love rival? Max asked, shaking his head. I'm just stating facts. Okay, we shouldn't dread on this topic anymore. Aren't you two here to visit me? Shouldn't you have gifts with you? How impolite of you guys to come empty-handed. Justin suddenly changed the topic, leaving Max and Brenton flabbergasted. When the twins arrived home, it was already past 8. The kitchen had prepared some sweets and snacks, and Chloe was upstairs having a video conference. Jack sat downstairs with his daughters to eat. He was sitting in the middle, carefully blowing the mixed grain congee to cool it down. Then he fed a spoonful to Pudding. Daddy, I want it too. Little Bean immediately became jealous. Okay. Jack turned over and gave Little Bean a spoonful of congee. Where did you guys go today? Little Bean asked curiously. We had dinner, and we went to Rainbow Square for a walk. Rainbow Square's full of old women dancing. Why would you go there? Daddy? You have no taste, Bean criticized. Jack answered with a smile. That square is very special to me and Mommy. We used to hang out there when we were teenagers. We went there to reminisce. It had nothing to do with the atmosphere. Okay, but, Daddy, you're so handsome and from a good family. Mommy's not that pretty or gentle, and she's from such an ordinary family. Why would you choose her out of all the girls that attended Second High School? Is it because Mommy forced you into being her boyfriend? Little Bean asked curiously. Pudding couldn't take it any longer. She put down her spoon and said, Delcy, where are your brains? Why would you ask Daddy such a stupid question? It's destiny that decides who likes who. It has nothing to do with your looks. Mommy isn't pretty, nor gentle, but she is charismatic. This is the most attractive trait in a woman. It's a bad move to use your looks to seduce men. Plus, Daddy isn't a superficial man. Oh my God, sis, don't use the stupid talks you learned from television and magazines to fool me. You may fool Handsome Cooper, Uncle Blake, and the others, but you can't fool me. After all, you're always going by theory and copying whatever other people say. To me, you aren't convincing at all. I want to hear it from Daddy. Pudding was speechless. For the first time, she didn't know how to rebut Little Bean, because the latter was right. Pudding was always using words that she heard from other adults, rather than those that came out of her own head. She learned most of what she said from Chloe, television, and books. However, there were a lot of words she didn't know yet, so she had to look it up and see how it sounded to understand. If you put it that way, Pudding wasn't as much of a genius as people thought, but she did have a great memory and fast reflexes. Okay, you two, don't argue. Daddy will answer your question, all right? Whenever Jack saw his daughters arguing, he would feel rather complicated. Little Bean looked up and looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. In fact, feeling is a rather magical thing. It doesn't wait until you are ready. Many times, they come at the least expected moments. I first saw your mommy on television. I had a weird feeling that this woman would become my wife in the future. Wow. Daddy, you're indeed a domineering CEO. Little Bean immediately began sucking up to her daddy, and clapped. After Little Bean's rebuttal, Pudding had no aura at all now. She just sat at the side silently because she had just experienced great shock. I've heard you two can be quite domineering too. You bully Kenneth and Ethan? Often? Chloe had already told Jack what the twins usually did to the young boys, and the thought of that made him want to laugh. These two were not only bullying Kenneth, who was a few months older than them, but also Ethan, who was a shy boy who didn't even know how to talk yet. When Noah's son saw them, he would get so scared that he would run away in his diapers. Kenneth would often be pushed to a corner and be forced to answer the one question that gave him nightmares. Who was prettier, Pudding or Little Bean? These scenes seemed dramatic, just at the thought of them. We don't bully them. We are very loving people. We're just taking care of our brothers, Little Bean explained while giggling. Were you really taking care of them? Jack asked with a smile. Sometimes. But we like playing with them. It really isn't bullying. After all, we're all really close, so we don't want to make the situation awkward for everyone. We would never make things hard for Mommy. Little Bean continued to smile wickedly. Jack turned to look at Pudding, who still wore a sad expression on her face. He held her up and put her on his legs. Pudding, you don't need to mind Little Bean's words too much. You both are my lovely and smart daughters. Dad, are we geniuses? Jack didn't expect his daughter to ask such a question, and he was momentarily stunned. We've been called geniuses since we were born, so I want to prove that I am a genius. I heard Mommy's IQ is high and you learn everything really fast. We don't want to tarnish your names, nor do we want people to say we aren't as good as you two. Pudding, you're overthinking. This isn't something you should think about at your age. You two just need to be happy and safe. Mommy and I don't care if you're geniuses or not. All we care about is the fact that you're our daughters, and you are all living a happy and safe life." Jack's words moved his daughters so much that they started to get teary. At this moment, Chloe walked downstairs with a serious expression on her face. "Honey?" Jack carefully put down Pudding and walked over. Chloe held up her phone to Jack. She had the news page up and said, "Look at what happened. This is huge." The news headline read, "National Goddess, Emery, was detained by the police for drug abuse." This piece of news probably created an earthquake-like reaction. Emery had climbed up the ladder in the entertainment industry and was extremely popular. She was now one of the top celebrities in the country. She had over 50 million followers on Weibo and was capable of earning hundreds of millions on random movies. How could a person who climbed as high as she did be exposed of such scandals? It was really hard to believe, since commoners didn't know how deep the water was in the entertainment industry. Jack looked very calm after he saw the news. "Honey, did you do this?" "Which do you mean?" Jack looked at Chloe with loving eyes. Chloe thought for a while before she slowly said, "Emery has been doing drugs and allowing people to do drugs at her place for quite some time now. She has been fine up until now, so why was she detained this time? You had something to do with this, didn't you? This is only the start. Many more scandals will come out for the Green Corporation." "So we're directly facing off with Andrew now?" Chloe asked. "Yeah, are you scared?" Jack looked at her softly. "No. You're here, so I'm not scared of anyone. I'll fight with you no matter what happens. Of course, we're working together, so I believe we can totally beat that bastard Andrew. Andrew isn't the one that's hard to deal with, honey. I know. The one that's hard is that terrorist you speak of that even my dad and sister are scared of. Yeah, Legend's the difficult one. However, I'll have them all dealt with at the same time. That way, you won't have to worry." Andrew and Legend were both Chloe's problems. If Jack wasn't with Chloe, he could totally just sit out of the problem, but he insisted on getting himself involved. He didn't even care about his own life. His love for her was too deep and too strong. "Honey, do you think loving me is troublesome?" Chloe was blaming herself. If it weren't for her, Jack's life would have been smooth, glamorous, and glorious. He was a smart man, born into a rich family. If he didn't fall in love with her, he would have studied abroad, taken over his family business, married a girl from a rich family, and lived a peaceful and content life. He wouldn't have to be scared for his life, nor would he need to be so stressed out all the time. He wouldn't have had to live in secrecy abroad for so many years, and he wouldn't have been unable to be by his wife's side when she was pregnant. Every time Chloe thought of these things, she would feel a bitter sense of guilt. She would think that it was a tragedy for Jack to have met and fallen in love with her. Jack could tell the emotions going through her head. He put his hands around her slim waist. "Honey, I'm not scared of trouble. You're so troublesome, so you shouldn't go bother someone else with your troubles. Just leave me to deal with them for the rest of my life." Chloe smiled as she became teary as she was touched with his words. The two looked at each other tenderly. Mommy, Daddy, are you two acting out some romantic soap opera?" "It's ridiculous," Little Bean complained. "It's late. I think we should head to bed." "Little Bean, stop being a third wheel and come upstairs with me. Read the atmosphere. It's time for us to get out." Pudding got up from the chair and returned to her room directly. Little Bean made a silly face at Chloe and Jack, but quickly followed her sister's footsteps and headed upstairs. "You two little princesses. Be careful walking upstairs. Don't fall." The nanny followed them upstairs to make sure they didn't trip. Chloe stood there looking embarrassed. It was definitely much harder and more awkward to get touchy and romantic when there were two little girls in the house. At the Green residence. "Boss, look at the news. Miss Emery is in trouble." When Andrew read the news, he was so angry that he looked like an erupting volcano. Emery recently collaborated with a foreign director, and her movie was about to be released on the big screens in half a month. Green Entertainment already invested tens of millions into the project. Therefore, the scandal meant that the consequences were going to be devastating. That batch. I already told her to be more discreet, but she still got into trouble. Sir, Jack must have been behind this. What's the point of pointing fingers now? We need to deal with this first. Andrew was so mad that he called Mayor Fisher right away. Mr. Mayor, have you read the news? President Green? I was just about to call you. What is all this about? How could something this big be exposed? Mayor Fisher asked, his tone filled with discontent. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. This is probably some sort of mistake. Perhaps a rival company is trying to smear my name. That's why I'm hoping maybe you could help suppress the news for me. How can I suppress the news? The police already arrested her. Someone reported this to the drug department. Plus, Director Ace's son is the vice director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau now. He's very serious about his job, so my involvement might make things worse. Political figures always spoke in such a diplomatic way, and Andrew caught on immediately. I understand. Sorry for disturbing you at such a late hour. I'll think of another way. Okay. You should deal with it soon because it's a bad influence, and the Green Corporation might be dragged down with it. I understand, Mr. Mayor. After hanging up the phone with the mayor, Andrew was just about to call another government official to try to pacify this situation when one of his lackeys walked up to him. Sir, look, the Municipal Public Security Bureau already certified the validity of the news report on their official Weibo account. We're in trouble. Andrew looked very serious. He held his iPad and opened Weibo to find the top post. When he saw it, his heart sank. The Municipal Public Security Bureau posted, Ms. Emery, a famous female actress, 30 years old, was arrested in a mansion in a palace during a drug raid, along with 3 men and 2 women. Their urine tests are all positive. We have detained them and are conducting further investigation. Please stay away from drugs for your own health and safety. The Bureau's Weibo post was more than enough to prove that Emery was indeed doing drugs. The intent was clear. They didn't want Andrew to be able to suppress this. Weibo discussions were all leaning towards one side, and Emery immediately appeared on various newspaper headlines. There were over 400,000 comments on the selfie Emery posted yesterday. Andrew scrolled down on the comments and saw that every single comment was slandering her. I couldn't tell. You seemed like a goddess, but you're really a bakch. Wow. You're dead for sure for doing drugs. People doing drugs, regardless of gender, are all bastards. We should boycott people like her. Emery, get the F out of the entertainment industry. I advise we ban her on the internet and everywhere else so she can't show her pitiful face. I never really liked her. She's just a junkie the Green Corporation raised. She's been in bed with thousands of men. I don't know why you idiots liked her so much. I wonder how much the Green Corporation is going to lose because of this. I heard that the movie Nightwalker is coming out soon. It's never going to reach the screens now, and they invested over $500 million in it. They even hired a male lead from Hollywood. Such a shame, Emery. I didn't think you would so something like this. I will never watch any of your movies from now on. It's just negative energy. No wonder Andrew won't marry you. It's because you're an addict. How scary. Andrew couldn't continue reading anymore, so he closed the Weibo main page. Sir, what should we do now? Issue a press release saying that Emery was doing drugs on her own. She is now on leave, and whatever she did or does is unrelated to the company. Understood. An hour later, Green Corporation's PR department issued a press release. The press release was well drafted, and anyone could easily tell that a huge team was behind it. The main message was that Emery chose to do drugs and wasn't influenced by anyone. Neither President Green nor the Green Corporation knew anything about it. They were pushing Emery out the door, leaving her no path to reemerge. Female artists who hated Emery, no matter what their publicity levels were, all came commenting on Emery, trying to get some spotlight and attention. They all criticized Emery and exposed her secrets. So much news came forward that it was extremely hard to tell which ones were true and which ones were false. Gianna received the most attention as she was the #1 female artist at Imperial Star Entertainment. When Gianna was returning home from eating out that night, she was cornered by countless reporters outside her mansion gates. She stepped out elegantly of her Wraith, Rolls-Royce in her 7-inch high heels. "Ms. Gianna, can you comment on Emery's drug abuse? Sorry, but I don't know Ms. Emery that well. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I have no news to share. I'm not someone who would try to use her to get exposure, whether she's at the height of her career or in trouble. Ms. Gianna, now that Emery has so much bad publicity, no one in the entertainment industry will surpass your status. What plans does Imperial Star Entertainment has planned for you?" "Sorry. I don't know. I just listened to my company's plans. Thanks." Gianna was surprisingly treating this situation in a low-key manner and did not try to improve her status or create some sort of story from Emery's situation. Gianna walked past the reporters and opened her door to go into her house. Her assistant immediately held her bag and coat for her. "Gianna, I think we can take advantage of this news and get some exposure. We're missing out on so many opportunities. Why are you being so low-key? Moreover, Emery wasn't that kind to you, so it's only natural that you leak some bad news about her. She'll never regain her fame again. Didn't you see how the Green Corporation already broke all ties with her?" "You don't understand anything. I don't want to be high profile right now. Haven't you heard that nonconformity gets punished? Also, President Cooper doesn't like high-profile women." Gianna quickly went upstairs, leaving her assistant speechless. From the looks of it, Ms. Gianna did not give up on her affection towards President Cooper the next morning. Chloe woke up from her dreams, still dazed from her night's sleep. Jack gave her a deep kiss on the forehead. Last night, the two made intense love. Chloe felt like her stamina decreased ever since she gave birth to the twins. Her back hurt so much that she couldn't get out of bed. "President Green, get up. You have to go to work." "President Nick, are you trying to squeeze every ounce of energy out of your subordinate?" Chloe smiled gently. "I'm not trying to squeeze the energy out of my subordinate. You view too highly of me. Right now, I'm only a stay-at-home dad who lives off of my wife. My job is to give my wife massages and prepare food for my kids." "Fine, you win, Mr. Dawson." Chloe knew that Jack cherished their time together very much. She got up and suddenly asked with a laugh, "How much did the Green Corporation's stocks drop by this morning?" 7%. But it's still declining. Perfect. Let's see if Andrew can still keep this cool. It was her and Jack's first retaliation against him, and Chloe felt a great sense of pleasure. She hated seeing that confident smirk on Andrew's face. "There's no rush. This is only the start." "He'll look worse," Jack smiled. The one who could smile to the very last moment is the winner. Chloe thought that the emperor-like man that she loved deeply had come back. "Hey, don't look at me like that." "I can't take it." Jack looked at Chloe gently and slowly approached her. "Hey, Mr. Dawson, it's so bright and shiny outside. Are you sure you want to seduce your wife right now?" Chloe smiled as she slowly stepped back. "Morning's great. The sun is out and you're energized. It's the perfect condition." Jack then pushed Chloe onto their large, fluffy bed. 1 hour later. Jack looked at her watch and shouted, "Oh my God, it's 7:30. It's all your fault that I'm going to be late for work." Then she got up and rushed to get ready. Downstairs, Uncle George was about to call Chloe out for breakfast when Chloe suddenly ran downstairs in a hurry. "I'm going to skip it. I'm going to be late for work." Then she rushed out the door. Jack walked slowly downstairs. He was wearing a black long-sleeve shirt with white cuffs and a collar. He looked very handsome. "Daddy, good morning," Little Bean said in a sweet voice. "Good morning, Little Bean." "Wow. Daddy, you can tell me and my sis apart right away." Little Bean continued to use her flattering skills. Pudding poured a glass of water and glanced at Little Bean. She said, "Of course Daddy knows. You're the one who likes to kiss ass, not me." "Girls, what do you want to do today?" Do you have somewhere you want to go? Daddy can be your driver and bodyguard. We're good with anything. As long as I'm with Daddy, anywhere is good. Little Bean ignored Pudding's comment and continued to act cutely. What about you, Pudding? Do you have any ideas? Daddy, you don't need to hang out with us every day. We know you're actually very busy, Pudding said in a very adult tone. No. Daddy wants to spend time with you guys no matter how busy. Daddy needs to slowly pay back to you and your mommy the 4 years I missed out. I actually have something to say about Mommy. Little Bean raised her hand. What is it? Jack smiled lovingly. Daddy, can you hold back a bit? Mommy woke up early but didn't even have time to eat breakfast. It's not good for her health. We understand that you guys want another child, but this is too much. Daddy, just ignore her. Little Bean thinks dirty, Pudding said in a calm manner. And it was as if she was already used to the way her younger twin spoke. It's not that I'm thinking dirty. I'm just stating a fact. Also, I fully support Mommy and Daddy's love. They can get pregnant again and then I'll have someone to team up with to fight against Pudding. We can't let her boss everyone around just because she's the oldest. Girls, we shouldn't go too deep into this conversation. Leave your mommy's problems to me. She actually asked me to take you guys to Ms. Yi today. Why do we need to see Ms. Yi again? Both of us already play the piano very well. Little Bean was surprised. Daddy, can we learn something else? We've both mastered piano. Why don't you find a zither, lute, or flute teacher for us? We can also do drums. No, your mom said that your piano skills are too automatic. You two use only skills. There are no emotions in your melody. That's why we need to correct that. We didn't have you two learn piano to show off your skills. We did it so that you could express your feelings. When you two grow up, you would be able to use the piano to express your feelings, whether it's sadness or happiness. It's rather a miraculous thing. Daddy, you sound so professional. Don't tell me you're a piano expert as well, Little Bean asked. I know a bit about piano, but I'm not as good as your mom. The hardest song that I can play is Reminiscences de Don Juan, Jack said humbly. Okay, Daddy, can you play the piano with us when we get to the studio? Little Bean suggested happily. No problem. As long as you two want to play with me? Jack smiled. After a filling breakfast, Jack drove his daughters to the piano studio. Chloe drove her Audi R8 to work. Fortunately, there were no traffic jams, so she wasn't late. If she was late, then it would be rather embarrassing for her. Good morning, President Green. During the morning meeting, the executives stood up all together to greet her. Chloe's been so amazing over the last 3 years that she proved herself worthy, and none of the high-level executives dared to doubt her just because she was in her 20s. President Green, this is our end-of-the-year marketing plan. It's been compiled for your review. President Green, the small high-rise project at Upper Blue Mountain District has officially started. Next week, we're going to hold a ribbon-cutting ceremony. If you have time then, please go to the opening ceremony and cut the ribbon. The government seems to place importance on this environmentally friendly project, and the residents are also rather interested in the project. President Green, the new season of jewelry has now been released. However, the sales aren't as high as expected, potentially due to market fatigue. Should we consider putting out new products or switch up a celebrity endorser to generate some traction? President Green, this is a sample of a new product from a Malaysian supplier. We have already confirmed that the quality of the material is good, but it's a bit pricey. Are you considering continuing to work with them? Or should we find a new supplier? That entire morning, Chloe read document after document and solved many difficult issues. After the morning meeting, she walked into her office. Stella had made a cup of milk for Chloe and gave it to her. President Green, here is your milk. Thank you. Chloe rubbed her temples before taking the milk. It was a habit for Chloe to drink milk in the morning. It probably started when she got married to Jack. Since they wanted a baby, Jack would have his assistant, Mark, make Chloe a cup of milk every time she visited the office. It slowly became a habit, and now Chloe wasn't used to drinking coffee anymore. President Green, Mark came in with a full suit on. Mark was no longer an assistant, but a senior manager in the administrative department. He did a good job and had a good reputation within the company. What is it? It's something private. Can I say it? Mark smiled. Did you want to take a few days off? It's too busy for you to take a leave. So no. Chloe smiled. No. I understand that the end of the year is an extremely busy time, so I will never ask for time off. It's just that, didn't President Dawson come back? I heard his leg was injured, so I had someone from my village get some good ox bone that can be made into soup. I should give it to him personally, but he hasn't been in the office recently. So I was wondering if you could bring it to him. Then, Mark put a bag on Chloe's desk. President Dawson and I thank you so much for this kindness. Chloe's eyes looked very gentle. All these employees were really nice to them. Mark was by Jack's side for a really long time, so they had an even tighter relationship. Mark was a very exceptional assistant, but because Chloe was a girl, it wasn't that convenient for her, especially on business trips. That was why she hired Stella as her assistant. Then, she made an exception to promote Mark. He kept the good she had done him well close to heart, and so did his best for the last 3 years. Oh, please don't thank me. You and President Dawson are like my heroes, and there's nothing I can do to repay you. If it weren't for you and President Dawson, I would still be a normal employee working as a grunt. All right. It's not Thanksgiving today. We don't need to get so emotional. I'll take this and the kitchen will make something for Jack. Don't worry. Okay, I'll go back out to work now, President Green. Chloe nodded. Right then, Stella came in and whispered something in Chloe's ears. Why is he here? Chloe furrowed. It's sensitive timing right now. Do you plan to see him, President Green? Stella quietly asked. Chloe thought deeply for a moment and then nodded. Let him in. I want to see what he wants to say. Stella nodded and turned around to open the door. Soon, a man in flashy, looking leisure wear walked in slowly. President Green, it's been a long time since we last saw each other. The man smiled. Mr. Zion, how have you been? Chloe said faintly as she looked at Zion. President Green, do you mind if I smoked a cigarette? Do as you wish. Zion smiled and sat on the sofa in front of Chloe. He took out a black and golden box of cigarettes and pulled one out, putting it into his mouth. I've been living in Capital City for more than 6 months. I actually wouldn't have come back if Emery didn't get herself into trouble. So, you're trying to beg for mercy for her? Chloe asked calmly as she looked at him. Beg for mercy? Oh no, it seems you have mistaken something, President Green. In fact, I don't care whether she's dead or alive, whether she's at the top of her industry or at the dead bottom. She has nothing to do with me. Zion chuckled. Chloe simply looked at Zion quietly without a response, trying to figure out what he wanted from her. President Green, you need to think this through clearly. Me and Emery were just friends with benefits. Our relationship isn't as close as you think. I don't have any feelings for her. To me, she's just a consumable good. We used each other for our personal needs. However, this scandal of hers gave me an idea, Zion said, as if he wanted something. What kind of idea are you talking about? Chloe didn't like Zion because he was an extremely odd person. She didn't know what he was thinking, nor what the purpose behind his weird actions was. He made her feel very uncomfortable. Before, he wanted to further his career here, so he signed with Justin's company. Whenever he saw Chloe, he would look at her with a weird and uncomfortable look. Justin didn't like Zion, so he allowed no opportunity for him to approach Chloe. Zion realized later on that Justin refused to spend large amounts of resources on him. After doing okay but not amazing for a few years, he returned to Capital City 6 months ago after his contract expired. Chloe thought he wouldn't come back, but half a year later, she unexpectedly greeted him in her office. Zion took a puff of his cigarette and slowly breathed the smoke out. It's an opportunity that would help you. Help me? Chloe didn't seem to understand what Zion meant. President Green, you're a smart woman. You probably know that Emery and I go back a long way, so I know a lot about her. She has been fooling around with Andrew for many years. not only relationship-wise, but also money-wise. At first, when you and your husband were accused of murder, you probably knew who was behind it. I can help you find evidence. Zion stopped there, locking eyes with Chloe. Mr. Zion, you need to know that me and my husband were proven to be innocent. Someone else took the blame, and this case has been closed for a long time. Finding evidence now is just pointless. Chloe sounded very calm. Says, who? What if I have solid proof that Andrew killed Bella? Zion smirked. When Chloe heard that, the look on her face revealed a hint of surprise. What about it? Are you interested, President Green? Zion asked as he looked at Chloe with peculiar eyes. I'm interested, but I also know that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me what you want first. Chloe knew Zion wasn't just some generous person who would help her defeat Andrew without asking for something in return. He must be after something. As expected, Zion smiled. President Green, you're indeed a smart person. Let's not waste time. Tell me what you want, and I'll see if I can do it. Don't worry, I know you can do it. I'm not that greedy of a person. How much do you want? Chloe asked. I know that you're rich, but I don't want money. So, what do you want? Chloe calmly looked at him. I want to sleep with you. It was a simple sentence. Chloe was not surprised because she knew of Zion's intentions from a long time ago. She probably knew the answer already, so when he heard Zion's actual demand, she was not surprised. Ha ha ha, you sure have a huge appetite. Chloe smiled coldly. Even though I'm no entrepreneur, I am still a celebrity. I have savings piled up so I don't need money. I've been through probably half my life now and I just want to have fun. As long as something can make me happy, I'm willing to do anything. And you, President Green, Ms. Green, I'm very interested in you. You might know this already, but I've been attracted to you ever since we first met. All these years, I've seen you go around Jack, Justin, and Andrew. I knew you weren't some nobody. As long as you can sleep with me, even just once, I know it's going to be a shiny star in my life. Zion sounded genuine. He didn't hide his true self. What Jack and Chloe had between them was true love, which was different from Justin's rapport desire for her. Andrew wanted to own Chloe, while Zion simply wanted to have sex with her. Sex was something simple, and to him, he didn't need to hide this desire for Chloe. Chloe might have exploded and kicked Zion out the room when she was younger. Now, though, she wasn't that tempered young girl anymore. She smiled calmly even after she heard Zion's insulting request. Zion, you're quite an interesting character. You sure are direct with your desires. I don't like wasting time, nor am I the one to be ambiguous. You might not feel comfortable with my words, but this is how I function. Zion looked at Chloe with lust. It was rather weird since Chloe wasn't a beauty, nor was she hot. She did not have a huge chest, nor a sexy butt. She was just a normal stubborn girl that was conventional in her ways and had a calm personality. Such a normal and arrogant girl, however, made Zion yearn for her. Zion had money and women. He was good with women, got them easily, and slept with many over the years. Of all the women he desired, Chloe was the only one he couldn't get. That was why he went through all means and tried everything he could just to get into her pants. Do you really think I will give in to you just to punish Andrew? Zion didn't say a word and quietly listened to Chloe. Zion, do you think you're some hotshot? Do you think that I will take off my clothes for something so puny? Do you think you deserve me? Chloe faked a smile. I know that I'm out of the question since you didn't even end up with Justin, although he stuck by you for all these years. I know that I don't really have a chance, but boldness is my strong suit, and I'll never know until I try, right? If I don't even have the guts to give it a try, then I don't even have the right to fantasize. Don't be mad, President Green. If you don't want to, it's fine. However, if you regret your decision in the future and want to come to me, my door is always open. Zion stood up right away. Don't worry, you won't have a chance. Not in this life nor the next. Chloe rejected him completely. Zion stopped walking, turned around, and smirked deviously. I just love how arrogant you are. Chloe was caught speechless. After Zion left, Chloe continued working. She didn't care if Zion could provide her with proof that Andrew killed Bella. She won't even care if Zion helped her kill Andrew, because she would never give in to him. For Chloe, Jack was the only one she was willing to be under. After busying around all morning, Chloe video called Mr. Dawson. Jack held his cell phone and showed her the scene of the twins practicing piano, which made Chloe feel proud. Mr. Dawson, you sure are efficient, right? So, are you going to compliment me, my wife? Of course, my hubby is the best. How is our excellence in piano related to her husband being the best? I don't understand, sis, Little Bean wondered. Our parents' fancy way of showing affection cannot be understood by everyone. You better play some more piano, or if Mommy sees you slacking off, you won't be able to eat ice cream today, Pudding replied. Oh my God, please, don't take away this little pleasure from me, Little Bean cried. Little Bean, what are you murmuring about? Chloe looked at Little Bean, who was sitting not far behind Mr. Dawson in the video. Ah, I said, I suddenly miss Mommy a lot today. I wish you were here. Then I would be able to play this new song for you, Little Bean lied calmly without blushing. Good girl, go back to practicing with your sister, okay? Remember to play it with your heart rather than focusing on the skill. I know, Mommy. We will use you as a role model and learn from you. Daddy said Mommy is very skilled at playing piano. Little Bean continued to compliment endlessly. Chloe nodded in content to indicate her joy. Pudding, on the other hand, exclaimed, butt-kissing people are more favored these days? Jack almost laughed out loud after hearing her words. After coming back to the country, he had been so happy because his twin daughters had brought him so many waves of laughter. Sometimes Jack even felt that these two kiddos were the best presents that God could have ever brought to him. They were the fruits and witnesses of the deep love between him and Chloe. Honey, come to Hilton's restaurant at 6 tonight. I'll also go right after work. Are we having a family dinner? A family gathering, actually. Sarah's and Victoria's families are coming too. Oh, that's perfect. The more the merrier. Yep, I'll see you tonight. Okay, work hard, President Green, Jack said affectionately as he looked at Chloe in the video, who was wearing a black suit that showed her body curves. Chloe smiled shyly like a teenage girl and said, I'll do my best. 6 p.m. The restaurant at the Hilton Hotel. Mommy, can I go home first? I'm so scared of seeing Little Bean and Pudding. Before the gathering even started, Kenneth had already become nervous and wanted to run away. Victoria didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. Kenneth, you need to buck up. Men shouldn't be scared of girls who are younger than they are. But they're not girls from a normal family. They're practically mobsters, Kenneth complained. Where did you learn the word mobster? Victoria asked, dumbfounded by her son's choice of words. Uncle Max, he said. Pudding and Little Bean were mobsters. That's where I learned it. I can't believe that idiot Max would talk behind the twins' backs. One day, they're going to get him, Victoria laughed. Breton made the reservations. Their family had acquired the local Hilton hotels, hoping to march into the hospitality industry, so tonight was a little celebration. Victoria had gone back to work at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and their maid and Breton's mother were taking care of Kenneth during the day. Unfortunately, after giving birth to Ethan, Sarah couldn't go back to her original slim figure, and therefore couldn't be a flight attendant anymore. Noah's family gave her some money to open a bag design workshop, where Sarah created her own line of bags called LING. She went into the business wanting to have fun, but sales were surprisingly good, and the workshop kept her busy. In 4 short years, Noah cracked countless cases and was successfully promoted to the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, the youngest in history. A lot of girls at the bureau had been trying to get into his pants, since Noah was good-looking and had a high rank. In a fit of jealousy, Sarah banned Noah from using Weibo, leaving the latter at a loss for words. When Jack arrived with the twins, Chloe hadn't yet arrived. The others, however, were all waiting inside the private room. "Hey, Pudding and Little Bean, come and give Auntie Sarah a hug." Because of her personality, Sarah probably liked the twins the most out of everyone. Therefore, she had to hug and kiss them whenever she saw them. "Sarah, control yourself." Take a look at Pudding's expression. She doesn't like it when you get saliva on her face. Noah laughed. "What are you talking about, Little Bean loves me?" Sarah refuted, rolling her eyes at Noah. Ethan hid behind his dad, too scared to walk up. "Hey, Ethan, you're here too. Come and play with me." Little Bean looked at Ethan like he was a fresh piece of meat, scaring the latter into stumbling backward. Ethan still needed help walking, but his actions revealed how scared he was of the twins. "Jack, did you see that? Your daughters are mobsters. Even Kenneth and Ethan are scared of them." Noah smiled. "No, they aren't. My daughters are even scarier than mobsters." "All right." Jack rubbed Little Bean's head lovingly. "Tsk, tsk. You should be ashamed, and yet you're so proud about it." "Jack, where's Chloe?" Victoria asked. "She should be here soon. Last we talked, she was stuck in traffic." As soon as Jack finished his sentence, Chloe rushed into the private room, placing her purse onto the table. "Sorry, guys, I'm late, aren't I?" "No, you're just in time. Let's eat." Brenton smiled at her and then called over the waitress. The three families sat around the table, touched by their long-awaited reunion. Before anyone could say anything, Little Bean looked around the room. "Everyone's here, but where's Handsome Cooper?" After hearing her question, everyone looked awkward. Before Jack came back, Brenton always asked Justin to tag along to their family gathers, and the latter always paid. Chloe never invited Justin, hoping to keep a distance from him. Yet, he seemed to enjoy himself. Now that the twins' father is back, it was only normal for Justin to stop coming. "Uncle Cooper's still recovering. He is resting at home," Brenton explained. Worried about the awkwardness, Jack glanced at Noah and changed the subject. "Does the Bureau have any updates about Emery? Did Andrew bail her out?" "Not yet. Judging from what I can see right now, Andrew's not going to bail her out. After all, the Green Corporation's statement made it very clear that she means very little to him," Noah analyzed. "But this scandal is bad for the Green Corporation as well, since she's been heavily promoted by them in the past. Plus, her new film is going to be banned from release, and the Green Corporation's stocks are dropping as we speak. Andrew is going to suffer heavy losses from this incident," Brenton interjected. "This is nothing. It's just the beginning," Jack said faintly. "Mr. Dawson, did you do this?" Sarah finally understood what they were talking about. Before Jack could respond, Chloe explained with a smile. "Mr. Dawson found a good opportunity. Emery's been doing drugs for years, and the only reason she wasn't exposed back then was that there were people protecting her. Her downfall was inevitable, and Mr. Dawson did nothing but give her a little push." "My hubby did well this time. That batch Emery should have been arrested a long time ago." Sarah proudly patted Noah's shoulder. "Kenneth, you've been sitting in your mommy's lap this entire time? Want to come down and play with the others?" Chloe smiled as she said to Kenneth, "Auntie Green, I don't want to come down." "Why not?" "Because I'm scared of Pudding and Little Bean." Did they bully you? Tell me what happened and I'll teach them a lesson. They keep asking me who's prettier. It's really annoying." The group laughed aloud at Kenneth's complaint. "Jack, discipline your daughters, all right? My son doesn't even know how to talk yet, and he's already afraid of them." Noah laughed as he held Ethan. "Gosh, how can boys be bullied by girls?" Sarah exclaimed helplessly. Chloe tilted her head at Pudding. "You're the older sister. Tell me what happened. Didn't I tell you guys not to bully Brother Kenneth? We trust in his taste, and that's why we asked him who's prettier. If we didn't care about him, we wouldn't have even asked him," Pudding replied matter-of-factly. Before Chloe could say anything, Little Bean chimed in. "But he always says we're both pretty, and that answer isn't good enough. It's obvious that I'm the prettier one. So then you bullied him? I didn't. I was just playing around with him, Little Bean said, playing cute. You got saliva all over my face? You call that playing around? Don't believe what she says, Auntie Green. Kenneth finally found a chance to vent. Brother Kenneth, what are you talking about? I got saliva all over your face because I like you. Don't adults all kiss like that? Little Bean asked, looking innocent. Everyone, including Jack, was rendered speechless by what Little Bean said. It seemed like he needed to teach her daughter not to freak people out with her words. Or else, Chloe and Jack were going to die from embarrassment. Ahem, Kenneth, you and Little Bean kissed? Brenton asked, flabbergasted. Kenneth replied with tears in his eyes. Dad, don't listen to Little Bean. She got saliva on her finger and smeared it all over my face. How's that the same as adults kissing? Don't mislead them, Little Bean. Kenneth calmly explained what Little Bean did to him. Upon hearing this, Victoria burst out in rabid laughter. Mommy, it's not funny. Your son is being bullied, all right? Kenneth, I'm impressed by your choice of words. Not bad, my son, Victoria laughed. Kenneth looked at his mother with a flabbergasted expression. That wasn't the point. The point was that he was being bullied. Pudding, why didn't you stop your sister from doing something that absurd? Mommy, if you can't discipline her, how do you expect me to? I'm not omnipotent. You think too highly of me, Pudding replied calmly, sipping on her juice. Finally, Chloe couldn't control herself any longer. Mr. Dawson, look at your daughters. They're still young. We need to be patient. Jack smiled gently. How are they young? They don't look like they're 3 years old at all. If you don't discipline them now, you'll never have a chance. Noah chimed in. At this moment, Little Bean glanced at Noah, her brain spinning fast. Sounding curious, she asked, Uncle Ace, on my way home from piano lesson the other day, I saw a pretty girl wearing a police uniform get onto your Jaguar. Is she a new intern at the bureau? When was this? You've sure got guts, Noah. Sarah immediately lost her cool. Hey, Little Bean, come on, don't just lie like that. You're going to cause a war in our family, Noah said, not sure whether to laugh or cry. Did I see wrong? Sis? Didn't you see that girl? Little Bean turned around and asked Pudding. I saw her too. That girl kept smiling at Uncle Ace. She was young and pretty. It's normal though, right? Uncle Ace is the handsome deputy director. So, it's natural for women to pounce onto him uncontrollably. You guys are digging my grave. Noah couldn't smile anymore. Noah, explain. Who's this bureau intern? Is she a policewoman? Sarah interrogated, pinching Noah's arm. Ah, honey, don't pinch me. It's not what you think. She's a colleague at the bureau and was late for work. I bumped into her and she asked me for a ride. I'm not going to believe you. Watch how I'm going to teach you a lesson when we get home, Sarah snorted angrily. Jack, your daughter's Noah was completely helpless. Before he could finish his thought, however, Little Bean said, Uncle Ace, the other day I saw… Wait! Pudding, stop for a second. Let me finish my sentence first. Noah interrupted Pudding and turned to Jack, sticking out his thumb. Jack, your daughters are smart and cute, the best limited edition duo that exists on this earth. They're amazing. Upon hearing this compliment, Little Bean immediately changed her verse. The other day I saw that Uncle Ace's phone was filled with Auntie Sarah's photos. I thought to myself, he must really love her. Photos of me? Sarah asked, obviously doubtful. Yeah, I was playing games on his phone and discovered those photos by accident. Sarah smiled shyly. That's much better, stupid cop. Finally, Noah let out a sigh of relief. He felt like he had just ridden a roller coaster. The twins may be young, but they were as quick as foxes and were filled with crazy ideas. It was a losing battle to begin with. Brenton, you're smart to never talk during our gatherings. This way, You won't anger either of them." Noah glanced over at Brenton and said, with a profound look on his face, "I can't anger them, but I can hide from them." Brenton laughed. "Pudding and Little Bean, do not bully Kenneth and Ethan again. If I hear from Kenneth that you've bullied him, humph," Chloe said with a sneer. Pudding looked up and stared deeply into Kenneth's eyes. Then she turned back and smiled at Chloe. "Don't worry. Kenneth will never tell on us again." Why do Pudding's words sound so weird? Victoria couldn't help but chuckle. Kenneth tightly hugged Victoria's neck. "Mommy, I want to go home. I'm scared." Pudding and Little Bean always revealed their evil side during family gatherings. While Jack was proud, Chloe was a little worried. After dinner, the family of 4 headed back to South Hill Manor. The twins had fallen asleep in the back seat from exhaustion. "Honey?" "The twins aren't really going to grow up to become mobsters, right?" Chloe asked, her tone filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Jack broke out in laughter. "What are you laughing about?" she asked with confusion. "Honey, you're thinking too much. They're only 3 years old. Plus, they're not bad kids, just a little domineering and vengeful." My God, isn't that enough? They're girls. What if their tempers become magnified in the future? Pudding and Little Bean are a little dominant, Jack analyzed. They're not like us at all in that aspect. They're like their auntie, Jack immediately said without thinking. Like their auntie? Chloe always became excited upon hearing about her younger sister. They take after Fiona's personality. She's flashy, impatient, high-key, and extremely vengeful. Most importantly, she's fearless, and everyone is afraid of her. Jack remembered talking to Fiona when he was performing surgery on Riker in Moscow. Although he didn't know too much about her, he had heard so much about the legendary Fiona. Fiona's only 20 years old. I feel bad after hearing about her life. Compared to her, I'm the lucky one. At least I've got a stable life. That's why your father never came looking for you throughout the years, even though he knew where you were the entire time. Life is sure magical sometimes. Blood sisters can experience dramatically different lives as well. If it were me, I seriously don't know if I can survive her life. I wonder how she stuck through all these years. At the end of one road is another road, and at the end of death is life. Fiona is who she is today because of how she was raised. Are we alike? Chloe couldn't help but ask. You don't look alike, but your personalities are somewhat similar. How so? Chloe asked, filled with curiosity. You guys are both extremely stubborn, persisting no matter what. Fiona's been like that this entire time. I wonder when I'll get to meet her, Chloe said, her eyes sparkling. The fact that she had a sister proved that life was full of surprises. Soon, once Legend is dealt with, everything will be good. I think that's what Professor Wagner wants as well. Jack's car sped into the night. South America, Rio de Janeiro. Fiona attended a business dinner party in a hot red, long dress. She communicated with the guests in perfect English and Portuguese, drawing the attention of all the guests present as they wondered who this beautiful Oriental beauty was. Boss, everything's ready. It's going to explode in 10 minutes. We can leave now, one of her subordinates, dressed in a waiter's uniform, whispered in her ear. Fiona smiled. She put down her wine glass and quickly headed out towards the exit. Fiona? Long time no see. Fiona never expected to see this person, right when she was about to leave the scene. How did he manage to circumvent her people and appear so suddenly before her? Hi. Legend. Fiona turned around and helplessly greeted the man in front of her. If Fiona remembered right, the last time she saw Legend was about 2 years ago, when she was cornered by his people in Florida. It was a dangerous encounter, but Riker managed to arrive on time and save her. Since then, she hid from Legend like a mouse from a cat. She knew that the man meant trouble. He was more than just a bad person. He was the head of the most powerful terrorist organization on Earth, whose aspiration was to destroy the world. For some reason, this extremely perverted and psychotic man was hopelessly obsessed with Fiona. Legend in his early 30s, not much older than Chloe. He was born into a German aristocrat family and therefore had stunningly good looks. He was 100% Caucasian, with dark red hair and navy blue eyes that shone with a dark glare. He had a really cute smile, enabling him to deceive others, subsequently hiding his murderous and bloodthirsty personality. Legend liked dressing up as a godfather, so he often showed up wearing a creepy black robe. One might think that he was a Christian, but he was, actually, a Satanist, and even the cross he wore on his neck was upside down. Legend had been chasing after Fiona and Professor Wagner for a long time. He originally wanted to kidnap the latter's daughter first to threaten Professor Wagner into working for him. But Professor Wagner had an older daughter that went missing years ago, and he still hadn't found her. After finding out that even someone as well-connected as Andrew couldn't find her, Legend basically gave up. Fiona, on the other hand, was extremely hard to kidnap and racked every nerve in Legend's brain. Usually, she would be gone by the time he found out where she was. Therefore, this time, Legend set up a trap. He bribed the man who was contracting Fiona and tricked her into coming to Brazil. Finally, he found her. "Boss, you go first. I'll cover." Her subordinate took out his gun and nervously pointed it at Legend. "Neither of us can go," Fiona said, extremely calm. She scanned the room. There were at least 20 snipers hidden in every corner of the building. 24 red dots hovered over her body, and it was terrifying to just look at this scene. "Fiona, come with me to Berlin. What do you think?" Legend tilted his head and smiled at Fiona. "Sure, I've been wanting to visit Germany. Let's go. I like your idea." Then Fiona strutted out the door as if she had admitted defeat. "Boss, I'm sorry. We miscalculated," her subordinate said, feeling guilty. "It's not your fault. I'm sure Legend's been planning this for a while now." "He won't kill me. Let's make lemonade out of this." Fiona was a smart girl. She knew she was at a disadvantage, so she would never run away and leave her people to die. She wasn't the heartless type to be able to cast them aside. 10 minutes later, Fiona and her people were taken abroad in Legend's private jet. "Fiona, I like being with you, face to face. You're beautiful when you're not speaking," Legend said in fluent German. Fiona didn't reply. She looked down and filed her nails, completely placing Legend in disregard. This was something no one else had the guts to do. To Legend's lackeys, she might seem completely disobedient, but Legend particularly loved how fearless Fiona was. "Legend, I'm thirsty. May I have some red wine?" Fiona didn't like drinking water. When she was thirsty, she would usually drink red wine, cocktails, beer, or other alcoholic beverages. Red wine. Legend was in a good mood and immediately called out to the butler behind him. An elderly man named Carl carefully walked up with a bottle of red wine. After decanting it, he poured a glass for each of them. Fiona picked up the wine glass, raised it at Legend, and then drank the entire glass. Legend smiled. He picked up his own glass and sipped at it. Suddenly, he felt his entire body go numb. "Is something wrong?" Fiona smiled. What did you do to me?" Legend demanded fearfully. Suddenly, the elderly man beside Ian slowly ripped off the mask on his face. "Dad, your acting skills are stellar." Fiona smiled brightly at the old man. "Professor..." Legend looked at Professor Wagner in disbelief. As soon Legend finished his sentence, a dozen AK-47s were pointed at Fiona and Professor Wagner's head. "I suggest you all stay where you are. Legend's been poisoned, and only I have the antidote." Professor Wagner never joked. Everyone knew that he was a genius doctor and an expert poison brewer. Legend was a little careless this time. He didn't expect Professor Wagner to come at all. How in the world did he manage to get a mask to look exactly like Carl? Moreover, Professor Wagner spiked the wine with poison. Fiona was fine, but he was poisoned. Don't look at me like that, Legend. I've been playing with my dad's poison since I was a girl, so I'm basically impenetrable. Poisons don't work on me now. Fiona smiled. She realized that Carl was her dad as soon as she boarded the plane. They gave each other a secret signal, and that was why she said she was thirsty and asked for wine. Legend's entire body was numb now. He sat there dumbly, like a puppet. "Give me the antidote or else we can all die here," Legend said with much difficulty. "I can give you the antidote, but we have to leave first," Professor Wagner said, his voice a little raspy. "Okay." Legend was extremely obedient. "Open the cabin doors. We're jumping off with parachutes." "Dad, why can't they jump?" Fiona asked unhappily. "Do you want to go to Germany and keep being chased down after you debark from the plane?" Professor Wagner glanced at his daughter. Fiona was completely speechless. Her father was surely more meticulous than she was. "I have the antidote. You'll recover within 10 minutes after drinking it. Why should I believe you? What if you run away and I find out that the antidote is a fake?" Legend asked worriedly. "You don't have a choice, and the other option is for us to all die here. First, you die from poison, and then your people will shoot us. What do you think?" Professor Wagner smiled as he looked at Legend. Legend's face immediately turned as ugly as could be. He knew Professor Wagner would never bluff and was a man of his words. "Legend, you have 8 minutes to make a decision. After that, you'll die even if you drink the antidote. We're all busy people. Hurry up and make a decision," Fiona said arrogantly. In the end, after a few seconds of silence, Legend had no choice but to slowly open his mouth. "Open the cabin door and take out the parachutes." "Sir, are we really going to let them go?" his subordinates asked. "Shut up and execute my orders," Legend said with a dark expression on his face. 2 minutes later, Fiona and her people jumped off first. Professor Wagner was the last one to jump, and before he did, he threw a little bottle of antidote to Legend. After they safely landed, Fiona pulled aside the parachute and walked up to her dad, helping him up. "Dad, why did you suddenly come? You totally saved me," she exclaimed. "I've been following Legend's whereabouts and noticed that he came to Brazil while you were here. Something felt wrong, so I disguised myself as his lackey when he wasn't paying attention. Smart move, Dad, but why didn't you just give him some more poison instead of the antidote? We'll never sleep peacefully as long as he's still alive. Do you really think our lives will be better once he dies? If we kill him, we'll be chased to the ends of the earth. The mob groups and terrorist organizations in Germany won't let us off easy. Legend needs to die, but today's not that day." Then, Professor Wagner got up and started walking away. "Boss, we're still in Rio de Janeiro. Where are we headed next?" Fiona's subordinate asked after checking the GPS. "Home. I'm never coming back to this damn place again. If my dad didn't show up, I'd be dead by now." This encounter was surely dangerous. "I've told you so many times, don't accept clients without a thorough background check. You have all the money you need in the world. Why are you still chasing after cash? I wanted to save up for my twin nieces, all right?" Professor Wagner's expression softened upon the mentioning of the twins. "They're 3 years old this year, right?" "Mm-hmm. They had their birthday party a while ago, and Jack's back. Don't worry about Chloe. She's great. She's a renowned entrepreneur now." Fiona was super updated about Chloe's current situation. "Do you have any photos?" Upon hearing her dad's question, Fiona immediately pulled up the photos on her watch, creating a projection in the night sky. Professor Wagner stared at Chloe and her daughters, his face filled with fatherly love. Although he didn't raise Chloe, he also never forgot about her. "Your mom will be very comforted if she knew how peaceful and happy her life is. It's what she's always wanted for Chloe." "Mm-hmm. The truth is, I envy my sister's life, and I want her to live like that for the rest of her life." "Fiona, I'm sorry for not giving you peace and stability," Professor Wagner said. His graying temples revealed his old age. He felt bad for his younger daughter. Although they were family, they rarely saw each other, and each encounter was also brief. Don't say that. I'm used to it. It's a good thing, actually. At least I learned how to survive, saw all walks of life, and killed countless enemies. Compared to my sister's calm life, my life is always filled with surprises and excitement. Once the experiment I'm doing right now succeeds, I will look for a chance to kill Legend. Then, marry Riker and stop running around every day, all right? Disband your mercenary group and leave the business. You're a girl after all. I don't want you to spend your entire life killing and running. Come on, Dad. That's light years away. I'm in my early 20s. I'm not even thinking about marriage. Fiona always avoided talking about her and Riker's impending marriage. Just then, Professor Wagner's phone rang. He tapped his phone, and a projection of Riker's face appeared. Uncle Wagner, are you guys all right? We're good. I saved Fiona. Don't worry about us. I'm glad. Do you want to talk to her? Professor Wagner asked. No, it's okay. I have somewhere to be. Bye. To Fiona's surprise, he hung up, just like that. She bit down on her lips. Damn, that psycho won't even talk to me. He's probably mad at you. Professor Wagner knew his daughter's personality better than anyone else. Fiona didn't respond. She looked down and carefully thought about why Riker would be so mad at her that he would refuse to talk to her. Before coming to Brazil, Riker told her not to run around these days and that she should stay at the Ross estate in Moscow. He even told her that he would cook for her, but Fiona didn't take that to heart and ran away while Riker was tending to business at his family's headquarters. She ended up running off to Brazil for a job, so no wonder Riker didn't want to talk to her. He's mad? I should be the one who's mad. I saved his life, okay? If I didn't ask my brother-in-law to perform surgery for him, he would have died years ago, Fiona said matter-of-factly. But think about it. Who did he get shot for? Her dad's question immediately silenced her. Stop stuttering. Can you please just let me sleep soundly at night? Next time I won't have time to save you. I'm telling you, stop taking jobs and either go back home or to Riker's home in Moscow. It's safe there. Dad, I want to go to my sister's place and see my sister and the twins. Are you crazy? Professor Wagner looked helplessly at his daughter. I just really want to see my sister and my adorable nieces. You'll get that chance in the future, but you can't right now. Fiona, I'm telling you, if you put yourself and your sister in danger because of your recklessness, I'll never forgive you, Professor Wagner said, turning away to leave. Upon hearing this, Fiona pouted unhappily. Boss, let's go. Go away, don't talk to me, Fiona said, extremely unhappy with her current situation. Why was it so hard to see her sister? Years have passed, but it never seemed like the right chance. It was a miracle for someone as impatient as her to wait for so long. South Hill Manor. That evening, the twins were playing in the living room after practicing the piano. Pudding enjoyed browsing the internet for celebrity scandals, so her head was buried in the iPad, going through the news. Little Bean liked snacking, so she peeled an orange while watching TV. Jack came downstairs to see the sisters surprisingly getting along. Unfortunately, the TV wasn't playing any cartoon shows. Rather, playing on the TV was a popular variety show called Running Man. Little Bean, you like this show? Yeah, I love Brother Han, Little Bean said, fangirling over the man on TV. Brother Han? Jack repeated as he asked, completely confused. Pudding glanced at Little Bean and replied calmly, Daddy, ignore her. She's talking about a celebrity. Daddy's not caught up with the times. Jack smiled helplessly, sitting down in between the twins. Where's Mommy? She's still busy dealing with company matters. Daddy, are you really going to be a stay-at-home dad? Little Bean glanced sympathetically at Jack. Why? Are you going to look down on Daddy? What's so bad about staying at home and taking care of you guys while Mommy goes to work? It's weird. Little Bean looked at Jack. Pudding, you don't want Daddy to stay at home with you guys every day? I'm fine either way. But Daddy, don't you get bored taking care of us? Pudding asked calmly. Nope, Jack replied without thinking. If you're not bored, then I'm fine with it. Pudding, what are you reading? Nothing much, just tracking the stock market. I heard 2 families in the real estate industry partnered together. I'm assuming their stock prices are going to shoot up, so I'm going to buy some now and sell when it booms. You invest in the stock market? Jack looked at Pudding in disbelief. I'm using Mommy's account. She gave me $100,000 to play with. Are you making money or losing money? Jack asked, immediately interested. Little Bean stuffed a piece of orange into Jack's mouth and said, Daddy, don't you know her? She would never lose money. With her IQ, she's probably tripled the money by now, if not more. So, Pudding, you're a stockmaster? Jack chuckled. Pudding ever so calmly logged on her account and showed Jack her current balance. There was much more than $100,000 in there. She now had $2.8 million more than 10 times over. Not bad, my princess. Jack lovingly rubbed Pudding's head. What about me, Daddy? Little Bean immediately scooted up to Jack, rubbing her head against his shoulder. Little Bean's amazing too. Suddenly, Jack remembered something. He asked softly, Pudding, Little Bean, do you guys want to see your grandparents? We've seen them, Little Bean replied. You have? When? Jack asked, slightly confused. Ever since we could talk, Mommy showed us countless photos, mostly of you and then our grandparents. Oh, right. We also saw photos of our auntie. That's what we call her, right? Little Bean thought hard. Yes, you call her auntie. That's Avery. So we know them well. Daddy, auntie's gorgeous. The Dawson family's genes are really powerful, except for Mommy, though. Little Bean smiled, adorably. Your mom's really pretty too, Jack smiled. Right, love is blind, so Mommy's the most beautiful woman in Daddy's eyes, Little Bean said. Daddy, does Auntie have a boyfriend? Pudding suddenly asked. I don't think so. She never said anything. Jack thought back at their conversations. Avery's never mentioned anything about a boyfriend. Oh, I see. Pudding nodded thoughtfully. Why? What do you have planned? Jack glanced at Pudding. She didn't seem like someone who would ask random questions. To his surprise, Pudding smiled mysteriously. Nothing. Jack changed the subject. Once Mommy frees up, let's all go to the States and visit your grandparents and auntie. All right? Okay, but I heard the plane ride there is really long. I wonder if I can stand it, Little Bean complained, her expression as cute as a button. Pudding, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. Sure, Daddy. After hanging out in the living room a little longer, the twins became sleepy and went to bed. By the time Jack walked into their bedroom, Chloe had already showered and climbed into bed. She was reading company documents with a pillow up against her head. Honey, are they asleep? Mom brought them back to their rooms. They looked tired. Those 2 little brats always seem to be filled with energy, and I never have enough to give them. It's okay. Focus on work. I can take care of them. Jack walked up and sat down beside her, allowing the latter to lean against his shoulder. Honey, can we discuss something? I agree. Are you sure you want to agree? You don't even know what I want to discuss. Chloe pursed her lips into a smile. I agree to whatever you say. Honey, if you were an emperor from ancient time, you would have been a really bad one. It's okay. I don't care. It's worth being cursed by the people if I'm with you. Tsk, tsk. I'm surprised by your sudden sweet talk. What? You don't like it? Jack looked down and gently looked into Chloe's eyes. I do. I like it a lot. Chloe smiled shyly as she snuggled in Jack's embrace. So, now can you tell me what is it that you want to discuss? I almost forgot. Mrs. Cooper just called saying that Mr. and Grandpa Cooper really miss Pudding and Little Bean, and since tomorrow's Saturday, they invited us there for dinner. Sure, I got them presents and was going to send them over anyways. Presents? What did you buy? Grandpa Cooper isn't someone who cares about stuff like that. Don't give them anything expensive, Chloe said, a little worried. Don't worry. I know they're rich. They're just tokens of gratitude. Trust me, okay? Chloe nodded. Once things here at the company calm down, can we go to the States? My parents really want to see the twins. We should have gone a long time ago. I know it's not a good time for them to come to the country since Andrew might try to hurt him, so us going to the States is the best option. Jack gently caressed Chloe's long hair, comforted by the fact that she understood everything he was thinking about. They should have met the twins a long time ago. How's Dad's health? Not great. He's been slowly recovering ever since the surgery and surviving off medication. Chloe frowned upon hearing this. Dad's already made his peace. Everyone will die one day. I know, but I really hope he can stay with us for a little longer and watch Pudding and Little Bean grow up, Chloe slowly said. Ever since Jack came back, Chloe's been sleeping like a baby. It had been years since she had enjoyed deep sleep, but now she could fall asleep in Jack's arms every single night. Her spirits have been unprecedentedly high as well. Chloe greedily wished that she and Jack could live like this forever. She never wanted to part with him, ever again. 11 years was such a great challenge for them. How many people were capable of going through so much, but still choosing to stand by each other? Everything about them was so hard-earned, so she treasured every single moment. Jack looked at the soundly sleeping Chloe and lowered his head, gently pecking her on the forehead. Good night, my baby. In his eyes, Chloe would forever be that girl from a decade ago, the arrogant, fearless genius. Every time he saw Chloe and the twins, Jack felt like everything he had been through was worth it. Late into the night, he quietly stood up, dialing a number in the corridor. How's the situation looking? Everything's well. There's no situation. Did you get the information? I did. We can put our plan in place anytime. I'm going to take my wife and children to the States in the near future. Make sure you don't expose yourself. My wife's smart. Don't let her figure things out. I'll contact you when I get there, and we should stop calling for the time being. That's all. After this secret phone call, Jack hung up the phone. Just now, he spoke so quietly, as if he didn't want anyone else to know about it. After hanging up, he turned around and went back into their bedroom. Little did he realize that someone was downstairs at this hour. Thomas stood in the kitchen with a glass of water in his hand. His expression was a little off, and his hand was a little shaky. My brother-in-law seems a little weird ever since he came back. Why would he make a phone call behind my sister's back? Plus, he doesn't want her to find out. Could it possibly be that he got himself a mistress while he was in the States? After the thought popped out in his head, even Thomas was surprised by it. The next morning, it was a weekend, so neither Thomas nor Chloe had to go to work. Therefore, the whole family enjoyed a good breakfast at the dining table. Jack's Western breakfast was very authentic, and the twins loved it, so he often cooked breakfast for the twins. He fried eggs, roasted sausages, and toasted cheese rolls. There were even honey butter croissants, and everything tasted authentic. The twins took their time and enjoyed their milk. Chloe, it's Saturday. Why do you still have to go out? Sandra asked. I don't have much to do in the morning, but we have to go visit the Cooper family this afternoon. Mr. Cooper wants us over for dinner because Grandpa Cooper says he misses Little Bean and Pudding. That's good too. The Cooper family took care of us for so long, and they have a close relationship with the twins. You should go there more often, so they don't say that we're not grateful. I understand, Mom. You don't need to worry. Thomas slowly ate up and didn't say a word. However, he did take a few peeks at Jack. Thomas, why are you always looking at your brother-in-law? Chloe asked. Jack was feeding his daughter's ham, so he didn't notice Thomas peeking at him. When he heard Chloe say that, he turned around to look at Thomas, seeming very confused. I wanted to ask. Well, Jack's so handsome and all, and you separated with my sister for a few years. You were in Seattle, right? Were there any beautiful ladies that had a crush on you? Ha ha. Thomas chuckled a bit unnaturally, looking like he was obviously hiding something. Oh, so my brother is asking you if you cheated on me. Chloe looked over at Jack with a smirk. No, Jack answered concisely, much like his calm personality. I trust Daddy. He's not that type of let-it-go, YOLO person. Otherwise, he wouldn't come back and marry Mommy after studying in the States for 7 years. Uncle Thomas, your question is stupid. Has work been stressful? Here, eat another fried egg. It'll give you more nutrition. Little Bean picked up her fork, grabbed an egg, and put it on Thomas's plate. Thomas was speechless. Uncle Thomas, did you discover traces of Daddy cheating? You're not one to be suspicious about something for no reason. It's rather weird that you'd ask Daddy a question like this all of a sudden. Thomas immediately shook his head and waved his hands. No, I was just asking randomly out of curiosity. Haha. Jack looked seriously at Thomas before turning his gaze back at Chloe. Chloe's the only woman I'll ever be interested in. It was a domineering and powerful statement. Not only did it cross out any sort of suspicion, but it also conveyed his love towards Chloe. Wow, Mommy and Daddy are showing off their love so early in the morning. Little Bean licked the butter off the corner of her mouth and smirked. Pudding drank her milk and said calmly, "You're going to see more of this in the future. Instead of acting surprised every time, you should get used to it." Chloe was speechless. Thomas, why did you ask this out of the blue? Your brother-in-law isn't that type of person. If someone didn't know any better, they would think that we're suspecting him. You should place your energy on helping your sister at work or finding your own girlfriend. Don't waste time thinking about these useless things, Sandra scolded. I understand, Mom. Thomas was criticized harshly. He frowned and didn't say anything more, but he secretly noted this down. After all, he trusted his brother-in-law, but he still felt that something was strange. In the afternoon, Jack drove Chloe and the twins in a black Bentley Continental to the Cooper family's mansion. The first thing the twins did when they entered the mansion was run over to Grandpa Cooper, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Great Grandpa, we miss you so much. Pudding, who was usually calm and cold, actually became a Little Bean as well. Great Grandpa, did you miss me? Little Bean started to go full power with her cuteness skills, for she was determined to be better than her older sister. Of course, Great Grandpa missed you guys. When Grandpa Cooper saw the twins, his heart melted. After Chloe gave birth to the twins, she stayed with the Cooper family for only a month. The twins were still infants, so they had no memories of what happened during that time. But Grandpa Cooper and Mr. Cooper often fought over who got to hold them. Even though they weren't related by blood, they had very close ties. Later, Chloe would occasionally bring the twins to the Cooper family mansion for dinner. If the twins played so much that they got exhausted, they would have a sleepover, and Mrs. Cooper watched over them like they were her own grandchildren. It might be because Grandpa Cooper was now old, but he wasn't at all like a military commander in front of these two little girls. He was kind and gentle. Pudding once said that Grandpa Cooper was a cute and stubborn old man. Little Bean, on the other hand, always praised that Grandpa Cooper was the greatest great-grandpa ever. Chloe and Jack walked behind the girls. Hello, Grandpa Cooper? Hello, Grandpa Cooper. Hurry and sit down, you two. Grandpa Cooper stood up and said politely. Just then, Mrs. Cooper and Mr. Cooper walked downstairs. You're just in time. I'm going to set up the dinner table now so you guys can chat for a bit. Then, Mrs. Cooper walked into the kitchen. Mr. Cooper walked over and sat down. The twins once again ran over and showed their cuteness. Mr. Cooper normally was stern and serious, but now he was smiling so happily. Chloe, how's work been? Grandpa Cooper asked. It's okay. It's not that busy. Jack, you have to help your wife and make sure she's not putting too much on her shoulders. Grandpa Cooper, you're right. I just came back, so I'm still unfamiliar with many things. It'll take some time to get used to it, but I will make sure to take good care of her. Chloe blushed as she nudged Jack. Jack smiled without saying anything more. Oh, Grandpa Cooper. This is for you. Please accept it. Jack grabbed a picture tube from behind his back and handed it over. What is this for? We know each other so well. You shouldn't have brought me anything. Grandpa Cooper seemed to be against gift-giving. Chloe immediately explained, Grandpa Cooper, just open it first. It's nothing expensive. Jack put some thought into it. Grandpa Cooper opened the picture tube with doubt. However, he froze as soon as he saw the painting that was revealed. It's not from some famous artist, nor is it an antique. I just heard that you love Zillan from the early 20th century. He used to study in the States, and life was hard back then, so he sold a few paintings there. I was lucky enough to get my hands on one of them. It's nothing expensive, so please accept it, Grandpa Cooper. When Mr. Cooper heard the story, he immediately went over for a look. He was also a bit shocked. Rumor has it that Zillan was a very prideful person, and he didn't sell his works that much. If he found someone he liked, he would gift it to them. It's so hard to buy his works in this country. I remember the Ping Museum's curator was friends with him, so he gifted a painting to the museum. His works are very rare. Later in Master's life, he was troubled by love, and when he saw through it, he became a monk. His works became even harder to get. I heard that there were a few abroad, but you can't get your hands on one even if you have money. It's rather impressive you were able to acquire it. Mr. Cooper looked up and asked Jack with curiosity, "How did you get such a rare piece?" This is truly shocking. It's really just a coincidence. I have a friend back in the States, and he coincidentally knows a seller. Americans don't really understand the value and essence of this artwork, so that American thought it would be pointless to keep it. He thought of selling it, and I thought of buying. I already had it appraised, and it's real. I hope you like it, Jack said sincerely. Grandpa Cooper held onto the scroll and didn't want to let go. I heard that he's an amazing artist. Never would I have thought I'd be lucky enough to see one of his works for myself. I can die with no regrets now. I heard that this painting was drawn when he went hiking with a friend to mountains. Zillan was very satisfied with this piece. He's such a great artist, and his brush strokes are so fresh yet powerful. Putting it in modern terms, he really poured his heart into the work, and that's something rare. I'm glad you like it, Grandpa Cooper. Chloe smiled. Of course I like it. You guys are too thoughtful, Grandpa Cooper praised Jack. It's no big deal. I'm glad you like it. Then, Jack stood up and handed Mr. Cooper a square brocade box. I have a present too, Mr. Cooper said with a big smile on his face. Mr. Cooper. Take a look, Chloe smiled mysteriously. Mr. Cooper slowly opened the box and saw a black inkstone in it. It was love at first sight. You two really have investigated my hobbies and interests. Did Justin tell you guys? Mr. Cooper picked the inkstone up and weighed it happily. No, Justin didn't tell us anything. I just guessed it because I once saw the inkstone collection in your study room. Chloe smiled. The art of gifting is giving someone something that they would love, rather than just something expensive. Mr. Cooper was a bit surprised to see the words behind the inkstone. There are actually words. Seems to be. Orchid Pavilion, Mr. Cooper exclaimed. Great eyes, Mr. Cooper. This inkstone may not be carved with the best material, but the skills required are high. It's a work of Hongyan, a contemporary master. It's 19.6 centimeters long, 11.8 centimeters wide, and 1.6 centimeters thick. There are only a few in the world, and the pattern on the back is carved according to that of the Ming flower. Since there's Orchid Pavilion on the back, this inkstone is called the Elegant Charm of the Orchid Pavilion, Jack explained patiently. The Elegant Charm of the Orchid Pavilion is a great name. I like it. It's also nothing expensive, but the craftsmanship is impressive. Since it's contemporary, I thought you won't feel bad accepting it. It's still a good piece, so I hope you'd accept it, Jack said slowly. Mr. Cooper looked up at Jack, genuinely impressed by this young man. Jack, you're Justin's age, but you know so much about these things. You sure are knowledgeable about the world. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. My dad was interested in these things and taught me when I was young. That's why I know a bit about it. Jack sounded humble. Just then, Little Bean looked around and asked in a cute voice, Daddy, you brought Great-Grandpa and Grandpa Cooper presents. What about Grandma Cooper? Does Grandma get a present? If she doesn't, it'd be rather awkward. I hope Daddy isn't being sexist. Little Bean's words made everyone burst into laughter. Mrs. Cooper was walking out of the kitchen when she heard this. She asked, Little Bean, what did you bring me? Let me see. Here you go, Mrs. Cooper. Chloe stood up with a smile and handed her a big box that was well wrapped. "Oh, you were right, little bean. There really is a present to me." Mrs. Cooper accepted the box with a big smile on her face. Then, she walked over to where Chloe and the others were, slowly opening the box in front of everyone. There was a light blue cheongsam inside the box. It was embroidered with gold silk and looked extremely elegant. The main highlight was that the material was very light. It was obviously a fine piece of work. Jack gave me the textile a while ago. He gave me 2 colors of the same material, so I made one for you according to your dress size and the other for my mom. She prefers darker colors, so her cheongsam is moss green. I thought this matches you very well because you're very elegant and graceful, just like an orchid. You sure know how to make me happy. This cheongsam is so beautiful, and the textile isn't just some normal material, Mrs. Cooper exclaimed as her hand glided over the material. Mrs. Cooper had worn many cheongsams over the years. She would wear cheongsams during traditional holidays, and the aura she gave out was incredible. Since she wore it so often, she knew a lot about it, especially the different types of materials. She thought about the ones she owned and realized she had nothing similar. Jack said quietly, "Mrs. Cooper, this material is the Rainbow Cloud Brocade from Southern Province. Have you heard of it? Rainbow Cloud Brocade? Oh my. Isn't that from the workshop that used to supply the aristocrats during the Ming Dynasty? I heard it was solely for the aristocrats. Then, in the early 20th century, the workshop went out of business and the textile disappeared from the market. I've heard people talk about it, but I've never seen one for myself. I heard my mother-in-law say that her mother, who was the head of the family, once had a dress made from Rainbow Cloud Brocade. Then, when war erupted, they were robbed and the dress vanished. It's impossible to find the dress now. Jack knew about the material and asked some friends to help look around to get 2 batches of these textiles. We made 2 dresses from it, one for you and one for my mom. Hurry, Mrs. Cooper, try it on for us. You'd look amazing in it for sure." Chloe smiled gently. "Only 2? Then you don't have one?" Mrs. Cooper looked at Chloe. "I'm in no rush. My mom can pass the dress down to me. You should keep this one and maybe one day pass it on to Justin's wife," Chloe said jokingly. Pudding held on to Mrs. Cooper's hand. "Grandma Cooper, I'll go upstairs with you to get changed. I can help you hold the bottom of the dress so you don't slip." "Ha ha ha. Good girl. All my love for you wasn't wasted." Mrs. Cooper was so happy that she kept rubbing Pudding's face. Little Bean was jealous, so she let go of the walnut she was eating. "Dina, you're so shameless." "That's my right. Your right?" "What are you talking about?" "Licking someone's shoes," Pudding asked. Little Bean was speechless. The sisters' argument made everyone burst into laughter. Then, Mrs. Cooper let the twins go upstairs with her so she could get changed into the cheongsam. Jack and Chloe stayed downstairs with Grandpa Cooper and Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper loved this Orchid Pavilion Elegant Charm inkstone so much that he continued holding on to it. Jack said, "Uncle Cooper, this inkstone is a bit big because it was made from a full stone and the creator didn't want to break it. The end creation isn't that pretty, but you can put it in a collection. If you want to actually use the ink, it might be a bit too big and hard to hold, huh?" "Who told you that?" "I say it's very easy to use. I like using big ones. Really comfortable with a lot of room." "Ha ha." Mr. Cooper's happy laughter echoed in the room. "Chloe, the twins are old enough for school now. You shouldn't homeschool them forever. Shouldn't you send them off to school? Are there any good daycares on your mind?" Grandpa Cooper looked at Chloe and suddenly changed the topic. "I'm thinking about that too, Grandpa Cooper." Chloe smiled and replied, "The daycare in the Army District is pretty good. There's good security and the school's strict. The great thing about it is that if they want to enlist when they grow older, they can apply to the Army school with lower grade requirements." "Dad, they're girls. Why would they need to go into the Army school? Are you growing too old?" Chloe would be worried sick if they enlisted. Even if Chloe and Jack allowed this, we wouldn't. The Army is tough, and you should know that better than anyone else. Mr. Cooper seemed to be very worried about the girls. What are you talking about? Even though the army is tough, it trains people. Besides, protecting the country is the highest honor anyone could have. When the old man said this, he sounded very dignified. Chloe and Jack looked at each other and smiled. Grandpa Cooper, you're right. My daughters aren't that spoiled. We'll discuss this further when we go home. If we really can't find a good daycare for them, we'll come to ask Grandpa Cooper for help to get them into the Army District Kindergarten. At least then, their safety would be guaranteed. See, at the end of the day, Chloe knows best. Grandpa Cooper seemed to be satisfied with Chloe's answer. Just then, Mrs. Cooper came down from upstairs. Look! Grandma Cooper is super pretty, Little Bean screamed at the top of her lungs, and everyone looked towards the stairs, their gazes landing on Mrs. Cooper. She was a beautiful woman, whose skin was snow white. Even though she was now older, she was still very graceful. Chloe thought that Mrs. Cooper was very elegant and graceful, like someone from a wealthy and well-educated family, even though Mrs. Cooper was from a normal family. The grace and elegance was something that seeped out from within and could not be easily imitated. This color matches you really well, Mrs. Cooper. Chloe smiled. It's all because of her aura. Jack was usually fairly indifferent, but he suddenly praised Mrs. Cooper. Grandpa Cooper and Mr. Cooper both nodded, especially Mr. Cooper. He pretended to be calm. Yeah, the material is very good. Huh? Grandpa Cooper. The material is good, but what about the person? Little Bean ran over and intentionally nagged. You little devil, you sure are getting more and more naughty. Grandpa Cooper, you should praise Grandma Cooper. You don't praise her that much, but Grandma Cooper is really beautiful today. You can't be stingy with your compliments, Little Bean continued to pull on Grandpa Cooper's hands. Yes, she's very pretty. Finally, after Little Bean's forceful act, Mr. Cooper finally said the following words. She is indeed very pretty, despite him normally acting serious and stern. But Mrs. Cooper was so satisfied by her husband's compliments that even her face blushed a beautiful shade of red. Thank you, Chloe, Jack. Thank you. You really didn't have to. Mrs. Cooper smiled and thanked them. Auntie Cooper, you're welcome. You're all like family to us, and none of these are expensive gifts. We just wanted to thank you for taking care of us. Chloe didn't want them to feel pressured, so she rushed to explain. We understand, oh? Dinner is almost ready. Come on, let's head to the dining room. Mrs. Cooper called everyone over to the dining room. Pudding looked up and turned towards the front door. She frowned and asked, Where's Handsome Cooper? I called him. He's coming here after work, so he should probably arrive soon, Mrs. Cooper answered. They went over to the dining room and suddenly they heard the noise of a sports car engine. Upon hearing this, Little Bean and Pudding ran out like the wind. Wow, it's a Lamborghini. Handsome Cooper is back. Little Bean and Pudding both rushed to greet the person at the car door. To their surprise, it wasn't Justin, but, Hey, Little Bean. Hey, Pudding, how are you? A delicate-looking woman in a pink mink jacket with long, straight hair greeted them. Little Bean and Pudding both retreated upon seeing who it was, showing their dislike and hostility. Chloe looked over and realized that the person was Gianna. Just as she was wondering why Gianna was here, Justin entered through the front door after her. Hey, you little two! Did you miss me? Justin smiled as he walked in to change shoes. Handsome Cooper. Why'd you bring some outsider here? Didn't you know today was a family reunion? Little Bean asked unhappily, directly categorizing Gianna as an outsider. Before Justin could say anything, Gianna smiled at them. She responded gently to Little Bean's question. Honey, I'm not an outsider. I'm your Uncle Cooper's girlfriend now. Gianna's words made everyone's expressions change. Chloe was a bit surprised as she did not expect Gianna to say something like this. The fact that she could call herself Justin's girlfriend must have meant that Justin allowed it. Mr. Cooper and Grandpa Cooper did not like women from the entertainment industry, so they did not like Gianna at all. Mrs. Cooper looked at her son with surprise as she did not expect this at all. Jack looked calm as always, since he didn't care at all who Justin was with. Pudding's reaction was enormous. She looked at Gianna, and then looked at Justin. Handsome Cooper. Was what she said the truth? Justin was a bit embarrassed. Then he rubbed his nose. Yeah, Auntie Gianna is my girlfriend, so you two should get along with her. Oh my God. What in the world is happening? Little Bean opened her mouth wide in disbelief. Are you sure you're not joking? Pudding looked Justin calmly in the eyes and asked to confirm. I'm not joking, Pudding. Okay. Then I can only say that you have no taste, Pudding said as she turned away, completely ignoring Justin. Little Bean looked at Justin with disappointment. I never saw any woman who could love a crow after seeing an eagle. I never saw a man who could love a wildflower after seeing a rose. Justin and Gianna were both speechless. Little Bean's golden words left everyone at a loss for words. Chloe felt really embarrassed since her daughter was quite rude with her words. Pudding, Little Bean. You can't be so impolite. That's Uncle Cooper's girlfriend. You have to call her Auntie Gianna, Chloe criticized. We don't just call everyone Auntie, even if they are Handsome Cooper's girlfriend, Little Bean argued. Pudding sat at the dinner table and changed the topic. Let's eat. I'm so hungry. Then Pudding looked down at her food and concentrated on eating. However, it was obvious that she wasn't in a great mood. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, this is Gianna. Justin formally introduced her to his family. Hello, Grandpa Cooper, Mrs. Cooper, Mr. Cooper. Gianna smiled tenderly, wanting to make everyone like her. Oh, hi. Mr. Cooper looked grim. Grandpa Cooper didn't say a word. He was extremely unhappy about his grandson's choice. Oh, you guys are just in time for dinner. Mrs. Cooper wanted to respect her son, so she didn't embarrass him by acting out. Justin walked over with Gianna, trying to find a spot to sit down. Gianna was in Australia, filming a few days ago. She bought some deep-sea fish oil over, since she thought it'd be good for your health. I asked Auntie Cooper to store it up already, Justin said. Mrs. Cooper looked at Gianna and forced a smile. Ms. Gianna, you didn't have to do that. After all, we don't really need anything. It's just a gesture, Mrs. Cooper. You don't need to be so formal with me. Gianna really wanted the Cooper family to like her. Mom, your cheongsam looks really nice. Is it new? Justin felt the tense atmosphere, so he tried to change the topic. Chloe and Jack gave this to me as a present. It's made from a lost material called rainbow cloud brocade. Of course it's pretty. Oh, Chloe, you sure spent a lot of money. You might need to eat dirt next month. You may be the president of a conglomerate, but you only earn $10,000 a month. Justin chuckled. Chloe actually did only earn a base wage of $10,000 a month at GK. But what did it matter? The company belonged to her family. She could spend as much money as she wanted. But Justin still always made fun of Chloe's base salary. It's a present for Auntie Cooper, so even if I have to eat dirt for a month, it's all worth it, Chloe said with a smile. Oh, I finally realized that Little Bean inherited her sucking up skills from her mom. Justin gave out a smug smile. What does that have to do with me? Little Bean glared at Justin unhappily. Pudding couldn't stand it anymore. She looked at Justin and said, Handsome Cooper, can you just get to the main point? You brought her home today to tell everyone about your relationship. You intentionally chose today because you knew we'd all be here, didn't you? Pudding's words made the atmosphere tense again. Justin was in a really awkward position. Pudding, this is an adult problem, and you're still too young to understand it. Handsome Cooper, don't trick us like you would trick little kids, since Little Bean and I aren't like kids our age. You announced your relationship today. Are you trying to pick a fight with Daddy? Or are you trying to tell Mommy that you're in the arms of another person now? Pudding, stop the nonsense. Chloe was very embarrassed by Pudding's words. I'm not speaking nonsense. The whole world knows that Handsome Cooper likes Mommy. Did he suffer shock after Daddy came back, causing him to date the first woman he laid his eyes on? If that were the case, Handsome Cooper? That's a new low. Pudding analyzed. I agree with my sister. Handsome Cooper, what you did was wrong. Little Bean criticized. Little Bean, Pudding, you can't talk to Uncle Cooper like that, Jack reprimanded. He thought that Justin would not be able to preserve his pride in such a situation. So for the first time, he scolded his young daughters. Gianna was calm and did not feel uncomfortable at all. She seemed to have expected this. There's some soup in the pot. I'll go get it for Grandpa Cooper. Chloe took the opportunity to leave the table. As soon as she got up and headed towards the kitchen, Gianna took the opportunity to get up and follow Chloe into the kitchen. Chloe, I'll help you. Grandpa Cooper immediately glared at Justin and scolded, Justin, what nonsense are you trying to pull here? Grandpa, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm old enough to date. Are you guys not happy that I finally found someone? This has nothing to do with our happiness. Your dad and I had told you many times that we don't want anyone in the Cooper family to be involved with women from the entertainment industry. If you found someone from a nice family, we would definitely support you. Grandpa Cooper looked very disappointed. Justin? You're too old to still be so childish, Mr. Cooper scolded. Even Mrs. Cooper, who was normally gentle and kind, scolded her son. Son, what are you thinking? Bringing her home all of a sudden without telling any of us. Moreover, why did you bring Gianna home? You and her? Mom, I've talked to Gianna about this. She has behaved well these years in the company, and I know her well. Also, she's a good girl who's loved me for a long time. Why can't I choose her? Isn't it better to find someone I know well than some stranger? It's like we went back to being how we were before, and I don't think it's a bad thing. Justin seemed determined about this relationship and wasn't afraid of angering his parents and Grandpa. It wasn't convenient for Jack to get involved in the Cooper family's business, so he watched silently. The twins, however, seemed very angry. Handsome Cooper, you can't date someone like her. She's so fake and manipulative. We don't like her. We don't like her. Humph. Little Bean acted like a little kid, crossing her hands before her chest. Little Bean. Grandpa Cooper's old and wants grandchildren. Do you have the heart to see Uncle Cooper be single forever? Justin smiled and tickled Little Bean's chin. Pudding glared at Justin with an icy look. We never told you not to date. At least, though, you should find someone that suits you better. I asked Daddy about our auntie and found out she's single. I wanted to wait until she came back to set you two up. Yet you disappointed us all by dating a celebrity. We know you don't like her at all, and you're just pretending to like her to show everyone. There's only one reason you're doing this. Then, Pudding paused. Sis, what's Handsome Cooper's reason? Little Bean was a bit confused listening to this. Your reason is to step out of the picture and let my mommy and daddy be happy. You don't want mommy to feel guilty. You want her to think that you're really dating someone else so that she would stop worrying about you. But it's such a stupid way to try to solve the problem. My mommy is Chloe Green, and with her IQ, she will immediately guess what you're up to. In the end, what you're doing here is pointless. Handsome Cooper, when you act childish, you sure are dumb. Probably worse than Little Bean. Hey, what's that got to do with me? Little Bean immediately rebutted. Justin was now pale after hearing what Pudding said. Okay, Pudding. You're not leaving any room for me to escape. You're still so young. Where in the world do you get all these thoughts? Justin couldn't believe what Pudding just said. If someone else said these words to him, he probably would be very mad. Yet, these words came out of Pudding, so there was a different meaning to it. He loved Pudding and Little Bean very much, and he treated them like his own daughters. He would never shout at them as he couldn't bear to criticize them. He would help them when Chloe scolded them. Pudding, Uncle Cooper is an adult, so he knows what he's getting into. You don't have the right to criticize him. Jack knew what Justin was doing, and he knew it was for Chloe. However, his daughter had put things so bluntly that Justin was forced into an extremely awkward situation. Pudding, come over to Grandma Cooper. Let's not talk to your Uncle Cooper anymore. Mrs. Cooper opened up her arms. Pudding immediately went over to sit next to Mrs. Cooper. Little Bean, on the other hand, walked over to Mr. Cooper. "Grandpa Cooper, I want a hug. Let me tell you a secret. I'm very light and a pound lighter than my sister." "Ha ha. I'll give you a hug." Mr. Cooper was delighted by Little Bean's actions, and he could care less about his son's stupid actions. No one said anything else. Instead, everyone ate dinner quietly. Chloe didn't go into the kitchen to get soup, but rather to avoid the awkwardness. She didn't expect Gianna to follow her. Chloe didn't say a word. She quietly poured soup. "Chloe." Gianna started the conversation. Chloe didn't really like Gianna, even though Gianna wasn't as bipolar like Emery and Bella. Gianna, however, wasn't some simple character that could be easily dealt with. Chloe came face to face with her a few times, and she didn't like how Gianna treated other people. "What is it, Ms. Gianna?" Chloe smiled and kept her distance. "I got back together with young Master Cooper. The person I want to thank the most is actually you." "Oh? Why would you want to thank me?" "I didn't ask Justin to date you." Chloe smiled faintly. Gianna looked at Chloe extremely arrogantly. "Thank you for being so heartless, making him learn to give up on you." "I'm heartless?" Chloe looked confused. Did she cheat on Justin or abandon him? Why would Gianna use the word heartless to describe her? If she had feelings for Justin, then she would be harsh to Jack. That doesn't matter. What matters is that you got us together. He was by your side for 4 years. I knew I couldn't defeat you, but who knew that Justin's 4 years of company still couldn't win a chance from you? I guess Justin's tired now. After all, he's just an ordinary man. If he can't get your love, then there shouldn't be a reason why he should stay by your side like a loyal dog. You don't have the right to torture him, so could you please distance yourself from Justin? He's not your backup, Gianna put it very bluntly as she glared at Chloe with hostility. Miss Gianna, please allow me to correct you. I've never tortured Justin, nor do I treat him like a loyal dog. Please mind your words. I, Chloe, view Justin as one of my best friends, and no matter what troubles he encounters in the future, I am willing to even sacrifice my life to help him. I don't care what is going on between you two, but please don't act like you have the moral high ground. Saying that I've been treating him like my backup is an insult to me, and it does nothing but reveal your true character. So, don't worry. I won't blame you for being so shallow. Chloe glanced over at Gianna's face, which was delicately forged by makeup. Sure. They all say that you're a genius, and you sure can talk your way out of things. I can't argue like you do, but I just want to tell you that you don't need to worry or feel guilty anymore. Justin and I are great together. I will try my best to become Mrs. Cooper in the shortest amount of time. Then, Gianna slammed a bowl on the marble counter and left. Chloe was left in a bad mood. She knew why Justin did such a thing, but she thought that he was acting irrationally. Chloe knew Justin wanted her to be happy. He didn't want her to feel any pressure. All he wanted was for her to live happily ever after with Jack and the twins. However, Justin's such actions made Chloe's heartache even more. Chloe suddenly remembered something Victoria told her before. She remembered how the latter once said that Justin loved her so much that he belittled himself. He belittled himself so much that he would do anything for her. He would do anything to make her happy. At the thought of this, Chloe felt her heartache. She calmed herself down before she left the kitchen and poured a bowl of soup for everyone on the table. Shortly after dinner, Chloe and her family stood up to leave. Stay a bit longer. It's still early. Mrs. Cooper didn't want them to leave yet. Chloe, stay and play a game of chess with me. Grandpa Cooper looked at Chloe like she were his own granddaughter. Grandpa Cooper, how about another day? It's late today. You should get some rest. Don't forget to take your blood pressure medicine. Also, try not to get agitated and remember to get checked up periodically. I know. You're such a nagger, Grandpa Cooper smiled. Justin, we're going to head back now, Chloe said to Justin. This was the first time Chloe talked to Justin that night. Justin nodded. Okay, drive home safe. He turned around to look at the twins. Pudding, Little Bean, come over and say goodbye. Justin waved them over, but Pudding turned away, obviously still mad at him. Little Bean secretly glanced at Justin. She wanted to say goodbye to Justin, but was afraid that Pudding would beat her up for it. So Little Bean also turned around. Huh? What's with the twins tonight? Where are their manners? It was the first time Justin was ignored by the twins. For the first time in 3 years, his heart filled with disappointment. I'm sorry. They're still kids, and there are things they don't understand yet. Jack apologized to Justin, since he felt somewhat responsible for their behavior. Oh, no worries. They're just mad at me now. They'll come to their senses soon. I'll send a message to Pudding later. Justin smiled. Jack nodded. Safe drive home. Drive slowly, Justin said politely. Jack nodded again, and they left the Cooper residence. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, we should get going too. When Chloe and her family left, Justin didn't want to stay at home for a second longer. So he picked up his coat and was about to leave when Mrs. Cooper suddenly called out, leading him over to the pantry on the first floor. Wait, I need to talk to you. Gianna sat on the sofa in the living room playing with her phone, mainly scrolling through Weibo. She didn't seem to mind how Justin's family treated her. Grandpa Cooper went upstairs to his study and Mr. Cooper got the driver to take him out for tea at his friend's place because he also wasn't in a good mood. Mom, what's the matter? What's with you and Gianna? What about it? Justin pretended like he didn't know what his mother was talking about. Are you guys for real, or are you putting on a show for Chloe's sake? Mrs. Cooper asked. Mom, does it matter if it's real or not? Anyways, I already have a girlfriend. Isn't the world at peace? Justin was tired and he seemed unwilling to talk more about his relationship with Gianna. Of course it matters. It is better to go without than have something shoddy. My son, you've been single all these years. You've held on to your own views that you want to find somebody you really like. How can you suddenly give up? Mrs. Cooper earnestly advised. What else can I do aside from giving up? As for Chloe, I've already given her up graciously. As long as Jack is here, she won't be able to see anyone else. Justin looked lonely. But Chloe is not the only girl in the world. You can't give up the whole forest for one tree. Although Chloe is a good girl, she already has a happy family of her own. You can't be an illicit lover. Mom, who's going to be an illicit lover? Aren't you going too far? Justin held his head in exasperation. Anyways, the Cooper family will not let Gianna into our family. Mom, what are you talking about? Who's going to join our family? Who said I will marry her? Justin looked at his mother helplessly. Aren't you going to... I'm just dating her. We're not getting married. I've already made up my mind. I'll live as an unmarried man, never to marry in this lifetime. As for grandchildren, don't worry. I'll use test tubes to get some grandchildren for you, okay? Eh? What are you talking about? Mrs. Cooper was obviously unhappy. Well, I'm going back to my mansion now, as I still have some work to do. Mom, it's best if you go to bed early. Otherwise, you won't be as beautiful. After that, without waiting for Mrs. Cooper to say anything more, Justin turned around and left. Looking at her son's back, Mrs. Cooper was worried. She sighed a little and went upstairs. What did the brat say? Grandpa Cooper came out of the study and asked sternly, Dad, I think. He was hit a little hard over Chloe's situation. It looks like he has somewhat given up on himself. Given up on himself? Tell him to not say he's a member of our family anymore. He's bringing shame to the Cooper family name. Also, tell him to never bring that woman here again. Grandpa Cooper looked angry. He went back to his room with his hands behind his back. This left Mrs. Cooper in a difficult spot. The old was angry, and the young was disobedient. How great would it be if Chloe could become her daughter-in-law? Not knowing since when, Mrs. Cooper also subconsciously began to have this greedy wish. On the way back, the twins didn't say a word and seemed very unhappy. Chloe knew that they must still be angry about Justin and Gianna. Pudding, you went a little too far today. You shouldn't talk to Uncle Cooper like that. Uncle Cooper has always cared for you and Little Bean very much. He must be very sad that you talked back to him like that. Chloe started to lecture her daughter. Then what should I say? Praise that his new girlfriend is beautiful? Or praise that they make a cute couple? That's not my style. Pudding was not in high spirits, answering Chloe's question while looking out the window. I mean, your Uncle Cooper is an adult after all. He has a reason for the choices he makes. You're only a child. Don't be so rude. What you said today in front of so many people really embarrassed Uncle Cooper. Chloe slowed down her words and tried to persuade Pudding. She didn't want the Cooper family to think that she didn't teach her daughters well. Mommy, weren't you feeling awkward by what Handsome Cooper did? Pudding asked a question in reply. Pudding's words made Chloe speechless. Sure enough, even Chloe found it a little hard to deal with her little kid. Realizing that she was not able to persuade her daughter, Chloe immediately looked at Jack, who was driving beside her, signaling him for help. Mr. Dawson immediately understood and took a glance at Pudding through the rearview mirror. Pudding, your mommy is trying to say that. Uncle Cooper's business is the business of the Cooper family. We can't go and ask them about everything. That would be rude. Even a good friend, no matter how good a friend, still needs to draw a line, right? Daddy, what you just said made me understand now. Handsome Cooper probably thinks we're really meddlesome. But I really did not expect him to do such a thing, and I am a little sad. Good girl. Uncle Cooper may be taking the matter too hard, for the time being. Maybe he will change his mind in a few days. We need to give him some time. Don't be sad. Besides, you still have Daddy. Okay, Daddy, I want to go to the sea tomorrow, can we? Pudding was still a child. So, when she was not in a good mood, she wanted to see the ocean. Sure, Daddy will take you tomorrow. Thanks, Daddy. Pudding finally cheered up a little. However, Little Bean, who had long been known for her love of eating and playing cute, had been silent with no desire to interrupt. Little Bean, tomorrow we'll go see the ocean. Would you like that? You need to dress nicely, and Daddy will take some pictures for you then. Jack gently coaxed his young daughter. Daddy, I'm a little tired, so I don't think I want to go. You should just bring my sister. Little Bean's expression deepened. Little Bean, Daddy will cook a lot of delicious food himself on the cruise ship. We will also prepare some fresh sashimi and your favorite tuna sushi. Those are Daddy's specialties. You will regret not eating them. Chloe tried to tempt her daughter with delicious food. Mommy, am I nothing but a foodie in you and Daddy's eyes? Little Bean raised her head and asked a question in reply. Jack and Chloe weren't left flabbergasted for a second. No, not at all. Little Bean, you are the best in Daddy and Mommy's hearts. Both you and your sister are our pride. Jack pacified patiently. If that's the case, then don't persuade me anymore. I really am not in the mood. I thought Handsome Cooper would think of my sister and me when he made decisions like this. How can he have a change of heart so quickly? I can't believe he would date that manipulative and pretentious woman. I am so annoyed. I won't pay any attention to Handsome Cooper in the future. I'm so sad. Little Bean poured out her grievances. Jack and Chloe did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Daddy, don't try to persuade her anymore. Since Little Bean is in such a bad mood, let her stay at home with our grandmother tomorrow. We can go out and play. I want Daddy to teach me how to fish. Pudding interrupted. Okay, it's a deal? Wait a minute. Don't you want to keep persuading me? You're giving up so easily? Little Bean immediately became energetic. We tried, but you didn't listen. In that case, you can just stay home and do nothing. Pudding laughed. Come on! Are you doing this on purpose? Yes, I am. Bite me! Very soon the two sisters started pinching each other again, leaving Chloe with a giant headache. Jack noticed Chloe's tired expression. He left one hand on the steering wheel and placed the other on the back of Chloe's hand. Tired? Hold on. We're almost home. Don't worry about Justin. I don't think he's such a rash person. I guess there are probably other reasons for this. I will talk to him when I have the chance. Jack comforted her. I know. Honey, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. Chloe smiled. As for Justin and Gianna, they drove directly back to Justin's mansion. As they walked in, there were faint flashes in the bushes not far behind them. Gianna walked behind Justin. A triumphant smile was seen on her lips when she turned her head around. It's getting late. I'll get somebody to drive you home in a moment. Justin was so tired that he didn't even take a look at Gianna. President Cooper, I am willing to keep this act going, for as long as you want to, Gianna said, looking affectionately at Justin. Once is enough. Justin was in a relatively depressed mood and his voice was much lighter than usual. Honestly speaking, he was really tired after today's performance. Even though he was the president of an entertainment company, acting was really not his strong suit. Chloe's very smart. I'm afraid she will be able to see through it if we just pretend once. Then what we did today would be meaningless, Gianna tried to persuade Justin, but he just remained silent. Gianna carefully walked 2 steps forward. President Cooper, I'm not afraid of getting into trouble. I'm willing to keep the act going and stop at your request. I won't linger at all afterward. Why do you need to do that? Justin may pity himself, but he pitied Gianna even more. I really mean it, and I'm willing to do it. Currently, I don't have a boyfriend anyways. President Cooper, you pretending to date me will be good for my career as well. So why not? I have nothing to lose. Please don't feel burdened. Justin still kept silent, but he just sighed a little. There's one thing. I'd like to tell you, you might become very angry upon hearing it, Gianna said gently. What is it? I got a reporter to follow me, and I plan to have everything exposed tomorrow morning. President Cooper, you can scold me if you want, or you can order them to return the footage now. After all, I did plan this hype without telling you ahead of time. Gianna intentionally made herself sound like the victim and took the initiative to clarify herself. This way, Justin did not know how to start, even if he wanted to blame her. The truth was, Gianna was a very smart woman. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, since I'm taking you home with such a big bang, I guess the reporters must have taken some photos of us. So, President Cooper, can I not go back home? If I stay here overnight, our story will be more credible. Of course, you can rest assured that I will not bother you. I can sleep downstairs without disturbing your rest. You can do whatever you like. I'm a little tired. Justin really didn't want to bother with Gianna. He stood up and went upstairs. Gianna seemed completely used to Justin's indifference already. She was even pleasantly surprised that she got the chance she had been waiting for. She really should thank Chloe for it. If Justin wasn't upset with Chloe, he would never use Gianna as a shield. But anyway, it was exactly what Gianna wanted. She rested in the bedroom downstairs without any strange feelings, and she also felt at home when using the bathroom. After he went upstairs, Justin never came down again, and he didn't say anything else to Gianna that night, the next morning. When Justin came downstairs, Gianna had already prepared breakfast. President Cooper, I only found some eggs and bread in the refrigerator, so I made some fried eggs. Please do try some. I'm not hungry. Justin's mood was low. Gianna did not eat either when she saw that Justin did not want to eat. She picked up her coat and followed him out. The social media blasted with news of them dating before the two of them even arrived at Imperial Star. Justin, the president of Imperial Star, was suspected of getting back together again with his ex-girlfriend, Gianna. They returned to the mansion late at night and spent the entire night together. When Chloe had breakfast that morning, she kept getting Snap notifications from all her friends. Sarah, Chloe, what's going on over there with young Master Cooper? He's dating Gianna? Oh my God, I don't like that little baggage. Victoria, what's happening to Justin? Is it true that he got back together with Gianna? Did you know about this? Cody, Sister Chloe, everyone at the company has been talking about Gianna and President Cooper getting back together. Is it true? Their news is all over the headlines now. Chloe picked up her phone and was just about to reply when she heard Pudding slam her mobile phone onto the ground, full of emotions. Pudding, what's the matter? Jack looked at his older daughter in puzzlement. I bet that woman was the one responsible for such a shameless thing. Handsome Cooper would never act so high-profiled. She's despicable. Pudding seemed to be very hostile toward Gianna. In her mind, Gianna arranged everything, and Handsome Cooper was just being used. Dina, haven't I said that? Personal emotions are not allowed at the dining table. Chloe was obviously angry. I just can't stand that schemer. She's just using Handsome Cooper. Pudding looked furious. That's Justin's business. It has nothing to do with you. You're too young, and who are you to comment on this matter? What's more, how can you lose your temper at home like this? Although Chloe loved her daughters, she never spoiled them to no end and never once pampered the twins. Yesterday, at the Cooper family mansion, Chloe was almost driven beyond her limits by Pudding and Little Bean's joint attack on Justin and Gianna. However, last night she only tried to educate them, rather than scold them in front of everyone. However, to her surprise, Pudding was so indignant when the news came out today that she threw her cell phone on the ground. Pudding's action completely infuriated Chloe. Mommy, my sister is just extremely angry. After all, Handsome Cooper went too far this time. Sensing Chloe's anger, Little Bean immediately spoke up for her sister. You shut up. It's none of your business. I'm talking to your sister now, Chloe shouted. Pudding pouted and lowered her head without looking at Chloe. She seemed to be sulking. Jack stood up. Just when he bowed his head to pick up the broken cell phone Pudding threw, Chloe stopped him. Honey, don't touch it. She needs to pick it up herself. Come on, Chloe. She's just a kid. Jack really loved the twins dearly. No, there's no room for discussion. If I fail to teach her what's right this time, I can't guarantee that she won't do something like this again in the future. If you love me and your daughter, please don't interfere. Chloe's words completely sealed Jack's mouth. He looked at Pudding helplessly. Then he looked at Little Bean, who immediately whispered, Daddy, never mind. Mommy is really scary when she's angry. We should just keep quiet. Jack knew that Chloe wanted to educate Pudding, so he held back and did not pick it up. By this time, tears had already filled Pudding's eyes, but they did not fall. Obviously, she was trying to hold them back. Pudding and Little Bean had very different personalities. Little Bean can talk sweetly and make people laugh. If she did something wrong, she will immediately admit to the mistake and apologize. But Pudding was different. She was calm and smart, and even a little cocky, so she seldom made mistakes. Even if she really did something wrong, she would not easily admit to her mistake, due to her strong sense of pride. Now that Chloe scolded her in front of the whole family, Pudding felt like she was losing face. Dina, go pick up the cell phone right now, Chloe repeated sternly. Sis, just pick it up. Mommy is really angry. She's not joking around. Little Bean tried to convince her sister. After 3 seconds of silence, Pudding came down from the stool, walked slowly up to her phone, and bowed her head down. Then, she picked up the cell phone with one hand and wiped away her tears with the other. Jack's heart ached from just watching this. But, having looked at Chloe's expression, he knew it was not good to interfere, so he just looked and continued eating breakfast without saying anything else. Pudding picked up the phone and put it directly on the dining table, right in front of Chloe. Her attitude was, she already picked up the phone. So what else did her mom want? Chloe didn't seem to just let it go so easily. She picked up the rose gold cell phone, took a look at it, and said slowly, "The screen is broken. This phone cost $5,360. Fixing the screen will cost $2,000. Dina, you now have two choices. Either you give up cell phones or give me $2,000 right now and I'll get someone to fix it for you." "Honey," Jack couldn't hold back anymore. "Honey, keep eating. You're not getting her out of this." Chloe took a look at Jack. Pudding bit down on her lips without responding. "Why aren't you replying? Are you mute? You don't need the cell phone anymore, do you? Then let me break it up completely." After saying that, Chloe picked up the cell phone and smashed it on the ground once more. Her action frightened everyone. South Hill Manor's dining room was paved with marble. Pudding was still young and she didn't throw her cell phone with much force, so all that broke was the screen. But Chloe was an adult. Her smash caused the cell phone to completely break apart. Little Bean was so frightened that her milk almost spilled onto the ground. Pudding, shocked by her mother's actions, began to cry. "Stop crying. You were the one who got so upset that you smashed the phone I bought you. You didn't even want to pick it up. When I asked you to, and when you did, you looked so unhappy about it. When I asked you to fix it, you didn't respond. Dina, you're only 3 years old and don't have the ability to make money. We bought all the food you eat and all the things you use. You can be angry, but you can't throw the things we buy you around like they're not worth anything. I refuse to be the mother of a spoiled little brat with princess syndrome. Who said I don't have money? I have my stocks." Pudding seemed unconvinced and argued back. "Then let me ask you, who gave you the money to start investing? I can give you back that money. I earned the rest on my own," Pudding reasoned fallaciously. "Do you think so? That's great. Does that mean once you give me back the money, you will take what you've made, leave this house, and fend for yourself? You're so capable and smart that you don't need your parents, your sister, your babysitter, your driver, and your maid? If that's the case, you can leave now." "Mommy." "No, don't drive my sister away." Little Bean also started to cry when she heard what was happening. Although she always quarreled with Pudding, she still liked her sister very much. She also knew that although Pudding was prideful and cold, her heart was in the right place, and she had always been good to her. Whenever she had good food, she would always share with it her. Pudding's tears began flowing out of her eyes like a waterfall when she heard Chloe say such cruel words. Even the butler, Uncle George, couldn't take it any longer. He came over and advised, "Young madam, Miss Pudding is still young. Uncle George, when I discipline my daughters, I don't want anybody to interfere." Chloe's cold words made Uncle George hold his tongue too. "So you can choose. If you think you're good enough, you can leave home. Otherwise, just go to the warehouse, close the door, and reflect on your mistakes. That's all. I have to go to the company for a meeting soon." After that, Chloe stood up. "Honey? Darling, you're coming to the company with me. There are a few important things that you need to deal with. Jack wanted to say that he wanted to stay home with the twins, but as soon as he looked at Chloe, he swallowed his words. He knew his wife knew what she was doing. Little Bean was too frightened to cry. Pudding turned around and went straight into a small warehouse on the first floor. It was basically their family pantry. The warehouse was only 28 square meters, and the windows were also very small. It was almost like a prison. Chloe seldom used this place, but this time Pudding completely angered her. After Pudding went in, she locked the door from the inside and cried intermittently. "Chloe! What are you doing?" She's still a kid. Seeing what had happened after coming downstairs, Sandra immediately scolded her daughter. "It is because they are still young that they need to be educated. Otherwise, when they grow up, you will not be able to handle them," Chloe responded icily. Then, she picked up her bag and left. Jack followed her silently. Little Bean was so frightened that she dared not intercede for her sister anymore. She could only hold her grandma's hand and watch Mom and Dad leave. Gosh, she's so stubborn. Why would she do that? After Chloe left, Sandra took Little Bean's hand and walked to the door of the small warehouse. Pudding, it's Grandma. Open the door. Your mother left. Don't listen to her. She was talking nonsense when she asked you to ponder over your mistakes. Grandma, you guys can leave. I want to be alone. Why are you so stubborn? You're just like your mother when she was a child. Gosh, Grandma, my sister has always been like that. We'd better wait for her to come out by herself once she mulls things over. Little Bean consoled their grandma. In the Audi R8, Jack was driving as he tilted his head to look at Chloe, who seemed to be in a bad mood. Honey, don't you think you were a little too strict with Pudding? Don't you think that she's been really moody lately? She seems to really care about what goes on with Justin, but it is understandable since Justin's always been so kind to the twins. It's also understandable that they don't like Gianna. It's understandable that they don't like her, but she lost her temper and smashed her cell phone at home. Who is she venting at? Chloe asked a question in response. You're an adult, but she's only a child. Honey, don't always use the word child as an excuse. Overindulgence and overspoiling isn't the way to educate children. And I don't want my daughters to be arrogant and think that everything should be done according to their wishes. There are too many things in the world that can't be obtained and too many things that are not going to go in their favor. Chloe sighed. Jack stretched out his hand and stroked Chloe's delicate face. Honey, thank you for giving birth to and raising our children. I'll educate them with you in the future. It's all good. I just hope that when they grow up, they will be safe, healthy, and more mellow than they are now. Honey, you're right. Hey, did I look too mean a while ago? Did it scare you? Chloe looked at Jack, feeling a little embarrassed. No, you didn't frighten me. I'm just worried that this would leave a mark in the twins' heart. It won't. Don't worry. They both have a lot of tolerance. Pudding isn't as mellow as Little Bean. She's indifferent and a little stubborn. Especially when it comes to Justin. This was the perfect chance to teach her a lesson. All right, Jack felt somewhat helpless. Hey, what's with the expression? Are you only worried about your daughters and ignoring me? Nonsense, I would never. My wife is always the most important person in my life. Jack's lips formed a smile. Only then did Chloe nod her head satisfyingly and let him off the hook. Jack had not been to GK since he came back. It wasn't because he didn't want to manage the company, but because he believed that Chloe could handle it well. Besides, he's now the CEO of GK's U.S. headquarters. He would be demoting himself if he were to interfere with the headquarters here in the country. This was the first time he visited GK after he came back. As soon as he walked into GK, the entire company erupted. President Dawson. President Dawson. Are you back? My God. Good evening, President Dawson. Oh no, good morning. Some employees were so surprised that their words became incoherent. Jack and Chloe held hands and walked into GK together, in an extremely high-profile manner. This hype directly overwhelmed the gossip about Justin and Gianna's relationship. All the employees wanted to see President Dawson's face. Mark was so excited he hugged Jack. President Dawson, you're finally back. Well, don't hug me like that. It's really weird for two men to do that. Yes. We need to keep our distance or else people will talk about us. Mark laughed with tears in his eyes. President Dawson, you're back at last. That's great, Stella also exclaimed in excitement. Wow, my brother-in-law is back. I'll see you the morning meeting soon. Thomas patted Jack on his shoulder with great vigor. Because they had to announce the spring jewelry collection, they all came to work overtime on the weekend. Just when Chloe and Jack were about to head into the conference room with their documents, Chloe's phone rang. She looked down at her phone and saw it was from Andrew. She hung up immediately, but the phone rang again. No longer able to contain herself, Chloe answered it. What on earth do you want? Chloe, we're both going to be in big trouble. Andrew's voice echoed from the other end of the line. His tone was extremely odd. "Andrew, don't bluff and deliberately mystify things," Chloe scolded with a cold face. "Chloe, you don't trust me?" Andrew seemed a little disappointed. His relationship with Chloe had never been worse. Not only did he find it impossible to go anywhere near her, she didn't even believe a word he said. That was how much she disliked him at this moment. The days of enjoying a meal together were forever gone. This thought saddened Andrew every time it crossed his mind. "Why should I trust you?" "You are my enemy," Chloe said righteously. "Well, enemy, haha. That's how you think of me. In my heart. I will never oppose you. You will never be my enemy. Chloe, I have no reason to purposely make a mystery of simple things or be an alarmist. We're really going to be in trouble anyway. You'll find out soon enough. In short, take good care of yourself and protect the twins. If you try to hurt my daughters, I will kill you." Chloe was so anxious that she thought Andrew was threatening her with her daughters. "Chloe, I'm not the one who's trying to hurt your daughters. I just thought, you may have a lot of enemies. Anyway, watch out for now. That's all." After that, without waiting for Chloe to reply, Andrew hung up the phone. What is it? Jack heard Chloe mention Andrew's name on the phone and was worried that Andrew be harassing Chloe again. Nothing. He is simply not in his right mind. Chloe helplessly put her cell phone back in her pocket. Then she followed Jack into the conference room. The return of Jack had boosted GK's morale, and many executives were very excited. Chloe and Jack sat side by side in the main seats. It felt really special, as it was the first time the couple held a morning meeting together. During the meeting, Chloe noticed that Thomas was somewhat distracted. He seemed to have something on his mind. His assistant whispered into his ear to remind him to pay attention, but he was still out of it. "Chief Thomas," Chloe called out in front of everyone. "Yes." "President Green, did you call me?" Only then did Thomas snap back into reality. "What do you think of the new plan put forward by Director Wang just now?" Chloe deliberately asked. Then, everybody saw Thomas's blank face. Because his mind had drifted and he didn't pay attention. He didn't hear the new plan at all. Thomas was embarrassed. He lowered his head and didn't utter a single word. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Chloe asked. I slept very well." "Then why were you so distracted?" "This is a morning meeting. It's not your private time. Please pay attention and don't waste your time and mine, all right?" "Okay." Thomas felt ashamed and apologetic. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of everyone. "Well, sit down and let's continue." Chloe's tone was extremely formal. She was relentless even when grilling her brother because she did not want others to think that she was being lenient on Thomas just because he was her younger brother. Or else, that would be even more embarrassing if they did. When they came out from the morning meeting, and each returned to their offices, Chloe noticed that Jack was acting a little weird. He seemed to be a little restless. "Darling? What's on your mind?" "Nothing. I don't believe you." "Okay. Honey, I'm a little worried about Pudding. She's all alone in that small warehouse. Won't she be afraid?" Mr. Dawson finally told the truth. "Wow, so it turned out that you were worried about your daughter," Chloe said in a deliberately jealous way. "Hey, what are you talking about? Isn't she your daughter too?" Mr. Dawson felt wronged. "Believe me, she'll be fine. Your older daughter is even more prideful than you. If we don't make her taste the bitterness of life, she will not know how to restrain herself. But rest assured, she'll be okay." "Okay, I hope nothing's wrong, but we should still comfort Pudding when we get home. She's still young. I'm afraid you frightened her today." Jack was now full of fatherly love. Ever since he met his daughters, he had been developing a strong sense of a father's responsibility. So, when Chloe was focused on work, Jack was worried that their daughter would be crying at home. He also made a phone call to Uncle George when he was in the break room, secretly asking about her situation. Uncle George's answer was that Miss Pudding was still in the small warehouse and no one knew for sure if she was okay. What Uncle George said made Jack more anxious than ever. He really wanted to drive home and check on her, worried that his daughter might have been frightened by Chloe's actions this morning. But seeing how confident Chloe seemed made Jack feel even more conflicted, and that was why he seemed restless just now. "President Green, this document needs your signature. Please review it." Stella put down a document. Chloe nodded her head. Just as she picked up the document and was ready to review it, she saw Thomas coming in. "President Green?" "What is it?" "I'm so sorry that I was distracted. I'll be more careful in the future." "Don't be angry with me." "I was not angry. I didn't want to give you special treatment, so I called you out in public." Chloe looked up at her brother. "Yeah, then I'll go back to work now. Call me if you need anything." Then Thomas and Stella walked out of the office together. "President Green will never be angry with you. She was just doing what was right at the moment. Don't think about it too much," Stella comforted Thomas. "I heard your birthday is around the corner." "Yes. How did you know?" Stella looked surprised. "Some coworkers mentioned it." "Sister Stella, you have helped me a lot since I came to the company. Can I treat you to dinner on your birthday? Consider it as a token of my gratitude." "Thanks, I really appreciate it, but my boyfriend's coming to town to celebrate my birthday." Stella's face filled with happiness. "Oh, so you already have a boyfriend," I thought. Thomas looked a little surprised. "What do you think?" Stella giggled. I thought, "Since I've never seen a man pick you up, I thought you were single." Thomas responded, disappointment flashing past his eyes. "My boyfriend and I were classmates in university, and he moved to another city after we graduated. We've been doing long distance since then." "Oh, I see. Then never mind." Thomas left, somewhat depressed. Thomas came to work at GK as soon as he graduated. All he wanted was to work hard and help his sister, so he had been single all this time. After Amelia's tragic death, Thomas had been afraid of starting a new relationship. A lot of the female employees at GK chased after Thomas, since, after all, he was President Green's younger brother. To marry Thomas was to marry into an extremely rich family. Besides, Thomas was young, handsome, and talented. He had studied abroad as well. Who didn't like him? Unfortunately, none of those girls piqued his interest. The only woman he fell for was Stella, who was calm, collected, and mature. As Chloe's assistant, Stella held high status within GK. Her resolute style and delicate mind had been consistently praised by everyone within the company and recognized by Chloe. Above all, Stella was gentle and always nice to her colleagues. She did not engage in office politics, and Thomas really liked that about her. The reason he was distracted at the meeting this morning was that he was thinking about what to get Stella for her birthday. He was thinking that, on Stella's birthday, he would invite her to dinner, so they could get to know each other better. But he didn't know she already had a boyfriend. Thomas felt like someone rained a bucket of ice water over his parade, HQ of Imperial Star Entertainment, after Justin and Gianna went public with their relationship. The public went into an uproar. Justin knew full well that his family wasn't happy about it. So he stopped going back to his family mansion for dinner and acted vague and perfunctory when his mother called him. Gianna, on the other hand, continued to enjoy her moment of fame. Their relationship put her onto the top charts, and she occupied the homepage of various media outlets, officially becoming the talk of the city. Brenton happened to be free today, so he went to see Justin at Imperial Star. President Cooper, President Blake is here, Anne came in to report. "Tell him to come in and ask one of the other assistants to make us 2 cups of coffee." Justin put down his work and stood up. "Will do." Anne nodded. Brenton came in with his car key in hand. "What's wrong, young Master Blake? Don't tell me you're here this early to grab a drink with me," Justin said with a smile. "I definitely didn't have that in mind. I've been crazy busy recently. Kenneth had a fever last night and was hospitalized again. Victoria and I barely slept last night taking care of him." "What happened to Kenneth?" "He got the flu, and his fever won't go down. Right now, he's still at the hospital." "It's not easy raising a child," Justin sighed. At this time, a female assistant brought in 2 cups of coffee. Justin and Brenton sat on the sofa and chatted. "Where's young Master Cruz these days? Did he leave the country to pick up girls again?" Justin wondered. "No. His family's been giving him a headache recently. They've been trying to get him to get married. He doesn't have the time to come out. His dad took away all 5 of his cars and froze his bank account." Wow. They are serious. Young Master Cruz sure lives an exciting life. Justin smiled. "What about you?" Brenton looked at Justin and asked. "What do you mean?" Justin pretended to be clueless. "What do you think I mean?" Brenton gave him a supercilious look. "You're talking about my relationship?" "Yes, there's nothing worth saying. Don't you know me after all these years?" Justin smiled and leaned back heavily on his sofa. "You are so right. I really don't know you after all these years. What in the world is going on in that brain of yours? What's going on with you and Gianna? I know you needed cannon fodder, but you still shouldn't have asked her." Brenton was a little angry. "Isn't it good to use my own employee? I don't have the time to look for someone new and coax them into dating me. You did this so Chloe would stop feeling guilty and be able to live happily ever after with her family, didn't you?" Justin was silent for a while. Then, he quietly said, "Yes." Brenton became very angry. "That's ridiculous. How can you sacrifice your own happiness just to make her happy?" Justin licked his dry and cracked lips and looked up sadly at Brenton. "From the moment I lost her, I lost the right to be happy." Brenton was shocked, as he didn't seem to expect Justin to say this. "No? I can't say that I lost her. I never even had her. Ha. I'm an idiot." Justin smiled bitterly. "I don't want to talk you out of your feelings for Chloe anymore. I was there when you fell for her, bit by bit, but I never stopped you. You're my friend, so I hate seeing you like this. Chloe went from being a nurse at Southside to being a doctor. She got married and had children. It's been years. And not only are you refusing to wake up, but you've also sunk deeper and deeper into her spell. Back then, when I thought Jack had really died, I really thought Chloe might agree to date you out of gratitude. The fact that he came back was really brutal for you. But think about it. Life itself is brutal. You're jealous of how much Chloe loves Jack, but Jack's jealous that you got to be with Chloe during her pregnancy. Indeed. Jack is always burdened with countless concerns, making him helpless. He loves Chloe so much, but they wasted 11 years when they could have been together. If I were him, I'd rather die than be apart from Chloe for even a year." Justin sighed. "How can one man be the same as another? We can't say that Jack doesn't love deeply enough because he's a quiet man. There are so many ties between them. They've been together ever since high school. I think that kind of feeling has gone far beyond the feelings of ordinary men and women. It has become an inseparable affection. In a situation like this, you were losing from the start, so you should have had no future expectations." "You're right. I should not have fantasized about being with Chloe, and I can only blame myself for this situation I'm in. I've never blamed Chloe, but I just can't convince myself to give up. Brenton, what should I do? Sometimes I feel like the pain in my heart will kill me." Justin lowered his head and covered his chest with one hand, feeling his heart aching faintly. "Justin, I really don't want to try to talk you out of anything, because even if I tried, you won't listen to me. But Gianna is definitely not the one for you. You can be sad right now and use her as a shield, but you have to stop at the right time. After all, women sometimes have terrible ideas. Don't hurt Chloe because of your selfish decisions. Think of what happened with Zoe and Bella." Justin did not speak, but he did feel that Brenton had a point. Just then, Justin's cell phone rang, and it was actually a video call. Justin took a glance at the caller. It was actually from Little Bean. Chloe gave Pudding and Little Bean each a cell phone, and they knew how to use them perfectly. They even knew functions that Chloe didn't. They were on Snap every day. Justin would also give the sisters red packets on every holiday, and they always enjoyed accepting money. Justin pressed his cell phone and picked up the video call. Then he put aside his depression and immediately smiled softly. "Little Bean, do you miss me?" Handsome Cooper. "Something terrible happened," Little Bean lowered her voice and said mysteriously. Looking at the background behind her, Justin knew that she was sitting in South Hill Manor's study. What's wrong?" Justin looked at the little girl in his cell phone with surprise. "My sis was grounded by my mommy." Why? Did Pudding make a mistake?" Justin was puzzled. "Yes, my sister's been in a bad mood ever since we left your house last night. You know that neither of us like that bimbo Gianna, right?" Brenton, who was standing beside Justin, was speechless as well. Little Bean may only be 3 years old, but she knew to give Gianna a nickname, Bimbo Gianna. Brenton was seriously reconsidering their deal with Chloe's family. What was a mellow boy like Kenneth supposed to do with a wife like Little Bean? They weren't even on the same level. Hey, Little Bean, don't give Auntie Gianna a nickname." "It's not polite," Justin said. "Handsome Cooper, don't interrupt me. Listen to me." Little Bean had a helpless expression on her face. "Okay, you go on. My sister and I were angry because of Bimbo Gianna, and Mommy told us that we shouldn't interfere with your business because we're outsiders and we're too young." "What your mother said is quite right," Brenton cut in. "Uncle Blake, don't talk, please, or it will interrupt my train of thought." Little Bean glanced at Brenton. "Okay, Uncle Blake's sorry." Brenton couldn't help but laugh. No wonder everyone liked the twins. They were so cute. They could make you laugh all of a sudden, with just a few words. "Hey, what was I saying just now?" Little Bean ended up confusing herself. "You told me that your mom put Pudding in detention." Justin laughed and reminded her. Right. When my sister saw the news this morning, she reacted really strongly and slammed her phone onto the ground. Mommy bought us our phones. I'm glad we each have our own, or else I would have been dragged down with her." Pudding smashed her cell phone? What for? Justin was also stunned since the twins knew for a long time that he and Gianna were somewhat of a public CP that the media likes to hype up. "My point is not that my sister smashed her cell phone, as she might have just been emotionally unstable. My point is that my mommy then threw my sis's cell phone onto the ground. Oh my God, you weren't there. It was so frightening. I've been in this world for 3 years, and I've never seen Mommy so angry." Brenton couldn't help but burst into laughter. Little Bean's reaction was just way too hilarious. "Your mommy threw Pudding's phone onto the floor as well?" Justin was astonished, as he had known Chloe for quite some time now, but never had he seen her so mad that she would smash a phone onto the ground. "It's true. Mommy threw the phone onto the ground. My sister was so scared that she cried. Mommy is really mad, and she scolded my sister for being so spoiled. Mommy said that my sister has princess syndrome and that she's wasting money she didn't make by throwing stuff. Mommy almost kicked my sister out of the house." "Where's Pudding now?" Justin asked, a little worried. "She's in the small warehouse here at South Hill Manor. Mommy told her to reflect on her behavior, and my sister isn't allowed to eat lunch." "No way. That's way too harsh." "Yeah, Daddy and Grandma both tried to help Pudding, but Mommy just wouldn't listen." "You know that my mommy holds the highest authority at home," Little Bean said. "Then can you hurry and give Pudding your phone so I can talk to her?" Justin urged, wanting to check up on Pudding. "She's not opening the door. There's nothing I could do about it. She's as stubborn as a donkey." What should we do?" "Then why don't I send her a snap message?" Justin was a bit anxious. "Handsome Cooper, did your IQ drop?" "I already told you Mommy threw my sister's phone onto the floor so Pudding doesn't have a phone right now," Little Bean reminded him. "Look at your IQ. It's worse than a 3-year-old. Brenton laughed. "Shut up. It's not the time to joke around. I don't know what to do about Chloe. She actually locked Pudding up. Is she a stepmother?" Justin was rather angry. "Little Bean, don't worry. I'll call your mom now and put things straight with her. Don't. If you call her now, then she'll know I told you. Do you want to throw me under the bus? There's already one shut in that tiny warehouse of ours. Do you want me to be locked up too? But what can we do now? Justin was also clueless. I think you could call Mommy and pretend that you want to take us out. Maybe then Mommy will spit the truth out. Great. Just sit tight and wait. I'll call her now. Okay, but remember not to mention me, or our ship of friendship will flip just like that, and our Titanic of love will sink just like that, Little Bean threatened. Justin chuckled and said, Is our relationship so unstable that it can end whenever you want it to? Okay, handsome Cooper, didn't I already tip you off so you could help save my sister? I understand. After getting off the phone with Little Bean, Brenton sighed. Those twins sure are something. Their EQ is incredible. Remember when Victoria said we should get one of them to become Kenneth's wife? I think we can just wipe that off the table. Your Kenneth sure wouldn't be able to deal with either of them. Even Chloe is having trouble with them, Justin said proudly, as if he was talking about his own daughters. Then he took out his phone and dialed Chloe's number. Hello? President Green? Are you busy? No, what is it? I was thinking that the weather today is pretty nice, so I wanted to take the twins out to the golf court. Chloe remained silent. Hello? Are you listening? Justin asked. Did Little Bean call you to tell on me? Chloe asked calmly. No. Justin was guilty. Then why would you rush to take them out today? I thought Imperial Star Entertainment was busier than that. Chloe's intelligence level was too high. Justin didn't even get to finish his lie, and Chloe already deciphered his true intentions. Chloe added, Pudding's locked up because she was a bad girl. You can take her out any other day except today. Hey, why are you being so serious with a kid? How old is she? She's only 3, and you're already throwing phones on the floor. Don't you think you have gone too far and that you scared her? Didn't you say Little Bean didn't call you? How do you know so many details? Chloe asked back. Justin was completely speechless and didn't know how to respond. He had unconsciously thrown Little Bean under the bus without meaning to. Okay, I'll admit that Little Bean called me, but don't you think you're acting like a stepmother? Who in the world would punish a 3-year-old like that? She did something wrong, so she's being punished. It has nothing to do with how old she is. I also didn't hit her. All I did was tell her to reflect on her behavior. Don't you think that S-hole warehouse of yours might scare Pudding? Justin felt bad for Pudding. Don't underestimate the little kid. She's a very strong person and she can handle a lot of stress and pressure. Chloe didn't know how to deal with Jack and Justin as they were both begging for mercy for Pudding. They treated her like she was the one that had done something wrong. Why would they be so biased? I don't agree with how you are treating her. Justin was angry. Then what do you want? Let her go now or else I'll tell Grandpa. Justin, you shameless. Chloe was infuriated. She was trying to teach her own kid a lesson, but Justin was about to tattletale on her to Grandpa Cooper. Grandpa Cooper loved and spoiled the twins, and if he found out, Chloe would for sure get into trouble. Yes, I'm shameless, but you're torturing your kid. There's no room for negotiations. If you don't let Pudding out in an hour, then... Justin, don't tell Grandpa Cooper. I'll tell the butler to let her go. Then, Chloe hung up the phone. She was still furious. Then, she called Uncle George to open the door, but Uncle George said Pudding locked herself in. Chloe was so mad that she ordered Uncle George to find a locksmith to unlock the door. She would deal with her later when she got home from work, South Hill Manor. Uncle George followed Chloe's orders and opened up the door to the warehouse. Only when Pudding saw that the lock was broken did she slowly walk out. Miss Pudding, are you okay? Grandpa George, I'm fine. Sis, you finally came out. You really should thank Captain Cooper. Little Bean grabbed her sister's hand and said, What's it got to do with him? If I didn't tell him what happened, you wouldn't have been able to get out so fast. It was none of your business. Who needed his help anyway? Pudding seemed to still be mad at Justin. She turned her head and stomped away. Hey, you can't be so ungrateful. Handsome Cooper asked that you video call him once you got out. I don't want to, Pudding refused. Then you don't want his snap red pocket either? No. Handsome Cooper said he's going to take us to the golf course tomorrow. I'm not going. Then you're giving up on Handsome Cooper? That's great. Then Handsome Cooper can be all mine now, and no one is going to fight over him with me. Haha. Little Bean seemed to be happy. Pudding stopped and looked back. She said, You would have to deal with Bimbo Gianna first. Little Bean was speechless. GK headquarters. After Chloe got off the call with Justin, she began delegating work across all departments while Mark showed Jack around. It had been a long time since Jack was in the office, and he felt an old sense of familiarity in this place. This was the empire his father and uncle created from scratch. President Dawson, has your leg not fully recovered? Mark felt sorry when he saw Jack's right leg. It's much better now. It doesn't affect my ability to walk, but I can't do heavy exercises. Jack chuckled. It's going to get better for sure. It's okay. I'm fine with my current situation. There are a lot of challenges in life, and you just need to learn to give and take. I'm back now, and I'm happy that I still have my wife and kids. President Dawson, I wanted to ask you, what would you do if President Green and President Dawson got together when you came back? You did disappear for 4 years. We all thought you were. Mark paused. Jack slowed down his footsteps, too. The look in his eyes deepened. You're right. 4 whole years. It's been so long that I even wondered if I should come home and disturb her life. Then, Mark paused again. I was paying close attention to the things that were happening here. In the past 4 years, Chloe was still alone, and I knew that she wouldn't accept Justin's love. If what you said came true and she chose to be with Justin, I still wouldn't blame her. After all, I was the one that wasn't good enough for her, so I would turn around and walk away, wishing her the best. I probably wouldn't come back, and rather, just secretly wish her well. Not because I am a noble person, but because I love her so much, and I don't want her to feel trapped. I don't want to put her in a difficult spot. Actually, the biggest regret of my life is not being able to be with her when she was pregnant, but I don't actually regret it because even if I went back in time, I would still do the same. My leg is just one of the reasons it took me so long to come back. If I didn't defeat my enemies, then my wife and children will always live in fear. I am her husband, and I am my children's father. I can't be so weak, nor can I take action without thinking about the consequences. President Dawson, your love is so deep. It's a pity how not everyone can understand you. A lot of people just look at how things appear to be on the surface. All they see is how President Cooper had been by President Green for 4 years. Mark felt sorry for Jack. I don't need the whole world to understand me. In this world, I only need Chloe to understand me. Jack phrased it like it wasn't something heavy. His mentality impressed Mark. Maybe it was because he worked with Jack for a long time, so he knew how the latter operated. He knew that Jack didn't like talking that much, but he always did his best without telling the world. All these years, Jack had put all of his efforts on Chloe. He was willing to sacrifice his life for her. Jack was such an incredible character, and yet so many people criticized him. When Jack first disappeared, a nosy individual posted a long article on Weibo. This article created a huge commotion on the internet, and netizens were in huge support of Chloe and Justin getting together. They even scolded Jack for leaving Chloe and not being responsible. They didn't even think about what Jack had to go through. If Jack wasn't as calm and smart, he wouldn't have been able to figure out Andrew's scheme beforehand, and he would have vanished from this world. In order to protect his wife, this man had to spend 4 years in loneliness. A man like that wasn't weak, and what Jack lived through was something Justin probably would never be able to endure. That was probably why Chloe was willing to give her all for such a man. She was willing to wait her own life out, just for the day he returned. President Dawson, your leg will recover. Don't worry. I'm not worrying. I'm able to walk just fine now, and I'm already grateful for that. Jack was a rather free spirit, and he no longer wanted to force things to happen. Initially, an accomplished American orthopedics doctor had handed him the diagnosis. He was supposed to use a cane to walk the rest of his life. What happened then? Jack was able to persevere through many complicated operations and endure a lot of pain. He was willing to try all potential recovery methods. 4 years of rehabilitation may sound simple, but Jack knew how much pain her cousin had to endure. When the doctor said that his right leg was disabled, Jack's first reaction wasn't that his leg was done and he could no longer walk. Instead, his first reaction was, how was he supposed to carry Chloe on his back if he was disabled? His love was one that didn't need to be said aloud. He used time to prove how much he loved her. Time would show how a person really was. Mark admired President Dawson's personality. Jack was still young, but yet he had the capacity to be responsible and see the big picture. He spoiled his wife, and he was willing to give the woman he loved everything he had. How many people in this world could do what he did? Mark admired Jack and Chloe very much. He admired the innocent period they shared together when they were young, how they got to attend school together, skip classes together, and enjoy ramen together. President Dawson, back in high school, was President Green the special kind of girl who always attracted the attention of others? Mark asked with a chuckle. Yeah. Back then, she was more naive than she was now, but she was also very smart. She never lost in a fight. Jack smiled. That sounds so lovely. I think we should contact some directors and make a movie out of your love story. Campus-based love stories are really popular these days. That's a great idea. It was rather surprising that Jack agreed to the idea. Then I'll talk to President Green and see what she thinks about it. If she agrees, then I'll start working on it right away. Mark sounded a bit excited. This isn't anything urgent. We haven't even lived 2/3 of our lives yet. We should revisit this idea in a couple of decades when our girls grow up. That would be something worth commemorating. When Jack mentioned his 2 daughters, he felt a warm fuzz in his heart. After circling the whole building, Mark and Jack finally returned to the president's office. It was almost time to go home, honey. Are you staying late today? Jack put a glass of milk on Chloe's desk. Nope, I'm almost done. Then Chloe scribbled her name on a few documents, turned around to grab her coat, and was ready to leave. Oh yeah. Didn't Andrew call this morning? Yeah. He sounded a bit crazy. What do you mean? Jack looked at her and asked. He said that both he and I are in trouble. I don't know what that meant. The look on Jack's face changed. Do you know something? Chloe felt confused by Jack's reaction. Does it have anything to do with Legend? Jack still wasn't sure how to deal with Legend. He knew that Legend was someone that even Fiona and Dr. Wagner couldn't handle. Ian also came from a very complicated family, so it was better off not crossing the line with him. Otherwise, they might have to run for their lives until they die. He didn't want that to happen. Probably not. Isn't Legend on Andrew's side? If it was Legend, then you and I should be the ones in trouble. Don't worry, I'll investigate what's going on. Jack held on to Chloe's hand and patted it to comfort her. Chloe nodded. Then the two drove home. By the time they arrived home, Uncle George had already finished preparing dinner. Where's Pudding? Jack looked around and he couldn't see Pudding. Little Bean, on the other hand, was watching anime in the living room. She's upstairs in her bedroom. She doesn't seem to be in a good mood, Uncle George responded. Pudding said she's not hungry. I hope she's not starving herself because she also didn't eat breakfast or lunch, Little Bean added. Great! We can save money on food. We could just have dinner without her. Uncle George, can you tell my mother to come downstairs for dinner? What about Uncle Thomas? Little Bean asked. He said he's having dinner with colleagues, so he's not coming home for dinner. Then, Chloe took off her coat and went into the kitchen to wash her hands. When she came out, she found that Jack was nowhere to be seen. Little Bean was the only one at the dinner table waiting for her. Daddy went upstairs. He's probably going to woo my sister, Little Bean answered without being asked. Chloe didn't say a word. She cared a lot about her daughter, but if she gave in now, then what she did this morning would have been useless. That was why she was determined not to give in now, and rather continue observing Pudding's behavior. Then, Chloe sat down beside Little Bean. She picked up a steamed red bean paste bun and took a bite. Mommy, you don't look that good? Have you been overworking yourself lately? Little Bean asked. I'm fine. You should drink some soup. This soup here is really good. Plus, at your age, you should take care of your skin. If you only think about work, you're going to quickly become old and battered, and Daddy won't love you anymore. He might even find a mistress, and mistresses are terrifying creatures. When that happens, Daddy won't come home often, and you will spend a lot of your time crying. Our family would be ruined. Oh my, even the thought of it terrifies me. To be honest, if she wasn't already used to how the twins spoke, she would have choked herself to death with that steamed red bean paste bun. Little Bean, what in the world are you talking about? I'm only telling you what could happen. Don't worry though, because from how it is now, Daddy still loves you very much. Little Bean smiled. Hurry up and eat your food. Don't waste your time saying this nonsense, Chloe scolded. Upstairs. When Jack walked into the room, Pudding was sitting quietly by the piano. She was playing The Castle in the Sky. The song was slow, and she was obviously still down in the dumps. Pudding. Daddy, you're back! Pudding flashed Jack a rare smile. You're practicing the piano. I'm just playing for fun. Are you still mad at Mommy? Jack asked. He took a seat by Pudding and looked at her gently. Pudding bit her lips a bit and said, No, I'm actually mad at myself. Why are you mad at yourself? Because I think that I've really been selfish this time, and that I hurt Mommy. Mommy is right. She said that I had brought negative emotions home, and it affected everyone else. I'm really sorry. Do you really think that? Are you saying that because you're angry? Jack held onto his daughter's little hand and asked her patiently. Yeah, I'm not saying this because I'm angry. I lost my calm back there and threw the phone onto the floor. When I calmed down and thought about it, I regretted it. Mommy is right. I don't have any money-earning abilities right now, and I'm already destroying things. It's not a good habit. Mommy actually really loves you, but she needs to teach you what is right and wrong. I know, but what happened with Handsome Cooper really left me feeling uncomfortable. You really like Handsome Cooper, don't you? Yes. I like Handsome Cooper. Both him and Daddy treat Little Bean and I really well. He loves Mommy and we both know it. We were thinking about setting Mommy and him up if you didn't show up in a few years. However, we also know that Mommy doesn't love him back. She only loves you. Handsome Cooper was probably devastated, so devastated that he allowed that woman, Gianna, to enter his life. Even if they are just playing pretend, I still don't like them together. You're right. Uncle Cooper probably didn't make the best decision this time. These problems are all solvable, but you can't solve them by shutting yourself in a room. Everyone's worried about you. I know. Then why don't you come downstairs with Daddy and have dinner together? Pudding still didn't have the courage to show herself in front of her mom. You're too embarrassed to apologize to Mommy? Jack asked. Pudding pursed her lips and remained quiet. You're just as stubborn as your mom. She's waiting for you to apologize, but you don't want to. What should I do with you two? Jack joked around intentionally. Daddy, it's fine. I don't want to go downstairs now. Otherwise, when I see Mommy, it'd be awkward. Why don't I go downstairs tomorrow? Pudding still looked concerned. But if you don't go down now, you'd lose the best opportunity to apologize. Your Mommy was in a bad mood for the entire day today. Even though she looks like she's doing fine, she's actually very worried about you. Really? I thought she only let me out because you and Handsome Cooper begged her? Pudding questioned doubtfully. That might be part of it, but your Mommy really didn't want to punish you like that. If she really wanted to lock you up, do you think anyone's words would have been able to change her mind? Jack patiently explained to Pudding, and the latter looked down, continuing her silence. It seemed like she was plotting something. Just then, Jack handed her a small box. Of course, I won't force you to go downstairs for dinner if you don't want to. Little Bean said you didn't eat breakfast or lunch. I know you like the tiramisu from Ilia, so I bought some for you. Thank you, Daddy. Pudding sounded a bit moved. Good girl. Then Daddy's going to go downstairs. Give it some thought. I know you're a smart girl and you'll be able to figure things out, right? Then, Jack turned around and walked downstairs. Pudding looked at that delicate piece of cake in her hand with mixed feelings. Daddy, is Pudding still not willing to come downstairs? Is she as stubborn as an ox? Little Bean's piece of cake was already in her tummy, and she was licking off the cream on the corner of her mouth, looking very satisfied. I think Pudding knows she's misbehaved. I think she'll come down soon. When he said this, he intentionally glanced at Chloe to see her reaction. Chloe didn't respond. She was like her usually calm self, slowly eating dinner. "Chloe, why are you being so serious with a child?" Sandra felt bad for her granddaughter. "Mom, it's not about that. This is my method of teaching my children. Who teaches children like that?" "You're like a stepmother." Sandra was angry. "Stepmothers don't teach them what is right or wrong. I understand that you guys care about Pudding, but even if you say I'm harsh or like a stepmother, I still need her to understand her own mistakes." "Chloe, how can you be like that?" Sandra seemed discontent about how her daughter was acting. Just when she wanted to continue nagging Chloe, Jack stepped in and said, "Mom, I don't think Chloe's being unreasonable. The children are still young, and there are still many things they don't understand. It's our job as parents to teach them what is right when they make mistakes. Chloe's punishments may be a bit harsh, but Pudding is not an ordinary child. This might be the right kind of lesson for her." You guys are so annoying. Everyone's talking about Pudding, Pudding, Pudding. What about me?" Little Bean asked anxiously. She was so cute that Jack felt that his heart was being melted by her cuteness. He immediately walked over to get a tissue to wipe off the cream on Little Bean's face. "Little Bean, try not to eat so many sweets at night. You'd gain weight. You need to maintain a healthy body, or else it'd be hard to find a boyfriend. After all, our society places a lot of value on beauty and fitness," Jack gave her a friendly reminder. "Daddy, I thought about this problem 5 months ago, and I have come to a conclusion." Little Bean looked so serious that Jack couldn't help but laugh. "What conclusion?" Jack couldn't help but ask. "We're rich, so I'll definitely be able to find a boyfriend. No matter who I end up dating, everyone will think he's dating me for our money, so we will just let that be. So even if I'm 300 pounds, who cares? After all, everyone's after princesses, and I'm a princess from a rich family. That's why I can eat all I want." Jack and Chloe were both left speechless by Little Bean's little speech. Sandra couldn't help but laugh. "Little Bean sure has her own ways. Delcy, can you please not use that nonsense to try to fool your father? He's still rather simple-minded and hasn't figured out your true essence. Do you really think it's a good idea to make up such an excuse just so you can eat whatever you want to?" Chloe questioned her daughter. "Oh no, Mommy figured it out. Ha ha. I'm just joking with Daddy. There's no way I'll give up my happiness so easily. Don't worry, I'll make sure to keep my young, sexy figure." Jack was speechless. He realized he was getting old because he often found himself unable to follow his daughter's fast-spinning logic. Sometimes, he didn't even know how to respond to them. When everyone had almost finished dinner, Pudding came downstairs wearing a white cotton sleeping gown. She had her long black hair tied up with a red Mickey Mouse hairband. She looked very cute. Little Bean and Pudding looked exactly the same. They had some of Jack's exceptional genes, so they were both very good-looking. However, they gave out distinct auras as they had very different personalities. Little Bean always had a smile on her face. When she smiled, her eyes would turn into the shape of a crescent moon. She was more of a people-pleaser type of person. Pudding, on the other hand, looked very serious. There seemed to always be something on her mind. "Oh, Pudding's coming down," Little Bean said. Jack was pleased. He was glad that Pudding had figured things out. "Ms. Pudding, you're just in time for dinner." Uncle George really adored the twins. "Thank you, Uncle George," Pudding said politely. Then, she walked over. "Pudding, come to Grandma. The lotus roots are really yummy. You love eating crunchy lotus roots, am I right?" "Grandma, I'll eat it later," Pudding said. Then she slowly walked over to Chloe. Little Bean lowered her voice and whispered in Jack's ears, "I think she's going to apologize to Mommy." "Of course. Do you think she's going to continue fighting Mommy?" Then Jack squeezed Little Bean's nose gently. "Mommy," Pudding called out quietly. "Yes?" Chloe responded with no particular emotional fluctuation. "Mommy, about this morning. I'm sorry." Pudding was still a child, so when she said the word sorry, tears were already rolling in her eyes. When Pudding started talking, Chloe was already ready to forgive her. After all, Pudding was her daughter, and she carried her for 10 months in her belly. Chloe loved Pudding and Little Bean more than anybody else in the world. However, loving Pudding didn't mean that she could spoil them. Chloe was a person with her own principles. Pudding, do you know what you did wrong? I shouldn't let out my emotions by smashing my phone. Smashing your phone was one. What else? Chloe didn't directly face her daughter, but she looked very serious. I shouldn't have treated Handsome Cooper and that woman like that. Even though I don't like her, I shouldn't have been so impolite. After all, Handsome Cooper brought her home. You are correct. I understand that you and Uncle Cooper get along well. I also understand how you guys don't like how Uncle Cooper has a girlfriend now, but that's no reason for you to misbehave. You shouldn't be so abusive to others, nor should you bring those negative emotions home and affect your family. I know I've misbehaved. I will try to control my emotions better and not smash things. Mommy, can you forgive me? Pudding was already crying non-stop. She also felt really bad deep down. Chloe felt bad as well and immediately picked Pudding up and placed her on her lap. Then, she kissed her on the cheeks and said, I hope you don't blame Mommy for being too harsh. I just wanted you to learn what was right and wrong so that people won't say that Jack and I have a daughter with bad manners. I understand, Mommy. I was being too selfish. Okay. As long as you know what you did wrong and learn from your mistakes, you don't need to feel guilty. The sun will still rise tomorrow to a new day, and what happened today cannot be changed. Pudding seemed to understand what her mom meant, so she nodded. The dishes are getting cold. I'll go into the kitchen to heat them up. Mommy, I want to eat your veggie noodles. Can you make some for me? Pudding said coyishly, for the first time in a long time. Oh, sis, you're making demands again. Little Bean covered her mouth with her hands and giggled. Chloe looked at Pudding with gentle eyes and said, Okay, give me some time. I'll go and make you some right now. Then, she let Pudding down and went into the kitchen. Chloe, let me help you. Sandra was worried about Chloe, so she went into the kitchen with her. Jack looked at Pudding and said, Good job. I never knew you could be just like me, going the cute route, Little Bean joked around. Shut up. I still have a bone to pick with you. What bone? I saved your life today. If I didn't video call Handsome Cooper, he would never have helped you out in front of Mommy. Little Bean pouted. You really don't know what you did wrong? You took advantage of the fact that I was locked up to privately video chat. Handsome Cooper. Pudding pouted. Jack watched as his daughters quarreled. He smiled happily. Just then, he thought of something. He opened up Chloe's bag and took out a box. Then, he put the box in front of Pudding. Your mom bought you a new phone on the way home. Pudding was both surprised and touched as she held the box in her hands. Mommy is actually really nice, Pudding said as she bit her lips. Daddy, what about me? It's not fair that she's the only one that gets a new phone. But yours isn't broken, right? Jack asked. Then can I find an opportunity to smash it? Little Bean said on purpose. You could, but think of how your mommy reacted today and what your sister has been through, Jack warned. Never mind. Actually, now that I think about it, my phone is still pretty new. Little Bean understood that it was time to stop. Little Bean's words made Jack and Pudding look at each other with a fun, devilish expression. 20 minutes later, Chloe came out of the kitchen with a bowl of noodle soup. Mommy, I want some too. Little Bean, you just finished half a bowl of rice, 1 steamed red bean paste bun, and a slice of tiramisu. Her grandma reminded her of how much she had already eaten. But it's rare when Mommy cooks. I don't want to miss out. I've cooked more than enough. Dig in. But you can't go to bed right after eating. You have to go downstairs and move around first, Chloe said. Understood, Mommy. We will be healthy. Little Bean licked her mouth. Chloe was speechless as being healthy wasn't necessarily what she normally practiced. After apologizing, Pudding felt a lot better about herself, and she was able to devour the bowl of vegetable noodle soup. After dinner, the twins played downstairs in the living room. Chloe and Jack went back to their bedroom. Chloe had taken her clothes off in the bathroom. Just then, Jack went inside the bathroom too. What are you doing? You're so dirty, Mr. Dawson. Who told you to ask so bluntly? Jack put on an innocent look. I didn't mean that. I meant that I was going to shower, so why are you following me in? To shower with you. Chloe immediately blushed. After 4 years, one thing had never changed, and that was how directly Jack spoke. Finally, Chloe gave in to Jack's love, and they bathed together. It had been a long time since they bathed together. When they came out of the bathtub, Chloe was exhausted. She lied on her bed as she checked her phone, only to notice many missed calls. She immediately dialed back. Chloe. Something happened to Cody, and he was just admitted to Southside. Violet was so scared that she was sobbing. Chloe immediately jumped up. What happened? I heard his assistant say that he was followed by a stalker, and that was what caused the accident. Violet, don't cry. I'm on my way. Okay. Violet and Cody were in a steady relationship. Cody had already bought a new place for them and wanted to marry her. Violet didn't want to drag Cody's career down as a celebrity, so she hasn't accepted his proposal yet. However, as long as Cody didn't have work, he would spend his time with Violet. They stayed in Cody's mansion and Violet would take care of him, like wash his clothes or cook dinner. Aside from Cody's mother and little brother, Chloe was his closest thing to family. That was why when Cody was in trouble, Violet phoned Chloe immediately. When Jack walked out of the bathroom, he saw Chloe putting on clothes to leave. Honey, are you going out? Yeah. Cody got into an accident. I need to go to Southside. I'll go with you. Jack immediately took off his bathrobe and put on clothes. It's okay. It's late already and your leg wounds aren't fully healed. There's no need for you to be running around. I have bodyguards with me, so I'll be fine on my own. Honey, even if I'm wounded, I'm not crippled. Don't worry about me. I'm worried about you, even if there are bodyguards with you. Finally, Chloe gave in to Jack. Even though Chloe had real bodyguards, Jack acted like he was her bodyguard. The two wanted to remain low-key, so they drove her R8 to Southside, inside a VIP patient room. Cody's face was all covered with white gauze. Sister Chloe, President Dawson, Violet greeted them as they entered the room. Sis, Mr. Dawson, why are you here? Cody held on to his wounded left cheek and tried to sit up. I called Chloe, Violet said in a low voice. How did you wound your face? Chloe put down her bag and went over to see his wounds. It's okay. It's just scratches. My face will be fine. Cody smiled. No, you can't be too careless. Then, Chloe turned around and said to Cody's male assistant, How did this happen? President Green? It's because there were these crazy fans. At first, they followed our car. They would appear on site wherever we performed and take dozens of photos. Even when we took the plane, they would check our flight number and buy first-class tickets on our flights to cause commotions. There's one girl who's probably from a rich family and she loves Cody. We don't know how she got Cody's phone number, but she would constantly call him and send him crazy messages. She's like a maniac. Cody didn't bother with her, but this time, she brought her friends with her. She probably heard that we were recording at a television station, so she snuck in by saying that she wanted Cody's signature. Then they came running towards him, and she scratched Cody's face. She screamed that Cody didn't even look at her, so it was probably some sort of revenge. Chloe's face darkened after hearing the story. I'm okay, Sister Chloe, don't worry. That girl looked drunk, so I don't think she did it on purpose. Cody, however, looked very calm. No! It's not about whether she did it on purpose or not. It's assault. Did you call the police? Yeah. The police took them away, but I heard they were already released. The girl's family has some power and influence. Also, they didn't cause that big of a commotion, so the police gave them a second chance. The assistant looked down at his feet. No. We can't just let them go like that. We must execute one as a warning for others. Imagine what would happen if another crazy fan does something even worse. I'm okay, sis. Really. I don't want to blow things out of proportion. No, I won't let anyone bully you. Chloe was also pretty frustrated. Cody was always so gentle and wanted to avoid conflict. He had a good reputation in the entertainment industry because he was hardworking. A lot of his fans loved and respected him. Even though GK no longer run an entertainment company, it didn't mean that Cody didn't have someone powerful to support him. Even though Cody signed with Imperial Star, Chloe still treated him the same. "Honey, can you investigate the girl and her family for me?" Chloe didn't even finish her sentence when they all heard the room door being opened. It was Justin. It was 11:20 p.m. This was such a sudden incident that the reporters didn't know anything about it yet. This meant that Justin was incredibly quick to hear about what happened. "President Cooper." Cody was surprised to see him. "I heard you were hurt. How do you feel? Is the injury serious?" Justin was in white Versace leisure clothing. Behind him was An, who didn't say a word. "It's nothing serious. The left side of my face was scratched, but the doctor said I'm not going to scar," Cody responded. "That's great news. I've already investigated that group of girls who attacked you and the company is suing them. You will be represented by our legal team, so just relax and rest." "What? Already?" Chloe was just about to start investigating, but Justin had already sued them. "Thank you, President Cooper. I've caused you trouble." Cody felt ashamed because he had caused so many people trouble so late at night. "You're welcome. You are my employee, so I'm just doing my job." Justin had always treated his artists well, but he treated Cody even better. It was probably because of Cody's relationship with Chloe. Everyone knew about this. "Since you're already handling it, I won't do anything. It's best that your company deals with it. Just do what is right, whether it's locking them up, making them pay for damages, or issuing a public apology," Chloe said. "We don't need their money. Imperial Star doesn't need money. We will wreck that woman." Justin had always been a very domineering person. "I agree." Chloe was relieved to know that these crazy fangirls would be punished. It's an awful thing that a girl would just sabotage her idol after she didn't get her way with her obsessive harassment. This girl wasn't going to be left off the hook so easily. Otherwise, there would be more instances like this in the future. Then, Justin turned around, looked at Chloe and said, "Come with me. I need to talk to you." Chloe looked at Jack as if she was telling him not to overthink this action. Jack was very calm, though. "Go. I was just about to go downstairs and buy a pack of cigarettes." Then, Jack quickly left the room. Chloe walked out with Justin. Cody stayed in the patient room, looking dumbfounded. "And how did President Cooper know about my incident?" "Someone recorded what happened. It seems like they wanted to sell the video to some media company, but that media company's president is friends with President Cooper. When they saw that you were in the video, he immediately called President Cooper, and President Cooper stopped the news from leaking. You have 2 TV shows planned for next month, so we can't afford negative exposure at this critical time." "Oh, I really should thank President Cooper." Cody nodded. "Does it still hurt? Do you want me to place a hot towel over it?" Violet looked worried as she lightly touched Cody's gauze-covered face. "It doesn't hurt at all. I'm not a weak woman. You've already been running around the whole night. Hurry up and go and get some rest." Cody picked up Violet's hand and kissed it. Anne and Cody's assistant were both guys. They felt awkward when they had to witness this scene, so they turned their heads around. In the hallway. "What is it, young Master Cooper?" Chloe asked jokingly. "How can you still be smiling?" "Why can't I? Remember how you treated Pudding today?" Justin asked, his face as serious as could be. "That's what you're talking about," Chloe said, feeling helpless. "Look at yourself. How old are you to be bullying children? Don't you have a conscience? What does my conscience have to do with anything?" "I'm educating my child," Chloe explained. "But still, you can't ground her. She's not in the army and you're not a military officer." "Talk." "About what?" Chloe asked, completely confused. "Where's Pudding right now? She's at home, probably asleep. Did you apologize to her?" Justin asked domineeringly. "Come on, she's the one in the wrong. Why should I apologize? She apologized to me, and I bought her a new phone." "This incident has passed, young Master Cooper. Calm down already." "Anyways, Chloe, I'm telling you, you can't treat Pudding and Little Bean like that again. They're still kids. You can't lecture them like that and abuse your powers as a mother." "What are you talking about? I'm not abusing anything." "Do you really think I'm that unreasonable?" Chloe asked helplessly. "Anyways, this is a warning. Next time You'll what?" Chloe raised her chin provokingly. "I'm going to tell on you to Grandpa and make him teach you a lesson. You're such a tattletale. Are you a man or not? Chloe retorted angrily. I don't care. I'm not going to allow this to happen to them again. Fine. It's not like you're their dad, gosh. Jack didn't even react as strongly as you, okay? Young Master Cooper, if you teach children like that, they're going to tear down the roofs of other people's houses in the future. I don't care. They can tear as much as they want to. I'm rich. Forget it, Chloe said, turning around to leave. Wait. Talk. About Gianna and I. You want to know what I think? Chloe turned around to ask. Justin nodded uncomfortably. As a friend, I don't think she's good enough for you. Not because she's an actress, since I wasn't born into a prestigious family either, so I'm not one to talk. I just don't think Gianna's as innocent as she looks, and she seems to be a little manipulative. Anyways, I don't think you should be too serious with her. Of course, forget what I just said if you really like her, since I always hope true love prevails. True love prevails? Haha, the words you used are so... Justin paused, smiling bitterly. If you want me to comment as an outsider, then I really can't care less about who you date, since you are at an age to be married. Even if you don't marry her, it's still good to have someone by your side. Gianna works for you, so she admires you, and I'm sure she'll take great care of you. Heiresses of the sort will have princess syndrome, so you're better off without them. I don't want you to talk to me as a friend or outsider. I want you to talk to me as Chloe. Tell me, what identity is Chloe? Chloe asked, glancing at Justin. Her identity is the woman who I've liked for many years, Justin said, word for word. Then, of course, I want you to date. I don't want you to die alone. Okay, I understand. Thank you for saying all this to me, Justin said. Then, he turned around, feeling depressed. He does this every time, demanding Chloe for some kind of answer and feeling disappointed and devastated when he hears one from her. Brenton once said that he was always looking to kick himself in the nuts. After Justin left, Chloe went back to hang out with Cody and Violet for a little while longer, chatting with them as she waited for Jack. Downstairs, Jack just bought a pack of cigarettes and was about to put one in his mouth when he heard the sound of footsteps echoing behind him. He swiftly turned around to see a man he didn't know walk up to him. The man was wearing a black baseball jersey and cap and was holding a shining knife in his hand. He aimed the knife at Jack. The latter reacted fast and immediately moved away. The man's movements revealed that he was a pro. Upon seeing that he had failed in his first attack attempt, the man lunged again. He purposely chose a remote location to attack because that was the only chance he had to kill Jack before it drew any attention. Jack spat out the cigarette in his mouth and punched the man right back. The man seemed to have come prepared. He was strong, and Jack had to carefully avoid his attacks. He knew that every stab of the knife was capable of killing him. Over the last 4 years, Jack took combat lessons in addition to physical therapy. He knew how to protect himself in the past, but now he was closer to being an expert. That was why he was confident enough to leave the house with Chloe without bodyguards. As the man once again stormed towards him, Jack reached out to pull out his gun, pointing it at the man, who froze as soon as he saw what was in Jack's hand. "Who sent you here?" Jack demanded icily. The man remained silent. "Andrew?" Jack probed. Upon hearing Andrew's name, the man charged towards Jack as if he had gone mad. Jack pulled the trigger. His gun had a custom-made silencer, so the shot was made without a sound and didn't attract anyone's attention. The bullet went right through the man's wrist, and the knife fell onto the ground with a crisp clang. The man was just about to reach out and pick the knife up with his other hand when Jack walked up and stepped hard onto his wrist. "Ah!" The man moaned in pain. Jack slowly bent down and picked up the knife on the ground. "Andrew sent you here to kill me? Don't try to get any information out of me. If you want to kill me, just kill me. But you're too big of a character to get rid of me yourself, since you're worth so much more than I am." The man snorted. "Andrew doesn't know you're here to kill me, does he?" Jack asked slowly as he played with the knife. Upon hearing this question, the man's expression faltered slightly. It seemed like Jack guessed right. but you came alone to kill me just to demonstrate your loyalty to your master. I respect that. Don't worry, I won't kill you." The man looked at Jack with surprise, not sure what the latter was going to do. "But I don't plan on letting you off so easily." Then, Jack pierced the knife right into the man's palm. The man bit down on his teeth, not making a sound. Blood spluttered out of his hand like a broken tap, and he was in so much pain that he immediately began to sweat. He looked at his bleeding palm. That feeling was worse than death. Jack was much more ruthless than he was 4 years ago. He said he wasn't going to kill the man, so he didn't. Rather, he got up and walked away, giving the man a chance to stagger away in pain. The entire process took less than 5 minutes. "Honey, let's go home." Jack walked in with a bag of cigarettes. "Mm-hmm." Chloe nodded, turning around to face Cody. "Take good care of yourself, and be careful in the future, all right?" "I will. After New Year, I'm going to ask President Cooper if I can go on leave." "You're going on leave? To travel?" "No, to get married. That's great. Don't worry, I'll give you guys a big red pocket." Then, Chloe and Jack walked out of the room with smiles. "Honey, why is there blood on your hands?" Chloe, who used to be a nurse and doctor, was incredibly sensitive to the smell of blood. "Mm-hmm." Jack looked down. He didn't pay much attention just now, but perhaps he got the man's blood on him just now. "Look at the blood. Are you hurt?" Chloe asked worriedly. "No, I'm not. Just now, when I was heading in, an ambulance drove in with a car crash patient, and I helped push the gurney." "I guess that's where the blood came from," Mr. Dawson said, randomly thinking of an explanation. "Oh, good. You scared me." "Honey, are you scared that I might get hurt?" "What do you think?" Chloe asked, rolling her eyes at him. "Don't worry. I'm strong now. Not only will I protect myself, I will also protect you and the twins after hearing this." Chloe let out a small sigh of relief. Green family mansion. Andrew hadn't been sleeping well recently, and in his dreams, he often saw people that were already dead. He wondered if it was a bad omen. He dreamed of Timothy standing in the mansion wearing a white shirt and pants. He dreamed of Bella lying in the bathtub, her face covered with blood. Even someone as calm as him felt unsettled. He was so nervous that he didn't even have the guts to sleep with the lights off at night. The saying was right, a quiet conscience sleeps in thunder, but he couldn't. Those who commit sins would be afraid of ghosts knocking at night. "Boss, are you asleep?" Upon hearing the knocks and voices outside the door, Andrew woke up with a start, sweat all over his forehead. "What is it?" Annoyed, he got out of bed and put on his robe. "Boss, something happened to Ali." Upon hearing this, Andrew frowned and opened his room door. Ali was one of his best. He was quick, vicious, and virtually undefeatable. He had been working under Andrew for more than 5 years, and was someone he could trust. Ali was lying on the floor of Andrew's living room when the latter walked down the stairs. His face was pale, and the knife was still jammed into his right palm. Andrew gritted his teeth and demanded angrily, "What happened? Who did this?" "Boss, The other men didn't dare say anything, and Ali couldn't respond, as he was unconscious from the pain. "You, talk." Andrew tilted his head and shouted at one of his lackeys. "Boss, Brother Lee saw how unhappy you've been. He knew that you've been worried ever since Jack came back and talked about doing something about it but didn't, so—" Then, the man paused. "Go on," Andrew said, his voice as old as ice. "So, Brother Lee wanted to kill him behind your back. He's been looking for an opportunity, and finally saw him by himself today at Southside. The timing was perfect, so he attacked. But not only did he fail, he even got himself hurt. Jack stabbed him right in the hand. What were you thinking? You idiots! You are really trying to piss me off to death." Furious, Andrew kicked the coffee table in front of him, smashing all the glasses atop it into a million pieces. Mortified, none of his subordinates dared to even breathe. Who do you think Jack is? He was hard to deal with even back then. I told you all not to do anything, not because I'm scared of him, but because now's not the right time. Do you really think I want him alive? But here's the thing. Killing Jack takes time and planning, Not only is he constantly on high alert right now, his combat skills have improved drastically. Ah Lee's such an idiot. He's no match for Jack. Did he really think he could kill him with a knife? Jack walks around with world-class military weapons. His gun alone can kill you all 1,000,000 times over. If he really wanted to kill Lee, we wouldn't be seeing him right now. He didn't kill Brother Lee because he didn't want others to find out, no? Idiot. He has 100 ways to kill Ali without spitting out his bones, just like how I so easily framed him back then. Don't use your idiot brains to analyze your enemy. You're right, boss. You're right. What are you standing there for? Are you all zombies? Get me a doctor, or else he's going to die. Andrew hadn't been so angry in a while, but today he was basically driven mad by those idiot lackeys of his. Yes, boss. One of the men ran out to go find the private doctor they usually used. After 4 hours of surgery, the doctor finally took out the dagger in Ali's hand. Mr. Green, the surgery's over. Andrew nodded. He then took out an envelope full of dollars and handed it to the doctor. Doctor, I don't want anyone to hear about what happened tonight. Don't worry, Mr. Green. My lips are sealed. How is he? He survived, but his right hand will never recover, and he won't be able to use it anymore. Make sure he takes good care of that wound. Okay, I understand. Andrew nodded. After walking the doctor out, he came back to see Ali awake. Boss. I'm sorry, Ali said, his voice weak and feeble. Don't apologize to me. I don't have men as stupid as you are. Once you get better, I'm going to give you some money and you can leave. Boss, I don't want money. I just want to work with you. You can't use your right hand anymore. What use do I have for you? Andrew looked at him coldly. Forget it. You've been with me for 5 years. I didn't think you would be so rash. I'm disappointed in you. Andrew then turned around angrily. Boss, I will do everything I can to kidnap Ms. Green for you. Ali knew what his boss wanted, so he tried to use this to make up for his mistakes. Upon hearing what Lee said, Andrew immediately turned around. If you try to touch Chloe, I will throw you into a meat grinder. Then, an angry Andrew stormed upstairs. Brother Lee, take good care of yourself, okay? Boss is in a bad mood, and he hasn't gotten a night of good sleep in days. If Andrew could kidnap Chloe, he would have done so already. He always thought that Chloe would fall in love with him, as long as he was given the chance. Therefore, he didn't want to force himself onto her. Jack, way to provoke me by hurting my people. Good for you. Game on. What goes around comes around. Let's see who dies first. Andrew sneered as he slammed close his room door. After a busy Monday morning, the twins went to the golf course with Justin, while Jack attended a large-scale charity event he was invited to. After walking out of her morning meeting and into her office, Stella told Chloe that someone was waiting to see her. Curious, Chloe looked towards the door to see a beautiful figure walk towards her. Chloe, it's been so long. The girl walked in with a smile on her mouth. The naive look on her face had turned into mature beauty. Cece, when did you come back? Chloe asked, completely surprised. She hadn't seen this girl in so long. Cece used to be so innocent, stubborn, and crazily in love with Rick. Her long hair was now styled into brown shoulder-length curls, and her skin shone with youthful energy. I just got home yesterday. Cece smiled. Come, sit down. Let me take a good look at you, Chloe said, beyond what happiness could describe. Although she didn't know Cece very well, she was good at reading people. Although Cece accidentally did something wrong, Chloe knew she didn't do it on purpose. Others may think that she was either dumb or manipulative, but Chloe knew she was no more than a stubborn girl in front of the man she loved. She was incredibly heartbroken by her breakup with Rick, and during the twins' 1-month birthday party, Chloe tried to talk Rick into getting back together with her, thinking that Rick would for sure chase after Cece. But that was the end of that. Later on, something happened with Rick's family in the United States, prompting him to sell Seductive Fox and leave. Chloe had never heard from him since then. After waiting for what seemed like forever, Cece left in despair to study in Singapore. It had been 3 years since everything happened, but to Chloe it seemed like just yesterday. She asked, How have you been, Cece? It was great. I learned a lot in Singapore and made a lot of friends. Then, have you talked to Rick? Chloe asked probingly. No. Cece's expression revealed slight disappointment upon hearing Rick's name, and Chloe caught it. I heard Mr. Dawson's back, Cece said with a smile. Mm-hmm. He is. Congratulations, Cece exclaimed, genuinely happy for Chloe. Thank you. I was surprised that my persistence didn't fail me, and he really came back. Cece, do you have a boyfriend? Chloe had a feeling that Cece still cared about Rick. She was also scared that the latter hadn't let go yet. Not yet, but my parents want to set me up. They're saying that I'm old enough now, and I should probably think about marriage if the opportunity arises. Cece smiled bitterly. Then, have you tried contacting Rick? No, never. It's probably extremely easy for him to track me down, but over the last 3 years, he never once got in touch with me. He probably forgot all about me, haha. Back then, I think something happened with his family, and he left the country in a rush, without even telling me. None of us knows where he went, and I really thought he would go looking for you. Chloe knew Rick was an introvert, but he really did love Cece. How could he not get in touch with her for 3 whole years? Things sure have changed. I don't care what happened to him, it's all in the past. Chloe, let's not talk about him anymore. The twins are 3 years old now, right? Chloe nodded. Yeah, they just had their birthday party a while ago. Time sure flies. I can't believe they're 3 already, Cece exclaimed in a low voice. Hey, do you have photos of them? I want to see if they changed. Upon hearing this, Chloe immediately took out her phone. Ha, they look so much like Mr. Dawson. Twin genes sure are powerful. They look completely identical. Do you guys ever mix them up? How can you tell who's Pudding and who's Little Bean? Cece curiously asked. Note, of course I can. Pudding is a cold and indifferent kid. She's always so calm and expressionless. Little Bean is a cute foodie who's really good at sucking up to other people. I can tell them apart just by looking at their expressions, Chloe said with a chuckle. She couldn't help herself from laughing when talking about the twins. You win! Cece also burst out in laughter. At the same time, at the golf course, after playing golf, Justin and Max brought the twins to the lounge for some snacks. Come on, bro. Why would you bring them here to play golf with me? We can't get anything done, Max complained. What didn't you get done? Uncle Cruz, your tongue might swell if you keep saying bad things about other people, Little Bean retorted. It won't. I have a very functional tongue, Max said, purposely annoying the twins. Little Bean, don't talk to him. Mommy said, people who aren't on the same level shouldn't talk to each other, because we're not on the same frequency. He won't understand what you're saying, because our brains are better than most, Pudding said calmly, slowly sipping her orange juice. She sat beside Justin, looking like a proud princess. Tisk, tisk, are you implying that my brain's not smart enough? Of course I wasn't implying it. I was saying it outright. Ha! No wonder my sister said that your brain doesn't work well. You really need to work on your IQ. Could you be the legendary landlord's stupid son? Little Bean broke into rabid laughter. Upon hearing this, Max almost spat out the water in his mouth, and Justin couldn't help but laugh hysterically. God, the twins are turning into monsters! Justin, you should stay away from them, or else they're going to get to you one day. No, we won't. We treat Handsome Cooper like a god. Little Bean immediately sucked up. Pudding picked up the orange juice she was just drinking and passed it to Justin. Handsome Cooper, this orange juice is really good. Do you want to try some? Sure. Justin couldn't allow himself to say no in front of such an adorable and gentle Pudding. Pudding, Uncle Cruz wants orange juice too, Max said on purpose. Sure, $1,000 please, Pudding said, reaching out her hand. You want me to pay? Max pouted. Of course, you always leech off of other people for food, and I'm not as generous as Handsome Cooper. I can't bring myself to spoil you, Pudding said matter-of-factly. I snack on Justin's food because he's rich, Max argued. You make it sound like you're poor. Why didn't you think of Handsome Cooper when you were buying your girlfriend a Porsche? Uncle Cruz, you're going to lose friends if you talk like that, Little Bean said in all seriousness. I was wondering why my right eye kept twitching this morning. I knew something bad was going to happen. You really need to respect your elders. How can we if you don't even respect yourself? Little Bean retorted. Justin, do something. They're raining hell over me. Justin didn't respond. He turned around and looked at the twins lovingly. Are you guys hungry? Do you want to go get some food or play some more? Just then, Pudding signaled Little Bean, and the latter immediately stood up. Uncle Cruz, tell me how you play golf so well. Wow, now you guys are thinking about me? After bullying me just now? Max snorted. Come on, are you going to teach me or not? Don't tell me your skills suck too much for you to teach me, Little Bean provoked. Bull, come with me. Let me show you what a true golf master is made of. Max immediately stood up, and Little Bean followed behind him. Before leaving, she signaled okay at Pudding. After the two of them left, Pudding glanced at Justin with an adorable expression on her face. Handsome Cooper, we need to talk. Justin looked at Pudding's cute face and felt like his heart was going to melt. Sure, what do you want to talk about, Pudding? Justin picked up a bottle of water and looked at Pudding's face with amusement. Don't look at me like that. I'm being serious, Pudding said, a little unhappily. I'm being serious too, Justin laughed. Break up with Bimbo Gianna as soon as you can. Huh, why? Justin asked, not at all angered by Little Bean and Pudding's nickname for Gianna. He actually found it funny. After all, he was a smart guy, and he knew what kind of person Gianna was. Because we don't like her. Is that a good enough reason? Why else? Justin asked with a smile. Great-Grandpa Cooper and Grandpa Cooper don't like her either. No one in the family likes her, Pudding insisted. Anything else? Also, Mommy doesn't like her either, Pudding said quietly. How do you know your mommy doesn't like her? Did she say something? Justin asked, immediately intrigued. She did. What did she say? Justin probed. Mommy said, Bimbo Gianna is too manipulative and not good enough for you. She also said Handsome Cooper's too outstanding and perfect. You've got to be kidding me. Your mom would never talk about me that way, Justin said, rolling his eyes. Forget about what Mommy said. She just doesn't like her, okay? You have to break up with her. Pudding, you're a good girl, right? Why are you guys so nervous? It's not like I'm going to marry her. I know you're not. You're just uncomfortable because of Daddy's return and don't want Mommy to feel pressured. So you randomly used the first girl you saw as a shield, Pudding analyzed calmly. Ahem. Can you not be so smart? You need to leave me with some face. I feel really awkward right now, haha. Handsome Cooper, listen to me and leave that woman, okay? I have someone better for you, all right? Upon seeing Justin's refusal to agree to her demand, Pudding decided to talk an alternative route, wooing and cooing. You have someone better for me? Justin repeated, feeling a little speechless. Come here and I'll tell you. Pudding gestured to Justin mysteriously, and the latter choked back laughter as he moved up to her. You know how powerful the Dawson family's genes are, right? My daddy's super attractive, so Little Bean and I are pretty as well. So? Justin asked. So there's another really pretty girl in the Dawson family who isn't married yet. Trust me, she's really good for you, Pudding said with an extremely serious expression. Are you talking about Avery? You know my auntie? Pudding opened her eyes wide in surprise. The problem is there's a limited number of people in the Dawson family, and she's been here before. I think I've met her. That makes things even easier. Pudding smiled. I don't think she's of legal age yet, is she? Justin asked. What are you talking about? My auntie is at least 24.5 years old. I'll know more after I ask Daddy. Pudding, listen to me though. I don't like your auntie. Can you not try to set us up? So you think my auntie is not better than Bimbo Gianna? Pudding demanded unhappily. That's not what I mean. I just don't like being set up. I know what to do with Gianna, and things aren't like what you think they are. Tell your mommy not to worry about me, and that she should be with your daddy without feeling pressured, all right? So, Handsome Cooper, you still love my mommy, don't you? You can't let her go, so neither Gianna nor my auntie can make you fall in love, right? Pudding, this topic is too deep. Justin turned his head away a little awkwardly. Just tell me if you can give up on my mommy, okay? Pudding demanded. Pudding, I... Justin didn't think a 3-year-old's question would make him sink into such awkwardness. Is my question that hard to answer? Pudding asked Justin naively. It's not hard to answer. I just don't think you'd understand even if I did. Try me. Okay then, Pudding. Here's the thing. I really do like your mommy, but your mommy doesn't like me. I want to give up, but humans can't switch off any of their emotions. So you want to know if I can give up on your mommy? I want to say that I want to, but that doesn't mean I'm able to. After saying all that, Justin suddenly felt like a giant brick had been lifted off his shoulders. Handsome Cooper, you're a good man, but Mommy met my daddy first, so she'll never be able to make you happy. I wish I can grow up quickly, then I'd be able to marry you. But you're only 3 right now, Justin said, close to spitting out blood. I know, it was just a random example. If you really can't forget my mommy, just keep liking her. I'm fine with you being single, but I don't want you to use other people as cannon fodder. Okay, Uncle Cooper knows what you mean. Then will you break up with Gianna now? Pudding asked. I will, but not at the moment. We're not for real, it's just a show. Don't take it too seriously, okay, Pudding? Justin consoled. I hope you don't go back on your word. Soon, Max and Little Bean came back. Justin asked Max, How was your lesson? Is Little Bean a fast learner? I don't know about that, but she did cheat me out of a box of Haagen-Dazs, Max said, pointing at the ice cream in Little Bean's hand. Ha ha! Little Bean is the best at cheating others out of stuff. You should have protected yourself better. Justin burst out in laughter. Handsome Cooper, are you giving me a compliment? Little Bean asked, her eyes wide. Of course I am. Justin lovingly rubbed Little Bean's baby face, and the latter scooped up a spoonful of ice cream. Handsome Cooper, try this. It's really good. Before Justin could respond, Max interjected. Handsome Cooper is a mega-rich man. He's not interested in ice cream. It's not like he's never had it before. Sure, I've had ice cream, but I've never had free ice cream. Food always tastes better when someone's giving it to you for free, Justin said, opening his mouth to take a small bite. What do you think? Is it good? Little Bean asked, her face full of anticipation. Justin nodded. Mm-hmm. Free food sure is tasty. You guys are just 2 peas in a pod, aren't you? Max muttered. Sis, do you want some? Little Bean walked up to her sister, who shook her head. No, it's late. We should head home now. Daddy said we have art class at noon. As soon as Pudding suggested that they should leave, Little Bean immediately nodded. In the end, Justin drove the twins back to South Hill Manor, where Jack had just arrived back at. Daddy! The twins immediately ran up to Jack, leaving Justin feeling a little jealous. Jack was their father, after all, and it seemed like no matter how much time he spent with them and how much love he gave, blood was still thicker than water. Did you guys have fun today? Jack asked gently, his eyes filled with fatherly love. We did. It was really fun. We love playing golf. That's good. I'm going to head home now. Justin turned around to leave, but Jack stopped him. Justin, wait, I need to talk to you. Upon hearing this, Justin froze for a brief second. Jack turned around and glanced at the housekeeper. Uncle George, can you take them inside first? I need to talk to President Cooper alone. I will, young master. Uncle George nodded before walking over and taking one twin in each hand. Before walking in, Little Bean worriedly reminded Justin, Daddy, no fighting with Handsome Cooper, okay? You have to be a good boy. The twins' naive words always left Jack and Justin at a loss for words, not sure if they should be laughing or crying. Once the twins walked in, Justin immediately said, Don't tell me you're here to talk me into breaking up with Gianna as well. That's not it, Mr. Dawson replied calmly. Then you want me to give up on Chloe? Justin asked. That's not it either. Okay then. I'm out of guesses. After glancing at Justin for a brief moment, Jack asked faintly, Do you have plans against Andrew? No, I'm too busy to deal with that piece of garbage, Justin spat angrily, but immediately realized that something seemed off. Why would Jack suddenly bring him up? Why is he attacking you right now? We're secretly playing a knuckle game. He might utilize despicable means again. Be careful. I don't want you to end up as cannon fodder. I won't. He probably doesn't have the guts to target me anyways, Justin said confidently. That's good then. That's it? Justin asked, a little surprised. Okay then. I thought you were going to talk to me about something really important. After all, we're old competitors and present rivals. Thank you, Justin, Jack suddenly said. Justin. For what? Taking the twins out to play golf? No, thank you for giving so much love to Pudding and Little Bean, and for giving them fatherly love when I couldn't. Don't say that. I'm not all that. Honestly, I just really like them. I'm not as chivalrous as you think, Justin replied, feeling a little embarrassed. My family has so much debt to pay to your family for taking in Chloe and the twins. I really do have to thank you. You're welcome, but I didn't do it for you. Justin was incredibly straightforward. I know, you did it for Chloe, Jack said. So what if I did? She still only loves you. Justin smiled bitterly. Justin. If you ever need help, just say the word and we'll do all we can. I really don't need help with anything. If you need anything in the future, make sure to tell me. Come on, we're rivals. Don't make it look like we are friends, or that would be even more awkward. The entire world knows I like Chloe. Aren't you jealous? Justin wasn't used to Jack being so humble in front of him. I am, but it doesn't make a difference. On the other hand, I should thank you for liking Chloe. If you didn't like her, you wouldn't have helped her out of crisis after crisis. Everything else is unimportant compared to Chloe's safety and well-being. All I want is for her to live happily. Nothing else matters in comparison. Jack's words sounded simple, but they shocked Justin to his core. He had no idea how much Jack loved Chloe. Honestly, I feel ashamed by what you said. Although I never wanted Chloe to thank me, I always hoped that she would reciprocate my feelings. But you can give up everything, just so she can live happily. I don't think the way you do, and I finally understand why Chloe loves you more than anyone in the world. Upon hearing this, Jack quietly looked at Justin without responding. You're worth her love, Jack. You're a real man. I'm really impressed. Justin was never easily impressed by any man, but Jack's words truly shook him. She's my only wish in life, and I've wanted to marry her since I was a young boy. She's a poison I have no antidote for, Jack emphasized. I understand. Justin nodded. They haven't had such a serious conversation in a very long time. Inside South Hill Manor. The twins were super curious as to what Justin and Jack were talking about. Little Bean was extremely worried. Sis, what do you think Daddy is saying to Handsome Cooper? Is he going to stop us from seeing him? Daddy would never do something like that, Pudding said with confidence. Don't make it sound like you know Daddy really well, Little Bean said, obviously unconvinced. Little Bean sped towards Jack as soon as he walked back into the mansion. Daddy, Little Bean, did you miss Daddy? No, I just wanted to ask you what you said to Handsome Cooper. Daddy, can I tell Mommy that you had a private conversation with Handsome Cooper? Pudding asked. Girls, I really didn't say anything to Uncle Cooper. Don't think too much. Of course you can tell Mommy about it, it's fine. Jack smiled helplessly. The twins were giving him such a headache. Forget it then. If you're okay with telling Mommy, then it means you really didn't say much to him. I'm going to take a nap then. Pudding almost immediately lost interest in their conversation. Daddy, can you tell me once my sister's asleep? Little Bean whispered in Jack's ear. Little Bean, you have to take an afternoon nap as well. Jack put Little Bean's hand in his, and then the two of them headed upstairs. After taking care of the twins for the last few days, Jack realized something important. Babysitting was much more tiring than work. It was extremely energy-consuming and mentally straining. Young master, we have quite a few nursery teachers at home. You don't have to do everything yourself, Uncle George said, feeling bad for Jack. I already missed 3 years of their lives, so I don't want to miss any more. They're going to marry off into other families in the future, so I want to create beautiful memories with them while I can. You're a good father. Uncle George exclaimed. I'm not. My wife's the one who's a good mother. She had been through so much, yet she's only in her 20s. Jack never forgot that Chloe was only 28 years old, despite the fact that she was the mother of 2. Countless women never forgave their husbands for not being there when they were giving birth. But Chloe never once blamed Jack. She was stronger and more understanding than most women. Brenton once commented that Chloe was magnanimous and always made smart decisions objectively. No wonder Jack, Justin, and Andrew loved her so much. Who wouldn't? You're right. Young madam indeed is, Uncle George said. Jack looked out the first-floor windows and at the first snow. He was determined to get rid of all the scumbags on this earth and give his daughters a peaceful life. GK headquarters, President Green, time to go home. Stella walked into Chloe's office with a smile, and the latter nodded before standing up. On her way home, Chloe drove past a luxury goods mall and suddenly wanted to buy Mr. Dawson a belt. At work, she overheard 2 older employees say that buying a belt for a person's husband can ensure that he will never leave her, like putting him on a leash. Truth be told, Chloe wasn't superstitious, but she was truly afraid of parting with Jack again. They had been apart for 11 years in total. How did she even survive those endless nights? Therefore, she parked her car and walked into the mall. While she strolled around the luxury shops, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. I'm telling you, don't push me too far. Bakch, it's not like you'll live much longer. You're so thick-faced, stealing someone else's husband. You're such a home wrecker, sleeping with another person's husband just because your husband doesn't want you. Chloe walked up to see a woman being surrounded by a group of women who were hitting her. Surprised by who it was, she immediately ran up to stop them. What are you guys doing? Chloe jogged over to help up the woman being beaten, and she saw that it was actually Brenny. It had been a few years since they last saw each other. She looked almost the same, except that her expression seemed to have become more mature. Who are you? Mind your own business, we're disciplining this shameless mistress, a woman arrogantly said. Brenny, what's going on? Chloe frowned. I'm not a mistress, they're slandering me. Brenny was flustered, with messy hair and a torn blouse. The fact that a crowd gathered to watch made her feel mortified. Chloe turned around to shoo them away and saw a woman with a pink Hermes handbag standing on the edge of the crowd. It was Zuri, Brenton's younger sister. Zuri was also surprised to see Chloe. She approached the latter and greeted her. Sister Chloe, how come you are here? Because of Victoria, Zuri and Chloe had dinner together a few times. They weren't very close, but Zuri knew that her sister-in-law, Victoria, and Chloe were really good friends. Zuri, what's going on? Chloe asked. This woman seduced my husband. She was already after Case before we even got married. She's a married woman now, but she is still clinging on to my husband. She's such a whore. I am going to teach her a lesson. Zuri viciously looked at Brenny and blamed her. Chloe tilted her head, and before she could say anything, Brenny hastily explained, I didn't. It was a misunderstanding. What she said is not true. Chloe looked at Brenny's eyes and thought that she was telling the truth. They had known each other for years, and Chloe knew that somebody like her could not keep a secret. Chloe thought for a second and walked up to Zuri. Zuri, considering our friendship, please let it go. We're in public. Let's not let it get ugly, Chloe tried to convince her. Zuri wasn't happy with that, but she knew about Chloe's power and status. Since you said so, I'll let it go. But, Brenny, if I ever catch you approaching my husband with your wicked intentions, don't blame me for ripping your face into shreds, Zuri warned. She finally let Brenny go because of Chloe. Chloe took off her black coat and put it on Brenny. She dragged the woman out of the shopping mall and into a cafe. Brenny finally recovered after some rest. Chloe poured her a cup of hot water and put it in front of her. Have some. Thank you. Brenny never would have believed that Chloe would be the one helping her out in times of need after she fell from her high status. Zuri seems to despise you, Chloe calmly stated. Brenny nodded. It's because she knows that I used to like Case. It's been so long. Why would she hold that against you? Unless... Do you still have contact with young Master Chase? Chloe inquired. Brenny's expression changed. She took a small sip of her water and answered, Yes. Chloe looked at her and didn't say anything. Chloe, I got divorced. Why? Chloe was a little shocked. She happened to bump into Brenny on the day of her wedding and even gave her a red pocket. She thought that the construction manager Brenny was marrying seemed a little old, but he at least looked like he cared about Brenny. Why did you divorce after 3 years? He had another woman on the other side and he didn't want to break up with her. He didn't care about me and my daughter and spent all of our money on that woman. He didn't even want to pay for our daughter when she got sick, Brenny hatefully said. How long have you been divorced? Upon hearing of what happened to Brenny, Chloe felt sympathetic. We signed the papers more than a year ago. Where are you staying now? Chloe asked. We have a rental house. You didn't split your assets in the divorce? Chloe was a little surprised. Brenny sneered. He took the very last bit of the money. The house is under his ex-wife's name. It's not related to me at all. What about child support? The court told him to give us $1,500 every month, but he claimed that he was broke after 3 months. He hasn't given us anything ever since. Chloe's face darkened as she cursed. I couldn't tell that he was actually such a piece of trash. I couldn't either, haha. I thought that I had found a nice man who didn't care about my past. Who knew? Maybe it's fate. You're working now? Chloe saw that Brenny was wearing the mall's uniform. Brenny nodded. I'm selling perfumes in the mall. I earn about $3,000 a month. It's barely enough for me and my daughter. Then, about you and Case Chase. Chloe paused. We came in contact just a while ago. You know that I'm not in that social circle anymore. I rarely come into contact with people like you. The Chase Corporation launched a line of feminine care products and perfumes in our mall, and he was doing an inspection when he recognized me. We briefly chatted, and a few days later, his assistant bought quite a bit of perfume from me. I found it weird, too. Later, he picked me up after work and asked if I wanted to work at his company instead. Young Master Chase is usually cold towards others. What Chloe meant was that she didn't believe Brenny. Brenny understood what she meant and explained. You might find it hard to believe, and at first I thought he mistook me for someone else. After thinking about it, maybe he took pity on me. Maybe he felt pity after learning of my situation and decided to help me out. So you're working at the Chase Corporation right now? No, I didn't take the offer. I knew that Zuri would kill me if I did. So I refused Case. I didn't ask anything of him either. After all, we don't belong in the same world anymore. If so, why was Zuri saying that you seduced her husband? Chloe had a feeling that something more happened between Brenny and Zuri. One time, my daughter had a high fever. I was taking her to the hospital in a moped, and I happened to hit his car. It was so coincidental. He saw how tense I was, and took my daughter and me to the hospital. Some private detective got a photograph of that and sold it to Zuri. So that's what happened. So is anything going on between you and young Master Chase? There's nothing between us at all. Just think about it. Before I fell from my status, he never even looked me in the face. I am living in poverty now. Why would he be interested? Haha. Anyways, I am not that dumb. After what I've been through, I am not as stupid and narcissistic as before. Chloe looked at Brenny and saw how much she changed. She looked more mature with a hint of melancholy. I believe you, but if you continue talking to young Master Chase, it will work against you. Zuri would never let you off, even if all Case feels is sympathy towards you. I know. After a moment of silence, Brenny raised her head, smiled, and said, What about you? I heard that you had twin girls? Mm-hmm. They're 3. Time passes so quickly, they're 3 already. Chloe, have you visited Dad at the North Hill Public Cemetery? Brenny softly asked. No. To be honest, I had almost forgotten about him. Chloe wasn't cold-hearted. Timothy just treated her mother and her too poorly. The only bit of affection he showed was laced with manipulation. After Chloe found out that she wasn't biologically related to the Green family, her feelings towards Timothy diminished even further. I know. Dad didn't treat you well, so you hated him, no? Brenny raised her head and looked at Chloe. I don't know if I hated him, but I have no feelings towards him anymore. I didn't agree with what he did before he died, and his death didn't affect me at all. I don't know where to start. Timothy's life was pathetic. He had so many children, but in the end, Brenny was his only biological offspring. His favorite wife, Evelyn, cheated on him for years, and his favorite son, Liam, was a bastard Evelyn had with another man. His respectful, adopted son turned out to be an ambitious wolf. Timothy's end was tragic. I miss Dad a lot, not only because of the luxurious lifestyle he once gave me, but because he really loved me. I didn't even get to see him one last time. I hate Andrew. I want revenge. Brenny, do you hate me then? No, I know that Andrew did everything. You don't even have a cent's worth of the Green Corporation's shares. He even planted Bella's death on you. Brenny, what else do you know? Chloe was a little taken aback. I don't know anything. I have no proof. I only have speculations. Andrew is messed up in the head. I don't believe for 1 second that he loved Bella as much as he seemed. Because he always loved you. After speaking, Brenny glanced at Chloe, whose expression was as calm as could be. He doesn't love me. Love isn't the same as twisted possessiveness. Love is too holy to describe him. Brenny nodded. Yes, being loved by someone like him is a terrifying thing. He has committed heinous crimes to get you, and he'll never repent. Andrew is my enemy too. I hate his guts. Chloe sipped coffee and softly said, But Brenny, no matter how much you want revenge, that's not who you are, and you can't resort to crime. I didn't think about that. I just want him to die, Brenny hatefully said. So you don't care about being called a mistress and took the risk of being beaten by Zuri to approach young Master Chase? Were you hoping that he would discover your hatred and avenge you? Chloe knew her intentions clearly. I don't have another choice. You do. You can live a peaceful life for your daughter and yourself. You don't have to involve her in your affairs. I have to take revenge on that heartless man. Anyways, Andrew and my ex-husband are both my targets. Do you really get a kick out of this? Yes, I'll be happy when I see them meet a tragic end. Seeing Brenny's determination discouraged Chloe from talking her out of it. She turned the topic and asked, Brenny, are you in contact with your mom and brother? Brenny was a little stunned before shaking her head. No, I haven't heard from them in years. I don't know how they are now, but with Mom still around, Liam should be fine. Chloe analyzed Brenny's expression and knew that she wasn't lying. Her heart rested easy. Brenny, do you want to come work at GK? Chloe asked. Upon hearing this, Brenny's hands paused for a brief second. So, are you also pitying me? Brenny softly asked. Call it pity, call it sympathy. Either way, you're not doing well right now, and you have a child to take care of. I don't know how well you would do if you come to work at GK, but you would be doing a lot better than you are right now. I just want to help. If you dislike relying on others, just pretend that I didn't say anything. I know. Never mind. I'll think about it. Thank you. Brenny looked down at her watch. I have to go. Mm-hmm. Chloe nodded. Thank you, Chloe. You said that already. Chloe smiled. I'll think about your advice. Mm-hmm. You can ask me if you need money. Of course, I am only lending it to you. You have to pay it back later. Chloe knew that Brenny had high self-esteem, so she didn't treat her like a beggar. I know. After Brenny left, Chloe hastily drove home, South Hill Manor. Tonight for dinner, their entire family was present, which was quite rare. Jack sat in the middle of the twins to care for them, and Sandra and Thomas sat on the other side. When Chloe got home, it wasn't too late yet. Wow, Mommy is finally home. I'm so hungry. Little Bean waved. You didn't have to wait. You should eat when you're hungry. We don't have guests anyways, Chloe laughed. How could we do that? Mommy, you're working so hard to support our entire family. We have to wait for our breadwinner. Little Bean immediately flattered her. Luckily, everybody was used to it. Chloe washed her hands and walked to the table. I know, you're the best. How was golfing today? It was great. I blackmailed Uncle Cruz for a Haagen-Dazs. Little Bean smiled in satisfaction. Pudding, what about you? Mommy, I had fun too, Pudding obediently answered. Sweetie, when did they come back? At noon. That's so early, so you took care of them the entire afternoon? Thank you for the hard work. It wasn't hard. You did all the hard work. Come and have some soup. Jack prepared a bowl of pork soup for Chloe. Eh? Are you guys done showing off? I'm feeling personally attacked, Thomas complained. If you're so annoyed at being single, why don't you find a girlfriend then? Sandra scolded her son. I can't just find a girlfriend. It's not as easy as grocery shopping, Thomas argued. Eh? Uncle, you don't have a girlfriend? Little Bean asked. No. Where did you see one? Thomas laughed. What about the box with the female necklace in your room? Thomas was speechless. Delcy, when did you sneak into my room? Thomas was mortified. Pudding butted in. Uncle, it doesn't matter that Little Bean snuck into your room. What's with the necklace? Thomas, you're in a relationship? After eating some rice, Chloe calmly looked at her brother. Sis, don't listen to them. My necklace. It's one of our new designs. I brought it back to study the pattern, Thomas guiltily lied. Uncle, your nose will grow if you lie, Little Bean reminded. Uncle, I've seen all of GK's products, and your necklace isn't one of them. I think you designed it yourself. Are you not planning on telling us the truth? Mommy and Daddy are smart, so don't lie. Otherwise, it would be very awkward if they see through it. Pudding sympathetically looked at Thomas. Are you really in a relationship? Sandra asked in a higher pitch. Sis, look at what you gave birth to. I swear they are like little devils. Thomas was on the verge of tears. Spill the beans, get to the point, Chloe laughed. It's a good thing that Thomas is in a relationship, Jack seriously commented. Jack, don't add to the chaos. I'm not in a relationship, really. It's a crush at most. She doesn't even know. Thomas couldn't stand the pressure and let up. Eh, so it's a crush. He's in love, Little Bean chuckled. Go away. Don't add to my troubles. Uncle, you're President Green's little brother. You're rich, just confess to her. Crushes are so lame, they're not cool at all, Pudding pouted. It's not as simple as it is. It would be awkward if she doesn't agree. Anyways, I think that she has a boyfriend, so she won't consider me. Thomas was a little down. Thomas, does the girl work for GK? Chloe asked. Sis, stop asking. It's so awkward, and it's not a big deal. Okay, I'll stop asking. Pudding is right, though. You eventually have to confess. You'll regret it if you miss the opportunity. I know. I know when to do it. The dinner passed by quickly as they teased Thomas. After dinner, the twins played with their grandmother downstairs, while an exhausted Chloe went upstairs to shower. She walked to the study in her bathing robe when she was done, to find Mr. Dawson typing away in front of the computer. Eh? Are you checking up on my work? Chloe leaned against the doorframe and smiled. No, I took care of your emails. Wow, that's great. I'll have an easy night today. Chloe felt very touched. Sweetie, come here. Jack waved to her. Chloe shyly approached him. Jack picked her up and placed her in his lap. The position was intimate and suggestive. Honey, is your leg okay? Chloe was worried. Which leg? Jack's voice was magnetic. You're so dirty. Chloe felt her cheeks burn. Sweetie, I was asking whether you were wondering about my right or left leg. You're thinking too much into it. You're the worst. Chloe softly punched Jack's shoulder. He grabbed her small hand. Did you think about me today? Chloe shyly nodded. Where? Everywhere, Chloe pouted and answered. Jack put his finger on her chest and poked. Here? Chloe felt her brain run short. Or here. Jack's hand slid downwards. Chloe felt as if there was an electric current running through her body and shook. Honey, Are you entering your breeding season? Honey, your husband is a physically and mentally normal man, that's it? Jack couldn't help but laugh. It was rare for them to spend time together in such an intimate setting. It was relaxing for them to not talk about children nor work. Before Chloe could form a second thought, Jack had leaned forward and pecked her soft lips. She gently closed her eyes and enjoyed this moment of love. His kiss lingered for so long that she had forgotten that they were in the study. By the time Chloe came back to her senses, her robe was already down to her waist, exposing her shapely breasts. President Green, may I continue? Jack smiled naughtily. Do as you please. Chloe smiled seductively. If so, I am not going to hold back. Jack's eyes filled with mysterious desire. He then took Chloe like a storm. After the throw of love, Chloe felt all her energy leave her, so Jack had to carry her back to their bedroom. He walked slowly due to the injury on his leg. He kept his expression neutral, even when his right knee began hurting, as he didn't want Chloe to worry, inside the master bedroom. Chloe felt incredibly relaxed in Jack's arms. Jack patiently stroked her loose hair. Right, I almost forgot. I got a present for you. Chloe pulled up a paper bag that was sitting by the bed. Present? Why did you get me a present out of nowhere? Jack asked. Because I felt like it. There's no particular reason. Sweetie, do you want something from me? Jack teased. No. If you still want it, I don't mind going for round 2. I really have no reason. I wasn't even thinking about that. Chloe buried her face into the blanket and curled up into a ball. Honey, I was just teasing you, he said as he opened the bag to see an elegantly packaged belt from a luxury brand inside. It was stylish with a black flower pattern adorning the dark leather. It fit Jack's style perfectly. It's really pretty. I like it. Thank you. Jack lowered his head and planted a gentle kiss on Chloe's forehead. It made Chloe melt from the sweetness. I'm glad that you like it. Is it a special day today? Jack asked. No. So why did you get me a present? Jack was still curious. It's because I heard that giving your partner a belt will tie him to you forever. Jack, I can't take being separated from you anymore. After speaking, Chloe buried herself into Jack's arms, as if she felt very insecure. Jack felt his chest ache. He overestimated Chloe. No matter how mature and calm she was, she still seemed like a young woman who often felt insecure and scared. Honey, I am sorry. I will never leave, unless I really die. Otherwise, Jack couldn't finish because Chloe had already placed her finger on his lips. You can't say unlucky things like that. You have to live to 100 years old. We both have to. We'll be so old that we can't even walk, and we'll leave this world together, hand in hand. Chloe tightly hugged Jack's waist when she said this, as if she was afraid that Jack might suddenly disappear. We'll be together no matter in life or death. Jack tightly held Chloe and felt love and guilt fill his heart. Sweetie, I saw Cece today. She's back? She's prettier and more mature than before. She's still cute, though. Sweetie, are you in contact with Rick? Chloe asked. Did Cece ask you to ask me? No, she didn't even bring it up. I asked about it, and they haven't contacted each other for 3 years. Chloe was hinting at something in her words. Rick is doing great. I saw him in the States. So he knows that you're still alive? He felt so guilty when he thought that he caused your death. He was really happy to find out that I am still alive. Why didn't he come back with you? Chloe questioned. Rick, he won't be coming back. Jack sounded a little sad. Why not? Chloe was slightly shocked. Rick, a lot of stuff happened in his family anyways. I can't really explain it. Seeing how serious Jack seemed led Chloe to believe that her husband wasn't exaggerating. So, Rick and Cece. They're really over? Chloe bitterly said. I think so. If you have a chance to hang out with Cece, ask her to forget Rick. They might have had a chance before, but I don't think they'll end up together. Right now, Rick's situation doesn't allow him to make it work with Cece. Sweetie, you're being so mysterious. What situation is Rick in? Is he in trouble? No, don't worry about it. He's just in a situation that he can't get out of. You'll find out soon enough, so don't worry about it for now. Rick especially told me that he didn't want anyone to know what he was going through. Compared to now, Rick would rather be the boss of Seductive Fox. It's simpler that way. Okay, I understand. Hearing that, Chloe stopped probing. She knew that Rick and Cece still had feelings for each other, but why couldn't they be together? Sweetie, don't blindly worry about it. You worked so hard during the day, and now you are still stressed over others' issues during the night. I think I've been too kind lately. Chloe curled up in Jack's arms and said coyishly, How so? I ran into Brenny today. Then? Chloe sighed and told Jack what happened. Finally, she conflictingly asked, Sweetie, do you think I'm putting my nose in her business? I'm not even friends with her, and I have no obligation to help her. She might not even take it the right way. I know that she's a single mom who was cheated on and subsequently divorced, and I feel bad for her. It's normal. You're a mom now. One's maternal instinct overrides everything else. Chloe nodded. Her daughter is only a year older than Little Bean and Pudding, but their lives are completely different. I thought that Brenny found her happiness, but the guy was trash. Where is all the trash coming from? Disgusting. Not everyone is as lucky as you are to have a husband like me. You're being narcissistic again, Chloe chuckled, then drifted off to sleep in their conversation. The next morning, Chloe was busy right after her morning meeting. She went downstairs for lunch break and saw Victoria's car. Stella knew who Victoria was, so she let the latter in without notifying Chloe, which took Chloe by surprise. Dr. Victoria, how come you're so free today? I'm here to have lunch with you. Will you do me a big favor by coming with me? Of course, let's go eat a feast. Victoria's arrival made Chloe happy. They went downstairs to a barbecue restaurant nearby, sitting down in one of the private tatami rooms. You're not busy at the city bureau? I'm not busy today. How about you? I heard that GK's been swamped with business? Chloe nodded furiously. What about Mr. Dawson? He's taking care of the kids at home. Pfft. Really? Don't kid me. Victoria was in disbelief. Really, I am not lying. That's a beautiful sight. I'm scared to even think about it. The incredibly handsome, intelligent, athletic, cold, and mysterious Mr. Dawson would be taking care of the twins at home. And the father and daughters have a great relationship. Okay, I am really impressed, Victoria admitted. He thought that he spent too little time with the kids, and I know that. It's not his fault. My husband spends a really limited amount of time with Kenneth because of his tight schedule too. Right. I wanted to ask you. You said on Snap yesterday that Emery was released on bail? Yes, they let her go. The media doesn't know about it. That's why they didn't report it. Did Andrew bail her out? Didn't he say that he didn't care? Chloe curiously looked at Victoria. It wasn't him. He's been ignoring Emery the entire time. Oh? Then who bailed her out? That's strange. Chloe was slightly surprised. I'm surprised too. It was Elder Lewis. Elder Lewis! Chloe widened her eyes and looked at Victoria in disbelief. Please don't look at me like that, Chloe. I'm not kidding. I'm 100% serious. If I remember correctly, the chairman of the Lewis Corporation is in his 70s. Chloe was shocked. It's him indeed. An informer from the bureau said that he's well acquainted with Emery. Rumors say that he's her sugar daddy, but I'm not sure if it's true or fake. Emery did attend Mr. Lewis's birthday party last year, and it was on the news as well, but nobody had the guts to make a scene under the influence of the Lewis family. It seems like Andrew really broke Emery's heart this time, and that's why she went to the old man for shelter. If that's true, it'd be such a pity. I always thought Emery was a smart girl and didn't expect her to be involved with the Lewis family. As far as I know, the Lewis family has a mobster background, so things are probably more complicated than they seem. I also heard that they started as mobsters and slowly transitioned to legal businesses. From the outside, people in their families seem like ordinary businessmen who are well connected with the higher-ups at the municipal bureau. I don't understand either, but who cares? Anyhow, the Blake family never deals with the Lewis family. My father-in-law doesn't seem to like them very much. When he occasionally mentions them at the dinner table, his words are usually derogatory. I don't know much about the complicated relationships and grudges of these rich families. Whatever. Let's eat and talk about something else. Victoria picked up a huge piece of meat and put it on Chloe's plate. Okay. Chloe nodded. Suddenly, Chloe thought of something and looked up at Victoria. Victoria, are you close to Zuri? Kind of. She's my sister-in-law after all, but Zuri is super high maintenance and indeed has princess syndrome. I'm not sure if I'm right about her, though. Fortunately, we don't live under the same roof, so we get along just fine. How has she been ever since she married into the Chase family? Chloe asked in a soft tone. How should I describe her situation? I guess she's doing okay. The guy from the Chase family is an introvert. He doesn't like talking and seemed to be tepid towards Zuri, but Zuri was willing to marry him. Moreover, my father-in-law and the Chase family also supported the marriage, so truth be told, no one has been paying much attention to how happy the couple is. All they care about is whether the marriage is going to last, Victoria analyzed calmly. Okay. Chloe nodded again. What's wrong? Did something happen, Chloe? Victoria was extremely smart and knew that Chloe wouldn't ask a question like that without a reason. Chloe was very close to Victoria and didn't want to hide anything from her. Therefore, she briefly told Victoria about her encounter with Brenny. Victoria sighed at the end. If it's true, then Zuri sure is immature. Men have their own ways of handling things, and women shouldn't mess around. Her immaturity has turned her into an unreasonable shrew. In contrast, Brenny has turned into a considerate young woman. Young Master Chase doesn't seem like a rolling stone, and Brenny probably doesn't think she's that charming either. Who knows what will come out of their relationship? Anyhow, your sister-in-law probably has a lot to say about me at the moment. After all, I helped Brenny out, and she knows you and I are good friends. If she nags you about this... Chloe paused deliberately and looked at Victoria. She knew the latter understood what she wanted to say. I'm just going to pretend I didn't hear anything. You know that I couldn't care less about what happens in the Blake family. Victoria smiled. Perfect. After their brief get-together, Chloe went back busying about at the company. The truth was, she was surprised that Emery was bailed out. After all, she had known her on a personal level. Being enemies aside, Chloe felt bad for her. That afternoon, Chloe had a meeting about a newly developed building, and Stella walked into the conference room with her, placed a stack of documents down on the table, and quietly walked out. President Green is in a meeting, Director Thomas, Stella reminded upon seeing Thomas walk up to her. Oh, I'm not here to see my sister. I was looking for you. How can I help you, Director Thomas? Stella said, keeping a polite distance from Thomas. Here, this is for you. Thomas handed her a delicate-looking bag. What's this? Stella asked, slightly surprised. It's your birthday today, right? I was going to treat you to dinner, but I heard your boyfriend's coming to town, so I decided that a gift was better. You didn't have to do that, Stella said, feeling a bit shy. Just take it. We're friends now, and you've been taking care of my sister for so long. I really appreciate it, Thomas said, stuffing the present in Stella's hand before turning around and walking away. Wait, Director Thomas. The truth was, Thomas wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. Upon finding out that she had a boyfriend, he was going to give up on her. But since he bought a present already, he still decided to give it to her, either as friends or as colleagues. Stella looked down at the paper bag she was holding with a complicated expression on her face. It was already 5 p.m. by the time Chloe walked out of her afternoon meeting. The winter nights in Northern Side were extremely long, and the skies were completely dark by 5 p.m., lit up by sparkling building lights outside. President Green, you still seem to have a lot to do. Should I tell the others to stay? Stella asked. It's okay, everyone's probably exhausted. Tell them to go home as usual. Mm-hmm. Chloe took out a burgundy brocade box and handed it to Stella. Stella, this is for you. President Green? Stella was a little surprised. Happy birthday. Chloe smiled. You remembered? Stella asked, feeling touched. Ever since she became Chloe's assistant, the latter's bought her presents every single year for 3 years. This year, she thought Chloe had forgotten since things at the company were near chaotic. Of course I do. Open it. I picked out the gift myself. Stella carefully opened the brocade box to see a stunning silver brooch in the shape of a swan. The swan's eye was made of a giant, sparkling diamond. Isn't this a part of the new luxury line that GK Jewelry just launched? This is too much. I can't keep it, President Green. Stella was stunned. This brooch was only launched about 2 weeks ago, and sold for more than $40,000. The diamond was rare, and the handiwork was delicate. "It's not too much. You've been working hard for the past year, and it's a token of my gratitude. Take it." Upon seeing Chloe's persistence, Stella carefully accepted the present. "I was going to treat you to dinner, but Mark mentioned that your boyfriend was coming to celebrate with you. So, let's eat another day." "Thank you, President Green. We did have plans, but something came up with him and he's not coming anymore. I'm going to eat at home tonight. My parents made me dinner." "He's not coming?" "But it's your birthday," Chloe asked carefully. "I guess he's just really busy," Stella said, unable to hide her disappointment. "Stella, I'm not trying to hurt you, but long-distance relationships are fragile. You're not with him, so it's hard for you to know what's really going on. You should carefully examine your relationship and make realistic plans. After all, you're not a child anymore. It's time for you to get married and start a family." Stella and Chloe were of similar age. She began working a while ago, so she was more mature than girls her own age. Sometimes, Chloe treated her more like a friend than an assistant, and they would often chat about things other than work. "President Green, I know what you mean. I'm going to give it some consideration." I'm glad. You should go home too. Let's head out together." As Chloe and Stella walked out of the company, the employees all said goodbye. "Good night, President Green. See you tomorrow, President Green." Stella was well liked in the office, so she received quite a lot of presents. As they walked out of the company, Chloe glanced down at the bag in her hand. "This looks familiar. Director Thomas gave this to me," Stella said truthfully. "Look at that. I'm surprised that my little nerdy brother knows how to buy presents for girls now. So magical." Chloe chuckled. Just as she finished her sentence, Thomas walked out of the elevator and into the company lobby. "Sis, I'm taking your car home today." "Where's your car?" Chloe glanced at him. "I took it to the shop. The line was long today, so I couldn't get it back." You're driving then." You're so bossy. Why do I have to be your free chauffeur after work?" Thomas mumbled as he glanced at Stella. "It's your birthday today. Didn't your boss give you anything?" "She did." Stella smiled. Chloe looked at her little brother on purpose. "Didn't you give her a present as well?" "Ahem, I obviously had to. We're close colleagues anyways," Thomas explained, feeling a little embarrassed. "Oh? Why didn't you buy Mark anything on his birthday? I thought you guys were good colleagues as well." He's a man. Guys don't give each other presents for their birthdays," Thomas argued. Before Chloe could say anything else, Thomas began running towards the door. "Sis, wait for me by the entrance. I'm going to drive your car up." Upon hearing this, Chloe smiled and waved goodbye to Stella. On their way home, Chloe looked at Thomas, who was sitting in the driver's seat. "Thomas." "You like Stella, don't you?" Chloe asked matter-of-factly. Upon hearing her question, Thomas's hands trembled ever so slightly on the steering wheel. "Why are you so nervous? Is something going on between the two of you?" Chloe smiled at her brother, who shook his head. "Nothing, sis. You're thinking too much. I'm not. Just tell me, all right? I saw the present you gave her. It's the necklace Pudding and Little Bean were talking about last night, right? You have good taste, little brat." "Do I?" "But she has a boyfriend," Thomas said, a little unhappily. "Wow. You know she has a boyfriend? Are you still going to deny having feelings for her?" "I bought her this present before I found out that she had a boyfriend and was going to treat her to dinner tonight. I gave her the present as a colleague. Nothing's going on between us, really," Thomas said in a self-consoling tone. "Her boyfriend didn't come today." "What?" With a loud screech, the car immediately came to a stop by the side of the road. "Hey! Why did you suddenly stop the car? You really scared me. Sis, what did you say just now? Why did you suddenly stop the car?" No, the sentence before that. Her boyfriend didn't come today? He didn't come to see Stella today?" Thomas asked, hardly able to control his excitement. I'm guessing something happened between them. Why else wouldn't he come?" "I couldn't ask, though, since it's her personal business." "Sis, can you drive yourself home?" "I have somewhere to be. Thomas said. Before Chloe could respond, he had already opened the door and ran off, leaving her at a loss for words. So, my little brother's all grown up now, huh? He's abandoning his sister to chase after a girl? Chloe wasn't sure whether to cry or laugh. With a smile, she got onto the driver's seat and continued heading home in her beloved Audi R8. Since it was rush hour, she was soon stuck on the expressway. While she waited, Chloe took out her phone and chatted with Sarah. She also asked Violet how Cody was doing. Suddenly, while she was glancing around, she saw a black Buick car behind her. She felt like a pair of eyes was staring at her from the car. Did she see right? It felt weird. Frowning, Chloe put down her phone and tilted her head to take a closer look. However, the car behind her immediately rolled up its windows, leaving her with nothing to see. Suspicious, she began driving really slowly, allowing all the cars behind her to pass through first. Yet, the black Buick continued trailing after her, prompting her to immediately step on the gas pedal, speeding off the viaduct and taking another route home. The other route took longer, but at least it wasn't jam-packed with cars. After she made a turn onto the highway, she looked around but didn't see the car she thought was following her. Did I see wrong? Chloe muttered to herself. At an intersection before the highway, 4 black-clothed men sat inside the black Buick. Sir, why aren't we following her anymore? Idiot. Chloe is extremely smart. If we keep following her, she's going to notice something's wrong. So what if she did? We can just kidnap her right there. Stupid! Chloe's not easy to kidnap, all right? If she were, Andrew wouldn't have waited this long. You are all brainless idiots. A man wearing a pair of black sunglasses cursed. Boss, I've investigated already. She used to have a bodyguard, Anne, who's incredibly skilled and even managed to injure Andrew. But that man's back with Justin now, since he worked for Justin to begin with. This means our chances of kidnapping her are high when she's alone. No, we can't take the risk. This time I'm back. I'm not going to reveal myself. I'm going to attack them when they least expect it. Humph, Chloe. I'm going to kill you and let you not even have a place to be buried, the man sneered as he took off his sunglasses, revealing a handsome face with a ferocious smile on it. South Hill Manor! Mommy's back! Little Bean immediately ran up to Chloe, taking the briefcase from her hands. Hi, Little Bean. Daddy, can we have dinner now? Little Bean asked, her face full of anticipation. What else do you know aside from eating? Don't you have any ambitions? Pudding's gaze landed calmly on her younger sister. If I can't even eat, how will I have the energy to have ambitions? You're so weird. Chloe was more than used to the twins bickering. Honey, you're back late tonight. Was the traffic really bad? Jack looked down at his watch. Chloe was 20 minutes later than she usually was. This was weird, since she had told him that she wasn't working overtime today. Chloe walked up to Jack, intimately linking arms with him. After taking off her shoes, she said, Something weird happened on my way home. What happened? I think someone was following me. Chloe frowned. Following you? Did you see what kind of car it was? What about its license plate? Jack was extremely cautious. I did. The car's not suspicious because the owner is from the city, but... Never mind. I might be overthinking things. Work has been really overwhelming recently. The truth was, Chloe was thinking about the words Andrew previously said to her. Chloe, something's going to happen to both of us. In the beginning, Chloe didn't pay much attention. Later, she realized that Andrew would never say something like this for no reason. Could it be that Legend was here? But why would someone as powerful as he do such a low thing of following someone? However, Chloe didn't voice any of these concerns to Jack, worried that he might worry. Don't worry, I always have people protecting you to and from work. No one has the guts to do anything to you, I promise. If someone really tries to make a move, I'm going to make them regret they were ever alive. Jack consoled Chloe, caressing her hair. The 4 of them then enjoyed a serene family dinner together. On the other side of town, however, Andrew was in a bad mood as he changed into a suit. Boss, do you think it's a trap? Even so, I still have to go. Why is Mr. Lewis doing this, knowing that Miss Emery used to be your woman? Do you think he did it on purpose to slap your face? Lan Lewis, just an old fox. I know what he's thinking. He wants to take this chance to do me a favor and get me on his side. Does he think I would ever do that? He's not worth that much to me, Andrew sneered. Mr. Lewis was well respected amongst the mobsters, and his children and grandchildren were all engaged in illegal activities. However, because they were discreet and had people of authority under their belts, business had been smooth for years. Andrew rarely interacted with Mr. Lewis's family, but they always treated each other cordially, on the outside. Today, he was suddenly invited to dinner at Mr. Lewis's house. This situation immediately piqued his interest. Andrew knew that Mr. Lewis bailed Emery out. Therefore, he worried about what was waiting for him at dinner. Suddenly, his moving car came to a halt. With a frown, Andrew asked, "What's going on?" "Boss, that's Miss Fisher's car." As soon as his subordinate finished his sentence, Ruoxi stubbornly got off her red BMW sports car and ran up to his. "Andrew, yeah? Are you going to Mr. Lewis's house?" "Yeah, I'm coming with you." "No, it's okay. No, I have to go with you. I heard that old man saved Emery. I don't want them to bully you," Ruoxi said. Then, she got onto Andrew's car before the latter could respond. She sat down beside him, snuggling up against him. "Ruoxi, don't play around. I'm going there for business." "I know. I just want to spend time with you. I promise I won't do anything rash. I won't even talk, okay?" "I'll be a quiet little girl," Ruoxi said coyishly. "Does your dad know you're here? Stop threatening me with my dad. I don't care. I'm not getting off your car even if he shows up right this second." Ruoxi often showed her princess syndrome side, but Andrew couldn't do anything about it. Finally, he had no choice but to compromise. "Let's go." Satisfied with the outcome, Ruoxi moved in even closer to Andrew. "Lewis family mansion. Elder Lewis, Mr. Green is here." "Tell him to come in." An old man of around 70 years old walked downstairs with a cane. Walking beside him was Emery. Her hair was up in ancient style, and she was wearing a sexy red cheapao. She didn't look like someone who had just come out of rehab. As soon as she saw Andrew's face, Emery's expression lit up with a fiery glow. "Andrew, come sit," Mr. Lewis said. It was obvious that he still respected Andrew. The latter nodded with a smile. "I haven't seen you in a long time. How have you been doing?" Before Mr. Lewis could respond, Emery cut in. "My godfather's health is amazing. Why else would he save me? He's unlike someone who doesn't have a heart and can disregard everything that's happened, abandoning me like a dog on the streets." "Emery, let's not talk about that. Come, let's have dinner." Mr. Lewis patted Emery's hand before heading towards the dining room. When Emery walked past Andrew, she glanced at Ruoxi, her expression murderous and filled with hate. The latter, however, completely ignored Emery's deadly glare, laughing and chatting with Andrew as they linked arms. "Andrew, who is this?" Mr. Lewis glanced at Ruoxi upon taking a seat. "Oh, this is—" Andrew barely finished his explanation when Ruoxi interrupted, introducing herself. "Mr. Lewis, my name is Ruoxi Fisher. I'm Andrew's girlfriend." Emery immediately sneered. "Daddy, President Green's girlfriend isn't just any other socialite. She's Mayor Fisher's daughter. It's interesting. President Green's dead ex-wife was the mayor's daughter as well. I guess he'll only ever end up with mayor's daughters, don't you think?" Andrew looked at Emery's provoking expression without an ounce of emotion. He wasn't mad at all. Ruoxi, on the other hand, was young and ungrounded, and therefore she was immediately angered by Emery's words. "Miss Emery, you're wrong. Andrew likes me for who I am. It has nothing to do with who my father is. I know it's not because I'm the mayor's daughter." "Haha, yeah? You should be careful then, Miss Fisher. I once saw a fortune teller who said that President Green's women always end up badly. Look at what happened to me and Bella. You should take good care of yourself." "Emery, what are you talking about?" Ruoxi demanded angrily. She didn't think Emery would curse her in front of everyone. Andrew pinned Ruoxi down. "Ruoxi, calm down. Miss Emery is joking with you. You sure know me well, President Green. It's not shocking, though, since we slept together for so long and know each other well," Emery snickered. Soon, Mr. Lewis changed the subject and began chatting to Andrew about business. Dinner passed by in extreme awkwardness. Ruoxi didn't touch anything, not even the glass of water placed before her. Halfway through dinner, Andrew stood up apologetically. "I'm sorry, I have to use the restroom." "Of course." Mr. Lewis smiled. Emery stood up as well. "Me too, Daddy." Upon seeing this scene unfold in front of her, Ruoxi wanted to stand up as well, but was stopped by Mr. Lewis. "Miss Fisher, you should keep eating." It seemed like Mr. Lewis was creating a chance for Emery to talk to Andrew in private. Angry, Ruoxi had no choice but to sit back down. She didn't want to harm Andrew's reputation in any way. Inside the giant bathroom on the first floor, Emery pounced at Andrew as soon as the latter walked in, biting his shoulder as hard as she could like a crazy woman. To her surprise, Andrew didn't dodge her. He just stood there like a sculpture. "Andrew, why did you do this to me? I was by your side for so many years and I did so much for you. How can you abandon me like that?" Emery demanded, her voice trembling with tears. "You're still alive, aren't you?" Andrew replied icily. "Huh, how can you say that? Let me ask you, would you still be standing there so calmly if this happened to Chloe? Why are you so heartless towards me? Am I no better than a dog to you?" "Miss Emery, you can't ask for respect. You have to deserve it. If you're worth respecting, you wouldn't have degraded yourself so much," Andrew said, slowly turning around to face Emery. Then, he suddenly grabbed her neck. "I remember telling you to be discreet. Jack's plans are already underway, but you treated my warning as shit. If you're not going to obey, why should I save you? I've been doing it for years, you know that. It's not like I can quit. I didn't know things would be so serious this time." Emery argued, feeling a little guilty. "Stop making excuses. Let me tell you, Emery, we're no longer linked in any way. Good for you for getting out of rehab. You're free to nail Zion or flirt with the old man. That's your business. I'm never going to look after you again, and don't you dare give me trouble." "Andrew, do you really think I'd die without you?" Emery sneered. Upon hearing this, Andrew's expression turned icy cold, but he didn't say a word. "Are you treating me this way to suck up to Mayor Fisher so that little girl will fall for you?" Emery asked. "Don't drag her into this. Do you really think I need to suck up to Mayor Fisher? Do you think that little of me? Andrew, we've been together for so many years. Can you really throw that all away? I don't care. You have to give me an explanation. I don't have one for you. I'm just sick of dealing with you. You brought everything onto yourself." Upon hearing what Andrew said, Emery felt her heart sink. When she was in detention, she kept fantasizing that Andrew would come to bail her out. After all, she had been with him for years. Even if he didn't love her, she was indeed always there for him. To her dismay and heartbreak, however, Andrew just stood by the sidelines. That was why she ended up contacting Elder Lewis and asking for his protection. So, the Lewis family intervened. Although the process was difficult, she was still bailed out safely. When she was released, the first thing she wanted to do was stab Andrew, that heartless BS, to death. But when she saw him today, her old feelings surfaced again. She didn't have the heart to hurt him, and instead wanted to go back to him. "Andrew, does it really have to be like this for us? Just because of Chloe? Why are you always so different when it comes to her? Is she that important to you? I don't see the point in discussing this with you. Stay with the Lewis family if you want, and I'll send over your contract termination agreement. Consider it as my last speck of mercy towards you. Once you sign the termination and take the money, I will have nothing more to do with you. I'm also going to release a statement to the press saying that your choices from now onwards will solely be your own." After saying all this, Andrew tidied his shirt collar and turned around to leave. He had nothing more to say to this crazy woman in front of him. "Tell me, what would happen if I went to Jack and testified against you for killing Bella? Do you really think you'd still be where you are, President Green?" Emery laughed evilly. Before Andrew could say anything, however, she continued, "You killed Joyce as well, didn't you? How evil are you to kill someone who slept by you and once carried your child? Andrew, you're such an animal for killing so many people. You're only an angel to Chloe, but to the rest of us, You're the devil." Andrew stopped in his tracks and turned around, his icy gaze landing on Emery's face. "If you want to be on Jack's side, then so be it. But I can promise you this. If you go to him, you'll end up worse than Bella." Then, Andrew turned around and left without once looking back, leaving Emery standing there like a log, her expression as ugly as could be. After returning to his seat, Andrew soon stood up to leave with Ruoxi. "Emery, are you all right?" "Daddy, I'm fine. You wanted to see him and now you have. What's your plan?" Mr. Lewis glanced over at Emery. "What else can I do? If he's going to be this heartless, then I'm not going to be the idiot. If he wants to terminate the contract, so be it. I'm just a sewer rat right now, being chased away by everyone. I'm not in a hurry to deal with Andrew, though. I need to teach that bitch, Gianna, a lesson first. She's so manipulative, pretending to be an innocent little girl while I was burdened by the drug scandal." Emery was now a glass completely empty person who thought the worst about everyone and only had hatred left in her heart. That night, a scandal about Gianna broke out in the form of an extremely long article. It talked about Gianna before she became famous, cheating on her high school boyfriend, getting an abortion, and others of the sort. The article even pointed out that she flirted with her high school PE teacher. Quickly, Gianna became the center of public opinion, because after all, she was quite famous. Apparently, the source of this article was one of her high school classmates. The scandal left Imperial Star's PR team completely unprepared. Justin didn't find out until he came back from out of town that evening and ran over to the company as soon as he did. Imperial Star subsequently sent out a statement, claiming that the company was going to sue whoever published such a defaming blog. After work, Justin was in the lobby when Gianna walked up to him with her assistant, her eyes red-shot from tears. "President Cooper?" Justin turned around but didn't make a sound. "You believe me, right, President Cooper?" "Nothing in the article is true. They're all defamations. Someone's doing it on purpose." "I know," Justin replied faintly. To the outside world, he was dating Gianna. Therefore, the latter was worried if he would break up with her once he found out. "President Cooper, Miss Gianna's been in a bad mood and didn't eat anything at all. The reporters and paparazzi are probably outside waiting to hear what you say. You have to help Miss Gianna," Gianna's assistant begged. "I know you're under a lot of pressure, but you still have to eat." "I haven't had dinner yet either. Let's get some food," Justin said, turning around to leave. Upon hearing what he said, Gianna immediately rushed up to him with a satisfied smile on her face. Then, she glanced over at her assistant, who immediately turned around to leave. The reporters outside followed them all the way to a nearby hot pot restaurant. Coincidentally, that evening, the twins wanted hot pot as well, so Chloe and Jack took them to the same restaurant. They saw Justin's car as soon as they parked outside the restaurant entrance. "Hey, isn't that Handsome Cooper's car?" Little Bean immediately noticed. Handsome Cooper is probably the only one in the city driving a limited edition Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. I chatted him this morning, though. I thought he was out of town, Pudding analyzed calmly. Should we eat somewhere else? If he's out with friends, he might feel awkward seeing us, Chloe said, out of consideration for Justin. Chloe wanted to take Jack's feelings into consideration. She knew how the twins acted around Justin. Therefore, she didn't want to see him. Before Jack could say anything, Little Bean interjected. "Mommy, I don't want to go anywhere else. Let's eat here." "Mommy, I want to see Handsome Cooper as well," Pudding said with anticipation. "Let's do what the kids want. It's okay to see him. We're all friends." With a smile, Jack held Chloe by the hand, and the four of them walked into the restaurant. "Hi, President Green. President Cooper's here as well," the manager of the restaurant immediately said upon seeing them enter, to which Chloe nodded. I know." As they were taken inside to their seats, the family of four saw Justin and Gianna sitting in a quiet corner. Before Chloe could greet him, Little Bean immediately rushed up. "Handsome Cooper! Little Bean! Why are you here?" Justin was extremely surprised to see Little Bean. "Everyone's here," Little Bean said, pointing to Jack, Chloe, and Pudding, standing not far behind her. Justin turned around in surprise. You're all here?" "Yeah, the kids wanted hot pot, so we came," Jack said. What a coincidence. You guys should sit with us. Gianna stood up with a smile, no matter how unwilling she was in her head. Before Chloe could respond, Pudding walked up to Justin's table as well. Sure, we should sit together. Then, Little Bean and Pudding each sat next to Justin, leaving Chloe feeling a little awkward. Come, sit down. Waiter, get President Dawson and President Green some plates and cutlery, Justin ordered. Yes, sir. The atmosphere around the hot pot table was weird with 4 adults and 2 children. For one, Chloe wasn't close with Gianna, and the twins borderline hated her. As they ate, Jack and Justin occasionally engaged in casual chit-chat. Pudding, who was playing on her phone, suddenly said, Hey, Auntie Gianna, you're on every newspaper headline today. Upon hearing this, Gianna's expression changed. I saw it as well. It's about Auntie Gianna's past. I wonder if it's true, Little Bean chimed in. Of course it isn't. Someone is defaming me on purpose. You guys are too young to understand how complicated the entertainment industry is. Gianna smiled gracefully. Actually, we know how complicated the entertainment industry is, despite our young age. You must have worked very hard to survive in such a complicated industry. Does that mean you're a complicated person? Pudding glanced at Gianna. Pudding. Order what you want to eat. Chloe immediately changed the subject. Did you guys hear that Emery was bailed out? Justin asked. I did. Chloe thought back at her conversation with Victoria and nodded. I checked out the source of the news. It's a tiny press under the Lewis family. I'm thinking it has to do with Emery since she's been living at the Lewis family ever since she was bailed out. That's a possibility. After all, she's rivals with Miss Gianna, and the Green Corporation and Imperial Star are competitors. I wouldn't be surprised if she was behind all this. I'm not going to forgive Emery for this, Gianna said angrily. Then she looked at Justin with innocent puppy dog eyes. I'm fine with this scandal because I'm used to being defamed. I just don't want to drag President Cooper down with me, or Imperial Star. I don't want him to suffer. I'll just take all the blame. As she said this, tears shone in Gianna's eyes. Auntie Gianna, no wonder you won the Best Actress award this year, Pudding suddenly said. Just as the group fell silent, not sure of why Pudding suddenly said what she said, Little Bean chimed in. Your acting skills are superb, really. Kids, I think you guys have misunderstandings against me. Gianna smiled at the twins. The word misunderstanding is an overstatement. After all, we're not that close, Pudding replied arrogantly. Auntie Gianna, you like Handsome Cooper and so do we, which makes us rivals. Therefore, the word a misunderstanding doesn't cover how we feel about you, Little Bean added. Chloe's face completely changed colors upon hearing what the twins said. Gianna's expression was as ugly as could be as well. No matter how well she hid her true self, she was powerless when faced with the twins' non-stop attacks. Dina, Delcy, watch what you're saying, Chloe said, a little helplessly. Mommy, calm down. We're just joking with Auntie Gianna. Yeah, Mommy, we're so close with Handsome Cooper. Of course we'll like who he likes. We're just trying to interact with her. Don't be so nervous. Haha, right. I knew they didn't mean it. Justin didn't think too much. He pinched Little Bean's head and rubbed Pudding's with a smile on his face. Gianna, sitting across from him, wanted to burst out in fury, but wasn't sure how she should. In the end, she had no choice but to force out a smile. Your way of joking is really unique, haha, but I like it. If you like it, then we'll joke a lot with you in the future. Get used to it, okay? Little Bean said, making a face at Gianna, who kept putting on a show. Ha, sure. No matter how angry she was, she kept telling herself that they were just kids. Pudding, who was sitting beside Justin, pointed at the boiling pot. Handsome Cooper, I want that shrimp ball. Sure, Justin said, immediately putting one in Pudding's bowl. Then, he placed another one on Little Bean's bowl, taking care of them like his own children, and completely ignoring Gianna. It was so rare for Justin to take her out, and Gianna originally wanted to cry her eyes out about Emery bullying her, so Justin would feel bad for her. However, the twins' arrival ruined everything. Halfway through dinner, Jack received a phone call and left the table. Handsome Cooper, I want to go pee-pee, Little Bean said, her face as innocent as could be. Me too, Pudding chimed in. Is this a twin thing? Justin said, feeling a little speechless. Come on, Mommy will take you to the restroom. Chloe got up. No, we want Handsome Cooper to take us. That's not good. I'm a guy, Justin said with embarrassment. We're just asking you to wait outside the restroom for us, not for you to come in with us. Why are you so nervous? Little Bean asked. Justin. Fine. You guys win. With no other choice, Justin stood up and held up one twin with each arm. Talk about biceps. He carried them up easily, and the twins immediately pecked Justin on the cheek. Gianna, who was watching them the entire time, felt like she was about to explode. Finally, only Chloe and Gianna were left at the table. The latter immediately put away her fake smile and glared at Chloe. Chloe, what are you trying to do? What kind of question is that? Chloe asked in complete bewilderment. Didn't you bring the twins here on purpose because you knew I was having dinner with President Cooper? Gianna interrogated. I see. You sure think highly of yourself? Chloe chuckled. What do you mean by that? We came here because my daughters wanted hot pot. It's as simple as that. It's really childish of you to think that we came on purpose. Why would the four of us drive this far to ruin some random person's dinner? Although my daughters didn't pay you enough respect just now, they would never go through all this to prank on someone they have no relationship with. So, Miss Gianna, don't think so highly of yourself. You may be a famous celebrity, but my family isn't of civilian status. Don't think you can pressure us, and don't act so entitled in front of us. Haha, why do I think you just don't want President Cooper to be with me? I don't? Why wouldn't I? Chloe asked with surprise. Some women may be in a relationship, but they still want more from other men. Even if they don't want to accept those men, they still don't want those men to date other people. Because it's an ego boost, and they enjoy it, Gianna said word for word as she stared into Chloe's face. Oh, really? I had no idea these women existed. You sure know a lot. Miss Gianna, you must have a lot of these people around you. Gianna was completely speechless. Just then, Jack walked back up to the table and sat down beside Chloe, casually putting his arm around her shoulders. What's up? Chloe tilted his head and asked. Mom and Dad really want to see the twins, so I booked tickets for next week. That's so soon. Then what about work? Chloe asked anxiously. It's okay. Stella and Mark will deal with work stuff, and we also have Thomas. Don't worry about it and enjoy the vacation, all right? Okay then. If you already made plans, then let's go. Chloe smiled happily. Gianna, who was incredibly jealous of Chloe, hated the way she smiled. President Dawson, you're amazing to your wife. Jack didn't respond, nor did he look at Gianna. After all, he didn't know her. But when you were gone, President Green and President Cooper were really close. People kept saying how great they looked together, and even I thought they were going to end up as one family, haha. I'm surprised by what happened in the end, Gianna said on purpose to make Jack feel bad. However, the couple was completely aware of what Gianna was trying to do. Jack said without looking at her, Outsiders will never understand what's going on inside our family, so I'm not surprised by what you said. Then, he went back to pretending that Gianna didn't exist, leaving her as awkward as could be. Just then, Justin came back with the twins, slowly placing them back onto their seats. Are you tired? You're sweating. Gianna got up, wanting to wipe the sweat off Justin's forehead, but Pudding was faster, picking up a piece of napkin and slowly wiping Justin's forehead. Handsome Cooper, thanks for carrying us. I'll make sure Little Bean eats less in the future, so you won't feel as tired when carrying her. You're kidding me, right? I'm only 2 pounds heavier than you are. Is it really going to make a difference? Little Bean muttered. Chloe and Jack couldn't help but chuckle at what their daughter said. Gianna, on the other hand, stood there awkwardly, not sure what she was supposed to do. The twins were much smarter than she thought they were. Hey, Auntie Gianna, come sit down. Why are you standing there? Little Bean glanced at Gianna and said on purpose, giving the latter no choice but to sit back down with a smile on her face. Auntie Gianna, you've been a celebrity for so long, in fact, There's a question I really want to ask you. Little Bean looked innocently at Gianna and said, Sure, sweetheart, ask away. Although Gianna felt very angry, she still pretended to be nonchalant. At least in front of Justin, she wanted to create the illusion that she was a goddess. I just wanted to say, I read the film review about the movie that you starred in recently. It said there were some passionate love scenes. So when actors are acting, are those scenes real? Just after Little Bean finished speaking, Justin spewed out a mouthful of tea. Pudding picked up a napkin and wiped the corners of Justin's mouth. How old are you? Why are you still playing with water? Justin. Jack was also feeling awkward and did not know what to say. Chloe put her hands directly over her face. She really didn't want to admit she gave birth to these little twisted-minded girls. Upon hearing the question, Gianna's face turned pale, but she still tried to contain herself. Little Bean, you are still young. You shouldn't ask such abstruse questions. So I bet those scenes are real. Wow, how unfair it is to handsome Cooper that he has to sit here while you cheat on him constantly and continuously, Little Bean deliberately exaggerated. Pudding ate some vegetables and then said calmly, Spring is coming and the grass on the riverbank is covered with green clothes. When can I return to the long-lost hometown with the bright moon shining on me? Yes, yes, yes. Spring is coming and the grass on the riverbank is covered with green clothes. Handsome Cooper, you'll become popular soon. What does it have to do with me? Justin was totally confused. But Chloe knew that the twins were deliberately bullying Gianna and felt that they had gone too far, so she immediately stopped them. You two better concentrate on your meal. Don't be rude to Auntie Gianna. Mommy, don't be nervous. I saw these questions in a movie review on a website and the netizens all said so. Little Bean had an innocent expression on her face. If that's the case, then Pudding, you better not to go on the internet and look at those nonsensical things in the future. Netizens are usually uneducated. You won't be able to learn anything good from them. Gianna forced a smile. Don't get excited, Auntie Gianna. Let me tell you two things. First, my name is Little Bean. I'm not Pudding. Pudding is over there, thank you. Second, although netizens sometimes speak and act rudely, their strength cannot be underestimated. If you didn't have them to support you, watch your movie, or comment on it, chances are you would have lost all that you have, even your underwear. And while the waters can bear the boat, they can also sink it. Auntie Gianna, I heard that you didn't go to college before you became an actress. The high school you attended was also among the worst. It hasn't been easy for you. I suggest you read more books when you have no movies to shoot. It won't do you any harm. Little Bean never made such a long comment. It made Chloe wonder if she was possessed by Pudding. It was totally different from her usual behavior as a cute and playful girl. Having been accused by a 3-year-old child of not reading enough, Gianna was completely at a loss for words, yet she dared not erupt. But she felt injured and resentful. Little Bean, you guys seem to be done with dinner. Let's go home. Jack felt that if he continued to indulge his daughters, it was quite possible that Gianna would have a heart attack and die. So, seeing that it was almost time for them to leave, he decided to take his daughters home. Okay, Daddy. Jack held a lot of power. Both Little Bean and Pudding stood up immediately and ran over, directly into Jack's arms. Seeing this made Justin a little jealous. Chloe stood up and put on her coat. We'll be going then. You two enjoy. Okay, Grandpa has been missing the kids. Next time when he comes back from Capital City, you should go and have a meal with him. Justin was reluctant to let them go. Sure. Chloe nodded. See you next time, Handsome Cooper. You must remember what I said to you, Handsome Cooper, Pudding exhorted. I got it, you little nagging girl, Justin smiled. After the family of 4 left, Gianna finally let out a sigh of relief. President Cooper. Waiter, check please. After Chloe left, Justin lost all of his appetites. Gianna was somewhat surprised. She had not eaten much yet, and he was asking for the check already? I have somewhere else to be. I'd like to go first. If you haven't finished, you can stay. No, I want to go with you. Can you drive me home? I didn't bring my car. Gianna desperately wanted to spend time with Justin. After that, they both stood up. President Cooper, President Dawson already paid for the bill. The waiter had their bill in his hand. Justin had a glance at the bill, then he nodded and went out the door. After Gianna got in the car, they left. Justin didn't say much along the way. Gianna couldn't hold it in anymore. President Cooper, the twins are very funny, huh? Yes, they're like two fairies. They have a lot of little ideas. Speaking of the twins, Justin was full of pride. It looked as if they were his own daughters. Your family likes them very much? Gianna probed. Yes, my whole family likes Pudding and Little Bean very much, especially my grandfather. I have never seen him like children that much. Even when I was a kid, he wasn't like that. It must be fate. But I think the twins are not as simple as they seem. What are you trying to say? Justin turned and looked at Gianna. Don't get me wrong, President Cooper. I'm not trying to say anything, but it seems like the twins are quite cunning. They don't have the innocence of 3-year-old children. But it's also quite understandable. After all, Chloe is a very calculative person. Chloe is not calculative, but just a little more mature. The twins inherited their mother's excellent genes, so they naturally learn everything quickly. They've already completed the junior high school curriculum. This is no surprise. You don't know them, so it's normal for you to misunderstand them. In fact, they are both very naive and lovely, and they have all the natural instincts that a child should have. Really? Gianna reluctantly laughed. Please don't mind what they said tonight. Sometimes they are so outrageous that even Chloe can't do anything about them. I didn't mind. After all, they're just children. But I'm just worried. If they are doing and saying things like this at such a young age, when they grow up, what would they? I'm afraid nobody will be able to control them. That's Chloe's problem, not yours. You are thinking too much, Justin said lightly, but discontent was present in his words. Seeing that Justin was a little unhappy, Gianna dared not to say any more. She just sat quietly in the passenger seat. On the way back, Chloe felt that she had lost face. Although she didn't like Gianna, who could stand being hurt like that by two little guys? Dina and Delcy, you two. Mommy, please pass me the potato chips from the front seat, Little Bean interrupted. You still want to eat? Chloe didn't know what to say. I'm just bored and trying to kill time. Pudding, we can forget the nonsense Little Bean said today, but you are her older sister, you. Mommy, I'm a little tired. I'd like to nap for a little while. Please wake me up when we are home. Thank you. After that, Pudding leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes. Chloe. Jack. Look at your two wonderful daughters. Chloe was ready to collapse, so she ended up venting her anger out on Mr. Dawson. Darling, calm down. Seeing Chloe's crazy expression, it was really amazing that Mr. Dawson could still remain so calm. One of the twins pretended to eat, while the other one pretended to sleep. Even Chloe had no way of dealing with them. When they got home, it was almost 10:30. Chloe's mother took the twins upstairs for bed, while Chloe and Jack were planning their trip to the United States in the downstairs living room. At this moment, Thomas came home. Hey guys, why aren't you asleep yet? How come you're home so late? Chloe looked up at Thomas. Is it late? It's only 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? How many times have you been back after 10? Were you with clients or colleagues? Be careful with your answer. I can easily confirm it with some investigation, Chloe threatened. Come on, sis. Why are you so nosy? Can't I go out with my college classmates? Were they really your college classmates? I'll call Stella and ask. Chloe picked up her cell phone as she was talking. Thomas was so frightened that he immediately jogged over. Don't. Don't call her, or it will be so embarrassing. Were you really with Stella? Chloe laughed. She was just deliberately trying to draw out the truth and didn't expect Thomas was really with Stella. Well, remember how I treated Stella to dinner that night? She ended up treating me tonight. We went to a farmyard in the eastern suburbs to eat cooktop fish. It tasted very good. I'll take you guys there when you are free. Forget it. You just enjoy yourself. But how's Stella doing right now? Sis, what do you mean by that? I mean her boyfriend. Chloe supported Thomas's pursuit of Stella, But if Stella already had a boyfriend, then he would be butting into another person's relationship. Her boyfriend cheated on her, so they broke up. I knew it. Chloe guessed this already. That's good. Then here comes your chance, Mr. Dawson cut in. Ha, thanks for wishing me luck. Thomas looked very happy. Come here and sit. We have something to tell you. Okay? Thomas then took a seat beside Jack. Your sister and I are going to bring the twins to the United States next week to visit my parents. So soon? Thomas was a little surprised. Yes, and we would like you to help handle the company's affairs during this time. With important matters, we can guide you from a distance. Don't worry about it. Okay, you don't need to worry about that. I also have Stella and Mark who can help me. You can rest assured. Also, there's no rush. Do spend more time with your family since you rarely get a chance to visit. By the way, remember to say hello to your parents for me. Thomas sincerely laughed. Sure. Does Mom know you're leaving? Thomas looked at Chloe. Yes, I mentioned it to her the other day. After we leave, you and Mom should also be careful. After all, there are people spying on us in the dark, and we are in the open. Don't worry, sis. Jack even has bodyguards protecting Mom when she buys groceries. We will be fine. You have been working so hard and rarely take vacations, so do have a good time. Thomas was indeed a considerate man who always made Chloe feel warm inside. I will. Chloe tenderly touched Thomas's head. Then the couple stood up and went upstairs to rest. At the Green family mansion. Andrew, I saw you didn't have much to eat tonight, so I've cooked some wontons for you. Ruoxi came over with a soup bowl and went to the study room. Ruoxi, you'd better go back home now, as it's already very late. I'll ask somebody to drive you home. I want to stay. You can't. Why not? Emery has... Ruoxi was obviously not convinced. I mean what I say. You better leave soon. Andrew had been in a bad mood and had been suffering from insomnia. He really had no mood to coax the little girl and play with her. At this moment, his subordinate came in. Boss, there's news. Andrew took a look at Ruoxi. I won't go. I want to listen. Andrew was helpless. He took a look at his subordinate, which meant that if it wasn't particularly important, he could speak out. The subordinate hesitated a while before he opened his mouth to speak. We just found out that Miss Green and her husband booked their tickets to the United States. To the United States? When are they leaving? Andrew was shocked. Next week. So, should we make a move? You can leave now. Let me think about it. Yes, boss. After the man left, Ruoxi walked up to Andrew, her expression a little emotional. Andrew, you still cannot let go of Chloe? It's already been years. It's none of your business. How is it none of my business? You like her, but I like you. Andrew, the greatest pain in the world is liking a person who doesn't like you back. It will make you very tired. I am tired, and so are you. Justin is also tired. Chloe has Jack. This is something the whole world knows. Why are you so foolish that you would follow up on their daily routine? Don't you think it's a very psychotic behavior? Since Andrew didn't hide it from Ruoxi, the latter basically broke down when she heard that he had been tracking Chloe's daily routine. Get out. No, why can't I say anything about her? What on earth do you like about Chloe? Why are you... Ruoxi, shut up and get out right now. Right away. When Andrew said these words, his face already took on a ghastly expression. He was thinking that, if Ruoxi didn't have a mayor as a father, he would have thrown her out of the upstairs window instead of being so polite to her. Ruoxi never saw Andrew get so mad. After all, even if he had been impatient, he had been polite to her, so she did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Even worse, she was still confidently trying to explain her points. What I said is all for your own good. Stop being so ungrateful. Before she finished speaking, Andrew suddenly stood up from his seat, pulled her by the hair, and dragged her out of the room with no mercy. His expression was cold, and his eyes were filled with extreme violence. Ah, let me go. It hurts. Andrew, you are hurting me. Ruoxi was completely unprepared for his. Her scalp hurt like a mother as she was dragged out like a doll by Andrew. Bang! With no mercy at all, He threw Ruoxi out onto the floor outside the door, which made her feel like her head was swimming. "Kick this woman out for me. Don't let me see her again without my orders. That's all." After that, Andrew slammed the door and locked it from the inside. Ruoxi was already scared to death. The subordinate, who was somewhat familiar with her, came over and helped Ruoxi stand up. "Miss Fisher, you'd better hurry up and leave. Our boss hasn't been in a good mood lately." "Andrew, is he often like this?" Ruoxi was a little stunned. "Not often, but when it does happen, we dare not bother him, as it's terrifying. So don't challenge our boss's patience," the subordinate said. Then he helped Ruoxi stand up and walk downstairs. "He seemed like a different person just now," Ruoxi said to herself. The subordinate's face changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. Chloe had plans to have a gathering with both Sarah and Victoria's families before going to the United States. But Noah was on a business trip, and Ethan just caught a cold, so they had to take a rain check. 1 week later, Jack and Chloe, together with their daughters, stepped onto a plane headed to the United States. It was already December. They planned to spend Christmas there, so they had counted the days and specifically chose these days for their trip. In the beginning, Chloe was particularly unaccustomed to the long-distance flights, so she turned on her laptop and began working. In the end, Jack couldn't bear it anymore, so he took her laptop without asking and put an eye mask on Chloe. "Hone, leave the work to me. You'd better sleep. Look at the size of your dark circles. If Mom and Dad see you right now, they may not be able to recognize you." "What? Really?" Chloe nervously rubbed her eyes. "Mommy, you're so innocent. You believe whatever Daddy says." Pudding on the side couldn't watch any longer. "So, in front of Daddy, Mommy becomes a baby," Little Bean added. "You two, be quiet." Chloe glanced at them, and then she obediently listened to Jack's suggestion. Even though they had first-class seats, it was still very exhausting as the flight was so long. Luckily, the family of 4 didn't sit far from each other and perfectly took up the seats in the same row. Leaning on Jack's shoulder, Chloe felt dull and sleepy. Wearing a white dress shirt and turning on the laptop, Jack was tentatively looking at some of the documents Chloe needed to review. On the side, the twins were extremely excited. They were 3 years old, and this was their first long-distance trip, and it was to America to visit their grandparents. They were elated. Although they would video call their grandparents every day, to actually see them in person still excited them. Below was the conversation between the twins. Little Bean: "Sis, I'm excited. What about you?" Pudding: "My last name is Dawson. Thank you." Little Bean: "Come on, you know that's what I mean. You're ruining my mood. It's not my fault. You set that question up for me," Pudding said while looking at her sister smugly. Little Bean: Okay. I'm feeling happy today, and I'm in no mood to argue. Quick, look at Daddy." Pudding: "So, what about Daddy?" Little Bean: "Daddy looks so dazzling working so hard while wearing that white dress shirt. No wonder people say a man hard at work is the most handsome." Pudding: "That's because he's already very handsome. Even if he were smoking, drinking, or cussing, you would still think he's charming. For those who aren't good-looking, even if he were racing, playing basketball, or dancing, you would think he looks disgusting." Little Bean: "That's true. So, we were born into a world that values appearances." Pudding: "Correct. It's also a world that compares family backgrounds." Little Bean: "Tisk. Then we must be those in the legends that know how to pick an afterlife. Not only are we pretty, we also have a successful dad." Pudding: "We also have a mom with a super high EQ." Little Bean: "We also have an extremely warm, handsome Cooper. Whoa, I suddenly feel so fortunate. We must have saved planet Earth in our past lives." Pudding: "That's more or less it." Little Bean: "Perfect. Sis, who do you want to see the most in America?" Pudding: "Of course our grandparents." Little Bean: "I also want to see our aunt." Thinking of their Aunt Avery, Pudding became slightly dejected. Little Bean: "Why did you stop talking?" Pudding: "Originally, I wanted to set our aunt up with handsome Cooper, but after mentioning it to him a few times, he didn't seem interested. He's still dating Bimbo Gianna as of the present. How infuriating. Pudding. Ah, sis, you're still feeling sad? Last week we drove her completely crazy at the hot pot restaurant. I was going to say meaner things about her if I wasn't scared that Mommy would erupt from anger. Upon mentioning how they bullied Gianna the other day, Little Bean still felt ecstatic. Pudding. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Regardless, I bet Handsome Cooper doesn't even like Gianna, so even if he and Auntie don't get together, it's okay. Little Bean. Sis, I think you're thinking too much. America is such an open country. Maybe Auntie Avery is already pregnant and having a child out of wedlock. Pudding. Having a child out of wedlock. Little Bean. Never mind. Even if I explain it to you, you probably wouldn't understand. Excuse me, Miss Stewardess. Can I have another cup of freshly squeezed orange juice? Thank you. Little Bean pressed the assistance button, and the flight attendant walked over with a smile. Pudding. Drink up. Let's see what you'll do when there's turbulence and you can't use the washroom. Little Bean was a complete foodie, no matter where they were. In fact, she was such a foodie that the entire family was impressed. Little Bean. No worries. Grandma put a diaper on me before we boarded. Whether it's pop, juice, or anything, I can drink to my heart's content. Pudding. Hey, aren't I smart? Little Bean was impressed by her own smartness. Okay, Delcy, you win. In the end, the arrogant Pudding lost to the cute Little Bean. While working on the side, Jack overheard his daughter's conversation and almost peed himself from laughing. The saying that children say whatever came to mind seemed to be true. Even if they both had high IQs and matured early, they were still kids by nature. Good thing he was able to calm himself down, or else he would not be able to uphold his usual coolness. After dinner, the twins finally fell deep asleep. Jack shifted his body slightly and gently laid Chloe down. Then he asked the flight attendant for 2 blankets and laid them over Pudding and Little Bean. Due to it being hotter in Hawaii, the twins changed into white stockings, short skirts, and white sailor shirts, and each put on a pair of sunglasses. Their cuteness caused everyone they passed to turn and look at them. Then, looking at the twins' parents, the passers-by immediately realized why the twins were so beautiful. When boarding, they actually encountered an awkward situation. A few female fans ran over to Jack and asked for his autograph, exclaiming that he looked like a Korean pop star. It was so awkward that Jack didn't know what to do. In the end, it was Chloe who stepped in to explain that her husband was not a Korean pop star. Only after putting a mask and sunglasses on him did they avoid any further disturbances. It turned out, looking good could indeed be troublesome sometimes. In comparison, Chloe was a lot luckier as she looked delicate, but was not extremely beautiful compared to the rest of her family. Therefore, she did not turn a lot of heads, nor did people come and bother her. Thinking about it now, she didn't feel so good about it. How come both my husband and daughters are loved by the masses, but not myself? Jack was the last to go to sleep. After finishing up his work and tucking in his daughters and wife, it was already very late. Looking at his wife sleeping peacefully and his daughters on the other side, he felt extremely warm inside. A few months ago, he was still living alone in the U.S., longing for his wife and daughters. Now, he was by their side. Life's greatest fortune was to spend time with family and to cherish every minute together. Jack turned his head and lightly kissed Chloe's forehead. "Good night, my Chloe." His voice was as light as a feather, seeping slowly into Chloe's dreams. Still dreaming, the edges of her lips curled up, revealing an expression of happiness. Just like that, the family of 4 spent their night on the plane and arrived at their destination at 10 a.m. the next day. Upon exiting the airport, they saw a huge group of people waiting to pick them up. Wearing light blue jean shorts, a loose white t-shirt, and coffee-colored sunglasses, Avery led 8 bodyguards wearing camouflage. It was extremely eye-catching. Chloe immediately recognized Avery. After 4 years, her hair was still short, though it grew a little longer. She sported a bob cut that was just past the ears, and her face looked a little plumper, making her seem more mature. The Dawson family had very good genes. Thus, Avery was also very attractive, She was a real beauty. Big brother, sister-in-law. Avery waved energetically at them. I already told her not to come. It's not like I can't find my way home. Jack smiled. Avery? Chloe laughed and waved back. Oh, that's our aunt? She looks so cool, Little Bean exclaimed as she pulled off her sun hat. Auntie Avery and Daddy really do look alike. She's such a beauty. Pudding was also stunned. Compared to her photos, Avery was even prettier in person. Wow, are those my twin nieces? Avery exclaimed when she saw the twins wobble over. She felt like her heart was going to melt from their cuteness. Big brother, sister-in-law, Avery greeted Jack and Chloe excitedly. Avery, you're looking more beautiful than the last time we met, Chloe complimented. Having been born into a wealthy family, she neither had a princess's arrogance nor an entitled attitude. Jack had mentioned that since Avery was the only child of his second uncle, she had been sitting in on board meetings since the age of 13. Therefore, she had seen and heard a lot. She graduated from university 4 years ago and was now officially working for the family business. She was now an executive of the company's U.S. headquarters, as well as the youngest and only female board member. Obviously, she was both bright and intelligent. Therefore, from the bottom of her heart, Chloe was impressed by this beautiful and courageous woman. Ha! You're flattering me. You're the one who looks exactly like you did 4 years ago, despite the fact that you had twins. Avery liked Chloe a lot. Although they didn't see each other much, Avery felt close to her every time they met. That's enough flattery, you two. My daughters will get restless from all this waiting, Jack reminded. Ah, of course. Quick, let Auntie take a look. Which one is the older one, and which one is the younger one? Avery said as she squatted down and looked at the identical twins. Not waiting for Chloe to introduce them, Pudding spoke out. The chubbier one is Little Bean, while the skinner one is Pudding. Oh, now I get it. You're Pudding, right? Avery compared the two and realized the one talking was skinnier. Little Bean revealed an exasperated expression. My chubbiness is only temporary, while my sister's sly tongue and quick words are for a lifetime. Little Bean's words caused both Chloe and Jack to laugh. Ha ha, you two are so cute, and you can call me Auntie Dawson. Avery liked them very much, pinching their noses and squishing their faces. What do we get for calling you Auntie Dawson? Pudding was smart enough. Sis, what are you saying? Do you think our auntie is stingy? Come on, let's call her Auntie Dawson first. She'll definitely give us presents. Once done speaking, Little Bean tidied herself and stood up straight. Hello, Auntie Dawson. I am Little Bean. Hello, Auntie Dawson. I'm Pudding. After their introduction, they both stuck out their hands. It was obvious they wanted their presents. My God. Darling, your daughters are too clever. Chloe would never teach her children such things. Thus, seeing them act so coyishly in front of Avery to get presents from her was a sight that scared her very much. It's okay. I'm used to it, Jack said calmly. But is this really okay? Wouldn't it seem like they weren't taught any manners? Chloe asked, feeling awkward. Jack shook his head. Of course not. It's not like Avery is an outsider. She's family. Jack then added, Great job, Pudding and Little Bean. Your auntie is extremely rich and has a lot of extra cash. Ask her for anything you want. Brother, did you bring your kids and wife here to rob me? Avery didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Thankfully, she came prepared, or else she really would have disappointed her nieces. Avery opened her dark pink Hermes bag and took out 2 beautiful Mickey Mouse wallets and handed them to the adorable twins. I heard you guys are Disney fans. Here, take it. Auntie Dawson, don't tell me you're only giving us Disney wallets, Little Bean pouted. Let's open them first, Pudding said collectedly. Upon opening the wallets, they jumped up excitedly. It turns out there was a thick stack of dollars in each wallet, $10,000 per person. You guys can buy whatever you want, Avery laughed. Wow, thank you, Auntie Dawson. I love you, Little Bean exclaimed excitedly. She then leaped into Avery's arms and kissed her cheek. She was already thinking of the countless number of treats and drinks she could buy with the money. She felt so happy she could die. Pudding also revealed a slight smile on her face. Walking over to her aunt, she kissed her lightly on the cheek. "Thank you, Auntie Dawson." Chloe would also give them an allowance, but she never gave them very much. As they were still kids, they weren't allowed to spend their money recklessly. Upon receiving $10,000, Pudding only thought of buying a present for handsome Cooper. She wanted to buy him something that was from herself. Imagine how happy handsome Cooper would be. The twins were thinking of their own ways of spending their money, but it was obvious they were both very happy. "Avery, why did you give them so much money?" "They are still young, so a few dollars is enough," Chloe said, thinking they received too much money. "Sister-in-law, do you think my nieces are beggars? To give them just a few dollars?" "Ha! It's my first time meeting them, so I want to make a good impression and not appear cheap." "Even still, that's too much. $20,000. Chloe was still worried. Holding onto Chloe's waist, Jack comforted. "Honey, the money you let them hold in the stock market is also more than a few $100,000. But that's not the same. Money in the stock market is simply a number for them. They can't use that money in the real world. However, what they just got is actual cash. It's fine. This will be a good opportunity for them to practice spending their own money." "Fine, you win. With a daddy who spoils his girls so much. What else can I say?" Chloe decided to give up when she realized that Jack would always be on his daughter's side. The bodyguards and luxury cars Avery brought with her looked very grand. She then gave the keys of her own orange Ferrari to Jack and Chloe, who led the rest of the group to their parents' home. Following them, the bodyguards drove black Mercedes-Benz 450S, and in the back seat, Avery was sitting in between the twins and chatting away happily. "Hey, when one of you guys gets sick, does the other one also become sick?" Avery asked curiously. "Yes." Little Bean nodded. "Wow. So what they say about twins having telepathy is true?" Pudding looked at her aunt helplessly. "We passed it on to each other. Think about it. We eat and sleep together every day, so if she gets sick, could I possibly avoid it?" Avery: "Haha. Auntie Dawson, you're so naive. I can't believe you believe in telepathy. You must have watched too many movies." Little Bean laughed out loud. Avery scratched her head, feeling awkward. "What are you two learning in kindergarten?" "We don't go to kindergarten. Our mom hired tutors for us and we have already finished the middle school curriculum," Pudding replied while playing on her cell phone. "You've already finished middle school curriculum? But you two are only 3. Avery was stunned. Finishing the curriculum and age have nothing to do with each other. Mommy didn't want us to work too hard and overdevelop our brains, or else we would be finished with the high school curriculum by now," Little Bean proudly added. "Oh, I heard your English is quite good, and you also know a lot of other different languages." "Yes, but that's not difficult." At this time, Pudding, who was playing on her cell phone, lifted her head and looked at Avery. "Auntie Dawson, I have a question for you, and you have to answer truthfully." "Yes, of course," Avery promised earnestly as she held back her laughter. "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Oh, Pudding, why are you asking me this?" Avery really didn't expect that her niece would ask her this question upon meeting for the first time. This was a question even her father wouldn't ask her. "Of course I have my own reasons. Just tell me if you have one or not." "I don't." "Really? So, you don't even have someone you're interested in? Someone I'm interested in?" This question definitely gave Avery a pause. "Sis, why are you trying to be discreet? Just ask Auntie Dawson if she has a bedmate or lover," Little Bean said bluntly. "A bedmate or lover?" Avery's face suddenly turned red. She was definitely not prepared for this. "Auntie Dawson, you don't have to be embarrassed. We are aware that the U.S. is more open on these things, and since you grew up here, you must have been influenced by the culture. Even if you don't have a boyfriend, you must have a lover. We won't look down on you as the two countries' views on this matter are different." "Wait a minute, where did you guys hear all this from?" Avery felt helpless. "Don't try to avoid the question, Auntie Dawson. Do you have one or not?" Pudding continued relentlessly, trying to find out about Avery's love life. It's okay to have one. Little Bean covered her mouth and helped Avery answer. But I don't. Avery felt completely helpless now. That's good. Don't worry. We were just wondering. Pudding patted her aunt on the back of her hand, trying to comfort her. Little Bean. Auntie Dawson, you're so pretty. It's such a waste that you're still single. Pudding. This is called loving herself, all right? Little Bean. Then won't she die a virgin? Avery. At this moment, Pudding's phone rang. It turned out to be a video call. Pudding looked down and saw the caller ID. Her lips immediately curled up. Then, she picked up the call. Hi, Handsome Cooper. Handsome Cooper, why didn't you call me instead? Little Bean stuck her head into the video call frame. Oh, aren't you two together? Does it matter who I call? Justin replied, slightly surprised. Of course it does. You calling sis means you care about her more. You're picking favorites. Okay, I'll call you next time. We'll take turns, okay? Justin coaxed Little Bean. Pudding, have you guys arrived? I was worried about you guys. We just arrived. Long-distance flights are really tiring, aren't they? Justin immediately rushed into his office after the meeting to give the twins a call. When he heard the twins were going to the U.S., Justin felt quite sad. Ever since they were born, Justin had been by their side every day, and even after Jack came back, he saw Pudding and Little Bean at least twice a week. However, now that the entire family went to the U.S. for vacation, Justin felt quite depressed, knowing he wouldn't be able to see them for a while. It wasn't tiring. Daddy took great care of us, and Mommy on the entire flight, Pudding replied. That's good. Are you guys on your way home? Yes. Auntie Dawson came to pick us up. Wait, let me introduce you guys. This is my auntie, Avery Dawson. Pudding introduced formally as she immediately turned her cell phone towards Avery. Hi. Nice to meet you. Avery smiled lightly and said, Hello. Justin remembered meeting her 4 years ago, but their encounter obviously didn't leave a deep impression on him. Today, after Pudding's formal introduction, he finally saw that she looked a lot like Jack. She looked clean and without makeup. Avery had a perfect egg-shaped face and a very cute smile that made her stand out from the masses. Handsome Cooper, isn't my auntie beautiful? Pudding asked bluntly. Pudding's words caused both of them to become awkward again. Why aren't you saying anything? Is what I said wrong? Pudding demanded. No, what you said is right, Pudding, Justin replied half-heartedly. Which part? Pudding wasn't willing to accept the half-hearted response. The part about your aunt being beautiful. She's beautiful, okay? Justin felt helpless. Avery's face immediately turned red. What kind of person would tell a stranger she was beautiful on the first time they met on video chat? This feeling was really embarrassing. That's enough, Pudding. Stop being so difficult to your handsome Cooper. Avery didn't dare to let Pudding continue. Okay. Since my aunt has spoken, I'll let you off the hook this time, Pudding reluctantly agreed. Before anyone spoke again, Little Bean snatched over the cell phone. Handsome Cooper, do you miss me? I do. Of course I do. Justin looked at Little Bean's round face. His eyes were full of unconditional love. Then do you miss me more, or my sister? Justin began to break out in cold sweat. Here came the scary question again. He had already developed a fear for them. Of course, I miss you both the same. That's not possible. I need you to tell me who you like more, even if it's only a little more. Little Bean refused to accept defeat. Pudding looked at her proudly, knowing that Justin wouldn't give her a direct answer, as he didn't want to hurt either of their feelings. Likewise, Justin changed the topic. Little Bean, Uncle Cooper still has some things to take care of. I'll send you my answer later, okay? You guys have fun. I'll miss you both every day. Hey. Not waiting for Little Bean to reply, Justin hung up the call. God, all he knows is to avoid the questions. So much for being a president of a big company. He's such a scaredy cat, Little Bean complained. Pudding was too lazy to deal with Little Bean right now. Then she turned her head toward Avery. Auntie Dawson, the guy you saw in the video call just now was Handsome Cooper. You know who he is, right? Oh, I've heard some things about him. He's the president of Imperial Star Entertainment, right? Yes. What do you think of him? Pudding continued to ask bluntly. He's okay. Avery answered conservatively. Don't you think he's handsome, has a great temperament, and is quite stylish? Pudding. I don't know him well, so I can't really say what kind of a person he is. That's okay, you'll get to know him soon. What do you mean? Avery got a weird feeling from her words. It's nothing. Don't think too much about it. Oh, right. Are Grandma and Grandpa home? They are. They've been waiting for your arrival. When Grandpa heard you guys were coming, he became so much more energetic. Is second Grandpa back too? He's still at a conference in New York and isn't coming back until tomorrow. Don't worry, you guys will get to see all of them. Okay. The twins kept themselves quite busy the whole trip, asking about this and that, and Avery was also very patient, answering all of their questions. After driving for over an hour, they finally arrived at a villa by sea. This was a well-known neighborhood for rich people. It had been said that a lot of rich Americans lived here, along with some Hollywood stars. With mild temperatures all year round, Hawaii was known as a top tourist spot. The Dawson family's villa used to be a garden that Avery's father bought a long time ago. Due to the old garden seeming too eerie, they plowed it down and spent millions building the new 4-story villa. The entire villa was covered by ceiling-to-floor glass windows, and every room had a stunning view of the sea. There was a swimming pool out front, a garden in the back, an underground parking space, and a bar. Everything looked very elegant. Getting out of their cars, everyone walked toward the villa. When they opened the door, Mrs. Dawson was still placing the fruit on the dining room table. Upon hearing the door opening, she turned around, her eyes immediately welled up with tears as soon as she caught sight of Chloe. Chloe. She hadn't seen Chloe for 4 whole years. When Rick sent them away that year, Chloe was still in jail, convicted of murder. At that time, it seemed like they would never meet again. Thus, upon seeing each other today, happiness and longing welled up within. Mom, Dad, sorry it took me so long to come to visit you. Chloe's voice wavered. After resolving the differences between herself and her in-laws, she had been treating them as if they were her own parents. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson also treated Chloe like their own. They were always thinking of her. No one would have guessed that this family would be forced to split up for 4 years. We're glad you're back. Glad you're back. Tears circled Peter's eyes. Is that Grandpa? He does look a lot like Dad, Little Bean murmured. Shut up. It's Dad who looks like Grandpa, okay? Pudding corrected. What's the difference? I'm just saying they look alike, Little Bean shot back. Of course there's a difference. Would you ever say Dad looks like you? Pudding rolled her eyes. Little Bean. Oh, I guess that does sound quite strange. Pudding. Little Bean. Come and say hi to your Grandma and Grandpa. Chloe turned around and waved her daughters over. When the twins wanted to be, they could be quite adorable. Holding each other's hand, they walked up to the elderly couple and said in unison, Hi, Grandpa. Hi, Grandma. Hearing their voices, Mr. and Mrs. Dawson felt like their hearts were going to melt. So this is Pudding and Little Bean. Come here and give me a hug. Mrs. Dawson was extremely happy. Tears of joy flew out of her eyes. Which one is Pudding, and which one is Little Bean? Grandpa Dawson felt quite frustrated as he thought they looked exactly the same. Grandpa, I am Little Bean. If you look closely, you'll notice that I'm prettier than Pudding. Little Bean jogged over to her grandpa and began acting cute. Pudding looked at her proudly. Would telling the truth kill you? Hey, you shouldn't say such depressing things. In the future, don't say things like kill and death, okay? Mrs. Dawson was quite superstitious and couldn't understand why the younger generation used such words so carelessly. Mom, it's okay. These two argue all the time and we're used to it. Chloe laughed. Hurry, dinner is ready. Let's eat. Mrs. Dawson held onto Pudding's hand and walked toward the kitchen while Mr. Dawson carried Little Bean in his arms. Dad, let me carry her. You're still recovering. Jack walked up to his dad. After undergoing a major surgery, Mr. Dawson's body was still recovering. It was impossible for him to live past 100 years old, as maintaining his current condition was already the best possible outcome. "Avery, is your dad coming back today?" Mr. Dawson asked. "Uncle Dawson, my dad has a meeting today, so he won't arrive until tomorrow afternoon." "Good. He also wanted to see the kids. He must be excited that our family has a new generation," Mr. Dawson said happily. His elation was extremely apparent. "Grandpa, do you know my legal name?" Little Bean began to talk again. "Oh? Why don't you guess if I know or not?" "Ha ha. I guess you must know, but I doubt you remember who is Dina and who is Delcy." "Why wouldn't I be able to remember?" Mr. Dawson looked playfully at Little Bean. "Because you're old now. I saw on TV that as you get older, you become more forgetful." "Ha ha." Mr. Dawson laughed heartily. "Little Bean, don't be so impolite to your grandpa," Chloe scolded. The excited Little Bean once again was speaking her mind without a care in the world. "I wasn't being impolite to Grandpa. I'm just chatting with him and getting to know him," Little Bean replied, feeling wronged. "Are you really chatting? You're just trying to trick our grandpa." Pudding calmly glanced at Little Bean's face. "What? Of course not. I like Grandpa so much. Why would I trick him?" "Grandpa, don't listen to her. She's always grumpy and it's so annoying. To be honest, I'm the one that is loved by everyone. Everyone we meet always adores me more." "Ha ha. I bet both of you are adored and loved by the masses." Mr. Dawson was so entertained by the twins that he couldn't stop laughing. On the table was an extremely extravagant feast. The Dawsons prepared a lot of dishes, worried that the twins might not be used to Western cuisine. It had also been a long time since Mrs. Dawson cooked food. On the table, Chloe also noticed enormous crabs, lobsters, abalones, and other seafood. It made her feel extremely warm inside. "Mom, thank you for cooking and remembering that I like seafood." Chloe was touched. "Don't say thank you. We're family. Come here and eat whatever you like, Chloe." Mrs. Dawson continuously put some food in Chloe's bowl like she was her own daughter. It seemed as if everything that happened over the last 4 years had no effect on her. "Sister-in-law, you and my brother have been together for so long, yet this is your first time visiting us. I'm going to take you around and visit all the landmarks. My big brother lived here for a long time and has been to most places, but you and the twins haven't yet. Sounds great." Not waiting for Chloe to reply, Little Bean nodded her head energetically. The atmosphere around the dinner table was very festive. Due to Mr. and Mrs. Dawson being worried that the twins wouldn't be used to eating at their home, they continuously put food in their bowls, wiped their mouths, and gave them juice. The twins were experiencing extremely high-class service. It was rare for Mr. Dawson to be this happy, so he opened a bottle of red wine and drank it with Jack. After a few cups, Mr. Dawson became more talkative as well. Holding his glass, he looked at Chloe and slowly opened his mouth. "Chloe, I have a few things I've been wanting to tell you for a long time, and now I finally have the chance." "Dad, go on." Chloe really admired Jack's father. She thought he was a very wonderful father, and he was also a reliable person that many people trusted. In the country, GK was considered a powerful family business, one that Peter built from scratch. Avery, Jack, and Mrs. Dawson all glanced toward Mr. Dawson. The twins' eyes were also focused on Mr. Dawson as well, listening to what their grandpa had to say. "When we said farewell last time, I didn't expect that we would part for 4 whole years. The entire family fell into despair when the news came over that you were sentenced to death, especially knowing that you did it to save Jack. We felt especially guilty when we found out that you were pregnant because we were unable to do anything to help. Our family is so sorry that we forced you to take all this pain over the past few years." "Dad, let's not talk about this. The Dawson family didn't do me wrong. I was willing to take on the blame for Jack because he is my husband. Everything I have done is worth it. Also, in that situation, taking on the blame was the best solution because I knew Andrew wouldn't let me die, and that if I was sentenced to death, he would definitely try and save me." "You don't have to feel bad about what happened," Chloe reassured him patiently. "Even if you say so, the truth is that you stayed by Jack's side through every crisis. You were even willing to give up your own life to save him. He also gave up his life to save me before. We have been putting each other before ourselves for a long time, Dad." After saying this, Chloe and Jack unconsciously held each other's hand under the table. "Our family also owes a lot to the Cooper family. When we go back, we'll definitely thank them. However, you are really the savior of our family. Even in that situation, you were able to protect the kids, allowing me to meet my granddaughters in my life. Now I am able to die in peace." After he finished speaking, Mr. Dawson stood up and bowed deeply at Chloe. He sincerely thanked her for saving Jack, for protecting their kids, for saving the family business, for giving birth to the twins alone, and for raising the twins up herself. At this moment, Chloe was their family heroine. Mr. Dawson's actions took Chloe by great surprise. "Dad, please, I'm not all that." Chloe quickly walked up and helped Mr. Dawson up. "No, I need to show you how grateful I am. Dad, we are family. Saying thank you is too much, really. Please stop this. If you keep acting like this, I'll feel sad." Chloe also became quite emotional, and she continuously tried to persuade Mr. Dawson to stop. "Wow, Grandpa is quite emotional," Little Bean exclaimed on the side. "Shut up. This is an extremely emotional moment. Can you please not speak?" Pudding didn't know what to do with her sister. "Honey, please talk to Dad. I don't know what else to do." Chloe turned her head and looked at Jack with pleading eyes. However, Jack also said, "Chloe, you really are the savior of our family. Chloe felt exasperated. She wanted to ask her husband for help, but he ended up siding with his own dad. "Chloe, just let him speak. He's been sick for a long time and rarely talks too much. Since he wants to speak, just let him," Mrs. Dawson said as she dried her eyes. The atmosphere in the room was touching and melancholic. Tears welled up in Avery's eyes, as well as she looked at Chloe. "Sis-in-law, I have very high standards and have never admired anyone in my life. However, I really admire you. You and my brother have been together for a long time, and you never thought of leaving him despite everything that happened. Even when everyone else gave up and thought he was dead, you didn't give up hope. Previously, I thought your love was only possible in novels, but you showed me otherwise. You are also only 20-something, and your calmness is your shield. I'm sure deep down, it was tough for you, as no one else knows how much pain you had to go through these past 4 years. I checked your hospital records in the country and found that you suffered depression during your pregnancy, and you even had suicidal thoughts, right?" Avery's bluntness made Chloe speechless. She felt extremely awkward from her sudden remarks. "Ah, that's quite normal. Many pregnant women go through that. And as it was my first time giving birth, I was also pretty scared." Chloe laughed while explaining, trying to appear at ease. "Chloe, this is the one thing I feel the most guilty about. If something happened to you, I don't think I would still be alive today." Jack was aware of Chloe's depression. When Avery found out about this and told him, Jack just had surgery on his legs and couldn't move. At the time, he really wanted to see Chloe. However, he knew that seeing Chloe when he was unable to even walk would just make Chloe more worried and restless. Jack struggled with the thought countless times, and in the end, while suppressing the pain, he decided to not go back. In the end, using his own willpower, he quickly healed his injured legs. However, he knew that during Chloe's pregnancy, she was walking on the line between life and death, so he felt extremely grateful towards Justin. If the Cooper family didn't help her, Chloe and the twins would have died a long time ago. "Honey, the past is in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's so heartbreaking to see both Mom and Dad cry. Let's talk about something happier. Dad, please sit down. There's still plenty of time for us to talk." Chloe finally couldn't control her tears and began to cry too as she helped Mr. Dawson back down in his chair. At this moment, Little Bean began to cry. "Little Bean, why are you crying? You scared me." Pudding glared at Little Bean. "Sis, are you stupid? Didn't you hear that when Mommy was pregnant with us, she had suicidal thoughts? We almost were killed before we even got the chance to take a look at this world. That was too close. We missed death by a thread when we were still in Mommy's womb," Little Bean jokingly explained. Don't worry about such useless things. Aren't we alive now? Plus, Mommy is obviously fine. Compared to Little Bean, Pudding was a lot calmer. Even though she was still young, she understood that, over the past 4 years, Chloe's life had been difficult. Even though they lived a wealthy life, she still experienced a lot of physical and mental stress, an amount that far exceeded what a normal person could handle. Also, due to his own reasons, Jack wasn't able to be by Chloe's side that entire time. That's enough, Delcy. You can stop pretending now. If you continue, I will take away your drumstick, Chloe threatened. No. Little Bean was so scared, she picked up the drumstick and tightly held it in her hands. This caused everyone to laugh. Mr. Dawson's words moved everyone, and Avery's mentioning of the past caused everyone to feel sad. Thankfully, Chloe was good at controlling her own emotions. She was able to calm down quickly and help ease everyone else's emotions. After a delicious meal, the twins were feeling tired, so Mrs. Dawson took them upstairs for a nap. Mr. Dawson also took an afternoon nap, while Avery took Chloe for a walk in the garden, giving them time to chat. Jack turned on his laptop in the study and began answering emails for the GK headquarters in both the US and in the country, giving Chloe a complete break from work. Inside the study, Jack's phone began to ring, and the caller ID looked familiar. Hello? Hey Jack, it's Justin. Yes, I know. Jack was as cold as always. I need to tell you about something. What's up? The moment you guys left, Andrew sent someone to follow you guys. My guess is that his people have already arrived in the US. You guys must be careful, be especially cautious of the twins' safety. Okay, I understand. Call me if you need me, Justin said. I will. Thanks. The conversations between them were always very simple. However, they both understood each other's intentions. Upon Justin's men finding out about this, Justin became quite anxious. He was worried that the twins and Chloe would be in danger, as Andrew was always focused on Chloe. Even over the past few years, he didn't show any signs of giving her up. After hanging up, Justin was stilled, worried, and he didn't look so good. President Cooper, drink some water, and brought in a glass of water and placed it on his desk. And Chloe and the twins will be fine, right? They'll be fine. From what I've heard, Jack is a very cautious person. He won't make any careless mistakes. Since Andrew didn't get a chance to make a move here, in the US, it is even less likely for him to do anything since he's on Jack's turf. Besides, Rick's family is also there, so Andrew probably wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. I hope so. Although the words were convincing, Justin still did not feel reassured. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. President Cooper. Gianna walked in wearing a wine-colored cashmere coat and quietly exited the room. Gianna and Justin were still a hot topic. Even Emery's scandalous revelations failed to impact Gianna's face. Instead, after a picture of Justin and Gianna eating together was taken and exposed, everyone thought that Justin trusted in Gianna, which caused her to continue to rise in stardom. Do you need something? Justin said without even lifting his head. He was still in a bad mood because of Andrew. Well, I have something to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should or not. Gianna appeared to be in a difficult spot. Just tell me. Justin had known her for years, so he didn't treat her like an outsider. Although he didn't like her, he also didn't dislike her, since Gianna was very smart and never showed the scheming side of herself. As you know, our situation has become quite a hot topic, and my entire family thinks we're really dating. My grandma and grandpa flew in from southern side. My grandpa is almost 80, and they are quite worried about my relationship status. Therefore, my mom has invited you over for dinner. Of course, I understand you're quite busy, dealing with a host of problems every single day, so if you can't make it, I understand. I'll just tell them you're on a business trip. Please don't feel pressured to go, Gianna said, as she snuck a quick glance at Justin. Justin appeared to be quite calm. His relationship with Gianna was never real, and yet Gianna's family specially invited him over for dinner. If this were before, he would rather die than go over for dinner. However, Hearing that her grandparents had flown in from the south, and Gianna insisting that he could excuse himself, made Justin feel quite guilty. What he didn't know was that Gianna was using his sympathy to get him to have dinner at her house. So, after thinking for a bit, Justin nodded. Okay, when? Tonight at 8:30 p.m., at my house. Gianna was extremely happy. Okay, I got it. Let me finish my work first, and then I'll come to pick you up and we can go together. Thank you, President Cooper. Gianna couldn't control her excitement. With the twins and Chloe away, this was a golden opportunity for her. She would definitely do anything she could to get Justin for herself. Once she slept with him, her future would be set. Besides, Justin hadn't slept with anyone ever since he fell in love with Chloe years ago. Probably no one would believe this if they heard it, but Gianna knew it was true. As she had been keeping tabs on Justin, she knew that he hadn't been seeing other women. Justin's persistence when it came to love made her crazy about him. Perhaps other girls wanted to date Justin because he was the president of Imperial Star, being at the top of wealth and power, but Gianna, one of country's most popular female celebrities, didn't care about any of that. Her feelings toward Justin were similar to Emery's feelings towards Andrew. It was unrequited love. No problem. You can treat this as paying you back for pretending to be my girlfriend. Justin didn't treat this as anything serious. However, that night, all the media outlets found out that Justin went Gianna's home for dinner, causing an explosive reaction within the city. First, it was the Cooper family who would not accept Gianna at all costs, since they really thought their son was dating her. Then, it was Justin's fans that had the biggest reaction, as they always wanted Chloe and Justin to end up together. Therefore, they were the first ones to leave hateful comments on Gianna's Weibo page. They ended up starting a bloody comment war with Gianna's fans. Justin meeting Gianna's parents also became the #1 most searched topic on Weibo. When the twins saw the news in the US, they became furious. Sis, this is not okay. We just left, and Bimbo Gianna's already created such a commotion. This woman is dangerous. I need to video call Handsome Cooper right now and scold him. Little Bean was raging, much like an angry bird. Calm down. We are in the US and there's nothing we can do. Pudding was as calm as usual. Then what should we do? Should we just let that girl use whatever method she wants to seduce Handsome Cooper? Little Bean puffed out her cheeks. No. Handsome Cooper can't be persuaded as he doesn't realize how much of a batch Gianna really is. However, I have an even better way of dealing with her. Pudding smiled mysteriously. Oh, what are you thinking about? Little Bean leaned over and looked expectantly at her sis with a suck-up smile on her face. You don't need to know, Pudding said, and then arrogantly turned away. Little Bean. Sis, why are you so arrogant? Do Mom and Dad know? Little Bean felt like she was on an emotional roller coaster, though she knew that if Pudding was willing to take on the problem, Bimbo Gianna was screwed. After eating breakfast, Mr. and Mrs. Dawson suggested taking the twins to the beach. The twins' first reaction was not excitement. Rather, they began asking 100 questions. Pudding. If we're going to the beach, do we need to wear bikinis? Little Bean. What? Don't be so cruel. I ate a lot these past few days and I have already grown a tummy. I definitely won't look good wearing a bikini. Girls, you two are thinking too much. At your age, it's fine even if you swim naked, Avery interjected. Going naked is definitely not okay. We are girls, and we will be embarrassed, Little Bean replied very seriously. Auntie, are you coming too? No one knew what crazy idea Pudding was planning. Avery nodded. Okay, let's go then. Why are you saying it like you're not willing or happy to go? Chloe was confused. It's not like the twins haven't seen the ocean. We have one back home, so it's quite normal that they don't seem that excited. Jack laughed. After putting on their swimsuits, the entire family left for the beach. Although Chloe was quite young, she was still a conservative person. The swimsuit she brought with her was also very conservative. It didn't reveal her back, stomach, nor much of her thighs. Wow. Can you really call that a swimsuit, sis-in-law? Avery asked in shock. Yeah, Chloe was slightly embarrassed. I thought this was a dress. Isn't it too long? You're probably wearing the most on this entire beach. At this age, it's probably best for me not to be compared with you younglings. Ha! Chloe covered her embarrassed face. Avery looked at her in disbelief. You're not even 30 years old, sis-in-law. You're at your prime. After that, she looked at Jack. Big bro, can you talk to my sis-in-law? Who wears this much to the beach? It's not like she has to wear a bikini. It's fine as long as she likes what she's wearing. Besides, she's mine, so it's good that she's not revealing other parts of her body, Jack replied proudly. Avery, you two are definitely meant to be together. I give up. Come, girls, let's go and have fun. After that, Avery decided to leave Jack and Chloe and ran out of their room with the twins. Mrs. Dawson walked toward the beach while pushing Mr. Dawson in a wheelchair. The entire family was enjoying their time. When Avery and the twins arrived at the beach, they began to play, not caring about what other people thought. The bodyguards followed them closely, fearing that something bad would happen. Jack and Chloe held each other's hands and walked along the beach. As Chloe stepped across the soft white sand, white clouds floated across the vast blue sky above her. It should be noted that it was still winter in the city, and the temperature could dip as low as -20 degrees in the evenings. However, it was warm and sunny in Hawaii. This contrast was definitely pleasing. Let's take the whole family to Disneyland tomorrow. Jack began planning things to do. Okay, Chloe happily nodded. After we come back from Disneyland, Avery will take the twins to New York to see my Uncle Dawson. Uncle Dawson had been so busy recently that he hasn't been able to come back to Hawaii. He was as busy as a bee, going from place to place. Shouldn't we also go see your uncle as well? Chloe asked, surprised. We aren't in a rush. I want to take you somewhere first. Jack looked at Chloe affectionately. Where? Guess. Stop trying to be so mysterious. Chloe nudged Jack. The two began a lover's quarrel by the shore. At this moment, Chloe felt that life was so beautiful. Her parents were healthy, her daughters were by her side, and her husband was playfully laughing and arguing with her. This was probably the happiest moment in a person's life. On the other side, Avery began to question her nieces. Pudding, are your parents this affectionate at home too? How old are they to still be holding hands like that? Auntie, as a bachelorette, you won't understand the sweetness between a couple. A bachelorette. Avery wanted to object, but she realized there wasn't anything she could say. Auntie, have you really never dated anyone? Not even once? Pudding continued to ask her aunt. Of course I have dated. They just never went anywhere. Wow. Please tell us. It must be really interesting. Little Bean stuck her head in while still wearing a floating tube around her neck. With her stomach sticking out, she looked adorable. You guys are still young and shouldn't be thinking about love and dating. Sorry, but we already have the IQ of a 12-year-old, Pudding replied proudly. So, Auntie, did you sleep with your ex-boyfriend or not? Little Bean asked courageously. Little Bean, can you please not ask such frightening things? Avery almost spat out blood. Seeing the time was right, Pudding looked down and dialed a number on her phone. Hi, Pudding. What are you up to, Handsome Cooper? It's 6 a.m. here and I'm still in bed. There was a hint of drowsiness in Justin's voice. Handsome Cooper, where are you sleeping? The gossipy Little Bean stuck her head over. Of course I'm sleeping at home, Justin replied while laughing. You're home alone? Little Bean asked while biting her lip. Oh, what are you trying to say? As a person who doesn't even own a dog, do you think I have ghosts in my house? That's good then. Little Bean laughed in satisfaction. Wow, you guys are at the beach. The sky looks so blue. Justin noticed the vast blue sky behind the twins. Yeah, the weather's so nice. So, Handsome Cooper, do you want to come to the U.S. too? You can stay at our house, Pudding asked while laughing. You are saying that as if I lack money. You little rascal. Of course you don't lack money. However, money can't buy you companions. You should come here and we can all play together. Wouldn't that be nice? That's true. So, are you coming? I looked at the flights and there's one tonight. You'll be here tomorrow at noon. I think I'll pass on this one. I still have a lot of work to do, and it won't be good for the company if I go on vacation at this time of the year. Justin didn't want to lie to them, so he simply refused. Fine. Oh, Handsome Cooper, can you wait a moment? I need to pee. Auntie Dawson, can you hold my phone for a second? I'll be right back. Please don't hang up. After that, Pudding immediately gave her phone to Avery and ran away. Huh? Pudding, why did you give your phone to me? Avery was very confused. Sis, I haven't spoken to Handsome Cooper yet. Little Bean walked forward, trying to take the phone away. However, Pudding dragged her away by the arm. Don't go over there, dummy. I'm trying to give Handsome Cooper and Auntie Dawson some time to get to know each other. Little Bean, I'm so impressed that you managed to think of something like this. Don't you think Auntie Dawson looks very sexy today? Pudding laughed mischievously. If I knew that Handsome Cooper would be talking to Auntie Dawson today, I would have convinced her to skinny dip. Little Bean was even more mischievous. Why don't you try it then? We'll see if Auntie Dawson will break our legs. Pudding rolled her eyes at Little Bean. That's true, Little Bean said, as she looked back and glanced at Avery's banging body in a dark yellow bikini. Due to Avery's habit of going to the gym regularly, she had an hourglass figure. Although her chest wasn't big, it wasn't small either, and it was a perfect size. Along with her stunning face and bubbly persona, most guys would find it hard to resist her. Although it might be a little awkward to have just tossed the phone to Avery. Justin was still in bed, looking dazed. Avery was just having a great time with the twins, and her body was wet from the ocean waves. Dina must have purposely picked this moment to call Justin. Hi. Avery felt embarrassed, but forced herself to say hi as she couldn't just hang up the phone. Oh, good morning. Justin also looked very awkward. It's already noon here. Oh, okay. Justin continued to look awkward. You, the two said together. You can go first, Justin offered politely like a gentleman. So you're Justin. I remember we met before, but there was a lot going on at home, so we didn't have much time to talk. Yes, that's true. Justin nodded. Thank you for taking such good care of my sister-in-law and my nieces. No need to thank me. I just did what was expected of me. Chloe and I are very good friends, Justin explained. Oh, have you been busy at work recently? It's not too bad. Since it's the end of the year, there are quite a few things to deal with. What about you? Justin asked politely. My daddy has been busy, but I took a few days off to hang out with the twins. Haha, those two are quite a handful, right? Speaking of the twins, Justin relaxed a bit. Yes, they may be young, but they're very mischievous. Some of the things they say scare the hell out of me, but they are also very adorable. I really like them. Avery adored her nieces from the bottom of her heart and treated them like her own kids. You'll get used to them. Pudding is mature and seasoned, and although Little Bean looks innocent, she's the one with all the crazy ideas. If they ask you anything in the future, you should answer cautiously, as it's most likely a trap. Yeah, I have noticed that too, so I try my best to not answer them. Ha! Avery laughed brightly. Where's your brother and sister-in-law? Justin probed. Oh, they're right behind me. Look, Avery didn't think about it much, and automatically turned the camera to face the not-so-distant Jack and Chloe. They were walking hand in hand, enjoying the ocean breeze. Although they were quite far away, Justin was still able to identify Chloe right away. Then his heart unconsciously began to speed up again. I still have some work to do, so I need to get up and get ready. Please explain to Pudding and Little Bean when they get back. Then, Justin hung up the phone. He slowly got up out of bed and placed one hand on his chest, feeling that somewhere in his heart was still hurting. Shouldn't he be happy that she was happy? Why did he feel the way he did? From a distance, the twins saw Avery put down the cell phone and immediately headed back. Things don't look so good. Why did they hang up so fast? Weren't they chatting happily a moment ago? Pudding was confused. I bet Bimbo Gianna came, and so Handsome Cooper had to hang up, Little Bean guessed. Not possible. She's not capable of that yet. Unless... Pudding looked at Avery, and then looked at her mom in the not-so-far-off distance, feeling somewhat uneasy. Unless what, sis? Nothing. Pudding didn't say anything and jogged over. Auntie Dawson, didn't I tell you to not hang up the phone? He hung up first. He still had stuff to do, so I couldn't just keep him on the line, right? Avery explained. Auntie Dawson, didn't you think Justin looked very charming today? You're so lucky to be able to video call him so early in the morning. He had a completely bare face. He also looked adorably dazed, Pudding said to Avery while a smile hung on her face. Yes, he is quite handsome. Okay, that's enough. Stop asking me such strange questions and making me feel uncomfortable. Let's go. I will take you two out for a swim. Falling into Pudding's trap of video calling Justin made Avery feel very awkward. Therefore, she decided to not talk to Pudding about Justin anymore. Instead, she continued to play with the twins by the ocean. After they got back that night and had dinner, the twins were so tired that they fell asleep on the sofa. Jack and Mrs. Dawson both held one of each and went upstairs to put them to bed. Chloe and Avery sat down in the garden, drinking coffee and enjoying the night view. Sister-in-law. During your toughest moments, did you ever think about giving up on Jack? Avery asked softly. What do you mean by giving up? As in breaking up with him? Or, as in when everyone else thought he was dead? Did you also believe it? To tell you the truth, during the roughest times, I did think that way. However, most of the time I believed that Jack was still alive. It is really due to this belief that I was able to survive until now. Sister-in-law, I heard that Justin likes you a lot, Avery said hesitantly. In the past, she didn't know Justin well, only that he was in love with Chloe. She also knew that he was Jack's biggest threat, but now it seemed like he was the reason that Chloe and the kids survived and were able to run back into Jack's arms when he returned. Therefore, it didn't matter whether Justin liked Chloe. He was, and will forever be, the Dawson family's savior. You know Justin? Chloe was slightly shocked, thinking that they didn't meet at all since Avery didn't stay in the country for very long. Oh, I don't know him. It's just that he has been video calling Pudding and Little Bean over the past few days, and I got the chance to get to know him. I just thought he seemed like a pretty good guy. Chloe nodded. Yes, he's a very nice person. He's very honest and never pretends to be what he's not, nor does he care to. Therefore, he's very easy to be around. Then have you ever felt anything more towards him? Even a little bit? Avery probed while carefully observing Chloe's expression. After a few seconds of silence, Chloe laughed lightly. If I didn't have your brother, I think I would definitely have fallen in love with Justin. However, there are no ifs in life. After meeting your brother, I could never able to fall for anyone else. Maybe your brother cast a spell on me. So even if my brother didn't go back to find you, you still wouldn't get together with Justin? A lot of people had asked Chloe this question, including Max, Victoria, Sarah, and even Justin himself. Chloe had already answered them very clearly, so she didn't mind answering the question one more time. That's right, Avery. Even if your brother never came back, I still wouldn't choose Justin. My heart's belonged to Jack ever since I met him. Even if he really died and was gone forever, our beautiful memories still exist. It's not like I lost my memory. I can't forget him, thus I can't love another person. That's something I'm not capable of doing. Okay, I understand. You're the same as Jack. You're both very dedicated. Avery deeply admired Chloe. That's why, in this world, we are the most suitable for each other. Chloe laughed. Then she looked at Avery and said, Over the last 4 years, it must have been tough on Jack, right? My brother didn't tell you? Avery was slightly shocked. He told me bits and pieces, but you know how he is. He likes to keep things to himself and only talks about the good while hiding the bad. Fearing that I would be sad, he always grazes over the topic. But I feel that these 4 years have been harder on him. Even though it was hard for me, I have my family and friends that accompanied me along the way. It must have been harder for him, as he wasn't able to come back, even when he knew that I was pregnant with the twins. Although it was impossible to feel someone else's pain, Chloe could still imagine how much pain Jack went through. She was even too scared to think about what kind of life Jack lived through over the past 4 years, fearing she wouldn't be able to handle it. Chloe's words caused Avery to fall silent for a while. It's okay. If you don't want to say anything, that's okay too. Noticing her hesitation, Chloe comforted her. Sister-in-law, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that my brother doesn't want me to talk about it. I'm sure he doesn't want you to know. These 4 years, my brother didn't speak much, and he spent most of his days alone. Before and after those painful surgeries, he always looked at photos of you and the twins to get through them. Especially that one photo of you in high school. I don't know if you still remember. You had your hair in a ponytail and was wearing a short skirt, looking very youthful. Brother treasured that photo very much and always put it under his pillow when he was in the hospital. Once, the nurse came to change his sheets and dropped the photo onto the ground. The usual calm and collected him was so furious he smashed everything in the room and demanded he gets discharged that very day. Never in my life had I seen him so mad. Therefore, I thought that during the years without you, your photo was his everything and the only thing keeping him alive. By the time Avery finished speaking, Chloe's face was already covered in tears. Although she was mentally prepared, when she heard Avery say those things out loud, she still felt heartbroken. If she was by his side these past 4 years, it wouldn't have been so hard for him. He wouldn't need repeated surgeries, nor would he have to endure loneliness in the hospital. Compared to Jack, Chloe was quite fortunate as she still had Justin, her family, and her friends by her side. Sister-in-law, are you okay? Avery passed her a tissue. I'm okay. Let's stop talking about this. We are still going to Disneyland tomorrow. You should sleep early. If my brother sees you like this, he'll scold me for telling you such things. Okay. Chloe got out of her seat and headed back into the living room, where Jack and his dad were watching a business TV program. You're done chatting? Yeah. I'm going to take a shower. You should come up and get some sleep too. Chloe did her best to control her emotions and act normal. Jack thought she still looked a little strange. He got up and looked at her before glancing at Avery, who was still outside. He walked toward Avery. Brother? Avery felt a little bit guilty. What did you say to your sister-in-law? Jack glared at Avery. Although his tone was harsh, his expression wasn't that cold. Haha. Nothing much. Just some small talk. Really just some small talk? Then why was she crying? It was obvious Jack didn't believe her. Huh? She cried. Really? You probably saw wrong. Some sand must have gotten in her eyes. Do you think this is the Sahara Desert? That there's sand everywhere? Avery didn't dare to speak. She still felt guilty. I'll deal with you later. Jack poked Avery's head with his finger and then turned to walk away. After walking a few steps, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at Avery with a solemn expression on his face. Avery, did you tell her about that thing? Avery froze for a moment before understanding what he meant. Avery immediately shook her head. I didn't, big brother. Am I someone who doesn't know what I should or shouldn't say? I wouldn't tell her even if I was beaten to death. Good. Jack reassuringly nodded his head. Then he turned and walked upstairs. When Jack arrived upstairs, Chloe had already showered and was reading a fashion magazine in bed. Did you check on the kids? Chloe nodded. Yes, they're already asleep. Perhaps it's because they had too much fun today and were too tired. Okay, we don't need to wake up too early tomorrow. Let's just let them sleep in. Besides, we can go to Disneyland anytime. Sounds good. Chloe seemed like her mood was down in the dumps. Jack took off his white t-shirt and revealed his tanned body. His six-pack looked perfect, causing anyone to drool over them. He walked over, sat down by the head of the bed, and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, leaning her head against his chest. What are you doing? Seducing me? Chloe asked jokingly. Do I need to seduce you? A single kiss will cause you to surrender. Jack looked down and laughed. Psh, what an egomaniac. Why don't we give it a try then? Jack playfully teased her. What he enjoyed the most was seeing Chloe become a shy little girl and act cutely in his arms. In his eyes, Chloe was not a strong-headed goddess. Rather, she was only an innocent and simple girl. Honey, Chloe turned around, held onto Jack's neck, and said in a soft voice, What are you doing? You want me? Jack continued to tease her. Can't we just have a normal conversation? We can. Let's do it first and then talk, okay? Not okay. Then let's talk first and then do it. Chloe. After running around in circles, it seemed like Mr. Dawson had won. Although Chloe was an extremely intelligent woman, she always felt like a dummy around her husband. Honey, can you please be serious? I have something to say. Okay, honey, please speak. Jack looked at her lovingly. Honey, these 4 years have been harder on you than me, right? Of course not. I had it pretty good in the U.S. Both my parents are here, and I also had Uncle Dawson and Avery. I had enough to wear and enough to eat. It wasn't hard on me at all. In contrast, you've suffered more. You're lying. It wasn't good at all. Honey, did Avery say something to you? You shouldn't listen to what she says. She's known to exaggerate everything. Jack was worried about Chloe, so he tried his best to cover up the truth. Even if Avery didn't tell me, I could still imagine what you had to go through. Honestly, everyone knew how hard it has been for me to raise the kids, but no one saw how hard this whole thing has been on you. Even if my situation was worse, there would always be someone by my side and the Cooper family would still protect me. Yet, you had to overcome the pain of multiple follow-up surgeries and withstand the loneliness of missing us. It's all in the past now. Isn't everything fine now? Jack, you're such a dummy. Chloe suddenly broke out in tears. Yes, I'm a dummy. As long as my wife is a genius, we'll be okay. Jack coaxed Chloe in his arms. Jack, from now on, I don't want you to handle everything on your own. Even if you're a man, there are still times when you are tired and exhausted. I just hope that you'll share both your happy and sad times with me in the future. As husband and wife, I want to take on whatever the world throws at us together. When you're sad, you can lean on me. You don't have to deal with it all by yourself. You're no god. You're also human. Honey, I know. I'll do as you say from now on. At this moment, Chloe's heart really ached too much for Jack. Jack him. Fans of Chloe who weren't aware of the situation would also comment on his Weibo page, accusing him of being irresponsible and a coward. However, Chloe knew that Jack was doing all this for her. Anything that involved her was extremely important to him. Therefore, he accepted all the blame just so he could protect Chloe. In the misty night, Jack silently hugged onto Chloe. At this time, in a high-class condo in LA, an old man in a white lab coat walked out of the lab. Professor, Miss Green and her family are going to be in LA tomorrow. Since they're already here, do you want to find a chance and meet up with them? His assistant reported. Professor Wagner slowed down his steps. Chloe, is here? Yes. She came with the twins and her husband. Young madam just called with the news, but seeing you were in the lab, I didn't dare disturb you. So I'm just relaying what she said to you now. Pudding and Little Bean came as well. Professor Wagner's gaze became filled with warmth. Yes, they will arrive in Los Angeles tomorrow and go to Disneyland. Young Madam Wagner news should be quite accurate. Forget it. I shouldn't do anything reckless. If I get caught after hiding for so many years, it'll be disastrous. Fiona and I have gotten used to it. But what would happen to Chloe and the children? Professor Wagner clenched his teeth and finally decided that it would be best to not meet up with his daughter and grandchildren. Early the next morning, Jack, Chloe, Avery, and the twins flew straight to Los Angeles. Since Chloe was a big fan of Disney, so were the twins. Even Pudding, who is usually quite reserved, began to look around in curiosity upon entering the park. Wow, sis, it's so beautiful here, Little Bean exclaimed. Daddy, we want to have a good time, so let's not be in a hurry to leave, okay? I heard there are fireworks at night. Little Bean looked at Jack, slightly worried. Okay, we won't be in a hurry. You guys can stay as long as you want, and we can just stay at a hotel in Disneyland tonight. Oh yeah, that's awesome! Daddy, I love you! Little Bean held onto her dad's leg as she began to butter him up. Avery laughed. Big brother, your daughter is really something. By opening her mouth, she can persuade anyone. Once she grows up, she'll definitely be a character. What about me, Auntie? Hearing Avery praised Little Bean, Pudding didn't want to lose to her. Ha ha, you are even more amazing. Not only are you really pretty, you also know everything about anything. I'm completely impressed by you." Even now, Avery wasn't aware that the seemingly unintentional video calls she had with Justin were actually Pudding's well-thought-out plan. She only thought Pudding was mature, but didn't realize how smart she was. Chloe was a fan of Disney, but this was her first time visiting a park. Therefore, after entering, she couldn't be bothered to take care of her daughters. Like a little girl, she pulled on Jack's hand and began taking selfies. "Darling, come quick. Let's take a selfie together," Chloe excitedly said while holding her phone. "Mommy, what about us? Little Bean looked wronged. Ask Auntie Dawson to take a photo for you. Sis, I think Mommy has gone crazy. She has already forgotten about our existences. Even when taking pictures, she doesn't want us to be included." "Mommy is trying to relive her youth," Pudding replied. "Haha, I'll take pictures for you." Avery picked up her cell phone and began snapping like crazy. Chloe took her photo and edited it slightly before posting it in her Snap friend circle. Like a blessed child, she boasted that she had finally arrived at this magical place. How beautiful. The photo she uploaded was a selfie of her and Mr. Dawson, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. It was extremely eye-catching. Jack had put his arm around Chloe and his face was intimately placed next to hers. On his face was a rare smile. The funny thing was that Chloe was wearing a Mickey Mouse hair clip in her hair, looking unbelievably cute. Sarah, "Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Who is this? Looking so smug." Victoria, "Oh, looks like someone is publicly displaying affection again. Aren't you guys a little too old for this?" Thomas, "Sis, can you bring me next time? It's hard enough that I'm working after hours, but now I have to watch you have fun without me." Cody, "My sis is the prettiest. Look at that natural smile. But I am surprised that President Dawson smiled. It's a rare sight to see." Thomas replied to Cody, "Sure is. My bro-in-law would only smile tenderly to my sis." Stella, "President Dawson, President Green, I will swallow this dog food with tears in my eyes." Violet, "Chief, you're looking well." Noah, "Mr. Dawson's hand placement is incorrect. It should be placed on Chloe's chest to show greater affection." Sarah replied to Noah, "Is this something that a policeman should say? So vulgar." Noah replied to Sarah, "I'm sorry, wifey. Please tell me what to say." Sarah replied to Noah, "You should say, Mr. Dawson's hand should slip directly into Chloe's dress." Noah replied to Sarah, "Oh my gosh, you're a true veteran, so dirty." Chloe replied to Sarah, "Hey, you upstairs, come down. I promise not to beat you to death." Max, "Don't really think it's a good match. Chloe looks better with Justin. LOL. Chloe replied to Max, "Mr. Cruz, did you forget to take your meds today?" Justin, "There's no Little Bean in Pudding. I'm leaving a thumbs down." Chloe replied to Suyu, "We will not be accepting thumbs downs, thank you very much." "Honey, what are you laughing at?" Jack watched Chloe giggle at her phone. "Everyone is commenting on my post. It's a little hectic." "Are they complimenting you?" Jack asked. "How did you know? Are they complimenting you and saying, 'Chloe, your husband is so handsome'?" Chloe was speechless. "Mr. Dawson, you better hide your self-obsession." Chloe smiled at his joke. After arriving in the park, Chloe was having even more fun than the kids. She was happily trying everything, including the merry-go-round. Chloe and the kids each picked out a horse as Jack was responsible for filming this rather heartwarming scene. After 3 hours of fun, the twins were having difficulty keeping up. Avery brought them to a public square near an ice cream shop to rest. Suddenly, an old man with colorful balloons showed up at the square. He had a long white beard and wore a very simple outfit. But most importantly, he had beautifully crafted balloons that were twisted into different shapes to resemble little animals that were almost lifelike. "Wow, those balloons are so cute," Little Bean exclaimed, grasping the attention of Pudding, who also looked over. Other children were also starting to take notice and began crowding around the balloon stand to make a purchase. The twins watched the stand with all their focus. "Do you guys like these balloons? I will go buy some for you guys." Avery got up and walked over, but only came back with empty hands. "What's wrong? Were the balloons too expensive?" Chloe asked. Avery shook her head. No, the old man isn't selling the balloons. He says the children need to go and get it themselves. Really? That's kind of odd, Chloe pondered. Wow, is that Grandpa giving the balloons out for free? How generous of him. I want the one that looks like Bambi. I'm going to give it to Lou when I get home, said Little Bean. Brother Lou? Chloe asked, confused. He's a celebrity. She became obsessed with him after watching a reality show, Pudding explained helplessly. Chloe was speechless for a moment, but turned around and looked at Jack. Honey, what should we do? Jack furrowed his brow. It might be a trap. We better be careful. Avery thought about what her brother said and shook her head. I don't think so. The old man doesn't have any pockets on him. Disney also has a very strict security check. I don't think he's carrying weapons. After all, we have security guards and it's broad daylight. I think we will be fine. Jack didn't respond, but clearly he was reluctant to let his daughters go. Pudding walked in front of Jack and hugged him. Daddy, I don't think that old grandpa is a bad person. Pudding, bad guys will never write the words bad guys on their face. So many people seem like one thing but act like another, Jack patiently explained to his daughter. I know, but I think the old grandpa's eyes look kind and affectionate. I want to go and take a look. Pudding usually never took the initiative in wanting something. For the first time, however, she was begging to do something, and so Jack didn't have the heart to reject her. Okay, how about this? Daddy will go with you guys, okay? Jack finally said. Okay. Pudding nodded. The twins held onto his hands on each side and walked over to the balloon stand together. The old man smiled kindly as he watched the three of them walk over. Hey, kiddos, would you like a balloon? Yes. Pudding and Little Bean both nodded. But I only have one left. The old man waved the Bambi balloon at them. Both Pudding and Little Bean went silent for a moment. Jack couldn't help but feel responsible, as there may have been more balloons left if they just came a little earlier. Daddy will buy one for you guys at the store later, okay? Jack tried to cheer up the twins. Before Little Bean said anything, Pudding began, You can give this one to little sis. She likes Bambi. No, I don't want it either if sis isn't getting one. Jack was pleasantly surprised by Little Bean's remark, as she was usually seen as the more childish one. You're such a wonderful kid. How about this? Call me Grandpa, and Grandpa will make you another one. The old man smiled. The twins nodded and at the same time called out, Grandpa! The old man smiled kindly and took out a couple more balloons. He filled the balloons with air and in an agile manner turned one of the balloons into a little rabbit. Who wants the little rabbit? Give it to Big Sis. She likes rabbits, Little Bean said excitedly. The old man handed over the little rabbit to Pudding and the little Bambi to Little Bean. The twins beamed with delight as innocent smiles filled their faces. Things were always simple and pure when it came to kids. They had no understanding of luxury brands, jewelry, or watches. For all they cared, it was the free, simple balloons that made their day. Seeing the twins smile so sweetly, the old man couldn't help but want to squeeze their chubby cheeks. With fast reflexes, Jack pulled the girls back ever so slightly. The old man smiled awkwardly as his hand hung in the air for a moment. Thank you. Jack thanked him while staying alert. No worries. Is she their mother? The old man pointed at Chloe from afar. Yes, the long-haired woman is their mother, and the short-haired woman is their auntie, Jack explained. The old man smiled and nodded, his eyes looking lost in thought as he looked at Chloe's direction. Jack turned around and gathered the girls. Let's go back. Mommy will be worried. From behind, the old man simply sighed with emotion and said, The girls are very cute. Their eyes are beautiful, just like their mother's. Jack furrowed his brows and turned his head, only to find no one behind him anymore. It was rather baffling. Somewhere within Disney, the old man ripped off his mask. Underneath it was a face that seemed slightly time-beaten. Suddenly, his phone rang, and Fiona's voice came through the phone. Hey, Dad, did you see my sis and the kids? I did. Professor Wagner's voice trembled with excitement. Wow, how was it? Tell me all about it. Fiona was clearly more excited than her father. Your sister looks just like your mom. She has distinctive features and beautiful eyes. The twins, too. It's hard for me to believe this was all real when I saw them. I keep thinking it's a dream. Do they look just like the photo?" Fiona's heart was filled with joy. They are much more cordial than the photos, especially the twins. Their smiles are so sweet, and their eyes become arched like the crescent moon. Little Bean's face is also a little rounder than Pudding's. I'm so jealous. When Fiona overheard that her father was going to meet her sister and the twins while in disguise, she became very excited. Even though she had already met her sister in person, she was sad that she could only pass by Chloe as a stranger and never had the chance to closely observe her. Now, the twins were 3 years old, but she, their auntie, hadn't even met them in person. She was pretty much out of luck with that psychotic legend chasing her all around the globe. "Where are you right now?" Professor Wagner asked. "Russia. I feel much better knowing that you're with Riker, so stay there and don't run around." "I know, Dad." Reluctantly, she nodded. Despite using a rather peculiar way to meet his own daughter and granddaughters for a short amount of time, Professor Wagner was already content. "Chloe, once Legend is dead, and if I'm still alive, I will go look for you for sure. I hope, in my remaining years, that one day I can still hear you call me Dad," Professor Wagner murmured to himself as he watched the family of 4 disappear into the distance. That old man was a little odd. Jack thought about it for a moment and felt that something was different about the old man who was giving away balloons. "What's weird about him?" Chloe asked curiously. "I can't quite put my finger on it, but he just feels odd." "Okay, Jack, let's chill, okay? We rarely get to come out together. Don't ruin the fun," Avery reminded with a smile. Jack dropped the topic, and the family 4 spent the rest of the day in Disney. At nighttime, everyone checked into the hotel within the park. The twins happily finished watching the fireworks and returned to their luxury suite with Avery. From the inside to the outside, there were a total of 8 bodyguards. Jack and Chloe resided in the suite next door. Their door was also guarded by 2 bodyguards. Jack has been more and more careful, despite America being his turf. He didn't want to let his guard down, especially when Justin had warned him that Andrew's people followed them here, 10:30 p.m. Chloe walked out of the shower and noticed Jack on the balcony, talking on the phone with a grave expression and furrowed eyebrows. Even though Jack stayed silent most of the time, he very rarely showed expressions of discontentment. Chloe walked over barefoot, not making a sound. "Get rid of all of them." Jack's voice was frighteningly cold. "Honey, who's calling?" Jack hung up the phone swiftly as Chloe finished her question. "It's business." "In our country?" Chloe asked, surprised. "No, HQ. "Oh, I see." Chloe nodded. "Your hair isn't dry yet. Why are you out?" Before Chloe could answer, Jack gently pulled her into the living room and began to blow dry her messy hair. Chloe smiled contently. She loved moments like this because, in these moments, she could enjoy Jack's love and tenderness like a little kid that was always insatiable. "Honey." "Yes?" "I need to talk to you about something serious," Chloe said in all seriousness. "What is it, honey?" "In our next lifetime, I want to be the man, and you should be the woman, and then I will ask you to be my wife." "Yeah?" Chloe smiled. "Why?" "Because you will definitely be a woman that's gentle and virtuous, who knows how to cook and do chores. Also, you would know how to blow dry hair. It will be great," Chloe complimented Jack. "But if I were a woman, I wouldn't marry you," Jack said slowly. "Why not?" Chloe asked immediately with a pout. "Because you won't be hot enough," Jack joked. He thought Chloe would be mad, but instead, Chloe wrapped her arms in front of her chest and answered, "Is hotness really that important? Regardless of how pretty you are, what difference does it make once you turn off the lights?" Jack didn't know what to say. Since when did his precious little Chloe become so dirty-minded? Looks like he will need to have a good talk with Noah and Sarah when they get back. They were starting to have some bad influences on Chloe. It had only been 4 years, and now his innocent little Chloe was becoming a dirty pervert. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Chloe tried to hold back a smile. Honey, you're so right. Jack busily got back to blow-drying Chloe's hair. Perhaps they had had a long day, or perhaps it was because it had been a while since she felt so relaxed. But Chloe fell into a deep sleep in Jack's embrace. Jack's arm was becoming numb, but he didn't have the heart to make the slightest movement because he didn't want to wake Chloe up. He observed her closely, close enough to see every single strand of her eyelashes. Despite being able to hug her during sleep every night and being able to be with her every day, it still didn't feel like it was enough. He didn't want to go to sleep because life passed by in every moment. If he were to sleep for a little bit, he would have 10 seconds less of interaction with Chloe. Jack knew these thoughts were absurd, but they were still difficult to control. Chloe had no idea the extent to which Jack loved her. Next morning. The family spent the morning in the park after breakfast and took lots of beautiful photos. That afternoon, Avery and the bodyguards brought the twins and went straight back to Avery's father's mansion, while Jack drove a navy-colored Ferrari and went on a road trip with Chloe to tour California. On the way, Chloe watched the landscapes and beautiful views excitedly like a child. The views in America didn't vary like that of our country, but each place felt magical and different, especially in the quiet suburbs where large houses and gardens resided. Your feelings become lighter as you look afar, and all you can see is the green grass. Under the sunset, Jack turned on the radio, and a familiar song began playing. Hotel California. The familiar tune echoed through the car. Combined with the fast-moving car, Chloe never felt calmer and more content. Letting go of her usual conservative self, she stood up, opened her arms, and embraced the sunset and the wind. As she listened to the nostalgic Hotel California, Chloe felt a rush of emotions and almost started weeping. "Honey, you look emotional. What's on your mind?" Jack asked, although he knew her answer. "Do you really think I don't remember?" Chloe chuckled. They looked at each other and smiled. They knew what the other person was thinking without actually saying it. 4 years ago, Jack returned home to the country and married Chloe. Even though he wasn't the nicest guy in the world during the process, Chloe was still willing to go through with the marriage. It was good that they gave each other a second chance. Once, Jack and Chloe were in the car, and a song came on the radio. At that time, Jack started talking about California. Jack said that California was a beautiful place, and someday, he would take Chloe there. He was a person that kept his promises, and he worked hard to make those promises real. They had a tight schedule, but Jack still put in the time and effort to take Chloe to California so they could see the sunset together. They were engulfed in a world of their own. Chloe savored every second of this. She didn't believe that the dream she pictured could become reality. "Thank you, honey, for fulfilling this wish of mine." Chloe smiled sweetly. Her smile right then and there would be stored in Jack's memories forever. Sometimes, the human eye was the best camera, as it was capable of recording emotions that the camera could not. To Jack, Chloe's smile was better than anything else in the world. This may be what people call true love. The two continued driving into the night, and by 7 p.m., the sky had darkened. There were no cities nearby. For safety's sake, Chloe didn't let Jack drive. "Honey, let's find a place to rest for the night, and we can continue our journey tomorrow." "I'm not tired. Maybe you could take the wheel for a bit. I promise you I won't start going under your dress." Chloe was speechless. "This isn't the point. The point is that I don't know how to drive here. I don't even have an American driver's license. I'm just not used this. What if we get into an accident?" "I understand. According to the GPS, there's a motel in 4 kilometers. Let's stay there for the night." "Okay." Chloe nodded, satisfied with Jack's response. Finally, the two arrived at a surprisingly pretty motel in the middle of nowhere. Jack talked to the owner and paid for the room. He also paid them to wash his car. Then, Jack led Chloe to their motel room. They showered and changed. It was the first time Chloe stayed at a motel since motels weren't a thing in their country. She felt everything was rather fresh. "Are you enjoying the trip?" Jack asked her. "Yeah, it's my first time in a motel. I've never seen anything like this, and this place is rather cute. Americans are rather sentimental people. They don't open romance hotels, but you can still find that feel in other places. You're right, Chloe smiled. Are you hungry? Jack went over and touched her face softly. A little. Let's go and eat something. Then, Jack led Chloe out of their motel room. They were wearing white t-shirts and looked younger than they actually were. Sir, what do you recommend? Jack said in fluent English. Hamburgers, sandwiches, or fried chicken, the tall and strong-looking Caucasian restaurant owner responded. Jack looked at Chloe. Hamburger, Chloe said in a soft voice. 2 hamburgers and 2 Coke, please. Then, Jack put his American dollars on the table. The two chose a window seat. At this time, 5 young people, 3 Caucasians and 2 African Americans, suddenly walked in through the door. They were young, hipster-looking people with tattoos all over their arms. It was likely that they were local gangsters. The leader of the gang looked at Chloe and Jack when he came in. They whispered in English. Then they started laughing loudly, and their smiles were filled with mockery. Chloe started to get a subtle feeling of unease. Jack immediately sensed Chloe's anxiety, and he put his hand on her back, trying to make her feel more comfortable. Chloe looked up at Jack and gave him a smile. They were in a silent agreement. Then, they heard loud laughter behind them. Moreover, they heard people swearing in English. Chloe and Jack both understood what they were saying. Jack's face immediately darkened. Chloe was scared that Jack would do something brash, so she reminded him in a low voice, Honey, I'm full. Let's go back to our room. They were in another country, and she didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. They also didn't have their bodyguards with them. There were 5 of them, each one of them bigger than the last. A smart person would not pick such a disadvantageous fight. Although Chloe only ate half of her hamburger, she claimed she was full, grabbed onto Jack's hand, and led the way out. She wanted to go back to their room and avoid this unnecessary commotion. Jack seemed to understand Chloe's intentions. He didn't want her to worry, so even though he wanted to do something, he still listened to Chloe and headed towards the exit with her. When they passed by the young gangsters, one of them put out his feet to try to trip Chloe. He said, "Yellow batch." When Jack heard this, he immediately let go of Chloe's hand and turned around to face the gangster. He punched the white guy who tried to trip Chloe in the face. The punch was so heavy that the young gangster immediately fell from his chair onto the floor. The others all rose up immediately and glared at Chloe and Jack. "Honey, stay behind me. No, I want to be by your side. I don't want to always be protected by you." Chloe was worried that Jack's old leg wound would act up, and that was why she was willing to stand in front of Jack, even if it meant that she might get hurt. Jack looked down at Chloe with tender eyes. "Honey, listen to me and stand behind me. It's only going to take a minute." "Honey," Chloe looked very worried. "Trust your husband." Jack looked at her with a gentle gaze. Chloe finally gave in. She was scared that she would hold him back, so she listened to him. Although she was unwilling and incredibly worried about him, she knew that Jack was a prideful person. As expected, the young gangsters quickly charged towards them. The 2 black men were of extra strong build. They knew how to be violent, but their movements were slow and clumsy. Jack's movements were clean and crisp, with no unnecessary movements. Chloe once saw Jack fight when he saved her from abduction the other time. She was confident in Jack's abilities. 5 pieces of trash weren't a match for him. However, one of the black men suddenly grabbed a baseball bat from the side. It was a heavy item. If he was hit, there would be serious consequences, especially if he was hit in the head. "Honey, be careful," Chloe shouted. The gangster that had fallen to the ground slowly climbed up and went charging towards Chloe. When Jack saw this, he rushed over and grabbed the gangster by his collar. Then, he threw another heavy punch, even heavier than the previous one. The gangster felt dizzy, and it was as if he were able to see the stars in his eyes. He collapsed onto the ground. The restaurant owner was used to these fights, and he watched calmly as he cleaned glasses from behind the counter. It was as though he was watching a movie. Chloe stood behind Jack, extremely worried about him. Jack beat 4 of them to the ground, but there was still one of them standing. It was a tall, white man. He suddenly took out a gun and pointed it at Jack. Chloe's face immediately turned pale. "UBS, charge at me and I'll shoot you," the man shouted. Jack remained silent and stared stilly at the man. One of the men on the floor, a black guy, got up. He was still dizzy from Jack's punches and approached Jack in a swaying manner. He tried to punch Jack in the face, thinking that Jack wouldn't dodge since his friend had a gun pointed at him. To his surprise, however, Jack dodged his punch and the black gangster fell trembling to the floor. "You mother F. cur! How dare you! I'll kill you!" The white man pointed his gun at Jack and pulled the trigger. Chloe was so scared that her heart almost raced out of her chest. "Honey, be careful!" she shrieked. Just then, Jack took out a gun out of nowhere. Chloe knew that Jack kept the gun by his side at all times, but he had never used it back in their country except that once. The first shot missed Jack. Before he could shoot again, Jack shot the white man in the wrist, causing the latter's gun to fall onto the floor. Another gangster tried to crawl over and pick the gun up, but Jack saw what he was trying to do and shot again. A loud shriek erupted. Whoever tried to pick the gun up would have their wrist shot. No one dared to pick it up. "You crazy bastard! You're crazy! You're a maniac!" One of the gangsters cursed as he held his wounded wrist. Someone had called the police, and the police actually came pretty quickly. "What's the matter?" a white police officer asked. There were 4 other officers behind him. They came in their impressive police cars. Before Jack and Chloe could explain, the gangsters started complaining. They said a bunch of things, but the main point was that Jack shot them with a gun. The gangsters were locals, while Jack and Chloe were obviously foreigners. There was natural discrimination against Jack and Chloe. A police officer came over and asked, "Can you speak English?" "Of course." Jack looked at the police officer with an icy look. "You're suspected of assault. We need to take you back to the police station." "Wait, aren't you going to ask what happened?" Jack talked back to the police officer in fluent English. He was obviously in a bad mood. "We already asked." The police officer acted in a brash manner. "We haven't told our side of our story. Are you just going to listen to them and not us?" Chloe was also unsatisfied with such treatment. These gangsters had caused the trouble, but they blamed it on them. The most disgusting part of this story was that the police officer chose the gangsters' side. Chloe didn't expect that the U.S., a country that claimed to be all about world peace and love, would condone such a disgraceful act. The happy mood she was in earlier on this trip completely vanished. "You are foreigners. Why should we believe you?" the police said in a righteous manner. Chloe pointed to the security cameras and said, "You could see what happened here for yourself." At this time, the restaurant owner interrupted, "Sorry, but the security camera is broken." Just then, Chloe realized they were a team and were covering up for each other. Chloe looked at Jack, signaling for help. At the end of the day, she wasn't that familiar with American laws. She was scared that she would really be put behind bars. They were the victims, but were accused of assault. How bizarre was that? "You call yourselves law enforcers?" Jack scoffed. "You have a problem with us? What are you going to do about it?" "Shut your mouth." Jack held his gun and aimed at the gangster. The gangsters were so scared that they hid behind the police officers. "Sir, look, see how impolite they are. Hey you, take them away," one of the police officers commanded, and his subordinates came running over. The police officers rushed up and held onto Jack and Chloe's shoulders firmly. "Wait," Jack said in an icy tone. Everyone looked at Jack. "I need to call a friend so he can come to bail me out." "Your friend? Is he a lawyer?" the police officer asked in a mocking tone. You'll find out when he comes," Jack sneered. "Officer, let him call. Maybe he can afford a high bail amount," one of his subordinates recommended to the police officer in a low voice. The police officer nodded. Jack took out his phone and dialed a number. Then he said in an impatient tone, "I'm in California in a motel called Motor. It's 30 kilometers away from Auckland. Some police officers want to detain me. Come and bail me out." "Detain you? Don't be silly." The man on the other side of the phone laughed. "I'm not. I'll give you half an hour. I don't care if you take a helicopter or your personal plane. Just come get me." Then, Jack hung up pridefully. "Honey, are you calling Avery?" Chloe asked in a worried tone. Avery was with the twins, so Chloe actually didn't want Avery to come and get them. She didn't want to drag her beloved daughters into this mess. "No, it's not Avery." Then, Jack held onto Chloe's hand tightly. Jack gave that person half an hour, but that person arrived in 19 minutes, in a helicopter. The helicopter sound was so loud that it shook everyone in the building. When the police officer saw who it was that got down of the helicopter, he was left dumbfounded. "I'm not late, am I?" A man stepped out of the helicopter with many followers. He was wearing a black coat. He hadn't aged at all these years. When Chloe saw him, she was deeply moved. She softly whispered his name. "Rick. Mr. Rick. Why are you here?" When everyone else saw Rick, they were astonished and also terrified. Rick's family was America's largest gang. They were one of the most powerful figures in the country. The police officers didn't dare to touch them. "I heard you wanted to detain my friend?" Rick asked in a scoffing tone. "I'm really sorry. I didn't know they were your friends. Are you stupid? You don't know that he's the boss of GK?" Rick pointed at Jack. The police officers were immediately petrified. The few gangsters were so scared that they wanted to sneak away, but were stopped by Rick's subordinates. "You think it's that easy to get away with this?" "Mr. Rick, we're extremely sorry. We didn't know." The gangsters were so scared that they were going to wet themselves. "God is the one to forgive, and my mission is to send you guys to see God." Then, Rick pulled out his gun and fired 5 shots, killing all 5 of the gangsters. "That seemed unnecessary," Jack said so calmly that it seemed like nothing had anything to do with him. "Don't they deserve to die?" Rick asked Jack back. Chloe was so shocked because it was the first time she saw Rick actually kill someone. Moreover, he still joked around right after the fact. "So, police officers, what have you witnessed?" Rick blew the smoke from the barrel of his gun. The American police officers were so scared that their legs shivered. We saw nothing." "Good. You can go now." "Thank you, Mr. Rick." The police officers almost wet themselves as they ran back to their police cars. Rick slowly walked over to Chloe and looked at her with a gentle smile on his face. "Chloe, it's been a while." "Rick, it's really been a long time. The last time I saw you was probably at Little Bean and Pudding's 1-month birthday party. They're already 3 years old now." "Yeah, time sure flies fast. Let's board the helicopter first and I'll take you guys to New Orleans. That's my territory." Then, Rick led Chloe and Jack into his helicopter. "Wait, there's one more thing that I have to deal with." Rick turned around and glared icily at the motel. "Burn it all." "Yes, boss." By Rick's command, the motel turned into ashes. This was all because the owner was on the gangster's side. Chloe started to feel rattled as she sensed that the Rick she was looking at now wasn't exactly the Rick she knew, even though he looked exactly the same. However, she couldn't describe what was different about him. The helicopter flew towards New Orleans. When Chloe first heard New Orleans, she thought of the chicken wings KFC sold. She now knew that New Orleans was a beautiful city. It was just as beautiful as bigger cities like Los Angeles and New York. The night view was dazzling. The helicopter landed where Rick lived. The place was basically a castle on a hill. Although it looked a bit antiquated, it was a rather delicate piece of art. It was different than South Hill Manor because South Hill Manor looked much more modern. Rick's house was truly a castle. Apparently, it was built 120 years ago. Rick led Jack and Chloe directly into the dining area. The chefs were hustling and bustling to prepare all sorts of extravagant dishes. "Let's talk while we eat," Rick gestured. Jack acted like a gentleman and pulled out Chloe's chair for her. Then he placed a white napkin on her legs. He was quite considerate. "It's been years, but Jack still loves you so much." Rick smiled. "Rick, it's been years, and you've learned how to joke around." Chloe also smiled. "He can only joke around with us. After all, he doesn't have that many friends," Jack said. "Why are you putting it like you're my only friend?" Rick did not agree with Jack's statement. Jack then asked, "Think more carefully. Don't you think it's true, though?" "Of course not." Chloe's also my friend, so I at least have two friends. She doesn't count. She's my wife, so we count as one, Jack argued. Rick gave in as he put two hands in front of him and waved his head. Okay, you win, Mr. Arrogant Dawson. The three chatted while enjoying the food. Chloe actually didn't really care whether the food was good or not, because she enjoyed the conversation so much with her long-lost friend. Why would you two be staying at a motel? It's not your style, Rick asked. Pathetic, isn't it? It's her idea, Jack said as he took a bite of steak. Hey, don't blame me for this. You agreed to it too. Chloe pouted. I wanted to drive a few more hours and stay in Auckland for the night. There's plenty of five-star hotels there. I was worried you'd be tired, okay? Plus, it's not safe to drive in the dark. The roads might be slippery. Chloe pouted. Yes, honey, you are right. Rick watched as Jack spoiled his wife. He felt happy for them. After all, Rick and Noah knew what difficult times Jack and Chloe had been through in their relationship. As a bystander, he thought of their relationship as an epic love story. Jack and Chloe's loved each other touched him so many times. Pudding and Little Bean are already 3 years old. I bet they're talkative. Rick's eyes flickered softly. Not only are they talkative, their words are usually ridiculous. Chloe looked as if she was simultaneously amused and vexed at the twins. Just then, Chloe's phone rang. Speak of the devils. Chloe then picked up the phone and turned on the video chat. Hey, Mommy, Little Bean and Pudding said together. Hi, darlings. Where's Daddy? Little Bean asked. He's there. Chloe held up her phone to Jack to show his face. Daddy, did you miss me? Little Bean asked in a sweet tone. Of course. Jack smiled. You're lying. When Mommy's there, you won't even think of us. After all, Mommy is more important to you than we are. Don't blame Daddy. All men lust for women. It's just how they are. We need to be tolerant, Pudding, who acted more like an adult, said to Little Bean. Rick was sitting across from Chloe. When Rick heard their conversation, he almost spat out the red wine he was drinking. Ha! What's that noise? Where are you guys right now? At a hotel? Little Bean asked curiously. No, we're at a friend's place, Chloe responded. Which friend? We know all your friends, Pudding asked calmly as she looked at Chloe. We're at Uncle Rick's place. Oh? Where's Uncle Rick? Let us see him. I heard he's a super good-looking mixed-blood. Little Bean acted like a pervert when she heard Rick's name. Chloe didn't know what else she could do, so she turned her phone to face Rick. Hey, girls. Rick didn't know that they could speak English, so he greeted them in local. Wow, Uncle Rick, you're really handsome, Little Bean exclaimed. Uncle Rick, you can speak English. We understand, Pudding said as she noticed this detail. Oh, I can? Rick, too, was teased by them. Not only can we speak English, we can also speak Japanese, Korean, French, German, Spanish. We know a lot of different languages, Little Bean said proudly. She was so desperate to show off that she wanted to tell him all about herself. Mr. Dawozen, your daughter is already flirting with guys. She's posing and showing off. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Chloe whispered. Why should I? This is a skill, a talent. We can't let them waste their talents, Jack said with confidence. Fine. They're your daughters after all. You guys share the same genes. Chloe gave up. Oh, wow! You guys are amazing! Rick immediately praised them. Uncle Rick, where do you live? Pudding liked talking about people's interests in daily life while Little Bean was more into gossip. I live in New Orleans, Rick responded with a smile. Then you must come from a place with great chicken. Little Bean almost drooled when he said New Orleans. Ha, yeah, they're delicious. You guys should come over sometime, and I'll take you guys out for chicken. Rick was normally very cool, but when he heard how the twins talked, he too couldn't help but loosen up and chuckle from time to time. Chloe leaned over to Jack and whispered in his ear, Honey, I've known Rick for a long time now, but it's the first time I've seen him like this. Yeah, that's why I said your daughters are amazing. Jack chuckled. It's a date, Uncle Rick. You have to keep your promise. Little Bean was very excited. Of course. Can you come to pick us up now? Rick, haha, don't worry. We're just joking. Little Bean burst into laughter. Uncle Rick, Do you have a girlfriend? This time, however, it was Pudding that was trying to pry into Rick's life. Ahem. Rick looked embarrassed. Sis, did you forget? Uncle Rick was dating Auntie Cece before, Little Bean said. Now Chloe was the one feeling extremely embarrassed by the twins. She was afraid that Rick would be triggered by what they said. Both she and Jack were scared that the thought of Cece would make Rick sad, so they didn't mention her at all. However, the twins ended up dropping the bomb. When Rick heard her name, his eyes indeed quivered slightly. Jack immediately said, "Ignore them, it's fine." "Oh, Uncle Rick doesn't have a girlfriend. Don't worry, Uncle Rick, you're still young." "That's wrong. When you're young, you need a girlfriend because once you get old, you can't do anything, like have a lot of babies. And that would be sad." Little Bean started to lecture Pudding. When Rick heard these words, he fell into an abyss of misery. "Little Bean, it's your first time video chatting with Uncle Rick, so chill out, or else he'll never video chat us again." Pudding lectured Little Bean. "Hey girls, you two should go to bed now. It's late." Avery's gentle voice sounded from the background. "Okay, Auntie Dawson, let me just say goodbye to Uncle Rick." Little Bean spat out her tongue in a cute manner. "Uncle Rick, what kind of girls do you like?" Little Bean asked. "Rick, is this a hard question?" "No, it's just that I don't know what type of girls I like." Rick was completely lost in this conversation. "Uncle Rick, when are you going to visit us in the country? We'll take you to Ajin's Ramen," Pudding said with a sweet smile. Jack and Chloe were utterly speechless. Their daughters completely threw away all their bottom line when it came to handsome guys. They even brought out their parents' favorite restaurant when they were young. "Haha, when I come, I'll definitely find you guys and we'll go for noodles." The twins had cheered Rick up, bringing a bright smile on his face. Okay, we gotta go. Mommy, Daddy, bye-bye. Love you. Bye." They abruptly said bye to Chloe and Jack before quickly hanging up. Oh, so the main point of this conversation was Uncle Rick. We were completely overlooked. Jack was jealous as he was ignored by his daughters. He wasn't happy about that. That's normal. Back at home, when they video chatted Justin, I don't think they noticed I was there. Chloe seemed to be used to their behavior already. "Do they always sound like that?" Rick asked. Chloe and Jack both nodded. "Wow. You guys didn't give birth to kids. You gave birth to little fairies," Rick said in an exaggerated tone. Chloe nodded. "Yeah, I think so too. They're just a bit smarter than others. It's nothing special." Jack, on the other hand, was extremely calm. After the video chat, the twins obediently handed over the phone. Avery got them dressed in their nightgowns. She was going to make them shower and then head to bed. "Auntie Dawson," Pudding called out. "Yes? Did you see Rick from the video call?" "Yeah, he's your daddy's friend. I've run into him a few times before." Avery wasn't unfamiliar with Rick. "Who do you think is more handsome, Uncle Rick or Handsome Cooper?" Pudding asked with a serious face. "Why do you ask so many weird questions?" Avery was astonished. She wasn't sure if she was overthinking this, but she kept hearing the words Handsome Cooper these days. "Auntie Dawson, pick one. Who do you think is more handsome?" Little Bean pressured her further. "Oh, you kids are always trying to test me. Okay, fine. I'll just say who I think is more handsome. I think Rick is more handsome since he is a mixed blood." Avery gave in, so she gave them a random answer. "Nonsense. Handsome Cooper is definitely more handsome." Little Bean wasn't happy with the answer. "What? I thought you guys had forgotten about Handsome Cooper after seeing Uncle Rick." Avery stuck out her tongue a bit and made a funny face in front of her nieces. "How is that possible? We don't forget. Even if Uncle Rick is really handsome, he's still not as good-looking as Handsome Cooper." "So, Auntie Dawson, you were lying before, weren't you?" Little Bean emphasized. Okay, you're right, Little Bean. I'll ask you again. Who do you think is more handsome?" Little Bean clasped her hands on her waist and asked. Avery felt very helpless and just nodded. She pretended that she meant it and said, "Okay, Justin is more handsome." "Which part of him is more handsome?" Little Bean wouldn't let her off the hook easily. "Every part is pretty handsome. Can you elaborate? You can't just give such an unconvincing answer." Let me think. Justin's eyes are more dazzling. Is this a good enough answer? Okay, it's good enough. You can go now. Little Bean nodded with satisfaction. Avery looked on her side and saw Pudding playing with her phone. Pudding, let's go take a shower now and go to sleep, okay? Okay, but let me send out this video first, Pudding said calmly. What video? Avery was confused. I filmed a video of you just now, so I'm going to send it to Handsome Sue. What? Avery was astonished. Oh my God. She was very embarrassed, especially because of what she had just said. Pudding, are you trying to kill your auntie? That's so embarrassing. Avery clasped her hands on her face and her heart seemed to sink to the bottom of the ocean. Don't worry, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Handsome Cooper would be delighted to see it. There isn't a guy who isn't happy when a beautiful woman praises him. I also don't think this is killing you. Quite the contrary. I'm helping you create a fantastic opportunity with him. What opportunity? Avery was still confused. You'll find out in the near future. Then, Pudding put down the phone and looked at Little Bean. You did well just now. I filmed all the good parts. Now we just have to wait and see what Handsome Cooper says. So how are you going to thank me for such good behavior? Little Bean asked Pudding. I won't tell Mommy that you secretly ate a donut this morning. Avery felt like her world was falling apart as she watched the twins walk out the room and head towards the washroom. She finally realized that she couldn't treat them like babies. They weren't cute little angels, but rather little devils. Dina, Delcy, we need to talk, Avery said to the twins as they sat naked in the big bathtub. They were having a relaxing bubble bath when Avery sat down on a stool beside them with a serious expression on her face. Okay, what are we talking about? Pudding said calmly. Do you two have some sort of secret plan? Avery squinted her eyes and asked her nieces. Nope, Little Bean immediately denied. That's impossible. I feel like you two are always tricking me into something. How are we tricking you? Pudding said with an innocent look. The scene showed lots of sisterhood love. Little Bean was using the shower sponge loofah to rub Pudding's back. Why do I think you are always trying to set me and Justin up? Avery asked, looking embarrassed. The truth was, she shouldn't be talking about this to the twins, since this kind of stuff was more of a topic for adults. However, Avery felt that if she didn't clarify this with her nieces, they would one day sell her out. Auntie, it took you so long to realize. You're so slow. Little Bean shrugged her shoulders and said. Avery was speechless. We decided that we'd set you guys up a long time ago, thinking that you know what we're doing. We never expected that you'd come asking us a question like this. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed in you. I thought you would be smarter. Are you really not adopted? Do you think you might be a present from the supplier when Grandpa bought his phone? Or maybe Grandma brought you in somehow, Little Bean uttered. Avery was speechless. Auntie, you're an adult. Do you still have to ask these questions? Even the blind could tell we wanted to set you up with Handsome Cooper, Pudding admitted calmly. The twins were teaming up together to trick her. Avery's maiden's heart was immediately squashed to bits. Delcy, Dina, do you think I treat you well? Avery was getting frustrated. Very well, the sisters said in unison. Then why would you treat me so poorly? Avery said, looking like she was wronged. How? We're repaying you. Justin's a good guy, Pudding explained. Yes, Auntie. You don't need to overthink. Maybe Justin won't even like you. Just stay calm, Little Bean urged. Avery said, Yeah, you're driving me nuts. I'm very calm. You look very angry, Auntie. Pudding looked at her quietly and said, You traitors. I've given you the best food, took you out, given you so much allowance. How dare you sell me out? I'm going to call my sis-in-law and tell her that you two are misbehaving. Avery used her ultimate weapon. The twins were scared of their mom, especially after Pudding's severe punishment not too long ago. Do as you want. If you do that, we'd tell Grandpa that you video chatted with some guy in the middle of the night, Pudding said calmly. Also, you were naked as well while video chatting with that guy, Little Bean added. Avery was speechless. Are you two really my nieces? Avery felt so wronged that she was on the brink of crying. That would depend on if you are really from the Dawson family. Pudding's answer was pure gold. Avery was so frustrated with the answer that she felt like dying on the floor. No wonder why Chloe told her to keep an eye on the twins, but not to engage in too much conversation with them. If she did, they would trick her. They even dared to threaten her. She was an adult, and they were still children. Can we still get along together? That would depend on how you act. If you tell Mommy we can't be friends, if our lives are miserable, we will make your life miserable too. That's all. Little Bean straightened the situation out. Little Bean, you can't threaten Auntie like that. She's an adult, Pudding lectured Little Bean. Avery nodded and gave Pudding a big thumbs up. However, she immediately suffered critical damage from what Pudding said next. We need to do it to the full extent. Threatening is not enough. We have to figure out a way to push her to the brink of death. Avery was shocked, feeling as if lightning had struck her. Fine, you win. I won't tell sis-in-law, but you guys better not say weird things to my dad. Avery's father, who was also Jack's uncle, loved the twins. He spoiled the twins as if they were little princesses. The twins also knew how to make him happy. Therefore, if the twins said random things in front of her dad, she would be in big trouble. Deal. Pudding reached out her hand and Avery clapped it. Then Pudding asked, So what do you think of us setting you up with Justin? How are we here again? Avery was dumbfounded. Just tell us. At least then we'd know how you really think. Little Bean stuck her tongue out at Avery. Honestly, I don't care. There's no way me and Justin would ever be together, so can you guys drop it? Why is it impossible? Pudding asked. Do you think you're not pretty enough for Handsome Cooper? Little Bean asked. No. I've always thought of myself as fairly pretty. I don't think anyone's too good for me or whatsoever. I just think Justin and I don't know each other at all. This isn't a problem. We'll create opportunities for you two to get to know each other. As long as you go back to the country and live with us at South Hill Manor, you will have plenty of opportunities to see him. Handsome Cooper visits us and take us out every week. We go golfing and stuff. That's impossible. I have a job at the headquarters. Did your parents not tell you that I'm the CEO of GK's U.S. headquarters? So what? GK has an affiliate in the country too. It's just our family business. Mommy can be the president and you can still be the CEO. Little Bean had figured everything out, and she thought she was a genius. It's different. I grew up here and I like it here. All my friends are here. Forget it. You guys won't understand. Hurry up and finish your bath so we can go to bed. Avery felt that the more she told her nieces about herself, the more she would be trapped in their world. That was why she ended the conversation. Avery walked out to get towels for the twins. Little Bean looked worriedly at her sister and said, Do you think Auntie Dawson likes Handsome Cooper, or has our plan failed? Don't worry. We just need to take it slowly. Auntie isn't easy to chase anyways, Pudding responded. Imperial Star Headquarters. Justin just came out from a meeting with his company executives and was walking back to his office when he just received Pudding's video message. He had expected the video to be some sort of prank from the twins. Unexpectedly, it was Pudding's recording of Avery, and Avery had said he looked handsome in the video. This left Justin rather confused. He was about to ask Pudding what was going on, but realized it was nighttime in the States. Therefore, he gave up on the idea of calling. New Orleans. After dinner, the three of them sat and chatted for some time before going upstairs to rest. When Jack was showering, Chloe thought of something, so she went downstairs. Rick was still working on his laptop. Rick? Yes? Rick turned around to face Chloe. Have you been in contact with Cece at all for the past 3 years? No, right? Chloe slowly asked. No. Rick's eyes fluttered a bit before he nodded. Before I came here, I saw her at the office. Cece's back in the country, Chloe said. She paid close attention, and she noticed a small change on Rick's face. Oh, she went back? When Rick talked about Cece, he obviously lacked confidence. Through his eyes, Chloe could see that a lot was on his mind. Did you really forget about her? Chloe asked. So what if I didn't? Rick smiled bitterly. Rick. My sixth sense is usually accurate and I'm pretty good at reading people. I think you still like Cece. Yes, I like Cece. When Rick uttered Cece's name, His eyes gave out a rare, soft light. Chloe remained silent. But with relationships, just love isn't enough. There are many other things that come into play. Like what? Chloe frowned. A person's background, Rick slowly uttered. You don't like her because she came from an ordinary background? Chloe seemed surprised. No, I'm disgusted by myself. Cece's from a normal family, but I'm not. Then, he looked at Chloe and continued to say, Jack probably told you what I do for a living. You're the head of America's largest gang, Chloe said calmly. Yes. Rick nodded. Isn't your brother in charge? Weren't you doing fine in the country before? Chloe was rather confused. That was before, but 3 years ago, my brother got into a car accident, and he's disabled now. He can only move in a wheelchair. Chloe was shocked by the response. That's why you didn't look for Cece over the last 3 years. Chloe finally figured out the mystery she had been trying to solve for the past 3 years. She spoke to Rick during the twins' 1-month birthday. He seemed to understand what Chloe meant, and the latter assumed that Rick would go look for Cece. She believed that 2 lovers who deeply loved each other would end up together. It was such a pity. Later, she heard that Cece went to study abroad, while Rick went back to the States. Since then, she didn't hear from them at all. She felt it was rather strange, but did not know what had happened. She also wondered why Rick would suddenly leave. She finally found out that something serious had happened in Rick's family. Rick gave out a sigh and said, 3 years ago, when I left your place, I wanted to go look for Cece right away. However, I got a call from my family saying my brother got in a car accident. I left everything behind and came home to take care of my brother. Unfortunately, he did not recover, and he is now disabled. I was the only one left to support my family. I couldn't bear to watch the work of generations crumble to pieces. If I didn't take over, I would also be wasting my brother's efforts. Then, Rick paused. So you have replaced your brother to become the new head of your family's mafia. She had remembered the dark, deadly aura that Rick let emanated when he stepped out of the helicopter. He shot the gangster to death without even a blink of an eye. Most likely, he had killed many over these years. Yes. I don't think I can bring happiness into Cece's life. I don't even know if I will live until tomorrow. You don't have to be so pessimistic. Chloe suddenly began feeling a bit sorry for Rick. Even though he seemed like an icy cold man, at his core, he was just a man that kept everything to himself. Chloe, I sent countless lives to hell. I don't care if they deserved it or not. In the end, I killed them. There's no turning back. I can't choose my family, but Cece can still choose her own future. She's only an ordinary girl. She graduated from university, went abroad to further her studies, and now she's back in the country to work. She can find a boyfriend that loves her, and they can get married and start a family. They can live a peaceful, happy life together. I can't give her any of these things. So you're refusing to reach out to her because you love her and you think that's for the best for her? Chloe asked. Rick remained silent, but seemed to have acknowledged the fact. I think you're very similar to our Jack. He'd rather accept everything as his own fate while wanting the best for the ones he loves. Rick, think about it. Do you think Cece has been truly happy over the past 3 years without you? Do you think what's best for her, in your opinion, is really the best to her? Don't forget, we are not Cece. We do not have the right to decide her life for her. Rick remained silent. He understood what Chloe meant. I just have something I want to say to you as a friend. Please. Rick looked up at Chloe, his eyes carrying a hint of sadness. Although love is not the most important thing in your life, it is something that will leave you with regret. When you're old and think about your friends and family, you'd know that you did the best for them. However, you would also think about how you gave up on love and know you won't have another chance at it. I know, but it's just that my situation right now. Rick seemed tired and hopeless. I understand the position you are in now. Before, when Jack and I were separated, I felt that love didn't really matter. When I was in university and was dating Simon, I felt that I could spend my life with whoever. In reality, though, there's a huge difference depending on your choices. If you chose an angel, you'd be living in heaven, but if you chose a devil, you'd be living in hell. If you choose to be with a stranger you don't love, then you will have to be prepared to spend your life with a stranger. Rick still remained silent. I've said all I wanted to say. I'm saying this because, Rick, I see you and Cece as my friends. I know. I won't force you to make a decision. I know you have your own problems, but I think you two really love each other. I think we are similar people, and while some people may live blindly in this merciless world, we need love. Rick looked down onto the floor. Okay, I've really said enough. I'm going up to rest now. I'll leave you alone with your thoughts. Good night, my friend. Rick was really thankful for Chloe. Truth be told, right now, Rick didn't have people like her in his life who were capable of telling him stuff like this. After Chloe left, Rick was left in a bad mood. He poured himself a full glass of whiskey at the bar and walked over to the sofa to drink by himself. Godfather, what should we do with the traitors from Auckland? A subordinate came in and whispered into his ear, kill them all. Rick gulped the whole glass of whiskey down his throat. The burning alcohol flowed through his throat and into his stomach, burning the areas it passed through. Rick, however, did not feel the pain, as nothing was as painful to him as losing Cece. 3 years. It had been 3 years, and he had not heard from her. He did not even have the guts to ask his subordinates to gather information on her. He was so scared that he wouldn't be able to control himself and go find her if he knew her whereabouts. He was also scared that he might not be able to take it if she was already married and had a child. He felt relieved when Chloe told him that Cece had returned to the country, but was not yet married. Rick didn't know what he was supposed to do if she had really gotten married. He took out his phone and unlocked it. He opened Snap and lightly pressed on his favorites tab, revealing countless photos of Cece. Cece deleted him when they broke up, so neither of them had the other's Snap. Rick saved all the photos of Cece, ones that she had sent him, and ones she had uploaded onto her Snap friend circle. Just scrolling down her photos made him miserable. Cece's bright smile was as innocent as a child. He felt like his heart was being grabbed and twisted by some unknown force. Upstairs in the bedroom. Honey, you're back. Take a shower and let's rest. Jack walked over to Chloe while drying his hair. No, I'm not in the mood. Chloe seemed a bit down. What's the matter? I'm just tired. I want to go to bed. Chloe hugged Jack by the waist and replied coyishly. Jack immediately put down the towel in his hand and hugged Chloe back. He carried her back onto the bed so they could lie down. Did you talk to Rick about Cece? Jack asked in a soft voice. How did you know? You're like a god, Jack. Jack could see right through Chloe's troubles. If I didn't know you well, I wouldn't have been able to make you mine in the first place. Jack gently rubbed Chloe's head and smiled at her. Honey, why is it that so many lovers can't be together? Love is about fate. People who love each other may not be meant to be together. Many people end up losing the ones they love most because of youth, stubbornness, stupidity. We're really lucky that we ended up together, got married, and had the twins. Yes, I think we're one of the few who persevered, Jack exclaimed. Damn, I suddenly realized that we're technically divorced, so we're cohabitating illegally. Chloe remembered how they were forced to get a divorce because of Andrew's scheme. Although it was one-sided, the whole world knew about it, especially since Jack announced it to the media. Don't worry, I announced our divorce for Andrew's sake, but we're not really divorced. Chloe was immediately dumbfounded. Wait, but we even already signed a divorce agreement. Yes, but that's not legal. I never submitted it. Do you have a divorce certificate? Jack asked with a smile. Chloe shook her head. So, we aren't divorced yet? Chloe smiled innocently. Yep. Oh my God, I always thought I was divorced. Chloe let out a long sigh. But I do owe you something. What is it? Chloe couldn't think of what it was. A wedding. A grand wedding. Jack smiled. Oh yeah, we were about to have one, but that bastard Andrew was meddling with us. But it's good that we can do it now. We even have 2 flower girls. When Chloe thought about her daughters, she smiled. "Now that you mention them, I miss them," Jack said. "Jack, how useless are you? They don't even miss us, so why should we miss them? They're having so much fun that they forgot their own parents," Chloe pouted. Jack took out her phone and video called Avery. "Hello, big bro. Hey, sis-in-law." Avery waved happily at the two. "Avery, where's Pudding and Little Bean? Those two devils are already sound asleep." "This early?" Jack was a bit disappointed. "It's not early. It's quite late now, Jack. We're adults, but kids get tired early." "Fine. I'll call again tomorrow." "Wait. When are you guys coming back? We haven't decided yet. Rick wants us to stay one more day so that he can take us to his southern villa." "Okay. Dad loves the twins anyways. I'll let them stay and play for a bit longer." "Avery, have they been naughty?" Chloe asked. "No, they're great, Chloe. These nieces of mine have sure been good children." Avery was afraid, to tell the truth. She had seen what the twins were capable of. If the twins took revenge on her, she would be doomed. "That's good, but if they are naughty, feel free to call me anytime," Chloe advised. "Okay, sis-in-law. Avery, when you take them out, remember to take the bodyguards, just to be safe." Jack was very protective of his daughters, so he even chose Avery's personal bodyguards himself. They had a total of 8 people protecting them, so it was quite a scene when they went out. It was as if his daughters were the presidents. Okay, don't worry. Even if I lose myself, I won't lose the twins." Then, Avery hung up. Jack and Chloe cuddled and chatted for a while before Chloe fell asleep. Jack looked at her with adoring eyes and gently readjusted her position. He carefully put a blanket on her before heading downstairs. Rick was indeed still downstairs. "Do you want a drink?" Rick looked up and saw Jack. "Sure." Jack walked over and sat down. Rick picked up an empty glass and poured some whiskey for Jack. "I'm so jealous of you." "Jealous of what?" Jack took a sip of the whiskey. "I'm jealous that you have Chloe by your side. Chloe would never leave you. You're acting like it's the end of the world. From what I know, you were the one who broke up with Cece, and I heard that she cried her soul out for you. She talked to Chloe a few times, and it seemed like she wanted to get back together," Jack said. "It's better to cut the pain short. But your pain is still here, isn't it? It's been a long time." 3 years, eh?" Jack smiled. "Cece's the first and last girl I'd ever love. Why are you so sure? Do you not plan on getting married or falling in love with anyone else?" Jack looked at Rick. "What do you think?" Rick forced a smile, then gulped down the whiskey in his hand. "Godfather, you've had too much to drink," the butler came up to advise Rick with a fluent British accent. "Get lost." Rick gave an icy look. "You sure are more ruthless compared to before," Jack exclaimed. He had recalled Rick killing those gangsters without even blinking an eye. "If I wasn't ruthless, I wouldn't be able to sit here today. Then the kingdom my brother and father fought for would be conquered by someone else." "I understand." Jack nodded. "Jack, let me ask you. If you were me, would you give up Chloe to protect your family's legacy?" Before Jack could respond, Rick smiled and said, "You won't. Chloe's your everything. She's more important than your own life. You don't care about your family, business, or legacy. For you, Chloe's enough, right?" "Yes, you're right," Jack responded clearly. Just then, Rick suddenly asked, "Oh, right, about that thing. Did Chloe know about what happened?" Jack immediately understood what Rick meant. His expression fell. "No. When do you plan on telling her? Or are you planning to keep it a secret forever? The key, though, is, are you capable of keeping this secret from her forever? Chloe is a smart girl. She'll figure it out eventually." "I know, but I just don't think it's the right timing yet. We just got back together and are so in love like how we used to be. I don't want to destroy this. I don't want her to be sad because of me. Chloe sure is blessed. You're always putting her first. She comes before yourself." Rick respected Jack for his care and persistence over Chloe. What Jack had wasn't something an ordinary person had. It was a terrifyingly strong level of willpower. Jack chuckled and said, "She's the best thing that has ever happened to me. Why would I want to lose her?" When Rick saw how happy Jack and Chloe were, He thought of his love for Cece and their relationship. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Jack quietly went back upstairs after having a drink with Rick. Chloe was sound asleep. He quietly snuck into their bed and hugged her from behind, afraid that he would wake her up. It seemed like Jack relied on Chloe more than Chloe relied on Jack. Only when Chloe was by his side would he feel safe. The next morning, by the time Chloe and Jack got out of bed, Rick's butler had already prepared a delicious breakfast for them. The three were enjoying breakfast when they heard a loud car sound from outside. "Sir, that's Miss Luna's car," the butler looked outside and reported to Rick. "Okay." Rick didn't seem to care as he continued eating. Jack and Chloe looked at each other, but neither one of them asked. Soon, a girl in a nude pink dress came walking in from the front door. She was Caucasian, and with blonde hair and blue eyes. She looked very young. Her skin was like porcelain, and she had pronounced facial features. She looked just like a Barbie doll. "Wow, Rick, it's sure lively here. Are they your guests? They're my friends." Rick picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. "Friends? Wow. Are they friends you met in the country?" the girl said in fluent English. "Yeah. Can you introduce me to them? I've never met any of your friends here at your place." She smiled and seemed very curious about Chloe and Jack. Chloe smiled back. Rick didn't seem to like the girl that much, but she was too enthusiastic to ignore, so he stood up and introduced, "These are my friends, Jack and Chloe." "Hi, I'm Luna, Rick's fiancée." The girl introduced herself before Rick could. "Fiancée? Oh, Rick, why didn't you tell us that you were engaged?" Chloe was shocked. She first looked at Rick, then at Jack. Jack looked confused too. He obviously had no intel on this. "Luna, what are you blabbering about?" Rick furrowed his brows, looking discontent. "What? Did I say something wrong?" The girl stood high and looked provocative. "You're not my fiancé yet. Please mind your words. Don't scare my friends. I'll be your fiancé soon. I heard Daddy talk to you and he wants us to get married. It's good for my family and yours. You said you would consider it." When Jack heard this, he suddenly came to a realization. He looked at Luna and asked, "Are you from the Frank family? You know my daddy?" Luna asked earnestly as she blinked her deep blue eyes. "No, but I've heard of him. After all, he's famous." "Oh," Luna nodded. She looked like something was on her mind. "Is she your girlfriend?" "She's very cute, just like a doll. If she wore a cheongsam, she'd look prettier," Luna said as she looked at Chloe. "No, she's my wife." "Oh, you guys are married already?" Luna was shocked. "Yes, and we even have 2 3-year-olds, Jack said proudly. "Wow, that sure sounds nice. Rick, we should get married soon so I can have a lot of babies for you," Luna said. Then she tried to hold on to Rick's arm, trying to extend the intimacy. Rick stepped away, leaving the girl disappointed and embarrassed. "Luna, go home. Your father's going to be worried about you." "No, I'm safe here. I'm not done having fun here. I can eat and play here. I don't have time to play with you. There's a lot of business to deal with. I'm still staying so I can nourish our relationship so we can get married soon." "I didn't say I wanted to marry you," Rick emphasized, "but you told my dad that you'd think about it. I said that just so he would change the subject." "I'm just being polite, you know," Rick said. "I don't care. To me, it's real." "Rick, I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm hungry." Luna pouted. "You're just in time. We have food here. Let's eat together," Chloe said awkwardly. "You can eat alone. We just finished." Then, Rick turned around and walked away. Jack and Chloe followed Rick while Luna actually sat down to enjoy the breakfast. When they walked out the door, Chloe pulled Jack's sleeve and asked quietly, "Honey, who is she? What does her father do? Why would Rick marry her?" "She's the oldest daughter of the Frank family. Her father, Motor Frank, is the head of Mexico's black market. He's in charge of local sex traffickers, drug dealers, and the black market. He even trades slaves. All in all, he's one of the most powerful men you'd ever meet." No wonder. Like Rick's family, the Franks operate underground as well. "Yeah, I heard Rick mention briefly that they had business with the Frank family, and their partnership's gone pretty well over the last 3 years. It seems like Modor wants his daughter to marry Rick to deepen their family's relationship." "What about Rick?" Chloe seemed concerned. I don't know yet. I haven't asked. If Rick got married but it wasn't out of love, Cece would be very sad when she finds out. So what? Everyone has a different path to take. Honey, we have to look at it from Rick's perspective, not ours. We haven't walked his life, so we have no right to decide his future for him, Jack said, as he put his hands on Chloe's shoulders and lightly embraced her. I know. Chloe nodded. Want to play golf? Rick held up 3 golf clubs and looked at them. In a gorgeous mansion in Los Angeles. Ever since Avery's dad met the twins, he had been refusing to go to work. Even though he was the chairman of the board, he spent all his time playing with the twins. They played chess, and he enjoyed every bit of it. Chairman Dawson, you have a call. His assistant walked over with the phone. Who is it? Jack's uncle seemed a bit discontent. There's a meeting at the company this afternoon that you need to be at. I'm busy. Tell them to handle things themselves. Jack's uncle waved his hand. Okay. Grandpa, you shouldn't go that way, Little Bean commanded. There's no other way. I'm going to lose if I don't go that way, Jack's uncle argued back at a 3-year-old like a little kid. No, if you go that way, you're going to walk into my sister's trap. She's really sly. She's doing it on purpose. However, he didn't listen to her and placed the chess piece on the board. Pudding immediately picked up a chess piece herself. Checkmate. Second Grandpa Dawson. Little Bean said, See? What did I say? You should have listened to me, Second Grandpa Dawson. You're such a dummy. Can I get a second chance? Jack's uncle asked. It's not going to make a difference, Second Grandpa. Pudding smiled. Fine, I lose again. Jack's uncle took out another $100 bill from his wallet and handed it to Pudding. Little Bean stretched her neck, glancing at her sister. Not bad, sis. You won at least a couple grand this morning just from playing games. Dina, you're a smart businesswoman. I'm not like you. You only know how to eat, Pudding replied coolly. That's called enjoying life, okay? All you know is money, Little Bean argued back. I don't care, and I don't expect you to know what I'm thinking about. After her morning run, Avery came home to find her dad and the twins chatting fervently, so she immediately rushed up to join the party. What were the results? She asked. Perfect timing, Auntie. You should probably save your dad, Little Bean chuckled as she covered her mouth with her hands. Save him? Is he that far gone? He is. He's close to losing his underpants. Little Bean, that's nonsense. You can't talk about your grandpa that way. Jack's uncle felt exasperated. Fine. He's close to only having his underpants left. Is that better? Dad, what in the world happened? How can you lose to children? Didn't you say you were a chess expert? Avery asked speechlessly. There's always going to be people more skilled and better, so I admit defeat. How does that saying go again? The pupil will one day surpass the master, Uncle Dawson exclaimed. Second Grandpa Dawson, it's actually the pupil will one day make sure the master never gets up again, Little Bean said as she took a bite of vanilla cake. You little brat. Avery poked Little Bean's forehead. Pudding, did you learn chess from your mommy? Avery's dad knew that Chloe was a genius who learned everything with great speed. Nope, my mommy's always busying about at the company. She doesn't have time to teach me chess. Who did you learn it from then? Uncle Dawson asked in surprise. I read an introductory course and played on an app on my phone for a few days. Then, I played with Grandpa Cooper when we visited him. It's easier to improve when the opponent is skilled, Pudding said matter-of-factly. Good for you for knowing so much at a young age. Avery's dad genuinely liked Pudding. Not only was she a member of the Dawson family, she was also extremely smart and talented. How rare. Dad, you have a video conference in a bit. Let me get ready and take the twins out for hot pot, Avery said as she pushed her dad upstairs. The twins skipped out of the room, while Avery went upstairs to the study to get ready. After about 30 minutes, she came down, but the twins were nowhere to be seen. Where are my nieces? Avery muttered to herself. Pudding! Little Bean! Avery called out, looking for them up and down. She asked all the maids if they saw the twins, but all of them shook their heads no. This gave Avery a queasy feeling in her stomach. Worried, she ran out of the mansion in slippers, asking the bodyguards and security along the way, Have you seen the twins? I haven't, Miss Dawson. Is something wrong? The twins are gone. I couldn't find them inside the mansion. Maybe they're playing hide and seek with you? One of the bodyguards asked. It can't be. They never play games like that. If Avery didn't know the twins well, she would assume they were playing hide and seek with her and go back to look for them. However, on their first night together, when Avery asked if they wanted to play hide and seek, Pudding and Little Bean laughed at her. This was how their conversation went. Avery: Girls, do you want to play hide and seek? Pudding: Auntie, how old are you? Little Bean: Auntie, I thought you were a smart cookie, so why would you play such a boring game? What's the fun in hiding away and waiting for someone to find you? What's the pleasure in that? Avery: Don't you feel happy when you find someone? Little Bean: Why should I be happy? They're not really lost. They hid away on purpose. Pudding: It's late, Auntie. You should go to bed. From their brief conversation, Avery figured out that the twins disliked children's games. Therefore, she was 100% sure that they wasn't just hiding somewhere. It's okay, Miss Dawson. Let's go take a look at the surveillance camera. Right, let's go, Avery said, and the bodyguards immediately took her to security, quickly pulling up the footages on the surveillance cameras all over the mansion. After watching the footage, Avery's heart sank. The twins didn't once appear in the footage. Their mansion was more than 1,000 square meters in size, not to mention there were a garden and a swimming pool. Yet, all it took was 30 minutes for the twins to disappear. Wait, let me call them! Avery suddenly remembered that Pudding and Little Bean both had cell phones. However, both their phones were off, driving Avery completely crazy. How could she have lost the twins when Jack and Chloe asked her to take care of them? Avery's dad wasn't aware that hell had broken out until he finished up his video conference. Dad, we're screwed. The twins are gone, Avery exclaimed, her face filled with panic. What do you mean gone? Pudding and Little Bean disappeared. Weren't they at home just now? Yeah, but they suddenly disappeared. No one saw where they went. How is that possible? It's not like they can just evaporate. Come on, let's keep looking for them. Dig up the garden if we need to. Avery's father began to panic as well. He immediately told security, the bodyguards, butlers, and housemaids to search for the twins. They searched the entire mansion, from the basement to the wine cellar, from the garden to the swimming pool. Yet, the twins were nowhere to be found. This left Avery and her father on the verge of breakdown. Imagine how Jack and Chloe would react if their third-year-olds got lost. Let me call Chloe. Maybe they went looking for her? Avery was doubtful, but she still decided to call Chloe with a glimmer of hope. Hello? Chloe's soft voice sounded from the other end. Sis-in-law, what are you and my brother doing? Avery asked, feeling guilty. We're playing golf. Oh, with Rick? Yeah, we're still in New Orleans. Oh, when are you guys coming home? Tonight, probably. Our flight is later today. Oh, okay. What's wrong, Avery? Did something happen? Nothing. I was just wondering, did Pudding and Little Bean call you today? Pudding sent me a phone message at around 7 this morning, but that's it. What are they doing right now? They played chess with my dad all morning. Tell them to behave themselves and don't let them bully your dad. I will, Chloe. Have fun. I'll see you guys tonight. Okay. After hanging up, Chloe muttered to herself, Why does Avery sound so weird? Honey, what's wrong? Jack asked. Nothing. Avery just called to ask when we're going home. I guess Uncle Dawson asked her to call. Oh, okay. We'll head back tonight, Jack said, turning back to play golf with Rick. The fact that the twins may have gone missing didn't cross their minds at all. Back in Los Angeles, Jack's uncle had just called the local police office, telling them to keep alert for missing twins. Avery, on the other hand, was in such a panic that she added Justin on WeChat. A while ago, she saw Pudding call Justin and remembered his Snap ID. Worried that Justin might refuse her friend request, she added, I'm the twins' aunt. As expected, Justin added her in less than 5 seconds. Hi, Mr. Cooper. Hi, I'm the twins' aunt. I know who you are. You're Avery, right? Pudding had been creating opportunities for Avery and Justin, so they weren't strangers to each other. Yes, I am. Did you need me for something? Although it was bright and sunny outside in Los Angeles, it was around midnight in the country. Justin had just gotten ready for bed when he saw someone add his snap. He was confused and wondered who in the world would be bored enough to send him a friend request so late at night. Did Pudding and Little Bean video chat with you? Recently? Justin asked, slightly surprised. Yeah, when was your most recent video chat? Last night, I think. They usually call me right before bed and tell me what they did. Oh, what's wrong? Justin was immediately alerted. Oh, nothing, I was just wondering. Pudding and Little Bean like to joke around. Don't take their jokes to heart, okay? I know. I've known them for 3 years and are used to them, Justin chuckled. Okay then, you should go to bed. Good night, Avery said, ending their brief call. Then, she got up from her seat, as anxious as could be. Dad, what should we do? Jack and Chloe are coming home tonight. If the twins are really missing, then what am I supposed to tell them? I promised them that Pudding and Little Bean will be fine with me. Then, she looked down in guilt as tears streamed down her eyes. You are all useless. How could you have let the kids leave from right under your nose? Uncle Dawson glared at the bodyguards. Wasn't Jack the one who hired them? Weren't they supposed to be ex-Navy SEALs? How could they let 2 3-year-old girls sneak away? Moreover, how did the twins manage to run away without anyone noticing? Jack's uncle looked down at his watch. It had been 2 hours since the twins disappeared, and the entire mansion was in a mess. What if something bad had happened to them? What if they were kidnapped? Daddy, what should we do now? Avery asked amidst tears. Let's go and look for them, but we can't let the others know, Avery's dad said worriedly. Avery knew that if the local mobsters found out that the children of GK's president had gone missing, they might try to kidnap them for their own gain. Therefore, they had no choice but to look for them in secret, without knowing where they might have gone. Without any clues, where were they supposed to start? Outside some luxury goods store? A pair of twins wearing identical clothes stood outside. Sis, why did we have to sneak out? We're just buying a present for Handsome Cooper. We should have asked Auntie to come with us, Little Bean complained. If she came with us, the present wouldn't be hand-picked by us. But wouldn't she worry? We didn't even bring our cell phones. We'll be back soon. What are you so scared of? Pudding replied calmly. But we didn't have to purposely avoid the surveillance cameras. Grandpa and Auntie might freak out if they found out that we disappeared. What's with all the questions? If you're so worried, why don't you go home first? If Auntie found out where we're going, would we be able to leave the mansion on our own? But why did we have to go out alone? Little Bean asked. It was obvious she didn't quite agree with her sister's actions. Do you enjoy being followed by a bunch of bodyguards? Pudding asked matter-of-factly. Pudding shook her head immediately. No, but we don't have much of a choice. Mommy said Andrew's always trying to kidnap us, and Handsome Cooper told us to beware of him. We're not in the country, are we? We're in the States. Andrew's not powerful enough to do whatever he wants here. You have a point. Little Bean nodded in agreement. If Auntie found out where we wanted to go, she's definitely going to make the bodyguards come with us. I want to experience being alone in a foreign country, Pudding said. What's wrong with you? I feel like this is so unsafe. Let's buy something and head home. I don't want to be kidnapped. After all, we're really pretty, Little Bean said, unable to hide her narcissism. Stop it, Little Bean. Our looks are nothing compared to the blonde hair and blue eyes here. No one's going to pay attention to us. Stop daydreaming, will you? Pudding said, turning around and heading into the luxury goods store before Little Bean could refute. Little Bean immediately followed her sister. She wasn't as brave as Pudding, nor was she as mature. At the end of the day, she was still a kid, and therefore relied on her sister without intending to. Pudding was usually the one who made the decisions, while Little Bean only cared about food. Hi, kids! A beautiful store clerk walked up curiously. She had never seen customers so young. Hi, may I please see some men's belts? Pudding looked up, asking in perfect English. Belts? Are you buying a present? Yes. Pudding nodded. Where are you parents? The clerk asked in confusion. Why were the 2 children here at a luxury goods store alone? The belts here all cost more than $1,000. She didn't think 2 toddlers were capable of purchasing something so expensive. We came alone. They're not here, Pudding replied calmly. Oh, the clerk looked at the twins in shock. So, may I please buy a gift for my friend? Pudding asked proudly. But our belts are quite expensive. The woman tried to explain things to the twins, but Pudding nodded, shocking the store clerk even more by saying, I know, our country sells Versace as well. I've been to their stores. Pudding wasn't lying. Justin was a huge fan of Versace, so all his clothes, wallets, shoes, and household accessories were of this brand. The twins often went shopping with Justin, and the latter bought them clothes from Versace as well. Justin sometimes even bought Chloe clothes, but she never once wore them. Miss, we need to go home soon. Could you please show us some belts? Pudding reminded the store clerk, who nodded. Sure, come with me. She took the twins to the couch in the middle of the store and poured them some water. Do you have any juice? Little Bean asked. Come on, we're here to shop, not to eat, Pudding said, her expression as helpless as could be. Miss, could you bring us your most expensive and newest belts? Just for men, thank you. Pudding sat down on the couch, one leg straddling the other. Today, the twins were wearing light blue skirts with white bell-sleeved shorts. They looked adorable, and it was obvious they weren't from an ordinary family. Even their leather shoes were of some well-known brand. The store clerk quickly brought over a bunch of belts. Which one do you like? Can you put them down? I'd like to take a closer look at them. Pudding then went on to inspect every single belt on the couch. Little Bean quickly lost patience. Handsome Cooper doesn't need belts. He has a mountain of these at home. What's the point? He might have mountains of these, but none of them are from us. That's true too. Can you shut it if you're not going to help me? Pudding then went back to looking at the belts, while Little Bean began walking around the store as she sipped on a glass of water. Soon, a black belt with Versace's classic pattern attracted Pudding's attention. What was unique about it was that it had a Medusa buckle, and Medusa's eyes were made of sparkling diamonds. Miss, how much is this? Pudding pointed at the belt and asked. This is a limited edition belt. It's more expensive than the others, the clerk explained patiently. How much is it? Pudding asked. A little over $5,000. Wow, that is expensive, Little Bean said as she placed down her glass in surprise. I'll take it. Miss, can you pack it up for me? Pudding nodded. Gosh, Pudding, are you crazy? Do you even have that much money? Little Bean asked worriedly in a hushed tone. You have money, don't you? With the money that Auntie gave us and that I won from Grandpa, we have more than enough. Why did you take my money into account? I didn't say I was going to buy Handsome Cooper a belt. Little Bean's eyes widened, obviously unwilling to share her wallet. What do you plan on buying him then? Are you going to see him empty-handed? Did you forget that he treats us like his own daughters? Of course I didn't. You don't have to remind me how good Handsome Cooper is to us, Little Bean argued. So, what do you plan on buying him? Pudding demanded. I don't know yet. Little Bean liked putting things off. Then shut it and lend me some money. I'll pay you back when we get home. I'll sell some of my stocks, Pudding ordered. In the end, Little Bean pouted, and although she was extremely unwilling, she still gave her money to Pudding. I don't want you to pay me back. You have to tell Handsome Cooper that both of us bought this for him, all right? Sure, Pudding agreed immediately. Then, the twins paid more than $5,000 at the cash register, shocking the store clerk speechless. They spent just to buy Handsome Cooper this pretty present. The truth was, Pudding had been thinking about what to buy Justin as soon as they arrived. After all, they were in the States, and she wanted to surprise him with something. Plus, her mommy mentioned that they were only going to be here for 2 weeks. After a quick calculation, Pudding realized that they were heading home soon, and therefore decided to sneak out to buy Justin something. Don't tell Handsome Cooper about the present when we video chat him, do you hear me? Pudding reminded Little Bean, who nodded. I got it. When the twins left the mansion, they hailed a taxi and asked to go to the downtown shopping area. Therefore, they took a taxi home as well. Communication was simple, since they spoke perfect English. Moreover, Grandpa Dawson lived in a well-known popular neighborhood, so it was quite safe. The twins had now disappeared for more than 4 hours. They were still searching up and down the mansion, while the LA police discreetly searched the crowd downtown. Just then, the twins came home. "Miss, sir, the children are home," the security guard by the gate said. "What? They're home? Where are they?" Jack's uncle was so excited that he almost got a heart attack. "They just came in. You'll see them soon." After less than a minute, the security guard escorted the twins into the mansion. Upon seeing them, Avery immediately rushed up and hugged them as hard as she could as tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. "Auntie Dawson, are you okay?" Little Bean and Pudding didn't expect such a reaction from their family. "Where did you guys go? We were so worried." Uncle Dawson finally let out a sigh of relief. If the twins didn't come home by tonight, he might have gone crazy. Most importantly, Jack and Chloe were landing in LA at 8 p.m. If they came home to a mansion without children, they might go crazy. What was he and Avery supposed to say then? They might burn in hell. "We just went shopping," Little Bean said, feeling a little guilty. "Why didn't you tell me? I could have brought you," Avery exclaimed in exasperation. "We wanted to go out ourselves. We're always followed by people in our country because Mommy says there are bad people out there. But this is America, and the opportunity was rare," Pudding explained. "Why didn't you bring your cell phones? They ran out of battery. Dina, Delcy, you two went too far today. When your parents come back tonight, I'm going to tell them what you did," Avery said, as she continued weeping. Thank goodness the twins were home safe, or else she might have run into a wall. Upon hearing that Avery was going to tell on them, the twins' expressions changed drastically. "Auntie Dawson, we were just pulling your leg. Don't take us too seriously." Little Bean immediately admitted defeat. "Now's not the time to joke around. You guys scared me to death. I'm going to tell Jack and Chloe when they come home. You guys are screwed," Avery said as she got up in a huff and stormed away. "What should we do? She seems really angry at us this time," Little Bean said worriedly. "Yes, she is." Pudding nodded. "So, do you think we went too far?" Little Bean asked, feeling guilty. Pudding didn't respond. "Pudding, Little Bean, you shouldn't have left without telling anyone. You almost gave me a heart attack. We were so worried. Plus, no one even saw you guys leave the premises." Jack's uncle was still recovering from the twins' sudden disappearance. "Grandpa Dawson, we're really sorry. We avoided the security cameras on purpose when we left. We made sure no one saw us because we didn't want Auntie Dawson and the bodyguards to find out." Pudding bowed down her head apologetically. "What if something happened to you guys? What are we supposed to tell your parents and grandparents? Did this not cross your minds?" "We didn't think that far. We just wanted to buy something and quickly come home." "We didn't think it would take so long," Pudding said earnestly. "I'm just glad you guys are home, or else the entire LAPD would be out there looking for you," Jack's uncle sighed in relief. "Grandpa Dawson, I'm a little hungry." Little Bean walked up to Avery's father, trying to charm herself out of trouble. "Gosh, Little Bean, I thought you'd forget about food." Jack's uncle pinched Little Bean on the cheek and immediately turned to the butler. "Make some food for the girls." "Yes, sir." "Wait, I want Chinese food. Can you tell the kitchen that I want deep-fried sweet and sour fish, broiled pig hocks, green onion shrimp, and deep-fried mushrooms and borscht?" Little Bean seemed to have a great appetite. "Can you eat that much?" Jack's uncle was dumbfounded. "Of course I can. I eat just as much at home, whenever our chefs see me." Little Bean went on to console Jack's uncle. She wanted him to pick and choose what to tell their parents. She was okay with her daddy finding out since he always spoiled them. But if their mommy found out, they would be completed screwed. The twins had both experienced how scary their mother could be when she was angry. So, Little Bean glanced over knowingly at Pudding, who immediately headed upstairs to console Avery, who was for sure going to sell them out. Grandpa Dawson was very soft-hearted and loved the twins, so he was easy to deal with. So, Avery was the issue here. Plus, she was so scared that she would definitely want them to learn a lesson. When Pudding arrived upstairs, Avery had just washed her face. Her eyes were swollen from crying. Avery was a very brave girl who rarely teared up, ever since she was a girl. She was the kind of person who wanted to be perfect at everything. It was a state of mind that made her the youngest member of GK Corporation's board of directors, and that attitude gave her the ability to decide on various investments. However, 2 3-year-olds scared her into tears today. "Hey, Auntie Dawson." Pudding poked her head into Avery's room. "Go away. I don't want to talk to you." Avery turned her head away angrily. She was worried about them for 4 full hours. Each minute crawled by as she wondered if the twins were safe. To her anger, the twins circumvented herself and all the security just to go shopping. Of course she was furious. "Auntie, I know you're mad," Pudding said, her voice filled with deep guilt. Avery didn't respond, and there was a stern look on her face. "But we did this for a reason. Can you at least give us a chance to explain?" "No, you don't get a chance. Do you want to explain?" "Sure. Explain to your parents tonight." Avery covered her ears with her hands and shook her head. She knew her high IQ niece was trying to brainwash her again. She was determined not to walk into her trap, or else the 4 or so hours of worrying would have been moot. "Auntie, truth be told, I've always thought that you're the smartest in our family. Don't put me on a pedestal, because it's not going to work. Plus, who are you kidding? Everyone knows that your mommy is the smartest in our family." Haha. Upon seeing how cute Avery was, Pudding couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You little brat, are you laughing at me?" "Auntie, you don't have to listen, but I do have to explain." "Here, let me show you something," Pudding said as she took out the belt for Justin and showed it to Avery. "Is this a men's belt? Is it for your daddy?" "But wait, it's not his birthday or anything," Avery muttered to herself. "We bought it for Handsome Cooper." "It's a gift for Justin?" Avery asked, slightly surprised. "Yeah. We used to hand-make presents for Handsome Sue, but we've never given him anything expensive. After all, we're still young and don't have the ability to make money. Before we came to the U.S., I decided to buy him something. Coincidentally, you gave us some money, and I won some from Grandpa Dawson this morning. Therefore, we combined our funds to buy this for Handsome Cooper. That's why neither of you spent the money I gave you. You were saving it for Justin," Avery said with genuine surprise. She guessed that the twins probably would want to shop here, so she gave them some money when they arrived. However, after a couple of days, neither of them said they wanted anything. Avery really assumed that they didn't need anything, but now she realized that they were saving up to buy something for Justin. "Pudding, you're great to Justin." Avery turned around, rubbing Pudding's head. "Auntie, we may still be young, but we know to be grateful. There are people who are not only good to you, but also love you for who you are, and Handsome Cooper's like that with us. That's why we're so good to him. He's been spoiling us ever since we were born, and was with us when Daddy couldn't be. We thank Handsome Cooper for everything he's done for us, even if it's because of our mommy. He loves us from the bottom of his heart." Pudding's words touched Avery. She was shocked that a 3-year-old was capable of saying something like this. Before she could respond, Pudding continued. "Versace is just one of many luxury brands, but it's Handsome Cooper's favorite, and that's why we went there. Guess why I bought him a belt, Auntie?" "Because belts put the finishing touch on suits?" Avery guessed. Pudding shook her head with a smile. "Because belts are cheap and you guys can't afford anything else?" Pudding shook her head again. "Come on, just tell me why. I'm so curious." In the end, Avery decided to give up. She really couldn't guess the answer. "No wonder you don't have a boyfriend. This is common sense, all right?" Pudding said matter-of-factly, completely rendering Avery speechless. "Giving someone a belt means you want to tie him to you for the rest of your life." "What? The rest of your life?" Avery asked, completely dumbfounded. "What's with the expression?" Pudding was speechless. "Is the belt a good idea, my dear niece? Isn't his girlfriend supposed to buy him something like that? He's much older than you. It's weird for you to tie him to you." "Me liking Handsome Cooper is old news. I'm still young, and when I grow up, Handsome Cooper will be an old man." "It's too bad that I wasn't born earlier," Pudding exclaimed. Avery was flabbergasted. How could a 3-year-old be better with men than she was? "You're right. Age is a big issue here. You should forget about him." "No, I won't. Handsome Cooper's a good guy. I can't give up on him. I'm young, but there's someone perfect for him in our family. Once he marries her, I can still tie him to me." "Don't tell me that you're actually talking about me," Avery said preemptively. Bingo! You finally got it. Dina, you're so persistent. I already told you Justin and I aren't a good match. Stop trying to set us up. Plus, he's not even my type. How can you say he's not your type before you even got to know him? Pudding pouted. Pudding, you can't joke about something like this. Matchmaking is more complicated than that, no? However, Pudding ignored Avery and sent Justin a video chat request. Hey, Handsome Cooper. Hey, Pudding. How did you know it was me? I'm using Little Bean's cell phone. Pudding smiled sweetly. Of course. Your Uncle Cooper is a pretty smart guy, Pudding. What are you doing right now? I was talking to clients and just got back to the company. What about you? I was out playing with Little Bean. You're still in Los Angeles? Justin asked with a smile. Pudding nodded. Was LA fun? Yeah, Auntie and Grandpa Chin are amazing to us. I'm glad you guys are enjoying yourselves. Do you miss me? Pudding asked coyishly. I do, every day. When are you guys coming back? Soon, Daddy and Mommy are coming back to LA to pick us up tonight, and we're going to head back after spending the night at Grammy and Granddaddy's. That's really soon. I'm going to treat you guys to a giant meal when you get back. Justin smiled. Okay, but can you do something for me first? Sure, Justin agreed without thinking. He really did spoil the twins like his own daughter. We want Auntie to come back to the country with us, but she won't do it. Can you help persuade her? Pudding asked as she suddenly turned the camera and pointed it at Avery, leaving the latter feeling extremely awkward. Her eyes were still red from crying and she just washed her face so she had literally no makeup on. It was a girl's worst nightmare. Justin was at a loss for words as well, and he had no choice but to wave his hand awkwardly and greeted, Hey! Avery forced out an awkward smile as well. Hey. If you're not too busy, you should come back with them. I can tell that they really like you. Justin really bought Pudding's excuse and tried to persuade Avery. This left her even more awkward than she already was. I'm busy and might not have time to go back, Avery replied gently. Auntie, are you really going to say no to Handsome Cooper? Pudding began egging Avery on. You little brat, can you behave? Were you serious about what you told me before? What did I say? Avery asked in surprise. You said that Handsome Cooper is really good-looking, Pudding replied, her face as innocent as could be. Ahem. What are you talking about, Pudding? Avery coughed, too embarrassed to look at Justin. Don't be shy, Auntie. You're an adult, okay? What do you know, Dina? One more word out of you and I'm going to have a long talk with Mommy tonight. Upon hearing this, Pudding immediately shut up. She turned her head towards the phone. That's it, Handsome Cooper. We'll see you soon. Okay, come back soon. Your great-grandpa really misses you guys, Justin replied, his expression filled with nothing but adoration. After hanging up, Avery immediately picked Pudding up and placed her on the bed. Pudding, that was a trap. It was so awkward, I felt so embarrassed. I wasn't wearing makeup and my eyes were red-shot. It must have scared Justin. You're really pretty, Auntie. You need to be confident in yourself. Forget it. I'm not letting you off so easily. Save your sweet talk for your mommy. Pudding immediately admitted defeat. We're sorry, Auntie. What we did was wrong. And? So we'd like to apologize, Pudding said with puppy dog eyes. Is that all? You guys almost scared me and your grandpa to death. But we didn't run away to play. We were out buying a present for Handsome Cooper. Please don't tell Mommy. Okay, Auntie. We'll never run away again. No, you have to learn your lesson. Avery was resolute. We're screwed if Mommy finds out. Last time she grounded me in our warehouse, it was so dark and humid in there I was so scared. Please, Auntie, don't do this to me, okay? Pudding said as she looked at Avery with tears in her eyes, shaking her hand back and forth. As expected, Avery began to waver. Auntie, we know you were really worried about us. That's why you're so mad. We promise to never make you worry again, okay? But you guys really went too far today. That's why we're apologizing. Didn't you make mistakes when you were young? We're still children. Isn't it normal to do something wrong once in a while? You shouldn't ask too much of us, Auntie. We become sad whenever Mommy scolds us. If she gets mad this time, it'll end the vacation badly. Will it really be worth it? This might be our only visit in years. Pudding pouted. Okay, you little devil. You perfectly brainwashed me. I won't tell your mommy, okay? I can't promise the same for your grandpa, though. Don't worry, Little Bean can deal with Grandpa. Pudding beamed. Avery. How can you be so manipulative at such a young age? I wonder who has the guts to marry you when you grow up. You should really worry about yourself, Auntie. After all, you're not a young woman anymore. Then, Pudding skipped downstairs, leaving Avery looking particularly disgruntled. That evening, Jack and Chloe arrived in L.A. Hi, Uncle Dawson. Chloe greeted Jack's uncle with a giant smile as soon as she walked into the mansion. You haven't changed at all, child, Uncle Dawson exclaimed. Uncle Dawson, where are my daughters? Jack began looking for the twins before he even took his shoes off. They're watching anime with Avery upstairs. Jack's uncle was relieved. Thank goodness that the twins were fine, or how would he explain what happened to his nephew and niece? Chloe, you should talk to my uncle and ask him questions about running the company. He's been working at the headquarters for a very long time and knows way more stuff than Dad. Okay, I won't hesitate to ask him. Chloe smiled as she replied. She respected Jack's uncle as much as she respected her in-laws. The Dawson family was indeed business material because Jack's father and uncle built the company from scratch and had sailed smoothly in the business world. In this generation, Avery and Jack were also finance geniuses and did a great job managing GK. Chloe never thought of herself as a good fit for business because she disliked engaging in social activities. She preferred being a doctor because she only needed to focus on her patients. But now, Chloe, you've managed the company well in these few years and you've got a talent for business. You overestimate me, Uncle Dawson. I actually don't know that much. I was able to manage the company because my father and husband set up everything for me. Besides, my assistants were amazing. I really can't take full credit for this. Don't be so modest. Jack had told me that you're brilliant and can pick up things faster than average people. Our family's lucky to have you in the family. I'm about to retire, so I'll leave Avery under Jack in your care from now on. Uncle Dawson, Avery is an amazing girl. I heard that she's been sitting in the board of directors meetings since she was 13, so she probably knows much more than I do. It's me that should learn from her. Chloe was very modest. No matter how outstanding Avery is, she's still young. Compared to you guys, she's short-tempered and easily agitated, which she'll have to learn from you. She'll get there soon. Chloe smiled. Feel free to ask me questions about the company. Jack's uncle was a workaholic, and he would talk about work every chance he got. Chloe had a lot of questions, so she immediately began bombarding Jack's uncle with a million questions. At the same time, upstairs, in the small theater, Avery was watching English cartoon with the twins. When Jack went upstairs, he found that they were immensely enjoying themselves. Wow, sis. Look at that. It's so beautiful. Little Bean danced around while cheering. Pudding's expression remained calm. Are my girls enjoying the show? Jack walked over and asked with a smile. Wow, are you back, Daddy? Little Bean reacted dramatically as she rushed over and gave Jack a big hug. Jack squatted down, and Little Bean hugged his neck tightly. I missed you so much, Daddy. Little Bean left a kiss on the left side of Jack's handsome face. Avery and Pudding were dumbfounded by the scene. You're right, she's indeed a kiss-ass, Avery exclaimed. I didn't put her in the wrong, did I? She's always been this fake. Pudding looked at Little Bean arrogantly. Fake? Watch your choice of words, sis. I'm just showing my love towards Daddy, Little Bean protested. Jack let go of Bean and waved at Pudding. Come, Pudding, give Daddy a hug. Unexpectedly, Pudding crossed her arms, looked at her dad, who's squatting down, and said, I don't think so, Daddy. I'm not a kid, and you shouldn't be hugging me all the time. It doesn't look good. Jack was caught speechless. Haha, I feel bad for you, bro. You got cold-shouldered by your own daughter, Avery said. Thanks for tuning in to the Cool Audio Podcast. If you enjoyed the story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share with a fellow story lover. Until next time, stay cool and keep listening.